My father awakened to the S-level Void Ancient Dragon. My mother even awakened to the SSS-level Rainbow Devouring Heaven Nettle. Under their influence, I have always maintained the top spot in the whole school. But on today's awakening ceremony, I unexpectedly awakened a shop without a rank. The audience below, upon seeing it, erupted into thunderous ridicule. Even the school belle, Lu Ruyan, who had been flirting with me for 2.5 years, told me to get lost. But at this moment, my heart couldn't contain the excitement. Having been reborn once, I knew that in the near future, the world would face doomsday. However, 90% of humans will be infected and turned into zombies. Supplies consequently became the most precious commodity. Ignoring those jerks, I returned to the dormitory alone. After sitting down, I carefully explored and discovered a 100 square meter space inside my body. I didn't expect that the spatial ability I awakened in my past life had also been reborn with me. However, I didn't feel ecstatic. This ability, which can only be used for defense and miscellaneous tasks, really didn't pique my interest. Moreover, doomsday is approaching tomorrow, and there's no time to stockpile supplies. At this moment, a soft and cute voice came. "Hello, host. I am your exclusive system. You can call me Gold Ingot." Since there's a system now, I asked it where my shop was. Do I have to build it myself? The construction of the shop is fully managed by the system. All you need to do is choose a suitable location. Just as the words fell, a huge spherical map unfolded slowly before me. I carefully examined the map. In theory, the shop should be built in a crowded area. But in the context of the apocalypse, a dense population means hordes of zombies, and no one would risk entering the sea of zombies just to buy some supplies. In the end, my gaze settled on a lakeside park far away from the university city. It is relatively safe and has a pleasant environment there. After a moment, Gold Ingot informed me that the shop had been constructed, and I was to go activate it as the host. When I arrived at the park, I found that the entire shop was backed by a bamboo forest, covering a large area and having 2 floors. Its appearance was no different from a regular convenience store. After seeing it, I couldn't help but mutter to myself that what I had originally envisioned was an indestructible metal fortress. I never expected it to be such a friendly brick and stone structure, which would be no match for those terrifying mutant creatures in the face of the apocalypse. What on earth is going on? Opening a shop in the apocalypse is already illogical. You actually built a house that looks like it can't withstand a single blow. Gold Ingot responded calmly to the host. Please be patient and do not be agitated. Firstly, this store is under comprehensive system protection, able to withstand any attack unscathed. Secondly, within the store, you, as the store manager, are an invincible presence. After hearing this explanation, I pushed open the small wooden door in the courtyard with mixed feelings of belief and doubt. Ding host successfully activated the Doomsday Store, main quest initiated, upgraded to an S-level store, unlocking post-apocalyptic side quests. As I gently pushed the glass door and stepped into the store, a wide variety of goods are on display. I looked around and noticed the clearly divided sections of the store: snacks, beverages, resting area, fruits, books, weapons, and even a cooked food section. I picked up a chicken leg rice dish casually and was surprised to find it warm. Jean Tian explained that unopened items in the store seem to freeze in time, similar to the items in your spatial ability. After I finished eating, I threw the disposable utensils into the nearby trash can, and magically, the garbage disappeared instantly. However, the chicken leg rice on the shelf was not automatically restocked. I asked in confusion, aren't the goods supposed to be unlimited? Host, restocking requires purchasing with system store points. The current goods are a benefit from the system activation. I nodded, randomly opened the system panel, browsed the system store, and found a wide variety of goods. The prices are affordable, thanks to the initial gift of 500 gold coins from the system. Without hesitation, I selected a restocking item. The gold coins were deducted automatically, and the goods were promptly replenished. Continuing to explore the shop, I also found the weapon options. Thinking back, there was indeed a weapon section in the store. Arriving at the weapon counter, I found a variety of firearms, knives, and grenades here, but it seemed to have everything. The variety of weapons in the system store is even more abundant, and the prices are surprisingly low. After all, in the early days of the apocalypse, firearms might still have some use, but as it reaches the middle and later stages, it will still rely on the enhanced abilities after human mutations. After browsing the first floor, I went upstairs and found the layout here simple and spacious, with a bathroom besides the bedroom. I decided to close the electric door and catch some sleep first. Returning to the first floor, I looked through the glass and noticed a black dog with half its tail missing, wandering at the courtyard gate. I recognized it as the dog I saved on my way here. After hesitating for a moment, the black dog carried a dead mouse and placed it at my feet. I understood that he probably just wanted to share what he thought was a delicacy. I went back inside the shop to get some sausages for him. Consider yourself lucky, catching me on the opening day for a few free ones. Remember to deal with that mouse. After feeding the dog, I yawned, closed the door, and went upstairs to rest. The black dog seemed to understand my words, glanced at the shop, picked up the mouse, and silently left. The next morning, I woke up from the soft bed, stretched a comfortable yawn. In the apocalypse, it had been a long time since I enjoyed such a comfortable sleep. Night in the apocalypse. Any slight movement can startle me awake. The instinct to survive keeps one vigilant at all times. However, the soundproofing of this house is indeed good, despite being in a bustling city area. Yet, not a trace of the outside hustle and bustle can be heard. The sound of a heartbeat timely rings out, "Host, you're awake." The first side mission of Doomsday has begun. Complete the first transaction, and the reward is a domestic robot. I draw back the curtains. The world outside the park has descended into chaos. Vehicles are scattered on the streets, police car sirens flashing red and blue. People are in a panic, with bloodstains everywhere. Once someone is chased by a horde of zombies, in an instant, a helicopter emitting light appears. In the blink of an eye, a dark shadow strikes, clearly encountering an attack from a mutant beast. For me, who has experienced Doomsday, such scenes are not unfamiliar. I rise calmly. After taking a hot bath, I head downstairs to greet guests. When I open the door, the zombies outside seem to ignore me. A hint of excitement surges within me. It seems the system's capabilities are not to be underestimated. At the beginning of Doomsday, people still have reserves. Naturally, no one will risk going out. In my leisure time, I opened my phone. The people in the class group are chattering away, in chaos. Someone mentioned feeling weak and having a fever. I understand these are signs of superpower awakening. During this period, the human body is most vulnerable. It is said that the stronger the superpower, the longer the period of weakness. But strangely, my spatial ability is not very powerful. When I awakened, I had a high fever for a whole day, while usually people can recover consciousness in just a few hours. At this moment, inside a cafe near the entrance of South Xinjiang University, Yetian fainted on the ground due to the fever he just had. Several hours later, he slowly opened his eyes, feeling the ability inside his body. Just like in his past life, it was fire-based ability, which wasn't considered very good among many abilities. He stood up and asked the system how much ability he could devour. The system replied that he could devour 2 abilities. Yetian nodded, a hint of greed flashing in his eyes. Since his own ability was not great, he decided to steal from others. He peered through a crack and observed the wandering zombies outside. There weren't many, indicating that he had not awakened in the university city, which was a good thing. He took out the fire axe he had prepared long ago and tested it out, preparing to first enhance his ability level. Time quietly passed until dawn broke, and my small shop remained deserted. At this moment, a faint sound caught my attention. I turned my head in confusion to look outside the glass, only to see a dark mass piled up at the gate of the courtyard. As I approached for a closer look, it turned out to be the black dog from yesterday, panting heavily with its body curled up. At a glance, I could tell this was the pre-mutation week phase. Seeing the zombies wandering in the distance, I could only bring the black dog into the shop. I didn't dislike dogs, they were more grateful than humans. At the beginning of the apocalypse, people were still unaware of the value of Jinha, let alone using it for trading. I recalled the relevant information about Jinha from the previous life, which was officially announced almost half a month after the outbreak of the apocalypse. This has kept humans in a passive position in the survival competition of the apocalypse. The mutant zombie beasts have no ethical morals, only the most primal desire for Jinha's flesh and blood, allowing them to seize the opportunity ahead of humans. I shook my head self-deprecatingly. Am I going to sit back and wait for history to repeat itself? At this moment, Jintao's voice sounded, "Host, I suggest you release information about Jinha in advance." I was stunned for a moment, then had a sudden inspiration. Why not take the lead using the still-functioning network? Although this might make me a target of criticism, at least I am safe under the protection of the store. So I quickly edited a piece of information and sent it to various group chats and social platforms at the university. As expected, messages flooded in like a tide, with everyone asking about my identity and the source of the news. I couldn't be bothered to respond one by one, so I simply blocked all these questions. Later, I checked the messages in the class group and found that they had also discovered that they had gained abilities. Just then, that weak black dog miraculously regained its vitality. Jintao told me that it was the 5 Black Fist, belonging to the F-grade DJ Mutant Beast. I checked the various attributes of the black dog, with a speed reaching 200, which surprised me greatly. An F-grade mutant beast shouldn't have such high attributes. As a foundational ability user, my speed is only 30. As I pondered, a sudden thought flashed through my mind. Could he be the fearsome beast king of the past, case after case? Possessing extraordinary speed and the cunning night raid civilization, it was the nightmare of the major forces in South Xinjiang. Eventually, it was eliminated by a first-class powerhouse dispatched by the Jiangnan provincial headquarters, at a great cost. I decided to use a few sausages to bribe this potential successor to the Beast King. Heido obviously couldn't resist the temptation of food, wagging his tail happily. On the other side, Yi Tian was sweating profusely, carrying the heavy Jingha axe in his hand, grappling with the zombies. He regretted his greed that led to being surrounded by zombies. He remembered that the park was a relatively open and well-connected place, with fewer zombies, making it an ideal refuge. Just as he got up to leave, a seemingly unique zombie quietly followed Yi Tian from behind. Picking up the pieces, Yi Tian killed the crystal box of the zombie when escaping, then put it in his mouth, diluting the energy inside completely. Just as Yi Tian was exhausted, he finally arrived at the park. At this moment, unexpectedly, an elegantly styled shop appeared ahead. The key point was that the lights were still on inside. He wondered if the park in his past life had a shop. With the sound of zombies approaching, Yi Tian didn't have time to think much and had to run towards that conspicuous building. As he entered, I suddenly turned around and thought to myself, has a guest arrived so soon? The black dog lying on the ground was also alertly watching Yi Tian. As Yi Tian entered, he quickly closed the door, and then tried to move the shelf to block it. However, he found that no matter how hard he tried, the seemingly light shelf wouldn't budge an inch. Just as he was about to tell me there were zombies outside, he turned back to look and was left dumbfounded. The once frenzied zombie horde had calmed down and started aimlessly wandering again. Seeing Yi Tian's stunned expression, I calmly said, "This store protects consumers' rights to safe shopping." Yi Tian's experiences in two worlds quickly calmed him down, making him warily assess the man in front of him. His intuition told him that this man was definitely not ordinary. Opening a store so boldly on TV to make money was something Yi Tian had never seen before. Even though the outbreak had just begun, shouldn't a normal person be thinking about survival when faced with a zombie virus? So Yi Tian had his system analyze the situation, but after 2.5 seconds, the system informed him of the analysis failure. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian furrowed his brow, staring at me intently, sweat dripping down. My attention was constantly focused on the backpack behind Yi Tian. I could sense that it must be filled with precious gold boxes. Then I calmly asked the handsome guy, "Don't you want to consider buying something? Our products here offer great value for money, honest pricing, quality guaranteed, absolutely reliable." Yi Tian seemed to be brought back to reality by my words. He paused for a moment, then walked over to take a look. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he fixed his gaze on the weapons area. He picked up a handgun, amazed. Dealing with zombies, unless hitting the vital points, it's hard to completely resolve. Firearms, especially those equipped with silencers, undoubtedly greatly improve efficiency and save valuable energy. Yi Tian seemed to understand that he was really lucky today. Just as he was immersed in the joy of choosing weapons, Jin Tiao had quietly completed the analysis and report on Yi Tian. The host discovered a supernatural being with a system, Yi Tian, fire attribute, supernatural ability F-level high ranking, possessing a special system to devour other supernatural beings. I was taken aback. He also has a system, and his abilities are so powerful. The disparity between people is so vast. Yi Tian reached S-level high ranking on the first day of the apocalypse, while I was just starting out. It's obvious he's also a reborn individual, and his strength is not to be underestimated. Thinking about this, I asked Jin Tiao if he might also know my secret. Jin Tiao confidently replied, "Don't worry, host. You are under the special protection of the store. He can't analyze your situation, and ordinary systems are not as intelligent as me." I nodded. In my heart, I'm considering whether this opponent might be trouble in the future. Should I deal with him now and also get the gold box in his backpack, killing two birds with one stone? Goldbar seems to have seen through my thoughts, but didn't stop me. Instead, it reminded the host that in the store, it's not allowed to obtain the gold box through improper means. Otherwise, measures will be taken, while maintaining good relations with humans. It's beneficial for our long-term development, then. Yi Tian walked to the cashier with the items he wanted to buy, and I quickly scanned the items he had chosen. 3 boxes of beef rice, 1 Type 95 rifle, 1 Type 92 pistol, 5 boxes of 5.8mm bullets, 2 suppressors, and a dagger. It seems my little shop is off to a good start, even though it's in the apocalypse. I explained to Yi Tian that he needed to recharge to the payment card first, exchange it for gold coins to make a payment, and once recharged, the amount cannot be refunded. Yi Tian hesitated slightly, but generously took out the money from his backpack. Although there was no clear price in the store, he seemed unconcerned about the cost. I quickly helped him deposit the money into the exchange machine, and a golden payment card popped out immediately. I gestured for him to operate the card machine, and the screen displayed a recharge of 700 gold coins to the payment card, a current expenditure of 505 gold coins, and a balance of 195 gold coins. Yi Tian had no objections to the price and asked me how he should address me as the shop manager. I smiled faintly and told him to just call me the shop manager. After Yi Tian left, Goldbar reminded that the recharge of 700 gold coins had been credited, and the current balance was 1,197 premium points. This trade not only increased my wealth, but also Knight's reaction proved that my pricing strategy was quite successful. What surprised me even more was that the system rewarded me with a household robot, which automatically joined my backpack. When I released this robot, I couldn't help but be stunned. It turned out to be an extremely cute and adorable girl. After Knight walked out of the store, he loaded the rifle magazine to full capacity and then attached a silencer. But inadvertently looking back at the black dog in the store, his expression changed instantly. Having worked for the authorities before, how could he not know about that infamous case involving a terrifying creature that made all ability users tremble? Yi Tian clearly remembered that in the official intelligence, there was a description of a black dog with distinctive features. It was the Beast King of Nanjiang City, the only high-ranking creature of its kind. At that time, the Jiangnan main base sent multiple skilled ability users and spent over a month surrounding and hunting it down. Later, the official announcement stated that it was successfully killed. However, many people remained skeptical because the speed of the incident was too fast, making it hard to believe it was dead. Yi Tian immediately had the system analyze the black dog. After Yi Tian reviewed the data on the black dog, it was no surprise that the basic values were frighteningly high, confirming it was indeed the case. But what was most unbelievable was that the case turned out to be the store owner's dog. Yi Tian looked at me with a complex expression, then turned and left without saying a word. Both the individual and the store were too unusual, with no clear explanation. Fortunately, he only sought wealth and didn't harm you. Such a powerful figure would be untouchable even with cheats. In the following days, apart from Yi Tian occasionally buying bullets and fast food, my shop had no other visitors. In my spare time, I tried to log into my social media account, only to find it had been banned by the authorities due to alleged inappropriate remarks. After re-registering my account, the first video I saw upon logging in was an official announcement. The anchor tried to maintain a calm tone, instructing residents to stay at home and wait for official rescue, while urging awakened citizens to call the hotline for assistance. Upon opening the comments section, I found a variety of opinions, with some questioning why only those with abilities were being saved, while others expressed frustration at the situation. I've been starving at home for 3 days, why aren't you coming quickly? I don't want to die as an adult, please save me, superpowered brother. Brothers, are there any fellow F-rank high-level individuals? I'm so hungry that everything looks like food. To the person upstairs who wants to learn to pull books, elegance is eternal. Seeking private messages from superpowered individuals for teaming up. I smiled helplessly, continued browsing, but found that most of the content was negative and pessimistic. At this moment, Hey Z walked over with dirty paws, causing me to furrow my brow. He was chewing on an unidentified object, with blood covering his paws. A household robot detected the stains and quickly cleaned them with a mop. After cleaning and drying on site, I noticed that he had already advanced to the Earth rank high level. I was secretly amazed. Hey Z, you need to work harder. We'll be counting on you once we leave the shop. Gold Bar jokingly mentioned seizing the opportunity, saying they've heard of dogs relying on humans, but never humans relying on dogs. The host is truly aiming high, suggesting the host enhance their ability level. Relying on oneself is better than relying on a dog. I shook my head and said, it's mainly my spatial ability, I have no self-defense capability at all. Gold Bar explained that in the system's cognition, spatial ability is one of the top abilities with huge potential, but also high requirements. People's understanding of spatial ability only scratches the surface, limited to spatial storage. This is just the tip of the iceberg. Spatial ability can develop unique skills, but it requires reaching above B level. I asked him in confusion, isn't spatial ability considered mediocre? How come it's top tier in your case? Gold Bar explained, saying if you want to know about spatial ability skills, just look at the notes on the bookshelf. Learn about the spatial attributes of abilities from this book. The book lists several skills, such as spatial defense against absorbed flying objects, forming an equal impact force in reverse, a low-tier C level. Spatial cutting focuses attention to cut objects, a low-tier B level. Spatial perception perceives and controls objects within a certain range, also a low tier. Spatial teleportation, reaching where the eye see and the mind desires, instantaneously to the extreme. S level, low tier. Witnessing all this, I was overwhelmingly shocked, realizing that spatial ability actually harbors both offensive and defensive capabilities, with the potential to win in a single strike. This power has been buried until now, truly unbelievable. If someone can elevate spatial ability to S level, they will undoubtedly become an invincible existence. I quietly made my way to the most remote section of the store, collecting all books on spatial abilities, paying little attention to other abilities. The power of spatial abilities is so strong, the fewer people who know about it, the more advantageous for me. I cannot easily reveal my advantage. At this moment, my spatial ability level is mid-tier D, while the store level is low-tier F. To upgrade to B level, I need 1,000 gold coins, which unlocks spatial defense. After deducting restocking costs, I have 1,100 gold coins left. Should I improve myself or invest in the store? So I asked how the store upgrade with gold bars would work. The system mentioned it would unlock new items and expand the store as the level increases. After weighing my options, I decided to upgrade the store to D level. 1,000 gold coins have been deducted, and the upgrade was successful. The new skill scroll items have been unlocked. Please check the system store. I immediately entered the system store and found a new category of skill scrolls. These scrolls can unleash various abilities of different attributes. As they are disposable items, the purchase price is only 10 gold coins each. The method is to aim directly at the target, with an effective range of 200 meters. I decisively spent all my savings to buy 10 attack and defense scrolls of different attributes. Displayed in the showcase below the cash register, these magical items can be life-saving in critical moments, with prices naturally based on the strength of the abilities. Night falls. The city is silent in the darkness, with no one daring to light a fire. The unabashed light in the park, however, catches the attention of nearby survivors. Initially, people thought that those who kept their lights on were foolish and would have a hard time staying up all night. However, the continuous illumination for several days was obviously not a coincidence. I did it on purpose to draw attention. After all, the system collects water and electricity fees. Inside the cafeteria of South Xinjiang University, the windows were tightly sealed with wooden boards. At the end of the month, 100 people gathered here. They looked exhausted, with a hint of shyness, despair enveloping everyone. Most of them had lost contact with their families. The student union president, Uncle Liang, asked Linny, "Is Wang Chen from your class still here?" Linny shook his head, indicating that Wang Chen should have left the school already. At this moment, a person barged in, arrogantly announcing, "Ruigu, all the superhumans are to go to the kitchen." Uncle Liang and Linny exchanged glances, acknowledging the order. Yuan Ruiyuan, a sports student, was endowed with powerful abilities in the apocalypse, naturally becoming their leader. He usually bullied others with his power, making people dare to be angry but not speak out. In this doomsday, strength was the truth. Half of the people gradually went to the kitchen. Yuan Rui was seen sitting on the sofa, embracing the disheveled and dazed teacher Zhang, with a sense of unease lingering in the air. Seeing everyone gathered, Yuan Rui stood up and jokingly said, "Food is gone, we have to go out hunting again." Apart from a few densely populated zombie areas, the school's resources were almost depleted. "Let's go outside and check. Maybe there's an official survivor camp in the park." Uncle Liang asked worriedly, "If all the awakened individuals go out, what will happen to the ordinary people in the cafeteria?" Yuan Rui sneered, "Those useless people only know how to eat and drink for free. Should we really support them?" As usual, quietly suggesting to bring along Lu Ruyan, she might be useful in the future. Yuan Rui showed a lewd smile in agreement, then he and the 60 or 70 people quietly left through the back door. Sitting in front of the cash register, sipping on a cold Coke, leisurely watching a drama series, the contrast with the hardships of surviving the apocalypse outside is stark. The constant groans of zombies outside the store. The apocalypse has been ongoing for a week. In the southern city of Nanjiang, people have little stock at home, and food is decreasing day by day. The mutants are gradually taking shape, and people are beginning to stir with restlessness. Yi Tian walked in wearily with a heavy backpack, feeling refreshed by the air conditioning and asking for a bottle of soda. Yi Tian has been observing me for days. Although he has relaxed his guard a bit, he still keeps his distance. I sneak a peek at Yi Tian's information panel. He has already reached what level? It seems he has been busy as well, making good progress. He decided to buy some more cooked food and drinks, then sat down on the sofa in the rest area. Even though his convenience store is fully stocked, he still prefers the cooked food here, perhaps out of nostalgia for the normal life before the apocalypse. The cozy and comfortable environment in the store, away from the noise and crisis outside, allowed him to relax briefly and enjoy this moment of tranquility. At the same time, a team of 60 or 70 supernatural beings successfully cleared the obstacles along the way. Arriving at the front of a convenience store, Uncle Leon cautiously instructed everyone to stay alert as he went to investigate first. This instruction caused some dissatisfaction in the heart of the leader Yuan Rui, who secretly muttered about how this kid dared to take command. The windows of the convenience store were tightly covered, yet exceptionally clean, with glimpses of shelves full of goods visible through the cracks. Some marveled at the abundance of supplies, enough for us to enjoy for several days. The unexpected bounty brought joy to everyone eager to enter. However, Uncle Liang raised an objection, saying, "Did you notice? There are fewer zombies around than before, and it seems like someone lives here." Yuan Rui impatiently interrupted him, and others chimed in, believing they should not miss out on this easily obtainable resource. In the end, Uncle Liang reluctantly gave in, while Yuan Rui confidently used his supernatural ability to transform his hand into a hammer, smashing open the door of the convenience store. As they stepped into the store, a piercing alarm suddenly blared, echoing through the empty street, catching everyone off guard. Uncle Liang realized the danger and quickly shouted, "It's a trap! Quickly retreat!" But it was too late. The alarm attracted a wave of zombies, and the team found themselves surrounded by the sudden horde of zombies. In the chaos, some people, out of fear, froze in place and were quickly devoured by zombies, while the survivors desperately fled. Meanwhile, Yi Tian in the apocalyptic store nearby heard the commotion, a cold smile playing on his lips. All of this was within his expectations. He was well prepared, carrying essential supplies with him. Relying on this store and his own abilities, he didn't need to worry about sourcing supplies. The group of survivors who managed to escape decided to head towards the nearby park, praying that there were official personnel stationed there. As they ran, they suddenly saw a huge store in the park. The vigilant guards at the store entrance looked up and saw the horde of zombies, quickly rushing out. The task assigned by the owner was to clear the surrounding zombies, but the group only watched as a figure passed by, followed by the sound of flesh being torn apart behind them. I heard the commotion outside the door and was about to go out to investigate when suddenly a figure crashed into the store. After they all entered, they stood there with vacant expressions, staring behind them in silence. As the zombies outside seemed to lose their target, they quieted down, not a single one stepping into the front yard. Only the black dog from earlier was still moving through the zombie horde. At this moment, the system reminded me that a new side quest had been activated, with a reward of a security robot for completing 10 transactions. Upon seeing them clearly, I realized that this was not the Yuan Rui team. I remembered being a member in my previous life, but due to my weak abilities, I didn't leave much of an impression. So I broke the silence with a smile and said, "What would you handsome gentlemen and beautiful ladies like to buy? Our store has everything you need." When everyone saw me, they were greatly surprised and exclaimed, "Wang Chen, how come it's you?" It's a long story, but to keep it short, a few days ago, a college student employment guide left me conflicted, and then coincidentally, with the apocalypse looming, I had a sudden idea to start a business. Everyone was speechless. "You're really acting out our roles seriously?" Uncle Liang looked shocked. Pointing to the wandering zombies outside, they asked in confusion, "What's going on here?" I smiled and told them, "This store protects consumers' rights to safe shopping." After confirming it was safe, others began to look around the entire store. The space was large, accommodating 20 or so people, clean and tidy, with popular music playing, not suitable for those dirty individuals. The whole bedroom seemed out of place. The shelves were filled with a variety of goods, making everyone salivate. At that moment, Zhang Yingjing excitedly ran to the checkout with a lunchbox and asked Wang Chen how to pay. I told him to pay with a gold box. Zhang Yingjing hesitated for a moment, then reluctantly took out the gold box he had just collected. "Recharge 50 gold coins with the payment card." I took out a card, swiped it on the card machine, then handed it to Zhang Yingjing. 15 gold coins, payment successful. Yuan Rui suddenly walked over with a mischievous smile on his face. "Okay?" Wang Chen nodded and made a gesture of invitation. Zhang Yingjing couldn't wait to tear open the chopsticks, open the lunchbox, and eat heartily. Instantly, a fragrant aroma filled the air, driving everyone crazy with its scent. One person started, and the others followed suit, taking out their meager savings. "How can you level up without being full? How many crystal coins for this? What about this? This bun? Jinga, lend me some money, I'll pay you back next time. Who has extra crystal cores? Why aren't the goods priced? It dawned on Wang Chen that after days of gaming, he had forgotten to price the goods. But it was for the best, otherwise, how could he fleece them? Watching them line up to pay, Yuan Rui's eyes gleamed with a hint of ruthlessness as he quickly gathered his lackeys. What's wrong, Rui Ge? I'm starving, look at that long line. Do you all think you're law-abiding citizens? Come here. Probably due to being an athlete, he ran fast and was ruthless, timely using teammates as shields, and a dozen people escaped the pursuit of the zombie horde. Avoiding Wang Chen's gaze, the group began to conspire quietly. Yuan Rui smirked and whispered, when the time comes, we pretend to pay, then rush in and attack, take over the store. Zhao Li was worried, but he's Wang Chen, without him, how would we know about crystal cores? He's definitely stronger than us. Yuan Rui slapped Zhao Li's head, why are you so stubborn? No matter how strong he is, he's just one person, and we're ambushing him, he won't react in time. A sensory ability user said, I think we have a chance, he feels like an ordinary person to me, and with the internet being so deep, who knows if the information he posts is plagiarized. I guess he's just read too many novels, making things up. If he's really that powerful, why not go out and kill zombies directly? Why bother opening a store? Yeah, our abilities are stronger than ordinary people. I'll listen to Rui Ge. There's so much resources here, enough for us for months, let's take a chance. Okay, let's do this first. Wang Chen, who was at the cash register, smirked, the entire store under his control. As long as people were in the store, I knew everything, even your underwear color, let alone those whispers that sound like thunder in my ears. Su Yao, who was checking out, felt a chill down her spine. Wang Chen, we were classmates, can you give me a discount? She, an ordinary person, had no crystal cores, using her friend Chen Shui's payment card. Wang Chen smiled faintly, small business, can't do it. Please. Su Yao's watery eyes stared at Wang Chen, pleading in a way that could melt anyone's heart. But Wang Chen, who had lived 2 lifetimes, was not an ordinary young man, and he didn't like repeating himself. Indifferently, he said, no. TCH. At this moment, Yuan Rui and his group also seized the opportunity, lining up at the cash register. Others' eyes turned towards them because they knew Yuan Rui was about to make a move. It's Yuan Rui and them, they must have ill intentions. I guess they want to take over, I wonder if we'll get a share. Encountering Yuan Rui, it's like Wang Chen has run out of luck for 8 lifetimes. Seeing this, Lin Yi frowned, planning to intervene. But Liangshu shook his head, we can't get involved in this matter, you know their strength, if you want to blame someone, blame Wang Chen for being too foolish. Opening a store so ostentatiously in the apocalypse, how is that any different from a massive giveaway? Sitting in the rest area, Yi Tian also witnessed this scene, showing no intention to help but rather watching with interest. While the hidden arrows were not present, he wanted to see if this store manager was all bark and no bite. Yuan Rui handed over a few crystal cores, Wang Chen, help me top up a card. Wang Chen nodded, his expression unchanged, just as he reached out to take them. Just then, someone shouted loudly, Wang Chen, be careful. Yuan Rui hesitated for a moment, cursing angrily, damn it, attack. Over a dozen ability users reacted to the call, all activating their abilities at once. Fireball, Ice Spike, Steel Hardening, Mental Attack, Void Slash. With Wang Chen so close by, they were 100% sure they could kill him. He had almost nowhere to escape, yet there was no need to. At this moment, Wang Chen's face remained calm as a still pond, with a faint cold smile at the corner of his mouth. In the blink of an eye, nothing happened at all. The onlookers maintained their ability activation poses, but no abilities were unleashed. They resembled a group of teenagers in their edgy phase. The scene became somewhat awkward. What's going on? Why are my toes curling? Thought we were in for some action, turns out it's a big anticlimax, hard to judge, like a song without accompaniment, a bit terrible. Pfft, it's such a serious situation, maybe I shouldn't laugh, but I can't help it. What are they doing? Playing around? Yuan Rui and the others wore bewildered expressions. What's happening? Where are our abilities? Did we activate them incorrectly? Shouldn't have cursed. Yuan Rui shouted again, attack. Hearing this, they once again tried to activate their abilities with all their might. However, the result remained the same. Attack! Why are we all powerless? The atmosphere grew eerie as their baffled expressions seemed genuine. Yi Tian, who witnessed this scene, furrowed his brow in confusion. Yuan Rui, belatedly realizing, looked at Wang Chen with fear, his voice trembling involuntarily. It's you messing with us, isn't it? Wang Chen smirked, correct, your reward is to chat with the old lady. Before Yuan Rui could react, he turned livid, his face flushing red, as if someone was choking him, and he involuntarily knelt on the ground. I was wrong. Please spare me. but Wang Chen remained unmoved, still smiling at him. This continued for about 3 to 4 minutes until Yuan Rui fell silent, blood oozing from his 7 orifices. A few seconds later, the accomplices finally reacted. Ah, ghost! Run! However, the shop door closed before they could escape. Despite their pulling, kicking, and hammering, it remained unmoved. Damn it, it won't open. We're done. Wang Chen's expression turned indifferent as he watched these futile escape attempts. Then with a single thought, their bodies suddenly convulsed before collapsing. A family should be neat and tidy. In an instant, the air seemed to freeze, everyone dared not breathe, silently staring at Wang Chen. Before Wang Chen, over a dozen ability users were utterly defenseless, unable to even activate their abilities. What was even more terrifying was that Wang Chen, who had killed so many people, remained unfazed, as if it was just another ordinary day. Wang Chen's face showed satisfaction. Was this the power of his domain? Complete control over the store. Killing someone was just too easy. By controlling the airflow in the store, suffocation was inevitable, or by manipulating air pressure, one's organs could be crushed. Those in the same class as Wang Chen looked at him with unfamiliar eyes. Was this really the same weak presence of Wang Chen? It was as if he had been replaced by someone else, and someone incredibly strong at that. Especially Su Yao, who had just complained to Wang Chen, felt a wave of fear. Luckily he didn't hold it against me, thankfully. Yuan Rui's small group was left with one person. Former classmate, Zhao Li. Just now, he was positioned at the back, and he stopped immediately after his ability failed to activate. But Wang Chen seemed unwilling to let him go. Alright, what kind of death do you choose? Locked in by Wang Chen's icy gaze, Zhao Li, who thought he had escaped a disaster, felt a sudden tightness in his heart. Trembling, he said, Wang Chen, you go. I didn't do anything just now. How about you let me go? I'm not close to them. Before he could finish speaking, Wang Chen interrupted directly. But you were involved, that's undeniable. Hearing this, Zhao Li knelt down abruptly, tears streaming down his face. I know I was wrong. I was misled by them. Wang Chen shook his head, comforting softly. It's okay, it will be over soon. Your brothers are waiting for you on the way. At this moment, Linny stood up and advised, why not let it go, Wang Chen? We were all classmates once. Wang Chen raised an eyebrow. I knew the former goody two-shoes would step forward. But the classmates beside him didn't buy Lin Yi's words. What nonsense are you talking about, squad leader? Zhao Li usually bullies others with power, and now he's being bullied less? I say, Zhao Li deserves to die. Classmates? When they were about to act just now, why didn't you say we're classmates? Zhao Li is usually arrogant and domineering, pretending a lot. Yeah, that's right. These indignant words undoubtedly pronounced a death sentence for Zhao Li, who lowered his head in despair. But the next moment, he took a step forward and rushed towards Wang Chen in front of him. I'll bite a piece of flesh off you even if I die. However, at that moment, a dark figure suddenly flew in from the doorway and tackled Zhao Li to the ground. By the time everyone saw clearly, Zhao Li's head had been bitten to a pulp, red and white fluids flowing all over, revealing the core inside. Damn! Ugh! Su Yao retched. Luckily she hadn't eaten the buns she just bought, or she would have vomited for sure. Blackie kicked Zhao Li's core away, feeling a bit disgusted. The higher the level, the less effective these low-level cores are. So, F-grade cores, not even dogs eat them. Wang Chen looked at Blackie, covered in blood, arriving late for the rescue, feeling both amused and exasperated because there were already corpses everywhere outside. So he reprimanded, kill all the zombies outside. How can I do business with bodies lying at the door? Hurry up and clean up for me. Hearing this, Blackie hung his head low, thinking his master would praise him. It's really hard to serve. Then he left dejectedly to go outside and move the bodies. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but look outside, only to see piles of bodies stacked up, leaving them speechless. The zombie horde that almost killed us all was wiped out by a dog. These are mutant beasts? Liang Shu rubbed his eyes, surprised. It was the first time he had seen them after the apocalypse. Wang Chen shrugged, nonchalantly replied, it's just a dog I raised, nothing special. Everyone was speechless, indeed, for you. Yi Tian looked at Blackie in a daze, clenching his fists silently, his confidence severely shattered. Is this the future Beast King? Looks like I still have a long way to go. Floria, clean the ground. Yes, master. These two-dimensional characters also left everyone stunned, truly eye-opening. The remaining few people also sat on the sofa in the rest area, when Zhang Yingjing suddenly exclaimed, isn't this Yi Tian? Damn, I didn't notice earlier, you're still alive? Yi Tian's expression was indifferent, he politely nodded, but didn't feel like explaining further. He wasn't in a good mood right now, and his interaction with Zhang Yingjing was just a nod in the past. Later, he slowly got up, tactfully cleaned up the trash on the table,
then went to the weapon area to get some grenades and bullets, preparing to leave.
Weapon area?
Zhang Yingjing nudged Lin Yi next to him with his elbow. Squad leader, look, the weapon area, and just now Yi Tian came out with a bunch of grenades.
Could there be arms dealing going on?
With that, he got up to investigate.
Lin Yi set down his lunchbox, furrowing his brows slightly. It's unlikely. Huag strictly prohibits firearms.
Suya took a bite of a steamed bun and mumbled, if it were before, I wouldn't believe it either, but now that the apocalypse has arrived, what can happen?
Isn't that right, Xiao Xue?
After a moment, Zhang Yingjing's excited voice came through.
Damn! These are real guns, come quick! Ha! Let me see what's going on.
The texture is indeed authentic, just like the ones I used to play with at the shooting range.
But they shouldn't be cheap. We didn't have many crystal cores to begin with, and we gave them all to Yuan Rui and now they're with Wang Chen. Shoo, do you want to die?
Wang Chen, who could hear everything, chuckled dumbfoundedly at the words, but indeed, scaring a monkey by killing a chicken did save a lot of trouble. At this moment, Yi Tian arrived at the checkout counter with a pile of grenades and bullets, but while settling the bill, he happened to notice a new item in the display case.
Skill scroll. Wang Chen's lips curled slightly. Finally, this big customer noticed.
So he explained it to him with a smile.
After listening, Yi Tian couldn't help but widen his eyes. Such a great item.
Compared to abilities without corresponding attributes, it could still unleash special abilities.
A defensive skill is good, which is what he lacks the most right now. Wrap these up for me, please.
Alright, that will be 400 crystal coins in total. Please swipe your card.
Ding! Welcome back next time. Helia also cleaned the ground spotless, even collecting the crystal cores dropped by Yuan Rui and the others thoughtfully. Wang Chen looked at the pile of crystal cores on the counter, feeling a bit conflicted.
These were worth quite a few crystal coins, but as Jin Tiao had said, any crystal cores obtained through killing or looting within the shop area did not belong to commercial profit and would be confiscated. Since that was the case, he might as well take advantage of the situation and do a favor.
Coincidentally, Lin Yi and his group were also preparing to leave.
So, he first recharged the crystal cores into a payment card, a total of 800 crystal coins, entering his own little treasury.
Jin Tiao's resentful voice sounded, is it a bit presumptuous for the host to commit a crime in broad daylight?
Tiaozi, rest assured, I, Wang,
am absolutely not someone who breaks the law knowingly.
I just want to show some goodwill. Liang Shu packed up and shouted, it's time to go, everyone get ready. When everyone gathered around, he counted the numbers and couldn't help but sigh softly. There were 60 or 70 people when they came out, now only 10 remained, and the ones who died were among the strongest in their small team.
The chances of surviving in the apocalypse were even slimmer now. How many crystal cores do we have left?
Lin Yi shook his head, not a single one, all used to buy supplies. After saying that, a look of dejection appeared on his face. And the supplies we bought aren't much either. I really don't know how we'll face the more than 50 hungry people in the cafeteria later. Suyao patted Lin Yi's shoulder, comforting him, it's all because of those scumbags from Yuan Rui's group, but fortunately, they were killed by Wang Chen.
Yeah, it might not be a bad thing without them, at least we'll be more united than before.
We can tighten our belts and kill more zombies. With this shop here, we'll definitely survive.
Zhang Yingjing was also full of enthusiasm. Once we gather enough crystal cores, I'm definitely getting that Type 95 rifle. It's so damn cool.
Okay, let's work hard. If we don't eat or drink for a year, we should be able to save enough.
Ha ha ha. We're leaving, Manager Jiang. How about we go to the convenience store again? Maybe the zombies have dispersed by now.
Wait.
Wang Chen suddenly stopped them out of the blue. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but feel a bit anxious, fearing they might not be allowed to leave. Did we buy too much? Or did we offend someone with something we said?
They turned to look at Wang Chen, their eyes filled with confusion, panic, and despair.
Faced with the formidable Wang Chen, they couldn't muster any resistance.
Wang Chen slowly raised his hand and threw a card at them.
Ah!
Seeing this, they dodged as if they had seen dog poop, a comical sight. Take it, this is the crystal core of Yuan Rui and the others.
I've already topped up 800 crystal coins into your payment card. The group was stunned. Is this for us? Why?
Damn, I didn't want to, but if I don't do it this way, my gold bars will be confiscated, and I won't get any benefits at all.
At least now I can make some profit.
However, Wang Chen still showed a righteous expression. A gentleman loves money, but it must be earned in a proper way.
I've always regarded such ill-gotten gains as filthy.
Hearing this, the group first looked puzzled, then all showed grateful expressions.
Sir, you're truly righteous. This is truly a timely help. From now on, you're my brother, you. Thank you so much.
I misjudged you earlier. Your actions deserve great respect.
I adore you, brother you.
Wang Chen had a smile on his face that was as refreshing as a spring breeze, but in his heart, he was cunningly asking, how about it, Jin Tiao, this isn't breaking the rules, right?
Jin Tiao remained silent, using a clever tactic to leave them dumbfounded. You return the crystal core, specifically top it up into your own store's payment card, isn't that clearly meant for you to spend only here? Truly cunning. You can't be found on Baidu, but you're definitely on Sogu. You've really found a loophole in this, you're quite something. Liang Shu cautiously asked Wang Chen, can we buy some more things? Go ahead. Fuhu, I want to buy a gun now. Let's all choose some decent weapons. Buy more supplies. Bai Che, why the hell did you buy a book? Do you like eating book covers? I think this book is good.
Zhang Yingjing put down the rifle he had just bought and snatched the book. This book teaches you about the spiritual attributes of supernatural powers. What kind of junk book is this?
Buying this kind of book is worse than buying a gravure idol's photo book. Jin Tiao. So, he quickly looked at Wang Chen, brother you, can we still return this?
This book cost 50 crystal coins, a whole crystal core, which was not cheap for them.
Return what?
I bought this with my own saved crystal core, it's none of your business.
But still, you spendthrift. Wang Chen shook his head without further explanation, no returns for small businesses.
After that, he couldn't help but size up the glooming young man who seemed to lack presence.
Does he really have an eye for good things? Or is it a book on spiritual attributes of supernatural powers?
In this era of lacking knowledge about supernatural powers, the value of books explaining supernatural powers in the store was self-evident. There was a textbook that could fully understand supernatural powers and even teach you how to develop skills, almost like cheating. After everyone bought their supplies and left happily, Wang Chen, now free, grabbed some cooked food for himself, eating while checking the system store. They had sold quite a bit today. After restocking with a single click, the crystal core balance still showed 1768, although they hadn't spent all the crystal coins they had recharged, there wasn't much left. Even if it's a replenishment, it won't cost much crystal coins. Today can be considered a full pot of profit. The new skill scroll is good. Even Liang Shu, who was thrifty, couldn't help but buy one when he saw the sky-high priced scroll. After dinner, Wang Chen suddenly remembered about pricing. Jin Tiao, with so many items in the store, do I have to manually price each one? Jin Tiao explained, not that foolish, just open the store information interface, click on enter item price.
After entering, the corresponding price panel will appear under the item, displaying the item information as well. Wang Chen nodded, the system was as intelligent as ever. After Liang Shu and his group left the park carrying bags of supplies, although they bought a lot, it was still far from enough to feed over 50 people in the canteen. Therefore, they decided to try their luck at the convenience store they visited earlier, hoping to find some scraps. If they had enough supplies, it would be good, if not, they couldn't care less about the lives of so many people. Fortunately, there were hardly any zombies nearby, probably all taken care of by Wang Chen's black dog. Shall we go back first? We can barely carry all these supplies. Yes, if only we had a cart.
But it's getting late now, a round trip would take too much time, and it's too dangerous at night.
Liang Shu shook his head, took out the scroll he had just bought from his backpack.
No worries, luckily I was prepared early.
Bring me what you have.
At his words, everyone gathered around. Liang Shu opened the skill scroll and pointed it at the huge backpack, collect. In the blink of an eye, the backpack disappeared into thin air.
What the hell? What's going on? Is this the effect of this scroll? No wonder Wang Chen sold it for 100 crystal coins.
Liang Shu shook the scroll and explained with a smile, this is a spatial attribute skill scroll, with a space of 100 square meters inside, but it's one-time use only, with a time limit of just 1 day.
Suyao sighed softly, you have such a good thing and didn't bring it out earlier. My shoulders are killing me.
I thought you were also a spendthrift like Bai Che, buying things that can't be eaten.
Turns out it's a good thing. There are such magical things. Wang Chen is really extraordinary, Linny couldn't help but exclaim.
Liang Shu nodded, admitting, put everything in, let's hurry up and go back before dark. Turning the corner to the convenience store that almost killed them, they saw a small truck parked at the entrance, with many people coming in and out carrying things. The lookouts at the entrance also noticed Liang Shu and his group and hurried inside to report. Liang Shu glanced inside, seeing at least 20 people, both men and women, and said in a low voice, not good, let's go.
Zhang Yingjing was dissatisfied, why? We were here first.
Suyao also wrinkled her nose and echoed, yeah, we almost got wiped out for this. If it weren't for us triggering the alarm, it would have been them dead.
No time to explain.
As they spoke, 3 figures had already swiftly circled around to block their way from behind.
So fast. They were speed-type ability users, and at least E rank. Stop. Who are you people?
Damn it, they must be from the Black Snake Gang, trying to intercept our supplies.
We can't let them go back. This time, with Lan Jie here, they won't make it back.
Hearing this, Liang Shu's eyes lit up, quickly waving his hands to explain, no, we are students from Nanjian University. The remaining people also armed themselves and hurried over, surrounding them completely. Zhang Yingjing also saw several dark gun barrels pointed at them, feeling like a deflated balloon. It turned out that they also had guns. It made sense, there was a police station nearby, so having a few handguns was normal.
Students from Nanjian University? A pleasant voice sounded, and everyone quieted down. At that moment, a woman emerged from the crowd. She was tall and voluptuous, with long, lustrous black hair, fair and beautiful skin, and she was holding an orange cat in her arms. You said you are students from Nanjian University?
Yes, that's right. We are. The woman looked at their clear faces and believed they were telling the truth, so she smiled and said to Liang Shu and the others, "What a coincidence, I'm Chulan, also a graduate of Nanjian University, so I guess I'm your senior sister." With that, she waved her hand, prompting everyone to put down their weapons. Liang Shu breathed a sigh of relief at her words. Su Yao exclaimed excitedly, "So you're our senior sister, it's a small world." Chen Shui looked admiringly, an independent woman, so cool.
Chulan stroked the orange cat and asked, "Are all of you espers?"
Liang Shu was about to speak when Su Yao interjected, "Except for me, everyone else is, but their levels are low, only F rank."
Liang Shu couldn't help but show a speechless expression at Su Yao's candidness.
Shu Lan smiled and instructed the others to move the goods, then turned to Liang Shu and asked, "Tell me, how did you end up here?" Liang Shu quickly stopped Su Yao, who was about to blurt out, and roughly explained their experiences to Chu Lan. After listening, Chu Lan pondered for a moment, "So that's how it is, there's such a magical store around here, I must visit it someday." Her expression then turned hesitant, "But we also have many brothers, and these supplies are just a drop in the bucket." Liang Shu, who had been observing her reactions, quickly waved his hands, afraid of displeasing Chu Lan. It's okay, we bought a lot of food, everyone can tighten their belts, we should be able to last a day or two." Chu Lan looked at Liang Shu and his group, saying, "Let me give you some advice, your abilities are not enough to support those 50+ people, it's better to join my team." Many of them were moved by her words.
However, Lin Yi firmly refused, "If we stand united, we will find a way. Those people are our classmates, how can we give up on them so easily?"
Everyone looked at Liang Shu, clearly the backbone of the group.
Liang Shu remained silent.
Chu Lan sighed softly, not insisting, but patted Liang Shu on the shoulder. "When you figured it out, come find us.
Our base is in Building 9 of the Fulua residential area nearby."
Liang Shu nodded in thanks, struggling internally, well aware of the burden he carried. But as the president of the student council, he still felt a sense of responsibility. After bidding farewell to Chu Lan, they returned to the school grounds. Most of the zombies near the gate had been lured away by previous noises, so they had a smooth journey back. They entered the cafeteria through the back door. Upon hearing the noise, the people in the hall, desperate and hungry, stood up one after another, looking eagerly, welcoming them. However, they did not see Yuan Rue and the others, and Liang Shu and his group returned empty-handed, extinguishing the flicker of hope that had ignited.
Someone asked disappointedly, "Where are Yuan Rue and the others? Couldn't they find any supplies?"
Zhang Yingjing smirked, "Those posers Yuan Rue brought got themselves killed, so I declare that there will be no more exploitation here."
But they were not concerned about Yuan Rue. What about the food?
Liang Shu took out a scroll and pointed at the people. "Everyone line up, one by one, to receive a loaf of bread."
"That's great. I'm starving. Me first, give me some food." "Stop pushing, do you not know how to line up?"
"Why is there so little? It's not enough at all." Liang Shu and his group distributed the food and headed to the former kitchen of Yuan Rue. The remaining food was displayed on the table, and sighs echoed in the room.
"It's not enough at all.
We probably have to go out every day, or else there won't be enough food for so many people to eat."
If only there weren't so many people.
Seeing this, the kind-hearted Lin Yi wanted to offer some encouragement, but at that moment, the door was suddenly thrown open. A group of people stood at the doorway, gazing at the food on the table. Instantly, Liang Shu and the others felt the intertwining gazes of anger, jealousy, and greed.
"Liang Shu, you have so much food, can't you spare a piece of bread for us beggars?" "Yeah, what's the difference between you and Yuan Rue and the others? Why weren't you eating just now? You were hiding it, weren't you? I thought you were good people.
Enjoying so much food by yourselves, share a bit more with us.
Your lives as ability users matter, but ours don't?"
Faced with Yuan Rue's iron-fisted policies, they dared not resist, but in front of Liang Shu and his principled companions, the ugliness of human nature was revealed one by one. Liang Shu and the others, who were now being pointed at by everyone, stood frozen in place, momentarily unable to react. We worked so hard and took risks to get this food, just to feed you all, but instead of being grateful, you are suspicious and abusive. It's like putting a dagger in your brother's heart, pushing your brother aside. Linny was also taken aback for a moment, then quickly explained, "No, we are just planning the distribution of food for the future, trying to make it last a few more days for all of us to eat."
Linny, who would believe you saying that? Can't we plan together in front of everyone? Having to plan behind closed doors is clearly suspicious.
You have abilities, so you can go out every day to search for supplies.
Yeah, you have abilities, you should bear the responsibility. If I had abilities, I would go out too. Give us food, we want food. Let's all rush in and divide the food on the table. The people at the door started to push in, wanting to share the food on the table. At that moment, Zhang Yingjing roared, "Who dares?" At his words, the people at the door hesitated for a moment. "There are only 10 of them, let's all go together." "Damn it, let's do it. We're dead anyway."
They were like farmers with snakes, these people were simply bloodsuckers. Liang Shu and the others were completely disappointed in these people. Watching the crowd pushing in, Linny still held a glimmer of hope and hurried forward to stop them. "Don't do this, we need to stick together."
"Oh."
Before he could finish his sentence, Linny was punched and knocked to the ground.
"Damn."
Seeing their own being attacked, Zhang Yingjing, who was already holding back his anger, instantly exploded and punched the person charging at the front. The tremendous impact sent that person flying, crashing into the others behind. The person's head tilted, defeated. Some started it, and the other ability users followed suit, rising up to kill, unable to resolve the hatred in their hearts otherwise. After killing several people in a row, the remaining ones gradually calmed down, realizing the vast difference between ordinary people and ability users, and scattered in all directions to escape.
"Oh my god, they're killing people. Run, run."
For a moment, the kitchen fell silent. Damn, a bunch of wolves in sheep's clothing, heartless creatures.
Human nature can't withstand the test. Someone couldn't help but ask, "Linny, do you have anything else to say?" Linny shook his head, a touch of bitterness appearing at the corner of his mouth. Zhang Yingjing asked in a deep voice, "Let's not worry about them for now. What do we do now?" Liang Shu sighed, "What else can we do? We can't just kill them all, we can only seek refuge with Lan Jie. Should have done that earlier." "Agreed. I choose Lan Jie too, she is the one everyone looks up to."
Liang Shu pondered for a moment and said, "Then let's rest for a while, and leave tomorrow." At night, the lighting was poor, and he was worried about the danger of going out.
"Damn it, I feel sick just being around these people for one more second."
Tonight, everyone takes turns on duty. I'm first, then. As the sky gradually darkened, in the post-apocalyptic store, Wang Chen finally priced all the goods.
Suddenly, he remembered something.
"No, I completed the task with the gold bars, why hasn't the reward been issued yet?" The voice of the gold bars came late. "Task completed.
Reward has been automatically placed in the system backpack. Can you be more proactive and not make me remind you every time?"
At that moment, the sensor at the door suddenly sounded.
Ding! "Welcome." Wang Chen looked up and saw a ragged mother and daughter cautiously entering. Seeing the room full of food, they couldn't help but be stunned.
The daughter even crazily salivated, shaking her mother's arm non-stop. Wang Chen discreetly assessed them. The young woman had a voluptuous figure, still exuding charm, fair skin, well-maintained. She could definitely be considered a beauty, just that her clothes were a bit dirty.
Do you need anything, customers?" Wang Chen's voice brought them back to reality. The young woman excitedly said, "We want to buy things, I have money."
Wang Chen patiently explained, "The currency for transactions in this store is crystal coins, also known as crystal cores." The young woman hesitated. She had heard of crystal cores, something dropped by killing zombies, but as ordinary people, they didn't have any crystal cores.
"Can't we use money?"
Wang Chen shook his head. "Money is just a piece of paper now. I even find it disgusting to wipe my butt with it."
"Can you spare some for us? Just a little."
"Sorry, this is a store, not a charity."
"Mom, I'm hungry."
The daughter frowned, looking at the young woman with pleading eyes. The young woman glanced at Wang Chen's resolute face, as if making a difficult decision. "Better than those beasts from the Black Snake Gang." Gritting her teeth, she hesitantly said, "As long as you can take us in, I'll do
anything."
Hearing this, Wang Chen remained composed. "Sorry, auntie, I sell goods, not myself. A beauty of your level, selling yourself in the apocalypse, there are plenty like you, and for the price of a loaf of bread, they offer a full package."
"I've been there before. Want a long-term meal ticket? Dream on."
The young woman was dumbfounded, feeling as if she had been slighted.
"I'm a social elite, from childhood to adulthood. When have I ever endured such humiliation? Which man hasn't taken a second look at me? If you're not buying anything, please leave.
Seeing no progress, the young woman nudged her daughter's arm. The girl understood and approached, looking at Wang Chen with puppy eyes, coquettishly saying, "Brother, Meng Meng is hungry, can you give us something to eat?" The girl was delicate, like a porcelain doll, easily evoking protective instincts.
Wang Chen replied with a smile, "If Meng Meng is hungry, she can eat some grass. Dirt isn't tasty."
"Then I allow you to pluck some grass from my lawn, it'll taste good with it. Really, don't ask me how I know."
The girl. Sorry, Sigma men never fall into women's traps.
Seeing Wang Chen unmoved, the young woman started throwing a tantrum, lying on the floor with the girl. "No, you must take care of us, or we won't leave, you can even kill us, blood will splatter on the ground." But the next moment, they were thrown out by an external force, their buttocks intimately meeting the park's tiles.
Espers.
The young woman grimaced in pain, resentfully glancing at the store, and could only leave with the girl. Relentless, in this apocalyptic world where life is as fragile as grass, Wang Chen might really kill someone.
"Mom, I want to eat something." "It's okay, Meng Meng, we'll have something to eat soon."
After disappearing for a day, Haizi walked in, all dirty, wagging his tail at Wang Chen.
"You little guy know how to come back." Wang Chen glanced at its information panel, which had already reached C-class high level, just one step away from B-class. Wang Chen patted its head, praising, well done, well done. Since you've been working so hard to level up, I'll give you a chicken leg later." Woof woof.
As a C-class mutant beast, Haizi naturally understood and excitedly jumped around. Compared to meat and dog food, crystal nuclei were nothing, well, even worse than nothing. Of course, Haizi couldn't escape Freya's scrubbing.
During this time, Wang Chen opened the system backpack and took out the security robot.
A robot in a security uniform appeared out of thin air, looking a bit ordinary compared to the two-dimensional character Freya.
"I thought it would be Master Yi or someone like that. But in the store, I am absolutely invincible. The security robot is a bit redundant. Even if I go out later, can it match Haizi, who has the potential of a beast king? Gold bar, can this thing be sold as a commodity?"
Gold bar, yes, just need to adjust the program, but its strength will be greatly reduced once it leaves the store area.
Wang Chen nodded, fearing it would be too strong and restrict him. "Let me see the specific data after the weakening." A few seconds later, Gold bar provided the robot's data panel.
Name, Solar Security Robot Strength, 200 Speed, 200 Defense, 200. Wang Chen compared the data with Haizi's just now, finding that the strength and defense were not much different, but the speed was far behind.
However, Haizi was no ordinary mutant beast.
Being comparable in strength and defense was already very good. It should have the strength of a C-class high-level mutant beast, which should be worth at least 2,000 crystal coins. So, he placed the robot next to the cash register. Fulua District, the top floor of a building. The room's windows were tightly boarded up, the lighting dim with only a few candles illuminating the space. A young woman and her daughter were devouring the food on the table. Surrounding them were a group of fierce-looking men, their eyes shamelessly scanning the young woman's graceful figure. Seated at the head was a middle-aged man in a vest, his face pockmarked, but with a sturdy build, smiling at the young woman. "Zhang Yuan, if you had been so sensible earlier, you wouldn't have to starve.
Going out for a walk? Don't you feel that, brother, she treats you well?" Yeah. Do you know how many days we, brothers, have abstained from lust for you?"
"You left without a word, almost scared us to death."
"If you turn into a zombie, how can we still make a move? Ha ha. Zhang Yuan kept her head down, silent.
When they had eaten their fill, Zhang Yuan patted her daughter's head and whispered, "Meng Meng, go out and play.
Mom has something to do." "Okay." On the 8th day of the apocalypse, the entire Nanjiang city lost power and internet connection. Ordinary people could no longer receive any official information or communicate unless they had a satellite phone.
In the past, people dared not use air conditioning or electric lights, fearing that the sound and light would attract zombies' attention, but now it was simply impossible. When it was barely light outside, Wang Chen was awakened by Haizi's barking. He opened the curtains, turned off the air conditioning that had been on all night, and started his daily morning exercise routine. Push-ups, sit-ups, squats, to improve his physical fitness, and even bought a treadmill with crystal coins. Because the innate physical fitness of ability users was far inferior to zombies and mutant beasts. Unless you were a physical type ability user. Without abilities, an S-class ability user could easily crush a D-class mutant beast. The physical, defensive, speed, and strength values of an ordinary F-level Esper are 10, and can only increase by 10 points each time they level up. If a person who exercises regularly awakens an Esper, their initial values may be slightly higher. However, the initial values of an F-level zombie or mutant creature may be around 40 or 50. If it weren't for their low intelligence and tendency to charge forward mindlessly, humans would definitely be the first to go extinct. Fortunately, Esper abilities have a high ceiling and can be improved through training. After exercising, Wang Chen took a shower, went to the table to have breakfast, and everything was already prepared by Philia. Hazy had been impatiently circling under the table, but it dared not misbehave, as its owner's strength was undeniable. Wang Chen took out dog food from the space and filled its bowl with a large portion. While watching a drama, he ate breakfast. Although the internet was down in Nanjiang City, the store's Wi-Fi was still working as usual, as if external factors couldn't affect the store. Life was so comfortable that I almost forgot I was living in the apocalypse. After leisurely finishing breakfast, Wang Chen, dressed in pajamas and red slippers, went downstairs to open the store, while Hazy went out for a walk as usual. Despite biting Wang Chen's pants several times, wanting him to accompany it outside, Wang Chen, out of caution, firmly refused. Firstly, it was too hot outside without air conditioning, and secondly, Wang Chen would be on edge and fearful outside the store due to his insufficient strength. Wang Chen always believed in a saying, "The world is beautiful, but without strength, don't show off," which was the trick he had used to survive for over 30 years in his previous life. Moreover, there will always be someone better, and the world is vast. If another system holder were to appear, I would be in trouble. Hazy's current strength was not at its peak, and it had revealed its Esper information too early, which, although it had boosted the store's development, also brought about unknown butterfly effects. Well, let's talk about going out later. The store is so comfortable anyway. Philia, bring me a bottle of cola. Wang Chen lay comfortably in the gaming chair behind the cash register, sipping a cold drink and checking his personal information. Store manager, Wang Chen physical strength, 100 strength, 80 speed, 50 store level, F intermediate, 0/1000, crystal coin balance, 1760 Esper, space Esper level, D intermediate, 600 out of 800. Wang Chen decided not to rush upgrading his Esper but to first raise the store level to see if he could offer some useful products to increase its appeal. Chaozi, upgrade the store for me. A few seconds later, the prompt sound of a gold bar rang out, upgrade successful, unlock product, various daily necessities. Wang Chen. Liang Shu and his group hurriedly left the university town early in the morning. Killing zombies on the roadside, collecting crystal cores, they headed towards Chulin's Fulua district. Damn, having a silenced gun makes it easy, but it's a bit expensive. Zhang Yingjing played with me, you have an Esper and still want to use a gun. Upon reaching the entrance of the residential area, the sight of numerous zombies roaming inside shocked them. If they entered recklessly, they would be serving breakfast to the zombies. It seems like there are no living people here, right? Could it be that Lan Jie deceived us? Liang Shu furrowed his brows. It's not impossible, after all, who would give out their home address right after meeting someone? Just as everyone was at a loss, a window in a nearby apartment building was gently opened. Subsequently, figures jumped out, observed the surroundings, and then stealthily climbed over the wall. Seeing this, everyone hastily raised their weapons, held their breath, looking as if facing a formidable enemy. Because this group of people were all unfamiliar faces, and they didn't look like good guys at first glance. They must be the Black Snake Gang that Lan Jie mentioned yesterday. Thinking of this, Liang Shu couldn't help but tighten the weapons in his hands. There were more than 20 people in front of them, and their intuition told them that all these 20-some people were ability users. If a fight broke out, they wouldn't stand a chance. The members of the Black Snake Gang also noticed them and were startled, almost cursing out loud. Hey, can't you make a sound? A bunch of people suddenly appeared in our sight, quite scary, we thought they were zombies. Damn, scared the hell out of me, what's all this about? Never seen them before, probably not from Chulan's group. Diao, what should we do? Should we kill them? A man with a scruffy face looked at the tense faces of Liang Shu and the others and shook his head. Our main task this time is to find supplies. If we make a big fuss, we'll attract the zombies over here. True, those few fools are as poor as church mice, they have nothing valuable on them, so let's not waste our energy. Damn bad luck. Seeing the members of the Black Snake Gang gradually moving away, Liang Shu wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and muttered, thank goodness the supplies are all in the spatial scroll, or we would have been done for today. Zhang Yingjing and the others clenched their fists in silence. They were too weak, their lives were at the mercy of others, survival of the fittest. Linny pondered for a moment and said, Lan Jie and the others probably came out in the same way, maybe their unit building is on the edge of the community. Let's circle around the outskirts of the community. Found it. Building 9 is indeed on the edge. Su Yao exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the towering unit building in front of them. The group climbed over the wall cautiously, but faced with closed windows, they were at a loss.
Just then, the window opened from the inside, revealing a pretty face. It was Chulan.
Our people have been watching you from above for a long time. We thought it was the Black Snake Gang causing trouble again. Hearing this, Suyao quickly waved her hands. No, we're here to seek refuge with you, Lan Jia.
Chulan smiled, then jumped out of the window and looked at Liang Shu, asking, have you figured it out?
Liang Shu nodded gently and briefly recounted the experience in the cafeteria.
Damn, they're really despicable.
If it were me, these people wouldn't see the light of day. You guys are still too soft.
Liang Shu sighed softly.
Chulan held an orange cat in her arms and smiled at everyone. Welcome to join us. Hearing this, Liang Shu and the others couldn't help but show gratitude. Since there are no supplies nearby, we are now preparing to go to that end of the world store you mentioned. New team members, please lead the way for us.
No problem.
Along the way, Chulan introduced everyone one by one. With you guys joining us, we now have 56 ability users and 4 ordinary people.
Liang Shu raised an eyebrow. You also have ordinary people?
Chulan smiled, of course, but they are not useless people who only eat and drink.
Hearing this, Suyao couldn't help but look dejected. Why am I not an ability user?
As a result, Chulan hugged her and rubbed her. Suyao, you're so cute. Being a mascot isn't bad either.
Lan Jia, woo-woo. Someone asked a sensitive question. What about the distribution of crystal nuclei?
Chulan answered seriously, for efficiency reasons, if we kill high-level zombie crystal nuclei, they must be handed over, first to help the highest-ranked ability user in the team level up. This way, high-level ability users can easily deal with low-level zombies, obtain crystal nuclei, and help some low-level ability users level up.
As for low-level crystal nuclei like F-grade, we'll split them evenly.
Liang Shu nodded at this. Such efficiency was indeed high, so he couldn't help but look at Chulan a bit more. As the team leader, Chulan's strength should undoubtedly be the strongest. Chulan seemed to have guessed something and said with a smile, the highest rank in our team is D-level low tier, but it's not me, it's Xiaoju. With that, she raised the dozing orange cat in her hand. Hearing this, Liang Shu glanced at the harmless orange cat and thought she was joking. The roar of a car engine sounded, and Wang Chen turned to see an off-road vehicle parked at the entrance, from which a burly middle-aged man with a dark and resolute face came down. He was dressed in a green training suit, camouflage pants, military boots, holding a hunting rifle, and kept sizing up Wang Chen through the glass. Seeing that Wang Chen showed no intention of driving him away, the middle-aged man limped his way inside.
Ding, welcome.
Feeling the cool air inside the store, the middle-aged man felt a lightness in his body, the fatigue swept away, and couldn't help but exclaim, there's even air conditioning here. It's worth noting that the entire Nanjiang city was without power, yet here it was brightly lit, even running air conditioning luxuriously. Originally thought to have a few batteries, but they had at least several generators.
Wang Chen glanced at the middle-aged man's analysis data, somewhat surprised to find he was just an ordinary person.
However, his physical values were astonishingly high, far exceeding the norm. No wonder he dared to go out alone. This guest, our store accepts crystal coins exchanged with crystal cores. With that, he pointed to the exchange table at the counter.
The middle-aged man snapped back, nodding quickly and pointing to the off-road vehicle outside. Things from zombie heads? I have them, in the car. Looking at the array of goods in the store, the middle-aged man swallowed nervously and politely asked Wang Chen, store manager, may I have a look?
Feel free. With a positive response, the middle-aged man couldn't stop marveling like a country bumpkin in a grand sight. Regular supermarkets and convenience stores had long been looted of supplies after the apocalypse. Encountering such a well-stocked store was a first. The key was, with so many supplies and such a clean store, why was no one coveting it? The only explanation was that the store manager was definitely not ordinary, most likely an Esper. Thinking this, he sighed slightly, regretting his bad luck for not awakening any abilities. The middle-aged man grabbed a shopping basket and briskly headed to the food section, a delicious aroma wafting towards him. Cooked food. But at that moment, he suddenly stopped in his tracks because his constantly twitching nose caught a familiar scent, more enticing than the nearby food. It was a faint smell of gun oil lingering in the air. He looked at the sign indicating the weapons area, his steps involuntarily quickening, his excitement hard to contain. It had been over a decade, he couldn't be wrong. The full view of the weapons area revealed, the middle-aged man trembling yet skillfully picked up a Type 95 assault rifle, overflowing with joy. As a retired soldier, he was certain this was definitely real, and fully equipped, even with a silencer. There were even squad machine guns, Type 79 submachine guns, hand grenades, and even
Type 88 sniper rifle.
The middle-aged man couldn't help but exclaim, this was his old friend. He had lost count of how many times he had been amazed today. At the same time,
he felt very puzzled. Why would this seemingly ordinary store sell firearms? Firearms were prohibited in Huagua. Jiang Quan shook his head, overthinking was useless. Then, he continued to look at the other shelves, to see what heavy items were available. Unconsciously muttering to himself, AK, Desert Eagle, Barrett Heavy Sniper, M16, Uzi, MP5K, water guns, air guns. Jiang Quan's mouth twitched slightly. It was truly a one-stop shop, but was it a bit presumptuous to have water guns here? It really is the Greek god of firearms. Although the price is a bit high, just glanced at the exchange table, it shouldn't be a problem to get a few guns and boxes of bullets. Then he looked at his old hunting rifle and thought to himself, with a handy gun, dealing with zombies would be much easier. In the future, he would be able to obtain more crystal cores, coupled with the supplies from this store, survival would at least not be difficult. A few minutes later, Jiang Quan carried a shopping basket in each hand, one filled with food and the other with firearms and ammunition. Carefully placing the items in front of the cashier, he then brought a military backpack from the car. Pouring out all the crystal cores from the backpack, there were no less than 30 F-grade crystal cores, which made Wang Chen's eyes light up. Ding, recharge 1,600 crystal coins. A melodious voice. Ding, this transaction costs 1050 crystal coins, balance payment of 550 from the card. Hearing this, Jiang Quan couldn't help but nod, finding it even cheaper than he had thought. At the same time, he sneakily glanced at Wang Chen. Seeing his calm expression made Jiang Quan breathe a sigh of relief. These things were invaluable outside, in the post-apocalyptic world where food diminishes with every bite. Ensuring fair prices was commendable. The shopkeeper's original intention must have been to warm others' hearts. Truly a breath of fresh air in the apocalypse. Jiang Quan packed the items on the counter into the backpack one by one, inadvertently noticing a security robot on the side, priced at 2,000 crystal coins. This made his eyes widen. Comrade shopkeeper, what's the deal with this security uniform? Why is it so expensive? Security uniform? We don't sell security uniforms in our store, do we? Looking at the security robot on the side, Wang Chen suddenly remembered something and couldn't help but say, "Can you please read the product description properly?" Hearing this, Jiang Quan finally noticed the product details below the price and suddenly realized. It turned out that the one wearing clothes was not a humanoid model. Feeling embarrassed, he scratched his head and chuckled. Didn't see that, sorry, it's mainly because the things in your store are too amazing, Wang Chen waved his hand and explained, you know, this robot is the treasure of our store. If it weren't for being tight on funds recently, I wouldn't have sold it. Hearing this, Jiang Quan's curiosity was piqued. Is there a story behind it? Wang Chen smirked, then vividly recounted, oh, there's definitely a story, this thing has saved my life. And these skill scrolls, they are lifesavers, can save you at critical moments. With it, you're like half a superhuman. With Wang Chen's enthusiastic description, Jiang Quan was left dumbfounded, making him reassess this store. In the past, as a staunch materialist, Jiang Quan would never have believed in such supernatural things. But now that the apocalypse had arrived, what couldn't happen anymore? Alright, I'll buy a few more scrolls. As for the robot, comrade shopkeeper, can you reserve it for me? I'll definitely buy it within 7 days. Hearing this, Wang Chen showed a reluctant expression, but under Jiang Quan's persuasion, he reluctantly agreed. But inside, he was overjoyed. Don't worry, most people can't afford it. This big bait is only for big fish like you. Jiang Quan also bought a few offensive skill scrolls, thinking to himself that he should kill zombies more diligently in the future, and seize the terrifying robot described by Wang Chen as soon as possible. Just as Jiang Quan was about to leave, he suddenly saw a neatly arranged row of cigarette boxes behind Wang Chen. His expression froze instantly. Unbelievable. They actually sell cigarettes here. In the apocalypse, this was the most irreproducible item among irreproducible resources. Without hesitation, he trembled and said, Shopkeeper, a pack of cigarettes, please. Wang Chen chuckled and took out a red packaged cigarette box. No Huazi, how about a cigarette? Just one word difference, should be about the same. The middle-aged man asked, cigarette? Ding, welcome back next time. Jintao said, the host's bewitching technique is truly top-notch. Such expensive things actually have buyers. Wang Chen shrugged and explained, it's just a sales tactic. If you want to sell a product, you need to understand what your customers need to spark their inner desires. People like Jiang Quan, who haven't awakened any abilities and even have a slight limp, no matter how good their physical condition is. In this terrifying tide of the apocalypse, they are no different from a candle in the wind, a lamp in the rain, easily extinguished. If he wants to survive, he must rely on external help, and I happen to have what he needs. So, you could say it's a kind of opportunity for him. With so many crystal coins, What if he's in a hurry to achieve something and gets caught by a high-level zombie? Hearing this, a hint of indifference flashed in Wang Chen's eyes. Then it's none of my business.
Our customer base is not just him, there will be others in the future. At that moment, a group of people suddenly entered the store, most of them unfamiliar faces. Shu Lan and her group looked around at the decorations in the store, showing expressions of disbelief.
Zhang Yingjing waved to Wang Chen, "Brother, we're here to stock up."
After Wang Chen's previous good deed, Liang Shu and the others felt nothing but gratitude and respect towards him.
Wang Chen nodded politely and looked at Shu Lan and her group's backpacks, sensing the aura of crystal cores. Since they were here, why not bring a gift? Zhang Yingjing and the others skillfully picked up a box of cooked food to pay, then sat directly on the sofa in the rest area to enjoy the food. The air was filled with fragrance, tempting the members of Chu Lan's team. However, none of them made a move, all looking at Chu Lan as if asking for permission, even the orange cat in her arms. After receiving a positive response, they began to act. "Boss, give me a card." "Me too, where's the crystal core?" "Bring mine out."
"Eating a box of food will cost me a third of a crystal core, damn, it's delicious."
"I want to eat. Let's put off upgrading for now."
"Boss, give me a pack of cigarettes, any kind will do as long as it's smokable, hurry." Shu Lan looked at the store filled with goods, pondering as she glanced at Wang Chen.
Unable to resist, she bought 2 boxes of food.
At that moment, Wang Chen was happily swiping the card machine, another profitable day.
When he was about to pick up his phone to watch a drama, Shu Lan, holding the cat, came to the counter and asked softly, "Hey handsome, what should I call you?"
Wang Chen looked up at Shu Lan's charming face and smiled, "Just call me the store manager."
"Is there something you need?"
Shu Lan went straight to the point and asked, "Can you tell us, store manager, where do you get your supplies from?"
Wang Chen directly refused, "I can't." Hearing this, Shu Lan was momentarily stunned by the straightforward rejection. But it made sense. How could he reveal such confidential information to a stranger he just met? She had just taken a quick look around the store and found that most of the things Liang Shu mentioned were indeed available, with a wide range of supplies in ample quantities. And there was even electricity supply here. As the team leader, she couldn't help but have thoughts of looting. After all, this was the apocalypse, with more wolves and less meat. However, Wang Chen was described by Liang Shu and the others as having all sorts of exaggerated abilities, like mind-killing, smiling assassins, inability to use abilities in a domain, and being a god in charge of abilities. This made her hesitate and doubt a bit. Was this man in front of her really that strong? It seemed like Liang Shu and the others, inexperienced young people, were exaggerating.
It must be some kind of peculiar ability. As long as one had abilities, there would be flaws. Moreover, it's just a few E-level espers to deal with, and my little orange at home is a D-level, so it should be even easier to handle them.
Wang Chen didn't know what the beauty in front of him was thinking, but why was she just staring at him without saying anything? Pretending to be a pro?
At this moment, a black dog walked in slowly, like a triumphant warrior returning from battle. Blackie glanced at the orange cat, his eyes full of disdain, then walked straight to Wang Chen's side to show off. This glance frightened the orange cat, who shrank in Shu Lan's arms trembling. This was the pressure from a superior. The difference between each Esper level was like a huge gap, not to mention crossing 2 levels. At a glance, Wang Chen saw that Blackie was already a B-level Esper, with a speed of leveling up that was definitely unparalleled.
"Add chicken legs for tonight, add 2 more. Woof woof." Blackie lay at Wang Chen's feet, acting cute.
But to others, it was not the case. Whether it was because of recent good food or the post-apocalyptic virus, Blackie's shoulder height had grown to over a meter, with long and strong limbs, and a cold, murderous look in his eyes. From the moment Blackie entered, everyone felt a sense of danger and wildness. Shu Lan on the side felt it even more deeply.
It's an Esper. Judging from the orange cat's reaction, this black dog's level far exceeded that of the orange cat, at least a C-level. C-level Esper. They had never seen one before. Could this be the foundation on which the man in front of them stood?
Holding the trembling orange cat in her arms, Shu Lan's eyes were full of helplessness.
Both being Espers, why was the difference so huge?
At the same time, she was somewhat relieved that she hadn't acted impulsively, or her whole team wouldn't have been enough to handle it.
Manager, will the store be relocating in the future?
Hearing this, Wang Chen pondered for a moment and said, "I don't have that plan for now, so it shouldn't, right?"
"Okay, thank you." Shu Lan turned and left, with an idea in her mind.
Seeing Lan return, the members of the team looked up at her, only to see Chu Lan shaking her head. A hint of bitterness appeared at the corner of her mouth. Little Orange is not on the same level as it. Hearing this, the others also felt a bit disappointed. Little Orange's strength was evident to all, extremely fast, often defeating enemies in one move, not giving others time to react. In their neighborhood, he was always unmatched, otherwise, they wouldn't have given a rare crystal core to an esper. This D level was hard-earned by everyone, accumulating bit by bit with crystal cores. They thought they could walk sideways in this area, but they were unexpectedly outplayed by a black dog, too scared to show their heads.
Who wouldn't be upset about this?
Liang Shu, who was eating a boxed meal, seemed to have heard something and frowned, wondering why we just joined you and you're in such a hurry to seek death.
Angering Wang Chen, those of us who lead the way are bound to be affected. I've repeatedly reminded you to follow the rules before coming. So now.
Chu Lan waved her hand, eat, drink, shop, and build a good relationship with the manager.
Since we can't solve everything at once, doing some business is not a bad idea. The items in the store can be bought with crystal cores, and the prices are acceptable.
Then she turned to Liang Shu and said, remember to buy more scrolls for storing things, and how many crystal cores are considered team funds? Although puzzled, Liang Shu complied. When everyone had prepared the supplies, they found that it was still early outside, scorching hot, making it difficult for them to step out of the store.
Someone suggested, Sislan, why don't we leave later?
Yes, it's so hot outside, going out rashly will kill us. Every time we search for supplies, it takes at least half a day, but today was much faster.
However, Chu Lan, who was usually understanding, reprimanded them unusually. It was just as hot when we came. Why didn't I hear any complaints from you then? This time we used crystal cores to buy things. I ask you all, do you still have crystal cores in your pockets? Have you all stopped leveling up? Haven't you noticed that the zombies outside are getting harder to kill?
Their levels are increasing, while we are standing still.
Sooner or later, we will all go from being hunters to being hunted. Wang Chen couldn't help but look at the little girl with admiration.
Having joined countless teams in his past life, Wang Chen knew clearly that this was a motivational speech from the captain. Obviously, the pressure from the dark forces gave her a sense of crisis. If they didn't improve the team's strength, they would eventually be swallowed by the tide of the apocalypse. Hearing this, everyone felt ashamed. Su Yao, a fangirl, was the first to stand up in support and walked outside.
Lan is right. In the apocalypse, those with abilities are like sailing against the current. If you don't advance, you retreat. There will always be someone leading the way. Why can't it be us?
Liang Shu glanced at Su Yao, inwardly commenting on her obvious flattery.
She wasn't even an ability user, so why was she speaking so passionately?
However, others echoed her sentiments and shouldered their backpacks. The group slowly departed under the scorching sun. The shop instantly became quiet, with only one person, one dog, and one system left inside. Wang Chen happily opened the system store, restocked with a single click, and still had 2,560 crystal coins left in balance, indicating they had saved quite a few in the card.
But after deducting the restocked crystal coins, they could still earn a net profit of 2,300.
This payment card mechanism allowed the crystal cores to be transferred to their treasury as soon as the customer recharged. However, the downside was not knowing exactly how much they earned, deducting the restocking price based on the customer's purchases in the future. Back at the Fuluwa residential area, Chu Lan assigned rooms to the new team members, then gathered everyone for a meeting. To facilitate our future supply of resources, I've decided to relocate the base. At this, the group erupted in surprise.
Lan, with so many zombies outside, where can we go? Chu Lan's tone was firm.
The park. Liang Shu nodded in agreement. It's close to the store, has fewer zombies and mutant beasts, and the open terrain is ideal for setting up a camp. Then his tone changed.
But aside from the difficulty of the construction, what about building materials? Where can we get them in the apocalypse?
Chu Lan chuckled, explaining, we have 3 earth element ability users in our team who can control soil and rocks, and one who used to be in engineering.
Then there's no problem. Liang Shu slapped his head, realizing he had forgotten about the abilities. His thinking was still stuck in the pre-apocalyptic era.
Night had fallen in the dim room of the Fuluwa residential area. 4 naked men sat around playing cards. On the messy bed beside them lay a woman covered in bruises and bite marks, her eyes vacant and numb.
No one knew what she had been through.
At that moment, Diaogu, who had gone out to search for supplies, nervously entered the room. Looking at a middle-aged man, he weakly said, I'm sorry, Brother Shi, I couldn't find any supplies today. At his words, the air in the room seemed to freeze, silence enveloping them.
The middle-aged man with a pockmarked face spoke coldly, You didn't find any? Then why did you come back?
Diaogu hurriedly explained, Brother Shi, I checked all the nearby supermarkets and stores, but everything was looted.
I really couldn't find anything. I didn't ask for your reasons, I asked why you came back.
At this, the others quickly intervened.
Brother Shi, indeed there are no supplies nearby. Even Lao Wu couldn't find anything.
Yes, we can only search in distant places, but there are more zombies there. Today,
Ah Biao definitely didn't bring enough manpower.
Su Biao quickly added, we didn't find food, but the brothers killed many zombies and brought back a lot of crystal cores. She thought about it and realized that other areas were densely populated with zombies, including some high-level ones. Even for a mid-level D-grade esper like him, it would be a bit tricky to go there.
Let's all brainstorm and see if there's a way.
For a moment, everyone fell silent. Just as everyone was at a loss, the young woman Jiang Yuan on the bed suddenly spoke in a hoarse voice, I know where there are supplies. Everyone turned to look at her.
But you have to promise that my daughter and I will get a share.
Hearing this, she said with a hint of playfulness, naturally, go on. Jiang Yuan endured the pain and slowly sat up, her eyes filled with resentment.
If it weren't for that shopkeeper, if he could have taken us in, how could I have been violated by a few goblins?
If I end up like this, you won't have it easy either. A shop run by an esper.
She muttered.
He couldn't understand why someone would open a shop in the apocalypse with shortages of resources and dangers everywhere.
Su Biao volunteered immediately, wanting to make amends.
I'll go and make sure to bring back all the supplies.
Shi De nodded, his gaze sharp, remember to bring some backup.
If that person doesn't cooperate, deal with them and bring back the crystal core.
I'll go too. Xiao Yuan, what are you going for? Can you even get out of bed tomorrow?
Just mud and rock houses. They're not strong enough in the long run.
From a long-term perspective, indeed, they're not enough.
The zombies and mutant beasts will only get stronger in the future.
Chulan suggested, Liang Shu's ability is to control steel, right? How about we use reinforced concrete?
With that, he looked at Liang Shu and the engineering graduate named Du Feng. Du Feng stroked his chin and said, it's worth a try. But Liang Shu shook his head, leaving aside whether we have enough materials. I can only control steel in a simple way for now. I haven't figured out how to condense a large amount of steel or make steel fold and deform. There's a steel market nearby, maybe there are ready-made materials inside.
Maybe. Du Feng pursed his lips, uncertain.
At this moment, Bai Che spoke up unusually, I suggest Liang Shu buy a book like this, the teachings inside are comprehensive. With that, he showed the book in his hand to everyone.
They gathered around. Teaching you how to learn esper abilities. Ha ha ha.
Zhang Yingjing mocked, Bai Che, I've told you before, these books are just like those martial arts manuals sold for 5 yuan on the roadside when we were kids, they're useless, all nonsense.
Don't ask me how I know, I've been through it.
As he spoke, his eyes dimmed. He had bought over a dozen manuals from a supposed master back then and almost set out to wander the world. Later, he found out the man was a fraud, promising extraordinary skills and talents.
This is really useful, my esper ability was developed based on this book. Bai Che retorted.
Liang Shu also looked skeptical. Bai Che, where did you buy it?
From?
I bought it at the Apocalypse store, along with other esper books.
Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Shu Lan took a look and saw the author. Jin Tiao. Was this some kind of success guru?
But since it was from the store, Shu Lan roughly flipped through it. She found the language to be scientific and detailed, even including exercises for esper abilities.
It felt enlightening. Shu Lan's eyes lit up. She turned to Bai Che and asked eagerly, tell me about your mental attribute esper ability. My esper ability is mental daze. On page 15 of the book, it can briefly stun a person. I'll test it on a guinea pig.
With that, Bai Che patted the melancholic Zhang Yingjing beside him. Just as Zhang Yingjing looked up, he suddenly froze, his face blank and eyes vacant.
This lasted for about 5 seconds before Zhang Yingjing snapped out of it. Who am I? Where am I? Liang Shu quickly asked, what did you just feel?
I felt like my brain was completely blank, as if it had been unloaded, Zhang Yingjing said, looking bewildered. Hearing this, everyone fell silent, some surprised at the incredible display of power. This ability is too terrifying, just a few seconds of being dazed like that could already kill a person. Zhang Yingjing, pale-faced, looked at Bai Che and said, Xiao Che, no, brother Che, Yushin, I admit I spoke too loudly, please don't use illusions on me again. Shulan found it hard to believe why Wang Chen would have such a book for sale.
If he was just an ordinary student before the apocalypse, she wouldn't believe it no matter what. Could it be that he came from the future, or he predicted the apocalypse? This shop already had too many astonishing aspects, and it was terrifying to think about. Seeing how extraordinary this book was, everyone eagerly came forward to read it. Damn, does that mean there's also a textbook for my ability?
Reading this book could save me 10 years of trial and error.
Do other places have such books too? This feels like cheating.
The shopkeeper is truly remarkable. Bai Che, you rascal, if the shop had such a good thing, why didn't you say so earlier? I see now that your eyes have been glued to this book every day, turns out you were immersed in it. Liang Shu pushed his glasses and said excitedly, in that case, let's look for books about our own abilities tomorrow, and the construction of the camp should be no problem. Seeing everyone full of confidence and enthusiasm, Chu Lan smiled gently. The next day, Wang Chen opened the shop as usual, but He didn't go out for a walk as usual. He lay on the ground looking content. Wang Chen lay comfortably in his chair, holding a cup of hot coffee, squinting at He by his feet, lecturing in an old-fashioned manner. He, born in hardship, dies in ease. When I was your age, I never enjoyed a single good day. Don't think that just reaching B rank means you can slack off. There are always bigger fish in the sea. Hearing this, He rolled his eyes in a human-like manner, shook his dog head, and refused to budge from the ground. Wang Chen was puzzled. He used to be very active. Could it be that his rapid rank advancement made the low-grade crystal cores of ordinary creatures less useful to He? After all, a B-rank mutant beast, even in the late stages of the apocalypse, had the ability to dominate a region, let alone now, just the 9th day of the apocalypse. Soon, the sound of a car engine roared. Wang Chen turned to see a large truck parked not far away, followed closely by several zombies. Then, the back of the truck opened, and a dozen or so men jumped out, quickly dealing with several F-rank zombies. Another customer? Business seems to be booming these days. A lean young man looked towards the shop, excitedly saying to the stubbled man beside him, "Biao, there really is a shop, so many supplies. Looks like there's a fool who opened a shop. Does he really want to do business with us? Ha ha ha. Could it be that because there are fewer zombies in this area, he's still living in the pre-apocalyptic era?" Su Biao seemed rough but was actually very meticulous, stroking his beard and murmuring, "I'm afraid there's a trap," or he has absolute confidence in his own strength. So what if there's a trap? We have 16 brothers, 16 against 1, I really can't think of a reason to lose. Su Biao shook his head, unexpectedly cautious. He had already disappointed Boss Shi once before and couldn't allow any mishaps, or his position in the gang would be at risk. So he ordered the lean young man, Mosquito, go scout it out. Upon hearing this, the Mosquito swallowed nervously. He was just a big talker, always shouting slogans at the forefront but lagging behind when it came to action. However, under pressure of his identity, he had to muster up the courage to step forward. The Mosquito cautiously entered the shop, feeling invigorated as the air conditioning inside dispersed the summer heat. "Welcome," a sensor beeped, startling the Mosquito. After a few seconds, everything seemed fine. Damn it, my life is like walking on thin ice. Wang Chen couldn't help but look puzzled. Where did this fool come from? Can I help you? The Mosquito remained silent, scanning the surroundings. Besides the astonishing amount of goods, there was nothing unusual, just a man and a dog. So, he cheerfully shouted to the people outside, "Biao, it's just a man and a dog, let's take them down." Upon hearing this, a dozen men rushed in. "We hit the jackpot, so many goods, we're in luck, brothers. Wow, cigarettes. With so many, we can have a good meal this time. And electricity, the air conditioning feels so comfortable. It smells good. Where is that aroma coming from?" Their intentions of robbery were evident in their voices, as if victory was assured. Seeing this, Blackie stood up alertly, his cold gaze making everyone uneasy, feeling like prey under a hunter's watch. Wang Chen sighed slightly, knowing the floor would soon be dirty. The Mosquito also grew confident, pointing at Blackie and saying, "What are you looking at, you beast? I'll make you tomorrow's meal. Dog meat hot pot, great idea." Blackie's fur bristled, he crouched down, growling softly, but without Wang Chen's command, he didn't make any reckless moves. At that moment, Jiang Yuan walked in unsteadily, each step causing pain in her hips. She looked at Wang Chen arrogantly and said, "Do you remember me, boss?" Wang Chen noticed the bite marks and bruises on her skin, sensing something amiss with the woman's body. He couldn't help but feel skeptical. "Do you remember me? I don't recall visiting a brothel." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuan's face turned pale with resentment towards Wang Chen deepening. "I asked you to shelter me and my daughter before, but you kicked us out. If it weren't for you, how could I have sold myself for glory?" Wang Chen finally remembered and calmly asked, "So, you've come back for revenge? How does it feel? Regretful? It's too late now. Today you and your pathetic shop will be done for. If you kneel down and beg me, I'll make your death quick, or else I'll torture you to death." Just because I didn't lend a helping hand? Wang Chen remained composed. Thinking of the humiliation she endured, Jiang Yuan suddenly let out a hysterical scream. "It's all your fault for not having a kind heart. It's all your fault. Indeed, hell hath no fury like a woman scorned." "Enough, Jiang Yuan, stop the nonsense, the brothers are starving." Su Biao, observing Wang Chen's calm demeanor, felt a growing unease. After a few seconds of contemplation, he said to Wang Chen in a serious tone, "We're only after wealth, leave now, and we can spare your life."
Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuan immediately became unsettled, but Biao. Su Biao rudely interrupted, scolding, "You have no say in this, who do you think you are?" If this person in front of him didn't have some strength, how could he dare to run a shop in this dangerous post-apocalyptic world? They say not to push a desperate man. He didn't want to provoke Wang Chen, or he might end up as his next meal. Wang Chen shook his head and bluntly stated, "You guys are the ones who should leave if anyone. This is my shop." Upon hearing this, the already disgruntled crowd couldn't sit still. "Damn, ungrateful fools, Biao is already showing you mercy by telling you to get lost. I can't stand Biao Gu anymore. This kid has really crossed the line. You don't think you can take on 10 of us, do you? Do you really think you're as good as Master Yi?" Su Biao's face darkened as he walked up to the cash register, facing Wang Chen. "Do you really think we wouldn't dare to touch you?" Hearing this, Wang Chen smiled but remained silent. He had initially wanted to avoid trouble, but Wang Chen was relentless, and he didn't mind having an extra crystal core in his hand. Just as they said, he didn't believe that Wang Chen and the dog could take on 10 opponents, considering they were all at the E level. After a few seconds of confrontation, Su Biao suddenly unleashed his ability. His arm transformed into a sharp blade, ready to strike at Wang Chen in front of him. However, Wang Chen showed no intention of dodging, with a faint, almost imperceptible smirk on his lips. Just when Su Biao thought he had succeeded, Wang Chen calmly said, "Kill them all." Blackie, who was ready to pounce, swiftly tackled Su Biao, leaving the onlookers struggling to keep up with its speed. All that remained was a lingering shadow in place, and Su Biao's expression frozen in silence. Moments later, everyone's vision went black, losing consciousness, only to wake up to a smiling Tai Nai. In just a few seconds, everyone had met their fate. After a brief moment of shock, Zhang Yuan regained her senses. At that moment, a severed head rolled to her feet. "Ah!" Blackie looked at Wang Chen, as if asking what to do with this woman. Zhang Yuan knelt directly in front of Wang Chen, grabbing his pant leg, pleading frantically, I was wrong. Please spare me. I didn't do anything, they forced me. I have a daughter to raise. Please don't kill me." She had completely lost her previous arrogance. Wang Chen nodded with a smile, "Alright, I'll spare your life." "Really?" The woman looked at Wang Chen in astonishment, overwhelmed with gratitude. More precious than pearls. Before she could react, a fruit knife silently pierced her skull. "Save it for later. I'll spare you in the next life if we meet again." The woman's eyes widened, transitioning from shock to fear, then malice, before finally losing all light. Wang Chen bent down, wiped the fruit knife on Zhang Yuan's clothes to remove the bloodstains. Muttering to himself, this knife should still be sellable. With that, he turned to put it back on the shelf. However, as he turned around, he saw Chulan and his group at the door, all looking stunned. Silence filled the air. Wang Chen awkwardly coughed twice, saying, I was just kidding. How could I sell a knife stained with chicken blood? I was about to dispose of it. But everyone's attention was drawn to the red blood flowing slowly on the ground. Corpses littered the floor, each with a frozen expression of extreme terror on their faces. The smell of blood permeated the air, assaulting their senses. People felt nauseous and rushed to the flower beds to vomit. Only Wang Chen and Blackie remained, looking bewildered. Wang Chen kicked a severed head on the ground in frustration. Damn it, even in death, they still cause trouble. And you, Blackie, what's with parading around with a dog's head? You've made it all bloody and violent, scaring off the customers. Deducting chicken legs. Oh whoa! Blackie immediately became restless, spinning around Wang Chen in a panic, almost speaking in desperation. Are you still expecting a dog to perform some refined and appreciated act? Besides, what do you think we're doing, having a poetry gathering? Do we need to ensure that people die with some dignity? Floria, come clean up the floor. Beep, detecting stains. However, Floria took an unconventional approach, picking up Blackie, covered in meat crumbs, and headed straight for the bathroom, ignoring any attempts to stop her. At this moment, Chulan and his group returned to the front of the store, each with a grim expression. Seeing the horrifying scene once again, some even vomited. Wang Chen explained to everyone, they are all troublemakers, trying to take advantage of others' territory. I had no choice but to defend myself. Self-defense? At this point, everyone only had one thought in mind, never provoke Wang Chen. Despite his seemingly friendly demeanor, Wang Chen could change his face in the blink of an eye. Chulan complained with a hint of sarcasm, covering her nose, "Shopkeeper, if you don't clean this place up, we won't be able to enter the door." Wang Chen glanced at the bodies on the ground, then at the grim-faced crowd, and chuckled, "Whoever disposes of the bodies will get the crystal core in their heads." "Ha, shopkeeper, don't joke with us. We've managed not to vomit, that's good enough. We're not moving bodies. Yeah, it's better if you handle it yourself." Wang Chen raised an eyebrow, These people are at least E-level ability users.
The crowd fell silent.
With great rewards come great heroes.
Zhang Yingjing gritted his teeth, rushed forward, dragged a body from the ground, and was about to rush out but was stopped by Wang Chen. A spherical object was stuffed into his arms.
Then came Wang Chen's cunning voice, "How could you forget such an important part? Damn!" Zhang Yingjing tightly held back the sour liquid in his mouth, rushed out, and threw the body into the nearby lake. When it came to extracting the crystal core from the skull, they couldn't hold back any longer.
Previously, when extracting crystal cores from zombies, they treated them as mere animals. But extracting from humans was a first, causing them some psychological burden. Once someone started, the others naturally followed suit, as an E-level crystal core would greatly benefit them. The park was vast, and everyone collectively threw the bodies into the lake. Blood slowly dispersed in the water. Shulan looked at Wang Chen with a peculiar gaze, seeing his calm demeanor and composed demeanor. His gaze was deep, showing maturity and composure beyond his years, and he was decisive in his actions. However, judging from the gruesome state of the bodies, it was the work of a powerful mutant beast, killing with a single blow. "This is Su Biao, the fifth of the Black Snake Gang." Shulan recognized Su Biao and murmured,
"Do you know them?" Wang Chen looked at Shulan, who was holding an orange cat.
"They are also from Fulua District, the most powerful force in our district." "Then you should thank me for helping reduce their power." Shulan shook her head, "That's not important.
Our team will move out of the district soon.
By killing their people, they won't let it go easily." Hearing this, Wang Chen nonchalantly lay back in his chair. "Let them come."
Shulan frowned slightly, kindly reminding, "The Black Snake Gang is fond of inhumane activities. You better be careful and not let your mutant beast wander off."
She had suffered before. If it weren't for the distance between their residential buildings and the thousands of zombies in the area, the Black Snake Gang would have attacked them long ago.
Wang Chen couldn't be bothered to explain further, so he just smiled and nodded. After everyone finished their tasks, Flia cleaned up the bloodstains on the ground.
Shulan and his group spared no expense and bought over a dozen books. When it came time to pay, Linison looked at the books in his hands, and cautiously asked, "Following the cultivation methods in this book, I won't go astray, right?" Wang Chen, who was making a fortune, also smiled and patted his chest in response.
"Absolutely not. With this manual, it's like having a mentor. It guarantees your future advancement. At least becoming a B-level powerhouse won't be a problem. Life will be at its peak."
The crowd fell silent. Those who dared to make such promises were likely charlatans in the martial world.
"If I can't reach B-level in the future, can I come to you for help? I'll give you a piece of advice."
Wang Chen said impatiently, "This book costs you 60 crystals, not 6,000.
"Do you really want everything in one go?"
After everyone left, Wang Chen checked his crystal balance, which was now at 2980.
It seemed like it was time to level up. "Gold bar, come out, I want to upgrade the shop."
Gold bar, this upgrade will expand the shop area.
"Please confirm if you want to upgrade." Thinking about how he had spent 1,000 crystals to unlock a piece of furniture before, Wang Chen couldn't help but feel annoyed. Is it going to be another piece of junk this time? This time, the goods are guaranteed to be top-notch and essential for everyone. Hearing this, Wang Chen felt somewhat relieved and decisively clicked yes.
In an instant, the walls of the shop visibly expanded outward, making the environment inside a bit more spacious, but the overall style remained the same. The shop has been successfully upgraded to E-level.
1,000 crystals have been deducted. Unlocked, clothing area opened. Wang Chen. Indeed, essential for everyone.
Gold bar's soft voice came, "Host, would you like to check the details of the products first?" With that, a virtual panel unfolded before his eyes.
What else is there to see in clothing? I'm not illiterate. Oh my. After reading the descriptions of the products, Wang Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Clothing provides certain attribute bonuses to the wearer.
Non-stackable, Night Walker suit, gain an additional 50% concealment in the dark, reduce visual impact by 80% to others, and increase speed by 10%. Physical training suit, increases efficiency by 20% during physical exercises. Strength pants, increase speed by an additional 20% while moving. Power gloves, provides an additional 10% strength. Finally, a practical conscience system has arrived. As the sky gradually darkened, she sat on the sofa with a gloomy expression. At that moment, a greasy fat man with a rough face walked in, shaking his head. "The fifth brother and the others haven't returned yet."
Upon hearing this, Shidi remained silent.
The other two, third brother and fourth brother, couldn't help but discuss.
Could something have happened to them?
Even if the fifth brother didn't find the supplies, he wouldn't stay out this late. Indeed, we haven't been to that part of the park. There might be hidden dangers. Suddenly, the fat man said, I heard someone saw Chulan and the others coming back from the park.
Could it be them causing trouble? It's very likely. Don't forget, we took their supplies last time.
Damn, that woman, she'll pay for it sooner or later.
We didn't provoke them first, but they ended up provoking us.
They really are overestimating themselves. Shide, who had been silent all along, gave a cold stare and ordered, have someone monitor them.
When they leave the neighborhood, we'll settle the score. I'll arrange it right away.
Early the next morning, Chulan and the others left the neighborhood and found a car at a secluded location. Chulan handed a spatial scroll to Liang Shu and the others, instructing, we haven't been to the steel market. Be careful and bring back as much steel as possible while ensuring safety.
The mischievous Su Yao popped out from behind Chulan. He, without any powers, I'm not going.
Xiao Shui, remember not to die. Who will help me with my back rubs if you're gone? Chen Shui raised her thumb and said, having a friend like you is my blessing. After they left, Chulan said to the remaining people, today's task is to kill more zombies. We're still too poor.
After establishing the camp, buying supplies and equipment will be a huge expense. Moreover, we can't neglect our levels. We can't afford to lose the ability to protect the camp.
At that moment, a sharp and sarcastic voice rang out. Don't worry, you won't have that chance anymore. Suddenly, more than 30 people appeared at the corner ahead. The 4 leaders looked fierce and menacing.
Chulan furrowed her brows, holding the orange cat tightly, ready to strike.
The other 13 people were extra tense, immediately preparing for battle. Shide sneered at them mockingly, as if they were mere ants. With over 30 people against 13, and considering their levels of abilities, even the lowest-ranked members of the Black Snake Gang were at least E-level.
In Chulan's team, even an ordinary E-level member was considered exceptional. Is this a buy one get one free deal? 2 beauties, ha.
A tall middle-aged man scanned Chulan and Suya with his eyes, laughing brazenly.
Chulan said with disgust, spying on us? It's sickening.
Shide coldly remarked, you brought this upon yourselves.
If a tiger doesn't show its might, do you take us for Hello Kitty?
If you hadn't killed Lao Wu, we wouldn't have had to resort to such measures. Daring to provoke us is like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, overestimating your own strength. Today, we'll settle the score with a bio, so stop struggling and accept your fate, sparing yourselves from agony.
Yeah, brothers here are fond of beauty.
As long as you 2 ladies serve us well, we might spare your lives.
Ha ha ha.
Upon hearing this, someone in Chulan's team immediately shouted, it wasn't us. It was the shop owner who killed him, we had nothing to do with it.
Chulan frowned at the person. It's true. We were just there to shop, we didn't do anything.
Shide and the others showed expressions of disbelief.
Are you saying that he single-handedly took down 16 of our Black Snake Gang members? That excuse doesn't hold up. We're not lying, he had a powerful mutant beast that did it, we didn't do anything.
The chubby man, who had been observing closely, whispered a few words to Shide. Shortly after, Shide said, we understand.
The man's eyes lit up,
Sorry, but you still have to die. Our brothers didn't come here for nothing, it's only fair to take some crystal cores back. The chubby man grinned.
Chulan glared at the man who accused Wang Chen.
Shide wasted no time and ordered coldly, leave the women, kill the men and take the crystal cores.
Upon hearing this, the group swiftly moved to surround Chulan and the others.
At that moment, Chulan took out a strip-like object and opened it towards them.
Boom!
In an instant, a tall earthen wall appeared out of nowhere, blocking the entire street and trapping the Black Snake Gang members.
Chulan was stunned but didn't have time to dwell on it. She shouted, run!
On the other side, the Black Snake Gang members were bewildered. Several speed-type ability users couldn't stop in time and crashed into the wall, losing consciousness. Shide acted swiftly, sending out a spike of earth, break the wall.
Focus your attacks. Others followed suit, trying to destroy the wall with their abilities, but despite their efforts, they couldn't penetrate it. Don't waste your energy, they've already escaped.
They looked puzzled at the wall in front of them.
Damn, why is this wall so sturdy? Is this an earth-based ability? Why is it different from my small earth wall?
Just as they were about to leave, the wall suddenly disappeared, revealing a wide street. The chubby man muttered, strange, very strange. This doesn't seem like an ability, more like a tool, and a disposable one at that.
Where did they get this thing from? It's so bizarre.
Shide, who failed to achieve his goal, was in a bad mood and said with a gloomy face, let's go to the store in the park first.
Ding! Welcome! Wang Chen looked up and surprisingly saw Yi Tian, whom he hadn't seen for 2 days.
Feeling the cool air in the store, Yi Tian couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, then nodded to Wang Chen in greeting.
Why does it feel like the space in the store has expanded?
When his gaze swept over Hazy, who was dozing on the ground, he couldn't help but inhale sharply, his expression becoming incredulous.
B rank. Yi Tian was secretly shocked. He had just reached the full D rank intermediate. Could it be that he would always be out of reach in this lifetime? However, he had absorbed a large number of abilities, so each upgrade required a lot of crystal cores to be consumed. That's why there would be such a big gap in levels. Level doesn't represent everything. Although he hadn't encountered many C-rank zombies, he was confident in facing them and even killing them beyond his level. Given time, the advantage of having a large number of abilities would become more apparent. In the future, Yi Tian will definitely be one of the top few. Yi Tian comforted himself. At the same time, Yi Tian was somewhat puzzled. Why is the situation in the apocalypse different from his previous life? It seemed like human progress had accelerated a bit, as if at the beginning of the apocalypse, everyone knew about ability users and crystal cores. The information advantage accumulated in his previous life was gone, otherwise, he could have far surpassed ordinary ability users. Was it because of the butterfly effect caused by his rebirth? In fact, it was because Yi Tian hadn't touched a phone after the apocalypse, naturally unaware of the information online. Wang Chen coughed twice, kindly reminding, "Customer, we have new products in our store." Yi Tian was stunned, looked around, and noticed the sign not far away indicating the clothing area. I thought it was something hard goods. It turned out that the store manager had expanded the business scope. However, clothes like this could be found in abundance in the abandoned supermarkets outside. It was a bit wasteful to spend crystal cores on clothes. Although he only had one set of clothes, they would dry quickly after being washed and blown with abilities. Yi Tian was about to refuse, but then he thought, could this be the store manager's hint? He looked up at the smiling Wang Chen. Indeed, in the apocalypse, no one would buy clothes. Survival was already a problem. Who cared about looking decent while alive? So, the store manager must be afraid that things wouldn't sell, hence the hint for support. Therefore, Yi Tian cooperatively looked at his old clothes and said, "Indeed, I should buy a new one. Wearing the same one every day is not ideal, and I don't have winter clothes." With that, he walked towards the clothing area. This store might be his long-term supply of goods. Spending a few crystal coins to boost the store manager's favorability was definitely worth it. Yi Tian looked at the neatly stacked strange and exotic clothes, feeling a bit helpless. No wonder no one bought them. Who in their right mind would buy such edgy clothes? He slowly took down a piece of clothing, checked the label. The name is Decent Physical Fitness Training Suit. Damn, it's so expensive. Yi Tian almost cursed. A piece of clothing cost 200 crystal coins? And the fabric felt strange to the touch. He flipped over the label to see what material it was made of, but there was only a brief and concise text introduction. This made Yi Tian widen his eyes in disbelief. Good stuff. Really good stuff. Worth every penny. Looking at the introduction, Yi Tian had no doubt about its authenticity, feeling grateful in his heart. The store manager actually informed him immediately, afraid that he would miss out on such a good thing. In 2 lifetimes, this store manager, whom he had only met a few times, showed him a faint light at the end of the dark tunnel. Yi Tian read through the introductions of each type of clothing, selected a few divine items that were useful to him, and then bought some skill scrolls that never failed him. Continuing to the counter to pay. Ding! Recharge 800 crystal coins with payment card. Wang Chen glanced satisfactorily at Yi Tian, but he noticed something off in the kid's eyes. It seemed like there was tender spring water flowing in his eyes. Wang Chen's heart skipped a beat, thinking, bring out the gold bar, let me analyze if this kid is gay. Gold bar. Wang Chen quickly packed the items in a plastic bag for him, placed the bag in front of him, and then withdrew his hand swiftly, trying to avoid physical contact as much as possible. Yi Tian looked puzzled, wondering if he had done something wrong. Brother, there is indeed a shop over there, and Lao Wu's truck is also there. Shulan didn't deceive us. Lao San pointed to a conspicuous building in the distance. She nodded solemnly and led the group towards it. The car was there, but the people were not, indicating that his Black Snake gang members were not to be trifled with. However, they were stopped by Fatty Lao Air. If what Shulan said is true, then the strength of that beast is definitely formidable. Otherwise, Shulan would have already taken action. Rushing in like this, will it be? Lao San looked at his cautious second brother with some dissatisfaction, wondering why the boss had appointed such a cowardly person as the second in command of their Black Snake gang. Clearly, his own abilities were stronger, just because he was more quick-witted. What use was there in playing clever tricks in the face of absolute strength? So, he retorted, brother, we have over 30 ability users, how can we be scared off by a beast? If this gets out, how can our Black Snake gang expand its influence? Furthermore, Lao Wu's strength is at the bottom among us, and he doesn't have many people with him. Being inferior is normal. But this time we have over 30 people, it will be as easy as pie to take down that beast's crystal core. Right, Lao Si, What do you think? With that, he nudged the burly Lao Si next to him with his elbow. Lao Si, after listening to Lao San's long speech, didn't catch much of it, so after hesitating for a while, he could only say with his big eyes wide open, I agree. Shida hesitated a bit upon hearing this, clearly also thinking that Lao San made sense. Seeing this, Lao San volunteered, we don't even need the two brothers to take action, with just me, Lao Si, and the brothers, we are enough to handle it. You guys just watch from here. Lao San thought to himself that this was an opportunity to make a name for himself. At this moment, Fatty whispered a few words to Shida, causing Lao San to furrow his brows. Shida agreed, saying, alright, we'll follow behind you, and if we can't handle it, we'll step in. Lao San beamed with joy, patting his chest confidently, there won't be a chance for you two to take action. Then, he turned to the others and shouted, brothers, follow me, let's avenge our brother. Stay alert. The group headed straight to the store. Ding! Welcome! Wang Chen, who was watching a drama, looked up to see a group of people entering the store one after another, surrounding the cash register without hesitation. At that moment, Wang Chen felt a convergence of angry, disdainful, fierce, and icy gazes. Blackie did the same, scanning the people vigilantly. Wang Chen remained seated, still crossing his legs, not even looking away from his phone screen, and casually asked, do any of you need anything? Lao San shifted slightly and calmly asked, is it this dog that killed our Lao Wu? Lao Wu? Is it that gorilla-faced guy? Seems like Blackie did it. Wang Chen picked up a porcelain cup, took a slow sip of tea, cleared his throat, and said, alas, there's no way around it. That kid might be ugly, but he sure has grand ideas. He actually wants me to leave my own shop and make room for him to stay. The thickness of his face is almost like a bulletproof vest. At these words, the crowd couldn't contain their anger, wishing to tear Wang Chen into pieces. However, the third brother, instead of getting angry, chuckled, alright. It's the first time I've seen someone more arrogant than me, but it's fine, you're about to meet your end soon. Wang Chen rubbed his temples and spoke calmly, if you all leave now, you might just survive. Before his words even settled, laughter erupted from the crowd. Ah, this is hilarious. Why pretend when you're already cornered? Have you not realized your situation yet? Or are you planning to surround us with this black dog? We might survive? Are you trying to spare us? Ha ha ha. This is ridiculous, like an old lady hiding under the covers, making us laugh. The third brother wiped a tear of laughter from his eye corner and clapped, saying, alright, he seems eager to leave, let's get on with it. The chubby second brother, who had been observing from behind, caught sight of a familiar item, the strange gadget Chulan had just taken out. Suddenly, he seemed to understand something, jolting awake, but it was too late. The people ahead had already made their move, aiming directly at the composed Wang Chen. Blackie was quicker than everyone else, and in an instant, the front row of people was splattered with blood, including the third and fourth brothers who had been boasting just a moment ago. Damn! Activate your abilities. Kill the dog first. Ah! Ha! Why isn't my ability triggering? Petrified. Mine too, my ability disappeared? Don't come near me. Big brother, second brother. Help me, save me. An ability user unable to use their abilities was like a toothless tiger, akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. In less than a minute, everyone lay lifeless. Shida and the chubby man stared in disbelief at the bodies scattered around. These 30-odd ability users were the backbone of the Black Snake Gang, yet they fell so easily. Even if the two of them had intervened, it would have only added 2 more corpses. Fortunately, the chubby man had suggested earlier to Shida that the third and fourth brothers should go and test the waters, or it would have been their end now. Blackie's eyes, dark and menacing, locked onto Shida and the second brother, his teeth stained with fresh blood, sending shivers down their spines. Startled, the two quickly turned away, pretending not to be involved, but their legs couldn't help but tremble. Hey, second brother, how about this gum? 99%, a rare item. Wang Chen. Wang Chen stared at them with a smile that wasn't quite a smile, and asked meaningfully, do you know them? Do you want to help them seek revenge? At his words, the two shook their heads vigorously, denying any connection. No, we don't know them at all. Just a chance encounter on the road, we had no idea they were like this. What bad luck! The chubby man glanced at Shida, secretly giving him a thumbs up and agreeing, completely unfamiliar, but they deserved it. These people are like a cancer in society, no loss in their deaths. Wang Chen nodded with a smile. He wasn't a sadist, since the two understood the situation, there was no need to dirty the floor with more blood. So, he looked at the bodies on the ground and said, get rid of the bodies, their crystal cores are your reward. Before he finished speaking, Shida and the chubby man, these two old foxes, were already beaming with joy, ready to get to work without a second thought. Such a stroke of luck? Big brother, you should have mentioned it earlier, we would have brought more people. But their crystal cores can only be used to buy things from my shop. Upon hearing this, Shidi, who was not willing to give up, wanted to try again. After all, so many crystal cores would greatly benefit their strength. However, he was stopped by the fat man, who shook his head silently. The two of them dragged the body out of the store, intending to throw it into the lake in the park. Why are you stopping me, second brother? With so many crystal cores, they didn't even glance at them. We should at least try, Shidi insisted. But the fat man shook his head. They have their principles. Let's not act cute and take advantage. Besides, this might not be a bad thing. Explain, military advisor. Firstly, aside from the abundant resources, the items sold in this store are extraordinary. I saw something similar to what Chulan had before, something that rendered us helpless, was bought here. If we buy more of those items, won't we be invincible, kid? Secondly, you saw the strength of his exotic beast. Although he didn't make a move, I can sense that his strength is definitely not weaker than Black Dog's, perhaps even surpassing it. If we establish a good relationship with him, even if he can't take care of us in the future, at least he won't be our enemy. She just suddenly realized and nodded in agreement. Actually, it aligns with my views as well. After moving the body and even helping a second-dimensional robot clean up, Wang Chen nodded in satisfaction and handed them a payment card, saying with a smile, I've already topped it up for you, no need to thank me. A total of 3,400 crystal coins, another windfall. Alright, thank you, store manager, for your generosity. The two of them quickly nodded and bowed, not daring to be disrespectful. The fat man cautiously asked, can we buy some things? Wang Chen waved his hand, of course. On the way back, the setting sun cast long shadows of the two middle-aged men, somewhat desolate. Shida patted his big belly, looking satisfied, his steps involuntarily lightened, having not eaten such a delicious meal in a long time. Only in front of second brother did he not display the demeanor of a gang leader. His ability to maintain this position was partly due to his strength and partly due to second brother's strong management skills. The fat man's expression was solemn. Big brother, although we've gained a lot of benefits, we still need to seek revenge. Shida looked puzzled. Are you crazy? You want to seek revenge against the store manager? Definitely not. Someone like the store manager is on a different level from us. I'm talking about Chulan. With that, he took out a skill scroll from a plastic bag, squinted his eyes, and said in a deep voice, Big brother, have you ever thought about why Chulan had that life-saving item and kept talking to us, only to use it at the last moment? What do you mean? She did it on purpose. She must have known about the store manager's terrifying strength, so she leaked the information about the store to us, then used the store manager's blade to kill us. Shida's expression turned cold as he realized, that treacherous woman, damn it. He then sighed slightly, unwillingly saying, but now the tables have turned. Our Black Snake Gang is left with only a few elderly and weak members. How can we compete with them? A hint of fierceness appeared in the fat man's small eyes as he said firmly, they can use others to do their dirty work, why can't we? As dusk approached, Liang Shu and the others returned to the apartment building, looking weary and disheveled. Chulan hurriedly asked, how did it go? Although it was dangerous, luckily we had many scrolls, which scared off the exotic beasts occupying the area and brought back a lot of steel, Liang Shu said with lingering fear. The strength of the exotic beasts was indeed formidable, and one could easily lose their life if not careful, except for those with physical abilities. Everyone worked hard. These crystal cores are distributed by the team, 5 F-grade crystal cores per person. Hurry up and upgrade, Shulan said, handing a large bag to everyone. Upon hearing this, everyone excitedly went to collect their wages. The zombies that were killed outside had no time to take the crystal cores. Moreover, most of them were just one step away from reaching E-level, and with these 5 crystal cores, reaching E-level would definitely not be a problem. The crowd eagerly began to absorb the energy of the crystal cores. Before long, Zhang Yingjing exerted force with his fist, rubbing against the air, creating a whooshing sound, so this is E-level, indeed a significant improvement. Suddenly, a huge rumble exploded overhead, causing the entire building to tremble slightly. In an instant, debris flew off the top floor, flames illuminated the night sky, casting a bright light over the area. Even those on the lower floors like Shulan could feel the scorching heat in the air. What's going on? At that moment, a person rushed in, shouting anxiously, it seems like something attacked the upper floors, there's a sudden fire, Wang Tao and the others are trapped. Another woman brought more bad news. It's not good, the zombies have started to rush the building madly, there are too many, my brother and the others won't be able to hold them off. Obviously, the deafening rumble attracted the attention of the surrounding zombies, who were now crazily converging towards the area. The more troublesome situation was on the rooftop, where the blazing fire continued to emit bright light.
This undoubtedly would attract more zombies to surround the building. Shulan made a quick decision, instructing the orange cat in her arms to block the zombies downstairs. All water-based ability users, come with me to extinguish the fire and rescue people, prevent the fire from spreading. Liang Shu, you go for reinforcement, have all other ability users guard the staircase tightly, do not let them come up. Yes. Shulan led 3 water-based ability users to the rooftop. At this moment, flames were soaring, thick smoke lingered, and the scene was horrifying, with a tremendous impact that had blasted a huge crack in the rooftop wall. Looking down from above, it sent shivers down everyone's spine, as the lower floors were filled with zombies attracted by the bright light. The 3 water-based ability users immediately activated their abilities to extinguish the fire, spraying out water columns that turned into steam upon contact with the flames.
Wang Tao, Xia Hao, are you guys still alive? Why is it taking so long? This fire is extraordinary, it's too difficult to put out. Giant moths suddenly appeared out of nowhere in the air, continuously crashing into the rooftop, causing sand and stones to splash around. Shulan didn't dare to slack off for a moment. Seizing the opportunity when the moths were extinguishing the fire, she activated her ability, sending a wind blade directly at their wings to prevent them from hitting the building again. The sky was turning pale, and the residential area was eerily quiet. Shulan's team members were gathered in a room, each of them showing signs of exhaustion. Li Cheng's sister, Li Jing, was curled up in a corner, her eyes empty, softly sobbing, My only brother, he's gone." Zhang Yingjing punched the wall in anger, his face filled with rage. Who did this? Who is trying to kill us? The fire attack they suffered last night was clearly done by ability users. Could it be those bastards from the Black Snake Gang? I don't think it's very likely. After all, they are also in this residential area, which is surrounded by zombies. They wouldn't have an easy time either. Liang Shu approached Shulan, sighed, and said, "There are only 17 of us left, thanks to Li Cheng and the others who sacrificed themselves by blowing up the staircase." Upon hearing this, a somber silence filled the air. Su Yao came to comfort Li Jing softly, but unexpectedly, Li Jing suddenly lost control of her emotions and pushed Su Yao away. She hysterically shouted, "Why isn't it you useless one who died? Why? Why did my brother, who was so strong, have to die?" Hearing this, Su Yao couldn't help but lower her head in desolation, unsure of how to respond. Seeing this, her close friend Chen Shui hurriedly pulled Su Yao away. "Enough! Li Jing, calm down first," Shulan spoke up. She held the orange cat and approached the window. Looking down, she saw that the zombie horde below had already quieted down, beginning to wander aimlessly, but their numbers were vast and dense. The large residential area seemed to have almost no standing space left. The stairs are broken, the skill scrolls are used up, and with so many zombies below, I really can't think of a reason to survive. When the food runs out, we can only wait for death. Liang Shu pushed his glasses, looking dejected. Shulan remained silent. Until noon, everyone was still at a loss. However, at that moment, a loud roar echoed, followed by the sound of footsteps moving. The drowsy group instantly woke up, their expressions tensing, thinking the zombies were about to charge up again. But looking through the window, they saw the zombies orderly leaving the residential area in groups, dispersing afterwards. It was as if they had received some kind of command. The onlookers exchanged puzzled looks, their faces full of confusion. Liang Shu stroked his chin, lost in thought. After a few minutes, the zombies downstairs returned to their previous numbers, as if the other zombies had never been there. "Pack up, we're leaving now." Shulan didn't dare to delay for a moment, giving the order immediately. They couldn't stay in this residential area. If they were to face another attack tonight, these dozen or so people wouldn't see the sunlight tomorrow. The attack on the rooftop was too mysterious, possibly the work of a powerful esper. Moreover, with the enemy hidden and them exposed, the situation was very unfavorable for them. After quietly dealing with the remaining zombies in a few corridors, the group safely made it outside the residential area. Only then did the tense hearts slowly relax. But another problem quickly arose. "Lan Jia, where do we go now?" Shulan pondered for a moment and said, "Let's go to the park, it's safer there." Hearing this, everyone agreed, as if they had never seen a zombie in the park. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Come and see, is this a skill scroll?" All eyes turned to the object on the ground, which Liang Shu and the others were all too familiar with. It was a skill scroll from the post-apocalyptic shop. Shulan picked up the discarded scroll, murmuring, "Fire attribute attack. This isn't one we used in our team." Liang Shu furrowed his brow. The group exchanged glances. Shulan gazed in the direction of the park and said, "Who could have done this? Only the shopkeeper probably knows." In the shop's rest area, Shide and Fatty lay on the soft sofa, each holding a can of beer, enjoying a moment of comfort. With over 3,000 crystal coins in their payment cards,
They didn't have to worry about food and drink for a while.
It must be you, old too. I bet Chulan and the others won't be able to come out. Did you see last night, a huge horde of zombies?
If I were her, I'd have to change diapers several times a night. Fatty took a sip of his chilled beer, deliberately raising his voice. I have to say, the shopkeeper's stuff is the best, high quality and affordable, extraordinary treasures, truly amazing.
Shide rubbed his forehead, somewhat speechless.
Your flattery is too much, not just the shopkeeper, even I was caught off guard.
Wang Chen could naturally hear their conversation but didn't pay it any mind.
What did it matter who the scroll was used against, as long as he could earn crystal cores?
Kindness doesn't win battles, righteousness doesn't do business, a merchant's only friend is profit.
With nothing else to do, Wang Chen opened the information panel to check his precious crystal coins. Shopkeeper, Wang Chen stamina, 110 strength, 90 speed, 60 esper, space level, D intermediate, 600/800, shop level, ELO, 0/1500, crystal coin balance, 4890. With so many crystal coins, he really didn't want them to decrease due to the spending of these two old men.
I really want to find a reason to kill them. Anyway, the crystal coins are already topped up.
The two who were drinking suddenly felt a chill on their necks for no reason.
Could it be that the air conditioning in the shop was too cold?
At this moment, Jin Tiao spoke up with a resentful tone. If the host triggers another bug, the cops might have to intervene.
Ahem, I was just kidding. If I really killed customers, how could this shop stay open? Who would dare to come and buy things with a noose around their neck? The weight of guilt is clear to me. Wang Chen suddenly felt inspired to enhance his ability.
It would be a waste not to use such a good ability. It's simply squandering a treasure.
Jin Tiao, I want to upgrade my ability. Upgrade it directly to Class C. Wang Chen said boldly. Upgrade successful. 1,000 crystal coins deducted. Ability skill unlocked, spatial anti-reflection.
Upon hearing this, Wang Chen immediately took out the worn-out textbook and carefully read the instructions on how to use spatial anti-reflection, feeling eager to try it out. Only at Class C does the spatial ability have some offensive capabilities, albeit passive ones. Before long, the sensor at the door beeped, and a group of people walked in.
From the moment Chulan entered, she noticed the two men in the rest area, Shide and Ponzi, and understood everything instantly. However, Li Jing snatched the used scroll and anxiously asked, "Shopkeeper, who exactly bought this item?" "Ha!" Wang Chen raised an eyebrow, shook his head, and said with a smile, "We are a legitimate store and cannot disclose customer information. My brother died because of the perpetrator. He almost killed all of us. Tell me, I want to avenge my brother." Linny, the overly kind person, also advised, "Yes, Wang Chen, the murderer was ruthless, clearly intending to lead us to our deaths. Just tell us who did it." Wang Chen remained silent, shaking his head. Seeing this, Shida and Pingzi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief.
It seemed that the shopkeeper was not one to meddle in others' affairs. This behavior inadvertently earned them a bit more respect for Wang Chen. However, Li Jing persisted, and Wang Chen was starting to get impatient. Chulan, who was good at observing words and expressions, quickly intervened. "Enough, Li Jing.
It must be the work of the Black Snake Gang."
But Li Jing, consumed by hatred, turned her anger towards Wang Chen, who appeared cold and unfeeling.
"My brother died because of your goods. You are also involved. You must take responsibility."
Pointing at Wang Chen's nose, she scolded, "Yes, indirectly, you caused my brother's death.
You are also a murderer. Why did you sell things to a killer? Why?" Wang Chen's eyes turned cold as he looked at Li Jing, who was about to attack him.
Without hesitation, he kicked her out.
Ah!
Li Jing didn't have time to dodge and was kicked 3 meters away, crashing into a nearby shelf. Everyone clearly heard the sound of a rib breaking. Chulan was also surprised. She didn't see how Wang Chen made his move, but it was definitely not the speed and strength of an ordinary ability user. She had never seen Wang Chen take action before and thought he relied solely on that strange beast.
Now, she could tell that Wang Chen's level was definitely not ordinary.
Li Jing's mouth oozed a hint of blood. She endured the pain and activated her ability towards Wang Chen. Chulan hurriedly tried to stop her. "Don't!" But a wooden spike had already shot out, flying straight towards Wang Chen. At that moment, Wang Chen's lips curled slightly, knowing that Heizi was not in the shop.
He didn't kill her immediately to test his ability.
Everyone saw the wooden spike flying through the air at high speed suddenly disappear. Chulan and the others, who had never seen Wang Chen in action, were naturally puzzled. The next moment, the wooden spike reappeared out of thin air, but this time, its target was Li Jing herself. Poochie! The wooden spike pierced through Li Jing's neck, the sound of flesh tearing, and she opened her mouth but couldn't speak, her head tilting to the side. The bewildered expression was frozen on their faces forever. Seeing this scene, Chulan's pupils contracted, secretly speculating,
Could this be the manager's ability, the ability to control others? If that's the case, then no matter how powerful the ability is, it's just a mere illusion in his eyes. The crowd couldn't help but sigh, looking at Wang Chen with a hint of fear in their expressions. Despite the manager usually being all smiles, if you dare to overstep, he changes his demeanor faster than flipping a book. Wang Chen calmly sat down on a chair. Take your teammate away. Second brother, who is this idiot? How dare they disrespect the manager? They're asking for trouble. Exactly, their own brother was killed due to lack of skill. Now they're venting on the manager. Who are they? The two deliberately mocked loudly, drawing angry glares from the crowd. Shulan turned her head, gritted her teeth, and said, "It was you, right? Second brother, what is she saying?" She pretended to be clueless. I don't understand, Semaida. Ha ha ha. Liang Shu also looked grim, leaned into Chulan's ear, and whispered, "It's just the two of them. Let's wait for them to leave the store before we act. They can't hide here forever." Hearing this, Chulan nodded, letting them be arrogant for a while longer. Little did they know, Shidet and the second brother swaggered towards the counter, respectfully saying, "Manager, we'd like to buy a few more skill scrolls for defense." So, the two selected a bunch and then paid. Ding! 1090 crystals deducted from the card, balance remaining 2480. Seeing this, the crowd's faces turned ugly, as the power of the scrolls was undeniable, making Chulan and the others extremely wary. What's more, they didn't expect them to be so extravagant. Shide looked at them provocatively, then sat back in the rest area. It was hot outside, and the store had free air conditioning, so why not enjoy it a bit longer? Chulan sighed softly, "Blame us for exposing the store's location to them. Everyone report your crystal coin balance on the payment card. Let's buy some supplies." What about Li Jing's crystal core, Chulan? What else can we do? It has to be confiscated. They brought this upon themselves. A few minutes later, everyone bought some supplies and then sat on the sofa in the rest area to have lunch. However, the presence of the two troublemakers nearby dampened everyone's mood. Chulan, the time limit for the spatial scroll is almost up. There are several tons of steel inside. Chulan nodded. Let's leave after we finish eating. Without accommodation, the urgency of setting up the camp became paramount. Fortunately, there were two earth elemental abilities in the team, along with Du Feng and Liang Shu who could control steel. Building shouldn't be a problem, but they were worried that Shide might cause trouble. After all, the scrolls in their hands could kill with a single blow. At that moment, Bai Che came to the group holding a jacket-like garment. Zhang Yingjing couldn't help but roll his eyes. Buying useless stuff again, why not get more food? Also, this outfit doesn't suit you at all. Bai Che couldn't be bothered to explain and directly handed the product introduction to everyone. Extra 10% defense value. After reading it, everyone looked at each other, then rushed to the clothing area, leaving Shide and the second brother puzzled on the side. What's so strange about clothes? Nowadays, young people are so vain. Zhang Yingjing also looked at Bai Che in bewilderment. Hey, tell me the truth. Are you the manager's insider? Every time there's something good, you're the one who points it out. Wow, how magical. Isn't this just a game item? But it's so expensive. I've always trusted the manager's stuff. Even if I have to sell everything, I'll buy it. Does that mean I can also be like you ability users? Xiaoxue, aren't we besties? Having insufficient superpowers, it seems like spending money might be a good choice. After everyone bought their desired equipment and food, they were ready to leave. However, at that moment, Yi Tian walked in slowly. Zhang Yingjing greeted him, but Yi Tian ignored him and instead stared straight at Shide in the rest area, his eyes filled with a kind of crazy excitement. Finally, I found you, Shide. If it weren't for you in my past life, how could I have died in the midst of a zombie horde and had the chance to be reborn? The crowd felt a strong sense of killing intent spreading and couldn't help but stop to watch the scene. Did he mention Shida's name? Is there some kind of story between them? Let's watch and see. Shide, who was drinking, seemed to sense something and turned his head. Suddenly, a figure rushed towards him at high speed. Oh my god! Shide was startled and couldn't dodge in time. Bang! Yi Tian, moving at lightning speed, seemed to hit an invisible wall, his fierce face contorted. Wang Chen coughed twice. You brat, feeling all high and mighty with a few extra superpower wings? The strong resistance made Yi Tian gradually calm down, and he quickly turned to apologize to Wang Chen. Shide, who had narrowly escaped death, was already sweating coldly. Why are there troublemakers trying to harm me again? The chubby guy also looked puzzled, wondering how many grudges his big brother had accumulated over the years. Have we had a conflict before, young man? Why are you trying to pick a fight with me as soon as we meet? Yi Tian suddenly calmed down, his face expressionless as he said, Sorry, mistook you for someone else, we'll be more careful next time. Shide looked bitter, thinking, one mistake from you almost cost me my life, How many next times does a person have? Who is this fierce warrior? So aggressive. He's my buddy Etion. We go way back, impressive, right? No need to act tough like that. Liangshu pushed his glasses up, a thought forming in his mind as he looked inquiringly at Shulan. After a moment of contemplation, Shulan nodded. The enemy of an enemy is a friend. Everyone saw that scene just now. Yition's strength was not to be underestimated. If they were outside, Shida would have been chatting with the ancestors by now. After discussing with the team, Shulan and the others had no objections. After all, having one more strong ally would undoubtedly reduce the team's risk factor during missions. Only Lin Yi, the saintly figure, expressed concern. But he almost killed the wrong person out of impulse just now, such a cold-blooded person who values life so lightly, and his killing intent is so strong. Everyone rolled their eyes, thinking, are you an appendix? So fond of getting inflamed, in speech. Shulan shook her head helplessly. Minority follows the majority. Then she turned and approached Yition to express their intentions, but was flatly rejected. Having learned from his past life's lessons, Yition naturally wanted to avoid teaming up and confidently stated, dealing with him, I'm enough on my own, he can only be killed by me, anyone who dares to strike first will die too. After Chulan and the others left the store, they hurriedly chose a campsite near the park. With fewer people, they had to speed up their pace. The park was vast, with a huge lake in the middle and a stone bridge spanning the lake, connecting to the other side of the park. However, for safety reasons, they didn't plan to move far from the store and needed to remain sufficiently hidden. Du Feng called a meeting with everyone, assigned tasks accordingly, and everyone got to work. Even with the enhancement of superpowers, building a solid base with above-ground and underground structures was no easy task. As dusk approached, Hei-Zi returned to the park. As it passed by a dense patch of grass, it glanced curiously before returning to the store. It coincidentally met Shide and the chubby guy who were about to leave. Master Dog. Master Dog is back, sorry for blocking the way. The majesty of Lord Dog remains as awe-inspiring as ever, making me admire him. After that, the two of them stood at the door of the shop for a while, making sure there was no one around before cautiously stepping out, tightly holding onto their lifeline, the skill scroll. Damn it, it's safer in the shop, I really don't want to leave. That's for sure, if we could stay there overnight, even sleeping on the floor would be fine. As they passed by a small path, a breeze brushed their faces, and a figure suddenly appeared, both of them being D-level ability users. Sensing it immediately, they jumped away, only to see that it was the guy who had mistakenly identified them. Shida and the chubby guy didn't show much surprise, they knew being mistakenly identified was just an excuse. Yition looked cold, his eyes filled with killing intent, and suddenly rushed towards them without warning, his speed extremely fast. A speed-type ability user. Shida and the chubby guy quickly opened their scrolls to counter. A huge fireball and lightning magically burst out of the scrolls, heading towards Yition. Yition reacted swiftly, also throwing out 2 scrolls to counter. Seeing that the other party also had scrolls, and Yition getting closer to them, Shida shouted, "Second brother, keep using the scrolls." Then he quickly activated his ability, and a thick earth wall rose from the ground, firmly blocking their way. Speed-type ability users didn't have much destructive power, so it should take some time. Just as Shidu was about to catch his breath, the earth wall instantly collapsed, mud and sand splashing on their faces. In the midst of flying sand and rocks, a sharp dagger had already reached in front of Shide, his pupils suddenly contracting, unable to dodge in time, and the dagger pierced his neck directly. For a moment, Shide felt difficulty breathing, unbearable pain, and a sense of powerlessness washed over him. Shide gritted his teeth, exerting his last bit of strength, tightly grabbing Yition's arm. Just as Yition was puzzled, the chubby guy beside him roared, "Die!" Then he opened his scroll, and hundreds of ice spikes shot out rapidly towards Yition, who was within arm's reach. Shida stared at Yition with a crazy look in his eyes, as if roaring, "You will die too." But Yition's lips curved slightly unusually. Suddenly, a flame burst out from Yition's mouth, instantly melting the ice spikes in front of him. Seeing this, Shida's expression turned desperate, then he regretfully met his end. The chubby guy, with a face full of disbelief, trembled as he said, "How many abilities do you have? Why do you have so many abilities?" Yition didn't explain, there was no need to show off to a dying person. The chubby guy wanted to struggle, hastily taking out a scroll from his pocket, but Yition clearly didn't want to waste time. With a burst of speed, he pierced the chubby guy's head. The scroll in the chubby guy's hand fell, with a face full of unwillingness, he fell to the ground weakly. On one side of the park, Linny and Bai Che were patrolling the surroundings of the park, ensuring there were no zombie beasts nearby the camp. Due to the large amount of work at the camp, one day was not enough time, but they had no accommodation, nowhere to go at night. So they decided to use Earth-type abilities to quickly build a few Earth houses to spend the night.
Therefore, safety became particularly important. As the sky darkened, as they were preparing to return, the sound of a child crying suddenly came. Linny suddenly looked up, glanced in the direction of the sound, and said, "Is there a child? Let's go check it out." But Bai Che stopped him. "Our task is to patrol for danger in the vicinity, let's not meddle in other people's business."
"And don't you find it strange? How can there still be a living child around here?" Linny looked worried, arguing, "What if it's really a surviving child? It's getting dark soon, his crying will definitely attract zombies, we can't just stand by and watch."
Seeing Bai Che hesitating, Linny dropped a line, "Then I'll go check it out myself." Then he ran towards the direction of the sound. Seeing this, Bai Che sighed, reluctantly following along. Following the sound of crying, Linny arrived at a grassy lawn and saw a child not far away, crying with a dirty body, looking about 5 or 6 years old. The child was squatting by the lawn, burying his little face in his knees, his thin shoulders trembling slightly. Seeing this, Lin Yi's heart ached, and he hurried over. Bai Che was panting behind. Wait for me, squad leader." Lin Yi squatted down, gently patting the child's trembling shoulder, and asked anxiously, "Little one, where are your family? Are they hurt?" At these words, the child's crying abruptly stopped. He slowly raised his head, revealing eyes without pupils, bloodshot and filled with blood vessels. He stared at Lin Yi, his mouth stiffly opening to reveal sharp teeth with flesh and blood hanging from them, emitting a chilling laughter. He. Lin Yi stood frozen in place, hearing Bai Che's shout in his ear.
"Run!" The child zombie quickly pounced on Lin Yi's shoulder, biting into his neck and tearing off a large chunk of flesh to chew on.
At that moment, he also noticed Bai Che reaching for his gun, then he launched himself like an arrow towards Bai Che. Bai Che quickly activated his powers. A mental attack surged straight to the child zombie's brain, causing a brief moment of confusion. Bai Che skillfully raised his silenced pistol and decisively pulled the trigger.
Bang! One shot, one kill.
Watching Lin Yi's violently trembling body, Bai Che hurriedly went to check on him. Lin Yi's body was already making the sound of bones twisting, with bloodshot lines slowly appearing in his eyes. This was a sign of mutation. Lin Yi bit his tongue hard, trying to keep himself from losing control, his voice hoarse. "Quick!
Kill me! I don't want to turn into a zombie and harm you all. Kill me quickly."
Bai Che also understood that there was no saving Lin Yi at this point. He slowly pressed the muzzle of the gun against Lin Yi's head, but hesitated to pull the trigger.
Hurry! Lin Yi screamed frantically, tears streaming down his eyes. He didn't want to die either, he wanted to live well, but he couldn't understand why his kindness would lead to his own demise. Why would good intentions bring about bad consequences? Bang!
Lin Yi slowly closed his eyes, tears the size of beans sliding down his youthful sunlit cheeks, a bitter smile appearing on his lips. Bai Che's face was also filled with complex emotions. Feeling low, he wanted to rebuke this cruel and heartless world, but he couldn't, as any noise would attract nearby zombies.
"Squad leader, it's not your fault. In this hellish apocalypse, only demons survive, angels are seen as anomalies." Bai Che silently picked up Lin Yi's body and left. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The apocalypse had been going on for over half a month, and more people with abilities were emerging. However, the location of the shop was quite remote, and in the apocalypse, normal people didn't come to the park for a stroll, so the customer base remained the same. Business was not picking up, with few customers to begin with, and they were dying fast, making Wang Chen somewhat worried. "Jin Tiao, how many crystal coins do I need to upgrade my ability to be level in one go?" "Jin Tiao, you need 5,000 crystal coins, but your current balance is only 4080. Wang Chen nodded, feeling somewhat hopeful.
Once he reached B-level, unlocking spatial cutting, along with spatial defense, he would be a complete offensive and defensive entity. He could move around and see the outside world. Having stayed in the shop for half a month, even though it was comfortable, it was starting to feel stale. Although he had Blackie with him now, he could still go out, but Blackie was used to being wild and might not prioritize his cheap owner in dangerous situations. It was better to play it safe and reach B-level first. When it came to crystal coins, Wang Chen suddenly remembered something. It had been so long since he heard from Jiang Quan, that kid. Could he have been caught by the zombies? The security robots in his space were still waiting for him. Ding! Welcome! Chu Lan and his group walked wearily into the store, looking exhausted like laborers at a construction site. It seemed like building the camp had worn them out. "It's cooler in the store. My sweat glands haven't had a break outside," someone said. "It's September now, hot and tiring." "There's a pile of things to do every day," another complained. Su Yao couldn't help but grumble, "I haven't showered in days, it's so uncomfortable. Once we solve the water source issue today, the camp will be almost complete. Everyone just needs to hang in there. We have the water source, just no electricity."
We'll look for a generator next time we go out. Zhang Yingjing approached, patting Wang Chen's shoulder casually. Brother Yu, how about it? Should we visit once our camp is ready? It's boring staying here every day.
No one objected to Zhang Yingjing's suggestion. They didn't need to be cautious around Wang Chen, a big shot who might not even be interested in them. Chulan stared closely at Wang Chen's face, trying to detect any hint of unnatural expression. Wang Chen's power was too terrifying, especially in this post-apocalyptic world. Why should he effortlessly surpass everyone else? His peculiar behavior of opening a shop in the apocalypse, combined with never leaving the store, made Chulan wonder if the store was the reason. Would Wang Chen be just an ordinary person outside the store? However, the cunning Wang Chen from 2 lifetimes wouldn't let them notice. He maintained his composure and shook his head. It's too hot outside. It's not as comfortable as in the store. Let's talk about it when the weather gets colder. True, Zhang Yingjing scratched his head. The store has air conditioning, water, and electricity. Compared to here, our camp is like a refugee camp. Seeing this, Chulan was also shrewd, staring straight at Wang Chen and smiling. You've helped us so much. You must come to our camp for a visit. We'll treat you well. Wang Chen smiled and nodded, but cursed inwardly, this little girl, wanting to challenge me? Once I gather enough crystal coins to upgrade my abilities, I must confront her. Suya watched the two of them exchange glances and smiled, then quietly asked Zhang Yingjing beside her, do you think Lan likes the shopkeeper? Zhang Yingjing nodded in agreement, smiling, isn't that normal? For a strong guy like Brother Yu, I'd like him too if I were a woman. Indeed. Oh, I'm sorry, Lan. Ouch. Chulan pinched Suyao's face with both hands. Who am I secretly admiring? As they spoke, a blood-stained off-road vehicle stopped at the entrance, and a sturdy middle-aged man walked in with steady steps. It was 2,000 crystal coins. No, it was Jiang Quan. Wang Chen's eyes lit up. Had the mission been completed? But Jiang Quan just nodded at Wang Chen in greeting, then went straight to the weapons area, followed by the food section to pick some food and drinking water. It turned out he was just restocking supplies. Wang Chen lost interest immediately. When settling the bill, he deliberately brought up the matter, Brother Jiang Quan, there are only 2 days left until the trading date. Is everything going smoothly? Jiang Quan scratched his head and said in a somber tone, not very smoothly. There are too many zombies, and I was almost surrounded last time, nearly lost my life. Changing his tone, he solemnly added, but please rest assured, shopkeeper, I will try my best to complete the task within the deadline and not let you down. 2,000 crystal coins were not a small amount for an ability user, let alone for an ordinary person like Jiang Quan with a limp. Wang Chen saw how sensible he was, so he kindly pointed to the clothing area and said, go take a look inside. These things will be most useful to you. Jiang Quan turned his head, looking puzzled, but still headed towards the clothing area. The store manager must have had his reasons for saying so. A minute later, thunderous sounds came from the clothing area. Is this for real, manager? This kind of enhancement was no less than giving someone a unique ability. Everyone was drawn by the sound, unable to help but glance at the unfamiliar middle-aged man. Wang Chen replied calmly, I never deceive. Due to the high price, Jiang Quan only chose a pair of accelerated pants. As he was leaving, Wang Chen deliberately added pressure. Jiang Quan, buddy, you need to step up your game. There are people eyeing that robot of yours. As he spoke, he casually glanced at Chulan and the others in the rest area. Jiang Quan immediately understood, confidently saying, I guarantee I'll complete the mission. And without wasting a moment, he drove off in his off-road vehicle. Zhang Yingjing looked into the distance, watching the middle-aged man leave in a decisive manner, a look of admiration on his face. Just like the tough guy in my heart, strong physique, solitary, and handsome. Saying this, he struck a pose he thought was cool. As expected, he was met with eye rolls from everyone. Indeed, that man seems extraordinary. Liang Shu rubbed his eyes and looked at Chulan. After pondering for a moment, Chulan nodded. Next time we see him, we can try to recruit him. Our team has been shrinking too much lately, we could use some fresh blood. The next day, another slow day for business, Wang Chen's crystal coin balance only decreased. Wang Chen stroked his chin, contemplating how to promote the store. Jintiao, what do you think about this? Jintiao, the host can choose to distribute flyers to attract more ability users from farther away. Good idea, Jintiao, why didn't you mention you could make flyers earlier? Jintiao chuckled, there's a processing fee, 1 crystal coin for 100 flyers. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen fell silent, thinking, you little rascal. Think about it, host. Promoting is definitely better than just standing around here. And 1 crystal coin for 100 flyers isn't that expensive, is it? You spent over 10 crystal coins on a meal yesterday. Besides, 1 crystal coin is already the lowest price.
Do you want to deal with decimal points too?
After hesitating for a while, Wang Chen finally relented, 1 crystal coin for 150 flyers.
If not, we'll just stand here doing nothing.
Jintio was speechless, giving a resigned answer.
Deal.
After some thought, Wang Chen, afraid the system would deduct more crystal coins, said, let's start with 1,050 flyers, a total of 7 crystal coins.
Ding, 7 crystal coins deducted. Current crystal coin balance is 4,050. Flyers have been automatically added to the system backpack, please check. Wang Chen gently rubbed his chin. The flyers were ready, but who would distribute them? His gaze settled on Heisey, who was napping on the floor, a slight smile on his lips. He then took out a stack of flyers from the system backpack. With a bang, he threw them next to Heisey, startling him awake, looking around in confusion. Heisey, it's been a while since you've moved. It's time to go out and distribute these flyers.
So, he enthusiastically taught Heisey to scatter the flyers around.
However, Heisey glanced at the scorching sun outside and shook his head unwillingly. Seeing this, Wang Chen pretended to be distressed. Well, that's a problem. Without customers, we won't earn any crystal coins. Without crystal coins, there won't be any chicken legs.
Then, I'll have to go to the public restroom in the park with you to solve the problem. At his words, Heisey transformed into his beastly form, growing to 3 meters in length, taller than Wang Chen, grabbing the stack of flyers from the ground, and dashed out the door.
Wang Chen witnessed Heisey's transformation for the first time and couldn't help but marvel, loudly reminding him from behind, remember to run far away. Koro left the park and in an instant arrived on the street, leaping onto a tall building.
Leaping between the various buildings, regardless of whether below were zombies, humans, or strange beasts, it just caused chaos. The creatures below only felt a cool breeze passing by, followed by red papers falling down. By the time Koro rushed back, panting, before it could even catch its breath, Wang Chen once again pulled out a stack of flyers.
Encouragingly, he said, think about chicken legs. Go for it. Koro set off again. Luckily its speed was extremely fast, so it only took a little over 10 minutes to roam the entire city area. The problem was that Wang Chen's flyers were always endless. Every time Koro returned, he would always say it was the last trip. After a whole day, Koro was exhausted, lying on the ground panting. Wang Chen showed a pleased expression. Well done, tonight you'll feast on chicken legs. Woof woof.
1,000 flyers weren't many, not enough to cover the entire city area, but sufficient to attract the attention of a large portion of people. The survivors picked up the scattered flyers on the ground, showing faces of disbelief. The red flyers detailed descriptions and prices of some goods. Is this real? Can there really be such magical things? But it's so far away near South Jian University. If it's true, then we really need to go and see. Hope this person isn't deceiving us, or else.
Apocalyptic store. Damn.
Prices are cheaper than Sun's supermarket, but why is this scroll so expensive?
They're selling weapons and equipment. Is this godly scroll for real? Materialism can't comprehend. In the apocalypse, I materialize your damn. First time hearing that clothes can have attributes. Is it true? I'll go check it out another day. Even a small store dares to boast, claiming fresh food, abundant supplies. Do they not know how many people are in our base?
The next day, Wang Chen opened the store as usual, waiting quietly for the results of the promotion.
Gold bars. If there's still no business, can I get my 7 crystal coins back? Gold bars. I see you're really hungry. Is it worth 7 crystal coins?
Before long, a large truck turned into the park, with someone controlling the rocks on the ground from the passenger seat, creating a drivable path.
Damn, what kind of place is this? Can't even get a car in, whose park doesn't allow trucks. Apocalyptic store. Found it.
The roar of the truck echoed. Wang Chen turned to see a large truck parked not far away, covered in bloodstains on the front and wheels, clearly left by zombies.
Wang Chen's eyes gleamed, clearly seeing this as a big opportunity.
5 young people got off the truck, but only 2 were ability users, constantly surveying the store. At this moment, more and more vehicles of all sizes entered the park, all forces attracted by the flyers.
This store is really small. I thought it would be more impressive. Hey, aren't these people from the Xiang base? Can some strange things also catch the eye of major forces?
The Xiang base was the force with the most survivors in the entire Nanjiang city. As long as you had labor ability, you could enter, and it was said that they operated on a labor distribution system. As long as you worked every day, even if you were just an ordinary person, you wouldn't live luxuriously, but at least survival wasn't a problem.
In the extremely unfriendly apocalypse towards ordinary people, survival was something many ordinary people longed for.
Therefore, it was a place all ordinary people yearned for, but the base was already full.
Aren't you guys from the Thunderfire base, boasting to be the gathering place of the strongest ability users?
Yet here you are. The Thunderfire base was known to all the forces present, more infamous than famous. They only accept people with abilities and piglets. Piglets are just ordinary people, labor force captured by them, not even worthy of being called human. The daily food for piglets is only a piece of black substance, similar to turtle jelly. It is said that if the pigs die of exhaustion or hunger, their bodies will be ruthlessly disposed of. The people there are ruthless, with clear hierarchies. It is said that they even keep zombies and mutant beasts captive, conducting inhumane experiments. The two major bases are always on edge when they meet, eyeing each other with hostility. Despite having only 2D ability users in the Purple Sun base, they refuse to show weakness. Other factions are also ready to watch the show. However, a middle-aged man with a stubbly face from the Thunderfire base coughed twice unexpectedly. He calmed the situation and whispered to the others, "Forget it, just a few ants from the Purple Sun, don't alert the enemy for them. Besides, we have more important matters to attend to." With that, he signaled to the other factions, then led them towards the post-apocalyptic store. Seeing this, 5 young men immediately emerged from the crowd and followed the Thunderfire base group. The few from the Purple Sun base exchanged glances and quickly headed towards the store, while other smaller factions hesitantly followed suit. After all, they knew they couldn't afford to provoke these two big shots. Being able to have a meal was already good enough. Ding! Welcome! Welcome! The sensor at the entrance kept sounding. Wang Chen, who was watching a drama, suddenly looked up. "I thought you guys weren't coming in, taking forever at the entrance." 50 to 60 people gradually entered the store, looking around in amazement at the environment, marveling at the cool air, fresh with a hint of food aroma, neatly displayed goods, spotless floors, and soft lighting. What a comfortable environment, almost made me forget we're still in the apocalypse. I feel so dirty, afraid to step on the clean floor. Damn, this place is way better than Sun's Tinghui supermarket, this is where people should come. The middle-aged man with stubble also looked surprised, his gaze landing on the handsome Wang Chen behind the cashier counter. His muscles weren't large, but exuded a sense of beauty. Whether he had abilities or not was unknown, but he must be skilled. Everyone's attention was on the man and the dog. Wang Chen felt the numerous gazes but remained composed. He smiled at everyone. "Feel free to browse and see if there's anything you like, but remember, you can only open it after paying." Someone from the Purple Sun base spoke up. "How should we address you, handsome?" "Just call me the store manager." "Manager, is what's written on the flyer true?" Wang Chen replied sternly, "Of course, if there's a lie in the product description, you can smash my store." Hearing this, people dispersed, looking around, but each faction member closely followed the group, a sense of vigilance typical in the apocalypse. So many weapons, if we could arm the ordinary people in the base, it would be a great help. If only we could buy in bulk. Damn! This food smells so good. Sorry guys, I can't resist. Let's buy some to take back. Have you all prepared the crystal cores? I'll check the exchange table. Manager, I want some ability scrolls. The faction seemed orderly, but beneath the surface, there were hidden currents. There were no guards or surveillance here, so many good things. Are you testing the cadres with these items? Which cadre can withstand such a test? Some went to the food area, some to the clothing section, some to the rest area, and some observed Wang Chen from the shadows. The people from the Thunderfire base all showed greedy expressions. They were no strangers to murder and robbery. If it were Tinghui supermarket, they might have been more cautious, but what was there to fear from a pretty boy? "Captain Pang, the brothers can't wait any longer." Hu Zhenan Pang Zhanghai waved his hand and quietly ordered, "Wait a moment, Hu Meng, you guys go and test it out." Hu Meng immediately nodded obsequiously, called 4 henchmen, and walked towards the counter. Hu Meng and his group were affiliated forces next to the Thunderfire base, always acting as cannon fodder. Frankly speaking, they were expendable. Hu Meng and his 5 men swaggered up to Wang Chen, looking arrogant and domineering. Seeing this, onlookers from other forces couldn't help but glance over. Many forces were hesitant to make a move due to the unknown strength of the shopkeeper, so they urgently needed a trailblazer to confirm. What kind of strength did he have to dare to open his doors with just a dog by his side and display so many valuable items on the table? Clearly, there were many covetous eyes. Naturally, Wang Chen, who understood everything, was happy to set an example to deter others and make some petty thieves with abilities pay attention to their actions. He could sense that quite a few items had been secretly pocketed. Hu Meng bluntly ordered, "Bring over a pack of cigarettes." Wang Chen calmly handed over a pack of cigarettes, 50 crystal coins, "Please swipe your card." Upon hearing this, Hu Meng ignored him and instead opened the packaging, sniffed it with a big nose, and deliberately said, "Damn, it smells musty. What kind of lousy cigarettes are these, and they even have a label? Where did this counterfeit stuff come from?" Sensing their malice, Blackie stood up straight, his eyes coldly fixed on them. It was clear that they were troublemakers. In the apocalypse, being able to smoke was already a luxury. Who cared about brands? Wang Chen wore a professional smile and patiently explained, everything in our store is exclusive, and the quality is absolutely guaranteed. Seeing Wang Chen showing no signs of anger, Hu Mang and his group thought he was an easy target and began to push their luck. You say it's fine, so it's fine, right? We'll try a few first, risking our lives for everyone. The last sentence was a hypocritical remark to the people from other forces. Wang Chen pushed the card reader again. Sacrificing oneself for others is no problem, but payment must come first, or you'll bear the consequences. With a soft warning, Hu Ming disdainfully snorted, took out the cigarettes, and distributed them to his henchmen. Just you? Not impressive enough. Kill him. Wang Chen suddenly changed his expression, his tone indifferent. Before anyone could react, a shadow swiftly moved among them, and blood splattered. The 5E level ability users fell to the ground, lifeless. The air seemed to freeze, not to mention others. Even Hu Meng and his group hadn't reacted before their heads rolled to the ground. The incident ended in a matter of seconds. An alien beast, swift kill. Watching Blackie return to the counter as if nothing had happened, the onlookers were filled with shock. In the early stages of the apocalypse, alien beasts were indeed much stronger than same-level ability users because of their robust physical qualities, making ordinary ability users appear weak in front of them. However, a beast with such incredible speed was a first for many, even leaving some speed-type ability users in awe. The shopkeeper resumed his friendly demeanor as if nothing had occurred, already accustomed to such events. Freya, come clean this up. Witnessing such brutality, everyone couldn't help but feel a bit intimidated, and even a few pickpockets nervously returned the items to their original places. However, those from the Thunderfire base were unfazed. They were just a few E-level cannon fodders, so their deaths were normal. Pang Jianhai squinted his eyes and patted the perceptive ability user beside him. So, have you noticed anything? After a moment of contemplation, the person replied, that beast is very powerful. It might even be sea-level, but the shopkeeper acts like an ordinary person, showing no signs of any abilities. A sea-level beast is a bit tricky, especially with such speed. Perhaps only the boss can handle it. Some couldn't help but consider retreating. What are you hesitating for? Everyone here is an elite. I think we can take the risk. Exactly, fortune favors the bold. If we succeed this time, we can earn a lot of points. Enough for us to relax at the club for a few days. Lao Wu, isn't your son also at the base? Don't you want him to have a better life? With your meager salary, your child will surely suffer. Pang Jianhai stroked his stubble, pondered for a moment, and persuaded, don't we have a chance? Can't a dozen D grades take down a C grade? Besides, it's a domesticated dog, not a wild beast. As long as we can capture the shopkeeper, I don't think it will dare to harm us. Plus, with us being secretive and the enemy being unaware, if we catch it off guard, listen to me, we can do it this way. But what if others intervene? Kill them. After looting the store, these people will inevitably want to share. Exchanging their crystal cores for points is also a good choice, even in the Xiang base. Pang Jianhai approached the counter alone and said to Wang Chen with a smile, are all the shopkeeper's goods inside the store? We want to do a big deal, but the stock in the store is simply not enough. He wanted to find out Wang Chen's source of supplies. Wang Chen pretended to be surprised and excitedly said, really? I have plenty of stuff, all in my space. Whatever you need, I have it. Pang Jianghai's eyes lit up. You're a spatial ability user? Wang Chen nodded sincerely and, fearing disbelief, even deliberately stored the chair in his space. Seeing this, Pang Jianghai showed a pleased expression. That made things easier. Spatial abilities are pretty much useless. The demand at our base. He slowly placed his hand behind his back and made a gesture. The people behind immediately understood. Soon, there were shouts from behind. What are you looking at, you bastard? Are you looking down on us from Thunderfire? Think Thunderfire is easy to bully? Want us to use our crystal cores to practice leveling up? Just a few of you dare to pick a fight with a dozen of us. You've got some nerve. Ha! But we haven't done anything. I don't care, you must be held accountable today. Wang Chen furrowed his brows slightly, his view blocked by heavy shelves, but he knew full well that this was all a show put on by Thunderfire. Still, he cooperated and shouted loudly, don't cause trouble in the store, or face the consequences. But the argument continued, showing no signs of stopping. Pang Jianghai stared at Wang Chen intently, observing how he would handle the situation. Wang Chen's eyes flashed with imperceptible cunning, and he lowered his head to command, Haizi, go intimidate them. Anyone causing trouble, kill them. Hearing this, Haizi didn't hesitate and swiftly left the counter. Pang Jianghai's mouth, full of stubble, curled into a smile. Success! He swiftly moved behind Wang Chen,
firmly grabbing him and holding a dagger to his neck. Heisei returned and growled lowly at the scene. "Tell your black dog not to move. Otherwise, you're dead," Peng Jianhai shouted.
The crowd's attention gathered once again, sparking various discussions.
"Damn it, looks like we won't be able to take what we wanted. I knew Thunderfire wouldn't let us off easily. Ugh, Thunderfire's gang got what they wanted again. What a waste of a trip. If you don't have enough strength, don't try to run a store like others. Such a disappointment." Exactly, if this store were in the East City, it would be looted clean in a day. There are plenty of powerful ability users there. I say we better run now. If Thunderfire's mad dog starts biting randomly, it'll be trouble. The people from the Xiang base also looked disappointed. Once Thunderfire's people sink their teeth in, they won't let go.
A woman couldn't help muttering, "Thought we found a good store, but this shopkeeper is so unreliable.
Should have brought more people with us. Wouldn't have come back empty-handed."
King Chen yawned lazily and ordered, "Blackie, kill them all."
Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned.
Blackie turned slowly, looking at the dozen or so people behind him.
At that moment, Peng Jianhai panicked and quickly shouted, "Don't want to live? Keep your mutant beast still."
However, Blackie didn't care about what he said, he only followed his master's orders.
Blackie transformed into a shadow once again and charged towards the crowd. "Damn it, let's fight it, don't underestimate a D-rank. Ah, die, you beast."
Peng Jianhai watched as his team members fell one by one, cursing angrily, "Damn it, then you go die." His dagger stabbed out.
But the next moment, he felt empty-handed as the dagger disappeared into thin air. It was spatial ability.
Peng Jianhai quickly activated his ability, throwing a punch that whistled through the air. However, just a few centimeters away from King Chen, his fist suddenly stopped abruptly. Peng Jianhai's expression turned bewildered, his face flushed, unable to breathe as he collapsed on the counter, weak all over.
Why? We are
from the Thunderfire base.
Don't. King Chen shrugged. So what if you're from the Thunderfire base?
Even if Jesus came to my shop, he'd have to behave.
A dagger appeared in King Chen's hand, stabbing directly into Peng Jianhai's back.
Peng Jianhai, who had fainted due to lack of oxygen, woke up in intense pain, trembling violently.
King Chen was like a machine, repeating piston-like movements, continuously inserting and withdrawing the blade. Peng Jianhai was tortured for nearly 2 minutes until he fell silent.
The atmosphere was tense, with not a sound to be heard.
A D-rank ability user was powerless to resist, tortured to death, while over a dozen D-rank ability users couldn't even defeat a black dog?
The shopkeeper's strength was unfathomable, and the black dog was even more so. No wonder they dared to distribute flyers all over the city, afraid that others wouldn't know about this place. King Chen looked at the bodies on the ground and issued a reward for help in cleaning up the bodies to obtain the crystal cores, but they had to be recharged into the payment card. Firstly, he couldn't use crystal cores for anything other than business in the shop, and secondly, Blackie had no interest in low-level crystal cores, and recharging them into the payment card would also earn him a lot. Although it was a great opportunity, people hesitated and dared not approach. Only a few people from the Xiang base were delighted to clean up the bodies. After all, these were the crystal cores of the Thunderfire base's people, who would dare to touch them without strength. Everyone was struggling to survive. They didn't want to invite trouble. After the people from the Xiang base finished cleaning up all the bodies, King Chen fulfilled his promise and handed them a huge payment card worth 3,000 crystals. King Chen was overjoyed. A D-rank crystal core was worth 200 crystals. When did D-rank ability users become so common? "Shopkeeper, my name is Hong Tao, from the Xiang base. Our base wants to discuss business cooperation with the store." As Hong Tao spoke, he put the satellite phone in his pocket, obviously having contacted the leader.
King Chen nodded calmly. "Tell me more."
Hong Tao explained respectfully, "We can't explain the specifics. Our commander invites you to a face-to-face meeting at our Xiang base. Can you make it convenient?" Hearing this, King Chen thought for a moment, nodded in agreement, and with enough crystals, it was time for him to go out and see how the end of this world had developed.
"Let's make it tomorrow. Give me the address." Hong Tao joyfully took out a piece of paper, wrote down the address, and handed it over along with an iron badge.
"This is our base's address, and this is the pass. You can freely enter and exit the base."
Hong Tao and his group purchased a lot of supplies and left in a hurry.
Other forces people settled their accounts and left one after another, but many still sat on the sofas in the rest area, enjoying the air conditioning.
Wang Chen had no intention of rushing them out. It didn't affect him much anyway. As long as it didn't involve crystal coins, he remained amiable. Before long, a middle-aged man rushed in with a backpack. "Store manager, why are there so many cars outside? Did I come late?" Wang Chen glanced up to see Jiang Quan and 2,000 crystal coins. No, I've kept it for you." Wang Chen smiled and took out the 2-meter-tall security robot from the space.
Seeing this, Zhang Quan was ecstatic, quickly taking out crystal cores from his backpack.
Wang Chen looked at Zhang Quan with a fatherly pride, patting his shoulder. "It's yours now."
With that, he instructed the robot to start. A few seconds later, the security robot emitted a bright light, looked at Zhang Quan, and mechanically said, "Hello, master, please input my name."
Zhang Quan couldn't help but look at Wang Chen. "Do I need to change any programs or something?" Wang Chen shook his head proudly. "I've already input your information. I know you won't disappoint me."
Store manager. Zhang Quan, touched, reached out his hand, tightly gripping Wang Chen's, reluctant to let go.
Wang Chen felt a bit awkward. In his mind, he thought, "Oh no, am I being surrounded by gays?"
"Let's call it Terminator." Zhang Quan patted the security robot's steel plate, laughing.
Wang Chen almost burst out laughing, thinking Zhang was truly a simple person, calling a security guard Terminator for the first time.
Later, Zhang Quan bought a lot of instant noodle cans and similar food items, then bid farewell with the robot. However, Zhang Quan's actions caught the attention of some interested parties.
"Boss, did you see that?
That guy is really rich, throwing around 20 to 30 crystal cores.
What's that robot for? It's so expensive, seems like the only one in the whole store. You guys think this kind of good stuff, is it safe for one person to keep it? We are many, it's better to keep it with us. Hee, let's follow and see, we are experts in keeping items safe."
With that, the group quickly left the store. The store manager was powerful, and they didn't dare to have any improper thoughts.
But what was so scary about an ordinary esper? Once out of the store, those goods belonged to everyone.
Seeing this, Wang Chen didn't interfere much. Once out of the store, everything was no longer his concern. Besides, they had stored quite a few crystal coins in their payment cards, saving them for a rainy day. The more brutal the people outside fought, the more he earned. Zhang Quan had the robot board an off-road vehicle while he stood aside smoking, contemplating where to test the Terminator's strength.
At that moment, 7 or 8 people approached.
Seeing this, Zhang Quan threw away his unfinished cigarette and extinguished it with his boot, warily taking his rifle off his back. His intuition told him these people were not here for a friendly chat.
A man sneered at Zhang Quan holding the rifle, who still uses guns nowadays. "They're useless." Zhang Quan, with a cold expression, asked, "What do you want?" "What could we want? We just noticed you alone and thought it wasn't safe."
"We're just being helpful and curious about what you bought in the store earlier."
"Show us."
Hearing this, Zhang Quan understood, they were after his Terminator. Not far away, Xu Lan and others were heading towards the store, with a few new faces in the group.
"What's happening today? There are quite a few cars on the road. Didn't you see the flyers on the ground?
They should all be heading to the end of the world store.
The shopkeeper's goods are so magical, business is sure to boom."
Liang Shu sighed softly. After the store's location was revealed, there would definitely be many people coming to the park, and their camp was so close to the store. He was afraid of being coveted in the future.
Moreover, if the goods in the store were known to others, everyone would have such abnormal equipment.
Over time, the gap between ability users would become larger, stronger teams could kill more zombies, obtain more crystal cores, and buy stronger and more goods.
"Quick, look, isn't that the tough guy from yesterday?"
Zhang Yingjing exclaimed. At the words, everyone looked up and saw Zhang Quan being surrounded by a group of fierce men. Zhang Yingjing hurriedly shouted to Chu Lan, a team bullying an ability user, "How shameless, let's go help."
With that, she was about to go.
But Chu Lan stopped her, saying in a deep voice, "Wait a moment.
What are we waiting for? Aren't we supposed to recruit them?"
Chu Lan shook her head in silence, but her beautiful eyes were fixed on them. She wanted to see what Zhang Quan's true strength was. Why waste time talking to him? Just grab him. It's just one person dead anyway. Yeah, I really despise these rough guys. What's the use of being so strong?
In the end of the world, abilities are the way to go. Zhang Quan's mouth curled into a smirk, perfect to test the strength of the security robot. "Terminator, kill them." After a few seconds, the robot remained seated in the car, showing no reaction.
Everyone looked at each other, puzzled. Zhang Quan swallowed hard and shouted again, "Terminator, kill these 8 people." But the air remained silent.
Is he scared silly? Why is he yelling nonsense? Still calling it Terminator? Do you think you're Connor? Zhang Quan suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Could it be that he was tricked by the shopkeeper comrade? Why was this happening? A man clapped his hands and said, "We don't have time to play games with you, hand over the robot, then scram." "Boss, this off-road vehicle is pretty cool, why not keep it too?" A young man with a sharp mouth instigated from the side.
"Makes sense, then you just get lost, we don't want to get our hands dirty." At the words, Zhang Quan frowned, silent. Without the off-road vehicle,
The equipment and crystal cores were all in the car, they would definitely not let him take them away. Wouldn't that be like going back to square one overnight? And without the off-road vehicle, whether he could safely return home was also a problem. Thinking of this, Jiang Quan suddenly moved, swiftly raising his gun to shoot, then retreating to the driver's seat of the off-road vehicle. The movements were fluid and seamless, truly showing his military background. But his enemies were a group of ability users. Their reaction speed was not something an ordinary person could match. An Earth-type ability user immediately erected a wall of Earth to block the bullets coming towards him. A Speed-type ability user even advanced instead of retreating, directly passing through the dense bullets, rapidly approaching Jiang Quan. Just as his hand was about to touch Jiang Quan, the robot beside him moved without warning. As if teleporting, it suddenly appeared in front of the Speed-type ability user, its iron hand grabbing his arm. Ding, detecting a threat to the master. Before the person could react, a cracking sound was heard. His arm was directly broken. It hurts. It hurts so much. Seeing this, Jiang Quan smiled bitterly. The old man finally woke up. Then, the robot delivered a heavy blow. Bang! The head of the wailing ability user was directly smashed, red and white fluids flowing all over the ground. Several seconds later, his companions finally reacted and hurriedly scattered and fled. Oh my god! Damn! Run! Split up and run! Seeing them run far away, the robot remained motionless. Jiang Quan didn't want to let them off easily and couldn't help but command, "What are you waiting for? Kill them all." Mechanical sounds came from the robot's body. "My primary job is to protect my master at all times." Hearing this, Jiang Quan suddenly realized that it was a security robot, not a real Terminator. No wonder it had just ignored his command, it was simply not within its programming. Although he couldn't command it to attack actively, having such a terrifying bodyguard was not bad, at least he wouldn't have to be so cautious in the future. The shopkeeper was indeed still conscientious. Seeing this, Chu Lan and the others were shocked. The situation changed too quickly. How did that person get killed in an instant? Liang Shu, did you see how that thing attacked? No. Chu Lan stepped forward, and the others immediately understood, following suit. Jiang Quan was about to leave when he saw a group of people coming straight towards him, his eyes turning cold. Was this never going to end? However, seeing his confident expression, with the security robot around, basically no one could threaten his life. The leading woman was very young, walked to the front, and straightforwardly asked, "Hello sir, are you interested in joining our camp?" Jiang Quan was stunned for a moment, then replied calmly, "I am not a psychic." Every time other forces invited him, as long as he stated his identity as an ordinary person, they would back off, even showing disdainful looks and speaking harshly. Each time, he could only grit his teeth and swallow his pride. In the post-apocalyptic world, ordinary people were inferior to psychics. But Chu Lan joked, "Sir, you're answering the wrong question, I wasn't asking about that." Hearing this, Jiang Quan was puzzled. Not a psychic? Not a psychic and still daring to wander alone, that's bold. Zhang Yingjing turned into an instant fan, admiring Jiang Quan. Indeed fierce, if I didn't have psychic abilities, I wouldn't dare to go out alone. It's okay, we have ordinary people in our team too, and they are the kind who just eat and drink. Yeah. Wait, Xiao Xue, what do you mean? Hearing this, Jiang Quan felt a little touched. There were still good people in the post-apocalyptic world. After some thought, he agreed to Chu Lan's request. In the post-apocalyptic world, it was safer to stick together, and these people were all young, straightforward, and would provide good support in case of trouble. As night approached, the last group of guests also hurried to leave. In the dangerous city of Nanjiang at night, even the most confident psychics wouldn't easily go out. Wang Chen was well aware of this, so he closed the shop early and comfortably lay on the large sofa on the second floor. Looking at his remaining 9,480 crystal coins, he couldn't stop smiling. The promotional effect was remarkable. Gold bars. Upgrade my psychic level directly to B rank. Ding, 5,000 crystal coins deducted automatically, upgrade successful, skill unlocked, spatial cutting. Wang Chen opened his information panel to confirm. Shopkeeper, Wang Chen stamina, 130 strength, 110 speed, 95 psychic ability, spatial level, B rank low tier, 0/2000, shop level, E rank low tier, 0/1500, crystal coin balance, 4480. Then he got up and stretched, his gaze fixed on the black spot at his feet. The black spot seemed to sense something and looked up at Wang Chen, feeling a stronger aura from his master. Wang Chen's smiling face gave the black spot a vague sense of unease. Wang Chen's eyes narrowed, and his psychic ability was instantly activated. The black spot suddenly felt a slight chill on a patch of its skin.
Turning around, it saw that a piece of its jet black fur was inexplicably missing, as if it had been cut by a knife. The black spot was dumbfounded, tilting its head in confusion.
Wang Chen smiled and ordered, "Try to dodge the attack just now."
Hazy nodded, his eyes sharpened, staring at Wang Chen tightly, trying to react to his attack.
But the next second, Hazy lost another patch of fur.
Animals have strong perception abilities, especially exotic beasts like Hazy, a B-grade exotic beast, yet he couldn't sense Wang Chen's spatial cutting.
Again! Move a little this time. Awhoa!
Increase your speed slowly, not too fast.
Half an hour later, Hazy curled up in a corner in distress.
There were only a few black fur patches left on his body, and the cut areas, due to Wang Chen's lack of control, were oozing blood faintly.
After half an hour of practice, Wang Chen gained some understanding of spatial cutting.
First is instant activation. As long as his eyes are fast enough, no object is beyond his cutting reach.
Secondly, it cuts through iron like mud, although he's unsure if it can bypass defenses, as he dares not test it on Hazy. However, judging from the slight wounds on Hazy, breaking through the defense of a B-grade exotic beast is not a problem. And then,
thinking, Wang Chen walked to the French window, opened it, and fixed his gaze on a crooked neck tree in the distance.
The next second, the thick trunk was neatly cut and fell with a crash.
The range within his gaze was the scope of spatial cutting, its most terrifying aspect, capable of silently assassinating someone from a distance.
Wang Chen nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Hazy sulking on the side. He laughed and scolded, "Stop pretending. With your healing ability, you'll be back in a day. Hurry up and eat. I'll even give you extra chicken legs." Hearing this, Hazy happily ran over.
"What did you say?" In a renovated steel factory, a middle-aged man with a dark complexion stood up abruptly, his eyes filled with disbelief. Several trembling individuals stood before him.
"What we said is all true.
Several of your base's ability users were brutally killed, and the crystal cores were taken by a few people from the Xiang base."
The middle-aged man's face darkened, his eyes fierce. The group from the Xiang base would eventually be eradicated by them, but what about the situation at the store?
Those taken by Peng Jianhai were among the base's few top talents, with considerable strength.
How could they be powerless?
And that exotic beast was terrifying, effortlessly killing over a dozen D-grade ability users. Even he and his boss wouldn't stand a chance. At this moment, among the informants accusing Wang Chen, someone said, "Deputy Chang, we informed you promptly.
Is there any reward for us?" Hearing this, Chen Yuan smiled and kindly said, "Of course."
He then gestured to his cold and elegant female assistant, Xiao Ming, "Take them down and entertain these distinguished guests, showing our hospitality."
The female assistant understood immediately and led the group. The ability users were unaware of their impending doom, their eyes lingering on the female assistant. "Please follow me." A few minutes later, the female assistant returned, wiping blood off her hands and holding a skill scroll. She presented it to Chen Yuan. "This is a purchased item from the store." Chen Yuan examined it briefly and handed it back to the assistant. "Take it to the research room for the doctor to look at. Also, find time to investigate that store. It's a critical period, we can't afford to make enemies now. If they don't pose a threat, we'll keep our distance. If they act unreasonably, we'll eliminate them at any cost," Chang Ming interjected eagerly. Chen Yuan looked at his daughter and shrugged, "We have no choice. If we can't win, there's nothing we can do."
The next morning, Wang Chen finished his workout, had breakfast, took the iron token given by Hong Tao the day before, and prepared to leave. With a reluctant Blackie by his side, he locked the shop door and hung the prepared notice on it. Wang Chen squatted down, staring seriously at Blackie. "Blackie, once we step out of this door, you must protect me and never stray too far from me."
Hearing this, Blackie nodded, rolled his eyes involuntarily, thinking, "My master is so strong, does he really need me to protect him? I bet he won't even bother to lift a finger. You should know, if something happens to me, you might never get to eat chicken legs, beef, or dog food for the rest of your life." Upon hearing this, Blackie immediately adopted a vigilant stance, scanning the surroundings alertly. "This must be a test from my master. How could I call him lazy?" Seeing this, Wang Chen rubbed his forehead, thinking, "Is food more important than me to you? You ungrateful wolf." Then he stepped out of the courtyard. After leaving the store for the first time since the apocalypse, Wang Chen aimlessly walked the desolate streets, breathing in the fresh air outside. Despite the faint smell of blood in the air, he felt refreshed. If you had been cooped up in an air-conditioned room for half a month, you'd feel the same way. In the approaching October in Nanjiang City, the heat still lingered, with no hint of coldness. Abandoned vehicles lined the streets, houses were stained with blood, some windows were broken, some doors were rotten, white bones littered the ground, decaying zombie bodies,
and empty crystal cores that had been sucked dry. Large crows circled overhead, larger than humans, occasionally swooping down to feast on the corpses by the roadside. Even Wang Chen, who had experienced the apocalypse in his past life, couldn't help but sigh at the sight. The giant crows, upon seeing Wang Chen and Blackie, did not attack but stopped eating, lowering their heads slightly as if showing respect. Blackie just glanced at them arrogantly, ignoring them. Wang Chen understood, this was Blackie's status as the Beast King. As they walked away, the crows raised their heads and exchanged glances. Why is the Lord's fur thinning? Wang Chen and Blackie walked in the shadows near the houses to avoid the scorching sun outside, attracting the attention of the surviving onlookers. Those who knew Wang Chen were slightly surprised. The shopkeeper had actually left? With such comfortable air conditioning, why go out in the heat? As they walked, the number of zombies in their field of vision gradually increased. Some mindless low-level zombies, driven only by their desire for crystal cores and flesh, ignored the powerful aura emanating from Wang Chen and Blackie, rushing towards them with hoarse cries. Wang Chen held back Blackie, who was ready to charge, signaling him not to attack. Just protect me, don't let them get close. With that said, his gaze shifted to the approaching horde of zombies, eager to test his newly developed supernatural abilities. In an instant, the sound of flesh being sliced echoed, and the leading zombies lost their heads, stumbling and falling after a few steps. Although spatial slicing was fast and efficient, it could only be used on a single target each time. It would be disadvantageous in the face of a large-scale attack. After dealing with the nearby zombies, Wang Chen showed a hint of weariness. He looked at Blackie beside him and said wearily, "Blackie, go fetch the crystal cores from the zombies for me." Woof woof. Blackie was puzzled but obediently went to search for the crystal cores. What does he want with these trashy crystal cores? Generally, these low-level crystal cores were useless for a B-rank Esper, but Wang Chen had a special crystal coin exchange mechanism. The upgrade of the store and Esper abilities relied on crystal coins, and even the lowest-grade crystal cores could be exchanged for crystal coins. For someone as stingy and meticulous as Wang Chen, every little bit counts, even the legs of a mosquito are not to be wasted. After all, not every zombie can condense a crystal core. On average, it takes 3 zombies to yield one. As Wang Chen rested against the wall, several figures appeared intermittently around the corner. It was a team of 8 supernatural beings, each holding flyers from their own shop. They looked at the bodies strewn across the ground, all killed with a single blow, and couldn't help but be astonished, turning their gaze towards the handsome man leaning against the wall. Did he really take them all down by himself? A big shot? The leader was a beautiful woman whose face lit up at the sight, eager to approach. But at that moment, Hazy suddenly stepped forward, blocking the group. The woman hurriedly explained, "We mean no harm. Hazy, continue collecting crystal cores." Wang Chen glanced at the group's data and realized they posed no threat to him. Seeing Wang Chen speak, the woman thought he was interested in joining their team. She smiled and asked, "Good looking, do you have a team? Would you like to join us?" Wang Chen shook his head lightly in response. "Really don't want to? Although you are stronger than us, joining a team would help you level up faster with more people." Despite her earnest persuasion, Wang Chen remained silent, portraying the image of a lone expert. "Forget it, Captain. The big shot doesn't need us. We'd just be a burden." "Yeah, that's right." As they spoke, a girl around 10 years old suddenly appeared in the distance, running while glancing back, chased by several zombies. The girl's speed was clearly faster than normal, indicating she had awakened her powers. Spotting Wang Chen closest to her, she ran towards him as if he were her lifeline, crying out, "Help me, please help me." Hazy glanced up, then resumed searching for crystal cores, just a bunch of weaklings to be dealt with by his master. Upon hearing the girl's plea, Wang Chen remained unmoved, still leaning against the wall, observing coldly. The girl, in a panic, stumbled and fell to the ground, her face contorted in pain, seemingly having twisted her ankle. "Ouch, it hurts, big brother, please help me." She lay on the ground, holding her ankle, tears welling up as she looked at Wang Chen, a pitiful expression on her face. As the zombies drew closer, the onlookers thought Wang Chen would intervene. However, he maintained an indifferent demeanor, a faint smile even playing on his lips. Seeing this, the girl was taken aback. "Am I watching a comedy in this life and death situation? Are you treating this as a joke?" Unable to sit idly by, the woman took the lead and rushed out. Just in time, she rescued the girl before the zombies could reach her, unleashing wind blades with her powers to swiftly dispatch the undead. "Little sister, are you badly hurt? Shaolin, come and help treat her. I think I twisted my foot, it hurts so much, wah." The girl threw herself into the woman's arms, tears streaming down her face, evoking sympathy from the onlookers. The leader frowned at Wang Chen, angrily questioning, "How could you just stand by? She's just a child.
Wang Chen nonchalantly replied, didn't see it.
You. The leader glared at him, but Wang Chen's casual response left her feeling powerless to argue further. The others in the team also looked displeased, murmuring among themselves.
So heartless, it's a good thing he didn't join us. Didn't even see it, what a lame excuse, he's really heartless.
Clearly capable but refuses to act, such people are a nuisance even with their strength.
Wang Chen yawned lazily, paying no attention to the murmurs around him.
After the female esper named Xiaolin treated the girl, she pinched the girl's cheek and smiled.
Where are you from? Did you get separated from your family?
Hearing this, the girl lowered her head slightly, looking despondent. I got separated from my mom and dad.
Where are your parents? Let us take you to them. Really? Thank you, sister. The girl exclaimed excitedly, who is your captain? Xiaolin pointed to the woman, it's the beautiful sister who just saved you, her name is Ring Yan.
Upon hearing this, the girl's eyes lit up.
She stood up and whispered something to Ring Yan.
Ring Yan didn't catch it at first, then crouched down to listen. The girl grinned innocently, leaned close to Ring Yan's ear, and said, you're all doomed. Ring Yan was momentarily stunned, not quite grasping the situation, feeling a chill at her neck, a prickling sensation. The girl produced a small knife from somewhere, pressing it firmly against Ring Yan's neck. The tip of the blade had already slightly pierced the skin, as if it could break through at any moment. Witnessing this scene, everyone present, except for Wang Chen, froze in disbelief.
Xiaolin was the first to react, hastily saying, are you in danger? You can tell us if something is wrong. Yes, maybe someone is threatening you. I can help you, just put the knife down, it's too dangerous. As they were about to approach, the girl's expression darkened, shouting, don't come any closer, or I'll kill her. With that, the knife pressed a bit further, a trickle of blood appearing on Ring Yan's neck. Ring Yan, at that moment, wore a complex expression, her fair skin covered in tiny beads of sweat, not daring to make any sudden moves. With the skin and the blade in such close contact, even though her opponent was a 10-year-old child, killing her would be effortless. Wang Chen, on the side, seemed more interested in the spectacle than concerned, sitting casually on the front of an abandoned vehicle. Why? Why would you do this? We saved you. The girl sneered, haven't you figured it out yet? It was all intentional, I just wanted to get close to you. Ring Yan, at that moment, felt regret for letting her guard down just because the other party was a child. Indeed, in the apocalypse, there were only hunters and prey. At that moment, He Zi seemed to sense something and raised his head alertly. Soon, a middle-aged couple appeared not far away, carrying iron tools, slowly approaching. The woman came to the girl, patted her head, and praised, my Xiao Xiao is so capable, completing another mission. Obviously, they had used people's sympathy before. The girl sweetly smiled, proudly lifting her chin, taking pride in her accomplishment. The man, holding a hammer, looked at the group's backpacks and ordered, if you want your leader to live, hand over all the food. Despite their reluctance, the group had no choice but to surrender their backpacks. Quick! Throw them over, no tricks. And that crystal core, I heard it can enhance abilities, hand it over too. Held captive, Ren Yan gritted her teeth, looking towards Wang Chen for help, her eyes pleading. He must have a solution, being so strong. Wang Chen met her gaze, then looked away, observing the scorching sun outside, muttering, the weather's changing, we need to hurry home to collect clothes. A heart in suspense finally died. Wang Chen collected the crystal cores gathered by He Zi into his space and prepared to leave. The middle-aged woman noticed Wang Chen's intention to leave and scolded, where are you going? Do you think you can just walk away? He Zi immediately glared at the woman, emitting a low growl of warning. Startled, the woman quickly hid behind the man. Stop! Don't you want her to live? Wang Chen shrugged, we are not on the same side. The man looked at Blackie in surprise. He couldn't believe someone still had a dog. In these end times, people were starving, who had the luxury to keep pets. The man swallowed hard, his eyes gleaming with greed. Dog meat was a rare delicacy, especially a big one like this that could feed them for days. Besides, Blackie didn't seem like those wild mutant beasts. At that moment, the girl added fuel to the fire, saying fiercely, it's all his fault for not helping earlier. I almost got eaten by zombies because of him. The man's expression turned cold as he turned to the group of mutants and ordered, you, go kill him. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen halted, his killing intent evident. The others were taken aback, unsure of what to do. What are you waiting for? Attack! There are 7 of you mutants against 1, are you afraid? Or do you not want your leader to die? Despite their hesitation, they knew the man's power. If they went against his orders, they might end up in pieces. But with their leader in his hands, their lives were at stake. Ran Yan understood this too. Although she wanted to survive, she was now the leader of the team. After a brief struggle within herself, she made a decision and shouted, "Don't mind me. Kill them all, avenge me." Her shout seemed to drain all her strength. The man beside her became furious and slapped Ren Yen across the face. "How dare you speak, you filthy b***tch. Before he could finish his sentence, he froze in place. His eyes widened in shock as he stood motionless. Seeing this, his wife shook his arm. "Why aren't you speaking, honey?" "Ah!" Her shake caused his head to fall off. It rolled on the ground a few times before coming to a stop, cleanly severed from his neck. Just like the zombies littering the ground, everyone turned to Wang Chen, who looked relaxed. They were relieved that the big shot had intervened. The girl stared blankly, finding it hard to believe that her lively father one moment was now headless the next. Feeling the pain in her neck lessen, Ren Yen seized the opportunity while the girl was distracted and unleashed her power. This time, she didn't hesitate, sending a blade of wind straight at the girl's neck. Crack! The girl, shocked, clutched her neck and collapsed, lifeless. The middle-aged woman, witnessing her husband's death, abandoned her daughter and fled in a panic. But Wang Chen wasn't going to give her a chance. With a swift spatial cut, he ended her life. The attacks appeared silently, leaving everyone puzzled. What kind of power was this? It was mysterious and unpredictable. As Wang Chen was about to leave, the group hurriedly thanked him. Wang Chen, indifferent, said bluntly, "It's none of your business. If he hadn't tried to kill me, I would have left long ago." With that, he turned and left with Blackie. Watching Wang Chen's departing figure, the group couldn't help but admire his nonchalance. Ren Yan's expression was complex. She wanted to apologize for what happened earlier but was afraid of causing offense. It turns out he knew it was a trap all along. We were the fools after all. Thank goodness the big shot didn't hold it against us, or we'd all be dead. That little girl looks like a porcelain doll, but her heart is as dark as they come. This post-apocalyptic world is truly messed up. A modified truck sped down the road, plowing through abandoned vehicles and zombies in its path. Hey, that End Times store didn't open. What a waste of a trip, ridiculous. Well, our luck isn't the best. Those in charge didn't clarify when the store would open or close. I heard that the manager of that store is very strong, and not afraid of Thunderfire dogs at all. What do you think? Damn, I can't see him, how can I have an opinion? At that moment, a man in the driver's seat suddenly pointed towards a person and a dog ahead. Quick, look, is that a normal person? Due to the modified truck where the container was connected to the cab, everyone gathered around. His walking posture doesn't seem like a zombie, but why is he walking alone on the road? He might be a mutant, not sure if he belongs to any faction. Why not ask him if he wants to join our Purple Sun base? We've been lacking mutants lately. Upon hearing this, everyone agreed. However, a young man in the passenger seat shook his head, looking serious, and said, "Outside is not like inside the base. What's more terrifying than mutants or zombies is human nature. Especially these lone wolves, with no scruples, no way out, who knows what they might do. Letting him in the car would be inviting trouble, and the space inside the car is so small." Hearing the captain's words, everyone suddenly woke up, feeling a chill, as they had encountered many ruthless people. To survive, they would do anything, even if it meant dragging others down with them. Drive faster, don't pay attention to him. Wang Chen looked at the address in his hand, furrowing his brows slightly. It was in the East City, quite far away. He didn't have a car, so walking was out of the question. Maybe he could ride the dog? Wang Chen glanced at Hazy, thinking, it would definitely be uncomfortable to ride on him. At that moment, a truck sped by, and Wang Chen turned to look. If only they would pick a fight with him. As the truck passed by Wang Chen, Captain Fongyan in the passenger seat glanced over casually. Suddenly, he sat up straight. "Stop the car. Stop the car, I know him." Everyone was speechless. Wasn't it said that lone wolves were reckless? How come knowing him made it okay? Wang Chen saw the truck abruptly brake and slowly reverse back towards him, a smile playing on his lips. The truck's window rolled down, revealing a somewhat familiar face. The man looked excited. "Wang Chen, is it really you? Who are you?" "I'm Fongyan, your high school classmate." With Fongyan's reminder, Wang Chen had a sudden realization. "Oh, it's Fongyan. What a coincidence. How have you been lately? Is your child and wife okay?" Fongyan was taken aback. "We were in the same grade. Where did the child come from?" "Alright, I knew you wouldn't remember." Wang Chen scratched his head, awkwardly chuckling. "I'm working at the Purple Sun base now. You know, it's not safe in the apocalypse, you need to find a strong backing." He pointed to the purple uniform he was wearing. Hearing that he was from the Purple Sun base, Wang Chen's eyes lit up. Purple Sun base? Is it the one in East City? Yes, I'm the captain of a team of mutants there. Seeing Wang Chen recognize the renowned Purple Sun base, Fongyan felt a sense of pride. Wang Chen smiled. Can you give us a ride to the Purple Sun base? You know, it's hard to find transportation in the apocalypse. You want to join our base? That's great. What's your mutant ability? Fang'an was pleasantly surprised. Spatial manipulation. Wang Chen replied without hesitation, not bothering to explain his purpose for going to the Purple Sun base. Spatial manipulation? Fang'an was slightly surprised. They had that ability in their base, but the strength was hard to describe. Then get in the car. Fang'an reminded, oh, by the way, Shui Linchong is also in our base, with quite a high rank. Shui Linchong? Despite living 2 lives, Wang Chen still remembered this rather abstract person, rich and quite imposing. He recalled how he used to be weak and was often forced to help him with homework and cheat on exams. However, after so many years have passed, I have long since let go of it. As long as he doesn't pick a fight, I can't be bothered to cause trouble either. It's the end of the world, why keep a dog? And its fur is almost bald, does it have a skin disease? Hearing this, Haizi gave Fang'an a glare. Wang Chen smiled. In the current world, it's better to raise dogs than people. That's outside. In our base, just like the society before the apocalypse, everyone abides by the rules. After over half an hour of driving, a huge circular fortress appeared in sight. This place used to be an industrial park, but it seems to have been transformed. The perimeter is surrounded by walls nearly 5 meters high, with barbed wire above the walls and towering watchtowers with illumination flares inside. Near the base, zombie bodies piled up like mountains, with many ordinary people wearing masks clearing the bodies under the protection of ability users. After all, in hot weather, bodies easily rot, breeding bacteria and viruses. Wang Chen was somewhat surprised. The scale of the official base in his previous life was not much different. The truck passed through a professional lane and entered after inspection at the entrance. Upon entering the base, one could see a densely packed cluster of large tents surrounding almost the entire base. Countless people were coming and going, mostly ordinary people, each performing their duties in an orderly manner, giving the impression of still being in a civilized society. With so many people, although food was a major issue, it was undeniable that this was also a huge workforce. In just under a month, such a large project could be completed, thanks to abilities, but a significant part of the reason was the abundant labor force here. The truck slowly stopped in the designated area, and Fang'an turned to Wang Chen, saying, "We get off here and walk over." Due to the 2 defense lines on the ground level of the base, they had to pass through another gate to truly reach the interior. The base's area was large, but Wang Chen knew that this was just the tip of the iceberg. Most of the base's main facilities were underground. The inner area resembled a huge fortress, sealed off, with an additional layer of iron plates on top of the outer walls, which were still unfinished. Many ability users were on the side, fitting a large amount of material to the high walls on the ground. After passing through the orderly tents, they arrived at the entrance to the inner area, where several armed law enforcement officers were stationed. Seeing Fang'an's uniform, they all clenched their right fists and pounded their chests. As Fang'an handed them the pass for inspection, he explained, "This is our base's unique way of saluting." Then, he briefly explained Wang Chen's situation to the officers. Just as they were about to enter, they were stopped by a law enforcement officer standing nearby, his expression strange as he pointed at Haizi, a pet dog. Shouldn't be allowed in, right? To be honest, they had never encountered such a situation before and were unsure how to handle it. After all, who in their right mind would keep a dog in the apocalypse? Hearing this, Haizi looked somewhat aggrieved. Fang'an furrowed his brow slightly. There's no mention of it in the base regulations, so it should be fine, right? The officer shook his head. You know, the inner area is strictly controlled. If something happens, it will be hard to explain, especially since he's not a member of the base yet. He stared at the casual clothes Wang Chen was wearing. Wang Chen looked at Fang'an beside him, seeing his hesitation, so he took the initiative. "It's okay, let it wait outside, I'll go in by myself." He then had Haizi obediently wait at the entrance. The contrast between the inner and outer areas was like night and day. Not only was there electricity supply, but it was also cool. "Let's go, Wang Chen, I'll take you to register." Fang'an pointed to a sign. At that moment, a woman suddenly rushed to Fang'an. "Captain Fang, they're calling for you to report upstairs quickly." "Wait, let me take my friend first." Wang Chen interrupted. "You go ahead, delaying the mission is not good. The registration office is so close, I can go by myself." After all, he wasn't here to register, just looking for a ride. Fang'an gave an apologetic look and hurriedly left with the team. Seizing this opportunity, Wang Chen planned to explore the Xiang base thoroughly because of his actions in disseminating information in the early days of the apocalypse. Compared to his past life, everything had more or less changed. Although these changes were not significant to Wang Chen, he was just seeking some novelty, taking a rare trip away from home.
The inner circle seemed like a service center, with the first floor alone housing the task center, management center, construction center, cleaning center, external security center, and a center for physiological needs.
A center for physiological needs? Quite an euphemism. Wang Chen was speechless, slowly walking towards the elevator on the side, preparing to explore the underground part of the base.
The elevator had 50 to 60 floor buttons, most indicating dormitory levels, while some buttons had no labels. This was a common covert method to prevent outsiders from accessing confidential floor information. However, this method wasn't very friendly to someone like him who had come to discuss business abruptly.
Where is the office of the base commander?
Wang Chen casually asked as he stepped out of the elevator and found what seemed to be an office area. Many employees glanced at him, finding Wang Chen out of place.
Where is the office of the base commander? I need to see him.
At his words, everyone was speechless, puzzled by Wang Chen's casual attire, unable to make sense of it.
Is he a spy? Is there such a brazen spy here? Who are you? This is not where you should be. Where did this wild kid come from? Security. Where is security? Wang Chen.
Wang Chen, who had intended to leave, turned at the sound. A young man dressed like a model and a heavily made-up female secretary approached Wang Chen.
Wang Chen glanced up and recognized the former bully, Shui Linchong. Pretending not to see him, Wang Chen turned back towards the elevator. Stop! Can't you hear someone talking to you?
Shui Linchong said, displeased.
Feigning surprise, Wang Chen asked, Is there something wrong? Shui Linchong's face darkened. Just a few years, and you think you've grown wings? Dare to ignore me. Fangnan just told me about you, said you're a new spatial ability user, the most useless one. Let me take care of you, or you'll be in trouble. Shui Linchong's words dripped with sarcasm. The female secretary chimed in, Yeah, who do you think you're talking to? Brother Chong is the deputy minister of the management department. One word from him and he can kick out a useless ability user like you. Staring at them, Wang Chen suddenly asked, Are you siblings? Is your dad surnamed Wang? Everyone was bewildered by Wang Chen's unexpected question. Shui Linchong and the female secretary were also taken aback. My dad's definitely surnamed Shui. No, my dad's surname is Zhu. Wang Chen shook his head and said seriously, No, your dad's surname is Wang, the eighth in the family hierarchy. One day, a tortoise laid 2 eggs from under its butt, and you two were born. The two were momentarily confused, not fully understanding, but an employee nearby couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha, these are the tortoise eggs. At this, the two finally realized and became furious. Shui Linchong's forehead veins bulged, ready to teach this useless person a lesson. He walked straight up to Wang Chen, locked eyes with him, and through gritted teeth said, Kneel down now and lick the soles of my shoes clean, and I'll spare your life. At this moment, an elderly man in a cleaning uniform standing aside kindly advised, Young man, don't act recklessly. Admit your mistake quickly, you are still young. Yes, don't overestimate yourself. The deputy minister will forgive you. Everyone has immature moments. It's not worth losing your life for the sake of fame. Wang Chen turned a deaf ear to these well-intentioned persuasions. His expression remained unchanged, showing no fear as he casually uttered a dismissive get lost to Shui Lin. Before the words had even settled, You're asking for death. Shui Lin directly swung a fist towards Wang Chen's face, the punch carrying a strong and deadly force. Witnessing this, the onlookers sighed in unison. It was no longer a civilized society where the life of a superhuman was of little importance. Even in the disciplined Purple Sun base, it was not like the pre-apocalyptic era. Ah! A scream pierced through the air. The bystanders were taken aback as the scream came from the usually hot-tempered deputy minister. Shui Lin was clutching his severed arm tightly, his face pale with pain and cold sweat streaming down. The onlookers stared at the bloody arm on the ground, momentarily unable to react. The cut on the arm was extremely clean, showing exquisite knife skills. The crowd looked puzzled, glancing around, unsure who had performed this relieving act. Could it be Wang Chen, a waste like him? Or was there a skilled individual involved? Eventually, their gaze settled on the elderly janitor closest to them. Could it be you? I knew you were not ordinary. Hiding your skills, I always wondered how you cleaned the toilet so quickly. Now I know why. Indeed, last time when the toilet was clogged, a simple pull from him cleared it. Pretending to be weak, you're quite something, old man. Indeed, true masters always keep a low profile. Sensing something amiss, the old man was sweating profusely, hastily denying, What are you talking about? I didn't do anything. Is this how you show appreciation? If you praise me, I might get killed. No, are you praising me or blaming me? Is unclogging a toilet the same as killing someone? Young people these days, putting pressure on me. Seeing the old man almost scared out of his wits, not appearing to lie, the crowd shifted their focus. Could it be him?
Shui Lin was equally puzzled until he saw the mocking smile on Wang Chen's face, then it dawned on him.
It's you, isn't it? Wang Chen smiled, guess. Sensing the situation turning unfavorable, the female secretary took advantage of everyone's distraction and hurriedly ran away. Shui Lin was completely bewildered but still somewhat incredulous. Could a waste superhuman like him have done this? So, he gritted his teeth, raised his other arm in pain, and fiercely struck towards Wang Chen again. Ah! Another familiar cry, another severed arm on the ground. The onlookers couldn't see how Wang Chen had acted. Shui Lin was drenched in cold sweat, almost fainting from pain, staring at his two severed arms in disbelief. Why? After a few seconds, he suddenly looked up, staring at Wang Chen in horror. It's definitely you. You're a dual attribute superhuman. Then, he turned to the onlookers watching the scene unfold and commanded, "What are you waiting for? Kill this assailant." Hearing this, the crowd fell silent, no one willing to step forward. Firstly, Wang Chen's abilities were too mysterious. A slight mistake could lead to Shui Lin's fate. After all, a superhuman without the ability to use their arms was as good as useless. Secondly, Shui Lin was unpredictable, often berating his subordinates, making enemies, and some even prayed for Wang Chen to quickly get rid of this troublemaker. Seeing no one coming to his aid, Shui Lin felt despair creeping in, looking at Wang Chen who was staring at him as if he were a dead body. You can't kill me. My dad is the minister here. If you kill me, you won't live long. And if you kill someone here, the base commander won't let you off either. He's a strong sea-level esper. Please spare my life. I beg you to spare my life. I was wrong before, and I'm wrong now. Please don't kill me. The old janitor on the side also persuaded, "Young man, stop. If you kill him, you'll be responsible. Even if you're strong, you're not a match for the entire base. I understand youthful recklessness, but think about your life. There's a long road ahead of you. You're still young, acting on impulse will only ruin your future." Wang Chen nodded in agreement, looking serious. "You're right. Indeed, I, Old Wu, used to be a somewhat famous life mentor. I've stopped many young people from going down the wrong path." Asterisk squelch. Asterisk the sound of flesh being cut rang out. Shui Lin's head fell to the ground with a thud. The scene suddenly fell silent, with the sound of a pin dropping in the air. But today, I must kill him. The old man was also stunned for a few seconds, picked up his cleaning tools, and turned to leave on the elevator. The others also reacted. Damn! This old man is trying to distance himself. Staying at the scene would definitely lead to being held accountable by higher-ups. Seeing this, everyone hurried to leave the scene. At that moment, the elevator doors suddenly opened, revealing a group of espers in special uniforms inside, led by a middle-aged man and Shui Lin's female secretary. The two groups faced each other, the atmosphere somewhat awkward. The old man reacted first, saying hurriedly, "Murder. Minister Shui, there's been a murder. I was just about to report it." The onlookers secretly gave the old man a thumbs up, impressed by his quick thinking. Shui Jian's face darkened. Without answering, he rudely pushed past the people blocking the elevator door, leading his armed forces inside. Just as the female secretary had found him and urgently reported that her son was in danger, he had immediately dropped everything to rush over. His wife had passed away, and he had only one son, whom he cherished dearly. He would not allow any accidents to happen to his son. However, upon entering, he saw Wang Chen holding a bloody crystal core. On the ground lay a body, with a familiar head beside it. Seeing this, Shui Jian's pupils contracted sharply, his brain freezing, speechless. The esper guards he had brought reacted to the scene, immediately surrounding Wang Chen. "Who are you?" Before Wang Chen could explain, Shui Jian let out a hysterical roar, "Kill him." Hearing this, they hesitated for a few seconds before launching a joint esper attack. Flying objects from all directions attacked, including fireballs, rocks, steel spikes, electric shocks, and even a psychic attack. Normally, people couldn't see the trajectory of psychic attacks, but luckily, Wang Chen had system prompts. These were simple esper abilities, as ordinary people didn't have the means to activate them, their understanding of esper abilities only scratching the surface. Wang Chen accepted all the flying attacks within his field of vision, including the psychic attack, into his space. However, without unlocking spatial perception, he couldn't yet bring the flying objects from his blind spots into his space. Fortunately, he was prepared, quickly throwing out a special earth scroll, instantly erecting a tall isolation wall. The attacks from behind hit the wall, seemingly thin but unmoving, just brushing off a layer of dust. Even if the attacks hit him from behind, he wouldn't die. After all, as the king of survival, Wang Chen was wearing highly defensive clothing. The onlookers watched their attacks disappear into thin air and a wall appear out of nowhere, utterly perplexed. Wang Chen was not a psychic, but rather utterly confused. However, consumed by the grief of losing his son, he paid no heed to this bizarre scene. What are you doing? Kill him already! Bunch of useless people. The psychics, still unbelieving, launched another attack. Several people separated by a mud wall also circled around to face Wang Chen, exposing everyone's attacks. Watching the swiftly approaching projectiles, Wang Chen's lips curled into a smile. He wasn't in a rush to kill them because he wanted to collect more attack projectiles into his space for future use. After a few rounds of attacks, Wang Chen remained unscathed. This made everyone start to doubt life itself, as all their attacks seemed to vanish into thin air like a stone sinking in the ocean. Their stamina was also starting to wane. At that moment, the female secretary on the side seemed to remember something and suddenly shouted, "He's a spatial psychic, projectiles are useless against him." Hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. Could you have said that earlier? We've been acting like clowns here for ages. Unfortunately, among the people present, not a single one was a physical-type psychic. Damn it, let's go at him barehanded. By now, Wang Chen had been driven mad by this group of idiots. It was only then that everyone realized they outnumbered a single spatial psychic. Let's get him! Take my dragon descends from the heavens! They all rushed forward, but Wang Chen somehow produced a rifle out of nowhere. This made everyone hesitate, their feet rooted to the ground. Although their psychic abilities could block bullets, their bodies couldn't. Going at him barehanded would mean certain death. Everyone stood still, looking at each other, the situation momentarily at a standstill. Seeing this, Wang Chen's eyes flickered with a hint of unnoticed amusement. Indeed, this world was never lacking in geniuses. A few minutes later, everyone was panting heavily, their psychic powers drained completely. Wang Chen still appeared weak, but then he revealed his hand, his face suddenly turning cold. Alright, you're of no use anymore, go die. At his words, the psychics looked at the now lively Wang Chen, almost spitting blood, but they were too weak to fight back, not even able to flee. Watching from the side, Wang Jian couldn't help but gasp. These psychics were the elite defenders of the inner circle, yet they seemed powerless against this man. By now, Wang Jian had calmed down and, seeing the extraordinary Wang Chen, he decided to sneak away. However, Wang Chen threw an ice spike directly at him, catching Wang Jian off guard and piercing his thigh. Ah! My leg! At that moment, the elevator door opened, and a tall, fiery, beautiful, and cold-faced young woman stepped out. Seeing the woman, Wang Jian rushed towards her as if she were his lifeline. Vice Admiral Ling, someone killed my son. Ling Xuelian ignored him and walked past Wang Jian. She then glanced at the dead Shui Linsheng, her expression unchanged. Walking up to Wang Chen, she smiled and asked, "Hello, I'm Vice Admiral Ling Xuelian of the Purple Sun Base. May I ask what's going on here?" Wang Chen raised an eyebrow, looking at the sea-level low-ranking psychic before him with a playful tone. So polite, why not just ask directly? I dare not. Mr. Wang is a distinguished guest at our base. It was our fault not to welcome you promptly. How could we dare to question you? Moreover, I believe Mr. Wang is definitely not a bloodthirsty person. There must be a reason for his actions. Seeing the usually indifferent and ruthless deputy acting politely, everyone present was shocked. Esteemed guest? Thinking back to the previous attack on Wang Chen, there was a hint of fear in their hearts. Seeing Ling Xuelian's gentle demeanor, Wang Chen smiled and explained the situation. Actually, it goes like this. I came a long way to discuss business with you, but Shui Linsheng not only insulted me but also tried to kill me. I had no choice but to act in self-defense to protect myself. Upon hearing this, Ling Xuelian remained smiling, while the others exchanged glances. Self-defense? Is it the kind of self-defense in the apocalypse? We were just in a life-and-death situation, and now it feels like you're the victim. Finally managing to survive Shui Linsheng's hands, the young ones came after the old ones, along with a group of fierce individuals. Before I could even defend myself, you arrived. With that, Wang Chen looked meaningfully at Ling Xuelian, who appeared hesitant. Shui Jianzheng hobbled over, and upon hearing Wang Chen's words, nearly spat out blood. Deputy Ling, quickly kill this intruder, for my son. For justice in our base. He then glared viciously at Wang Chen. It would be best to tie him up and torture him to death. Ling Xuelian sighed softly, then ordered the people nearby, get a few men to throw him out to feed the zombies. A few men won't be enough, his abilities. Before he could finish, his voice trailed off as Ling Xuelian pointed at Shui Jianzheng. Shui Jianzheng was bewildered. "Why? He's the one who killed someone." Ling Xuelian's gaze turned cold. Your son attempted murder, he deserves to die, and you showed disrespect to our esteemed guest in the base. Wang Chen grinned at the female assistant hiding in the corner, and that woman almost beat me to death. Throw them out together. Hearing this, the crowd hurriedly moved,
fearing they might be next.
No, no, no. Don't, I was wrong. I don't want to leave, I don't want to be eaten. Why? My contributions to the base are not less than his, right? You all deserve to die, to die. Even if I become a ghost, I won't stop wailing. The janitor stepped forward and silenced Shui Jianzheng with a toilet brush. Ling Xuelian looked helpless. The shopkeeper is not someone we can provoke in our base, especially since both sides still need to do business. If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for picking a fight with the wrong person. As the farce ended, Ling Xuelian gestured to Wang Chen, Mister, please follow me. The commander has been waiting for you. Wang Chen smiled and walked towards the elevator under Ling Xuelian's guidance, reaching the second to last floor. They entered an office where a lean middle-aged man sat behind the desk, his face resolute and eyes deep. Upon seeing Wang Chen, he stood up to show respect, his eyes calm as a still pond. Wang Chen calmly took a seat in front of him, knowing that even if this person was formidable, he was only a sea-level esper at this stage. No matter how deep his schemes ran, what was there to fear? Ling Xuelian stood beside the middle-aged man. As Wang Chen sat down, the middle-aged man finally took his seat and spoke in a hoarse voice, Hello, I am Jiang Zhang, the commander of the Xiang base. How should I address you? Just call me the shopkeeper. All right, Mr. Shopkeeper, my people were rude earlier. As the commander of the base, I failed to manage them properly. Wang Chen waved it off, indicating it was no issue. He then took out a price list and an exchange table for crystal cores and crystal coins from his space, throwing them in front of Jiang Zhang, getting straight to the point. What do you need? How much? There are no discounts for bulk purchases. Both Jiang Zhang and Wang Chen were surprised by his directness. Jiang Zhang picked up the two tables and carefully examined them, noting the detailed prices and descriptions of various items in the shop. On the side, Ling Xuelian also came over, showing great interest in the matter. Wang Chen didn't rush them and casually took out a cigarette to smoke. The two discussed with a calculator for a while before finally reaching an agreement. Jiang Zhang said seriously, Sorry for keeping you waiting. I'd like to ask if your store has enough stock? Hong Tao and the others had brought back a lot of goods earlier, all of which were confirmed to be of good quality. However, the store was said to be small, and they were unsure if it could meet their needs. Quantity is not a problem, we have as much as you need, Wang Chen replied without hesitation. As long as there are crystal cores, anything can be purchased from the system store. Seeing Wang Chen's decisive attitude, Jiang Zhang nodded. We would like to order 100 Type 95 rifles, 600 boxes of 5.8mm bullets, which is 30,000 rounds, totaling 18,000 crystals. Hearing this, Wang Chen's mind quickly calculated. The purchase price for one Type 95 rifle from the system store was 30 crystals, and one box of bullets cost 2.5 crystals. The total cost for all ammunition was 4,500 crystals, leaving him with a net profit of 13,500 crystals. Suppressing his inner joy, Wang Chen calmly said, Alright, come to the store entrance tomorrow to pick up the goods, payment upon delivery. After treating Hades to a meal yesterday, his crystal balance was only 4,460. Although he had collected many crystal cores along the way, he couldn't directly convert them into crystals without the exchange machine in the store. Ling Xuelian was overjoyed, and even the composed Jiang Zhang couldn't help but brighten up, impressed by the speed, which was much faster than they had imagined. Xiao Ling, draft a contract. No need, contracts have no legal effect anymore, a verbal agreement will suffice, Wang Chen said confidently. He wasn't worried that they would back out unless they wanted to use the crystal cores of all the base's ability users as payment. Despite the seemingly kind words, Wang Chen's gaze sent shivers down their spines. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Zhang said, Shopkeeper, I have an uneasy request, I wonder. Go ahead. Wang Chen neither agreed nor refused. Jiang Zhang sighed lightly, with this amount of goods, we are concerned that someone might covet them during transportation, and we lack manpower. Jiang Zhang's concern was not unfounded, as there were indeed many forces in the East City, and the streets were complex, making it easy to be intercepted. However, it seemed not to be Wang Chen's concern. He was about to refuse when Jiang Zhang quickly added, I'll add 1,000 crystals. Ha, then there's no problem, Wang Chen said with a smile. He could just have Hades make the trip tomorrow and use the extra money to buy more chicken legs. With the deal settled, Wang Chen prepared to leave. Although Jiang Zhang wanted to invite him for a meal before leaving, Wang Chen had no interest in simple food and declined politely. Jiang Zhang didn't insist and learned that Wang Chen had come all the way just to hitch a ride. So, Ling Xuelian drove Wang Chen back. Deputy Ling, there's something I've been curious about. Ling Xuelian smiled, please, ask away, I will tell you everything I know. Wang Chen asked with interest, with so many people in the Purple Sun base, food must be a big issue. Ling Xuelian hesitated slightly upon hearing this, as it involved the base's secrets.
After a moment, she explained, actually, we have a secret cultivation room on the base, where most people are sustained by cultivating rice.
Wang Chen was skeptical. Can rice from one floor feed so many people?
It's a mutated rice, not only resilient but also matures extremely quickly, sometimes in as little as 2 hours. However, it needs regular infusion of crystal cores or fertilizers to maintain sufficient nutrients, otherwise, the maturation speed will slow down. Just a simple rice may not make people live well, but at least survival is not a problem. This rice is the foundation of our base, he said.
After listening, Wang Chen was somewhat shocked.
I thought it was like those protein blocks made from corpses in the previous life.
It seems that there are also mutant organisms evolving towards directions beneficial to humans.
However, with this mutant rice that can produce staple food infinitely and rapidly, once exposed, it will definitely attract crazy competition from various forces.
Even if your power is great, it's the same. Wang Chen raised an eyebrow. Aren't you afraid I'll leak it out?
It's not beneficial to you, and I believe the shopkeeper is not that kind of person.
At the inner gate, Hazy lay obediently on the ground.
At this time, 3 children under 10 years old walked straight ahead.
Brother Tai, look, there's still a dog now, it's so big.
Wow, awesome, my dad said there are no dogs left now.
Let's go check it out.
The guard on the side, seeing this, did not drive them away.
It's just a dog, who knows when it might end up on the dining table.
And the overall commander is very protective of these vulnerable groups.
Brother Tai, look, this dog is so ugly, it's all bald. Is it sick?
Mom said to stay away from this kind of dog.
Hazy stood up and glared at them, issuing a warning growl.
However, the 3 children, being fearless, did not retreat but instead advanced.
One of the children slapped Hazy on the head. Although the damage was not high, the insult was strong.
Another one grabbed a few of Hazy's remaining hairs.
What are you looking at? Don't look. Bad dog.
Hazy bared his teeth, but seeing the owner's reaction just now, it seemed that there was no hostility here, so he didn't dare to do anything unnecessary. So, with a swift movement, he knocked down all 3 children, giving them a lesson.
Ah, Mom!
The 3 children cried in pain, running away while crying. Soon, several middle-aged men and women arrived with 3 unruly children, holding iron tools in their hands.
Mom, it's him, he bit me. Beat him to death. We almost died there. Woo woo.
Hearing this, the middle-aged people's eyes lit up, staring at Hazy intently, unable to help but swallow their saliva. It's been a long time since they tasted blood. These peripheral people usually have little profit, and if they want to make money, they can only do odd jobs, with very little return. The base only distributes the most basic food, with hardly any profit, let alone eating meat. Although for ordinary people, life here is much better than outside, with a constant worry about the next meal. But human nature is a bottomless pit. No matter how much you invest, it will never be satisfied. A man looked towards the guard next to him, wanting an explanation.
But the guards didn't know how to handle it, just saying, it's none of our business. Hearing this, the middle-aged people's eyes lit up. The 3 children seemed to have conspired and shouted together, "Eat dog meat! Eat dog meat!" The middle-aged people glanced at each other, then locked their gaze on Hazy on the ground.
Catch it! Although Hazy's eyes were fierce, he didn't dare to act rashly, and with a flash, he disappeared from the spot.
Damn! So fast, where's the dog?
There it is, this is our meat, don't let it escape. But due to Wang Chen's orders, Hazy also didn't dare to stray far from the inner gate, constantly shifting positions.
Alas, being a dog is really hard.
For a while, chaos ensued at the gate, and others couldn't help but gather around to watch the commotion, seeing several middle-aged people and 3 children chasing a black dog.
Kill it! A faint and emotionless voice entered Hazy's ears.
Hazy, who had been harboring anger for a long time, suddenly turned around, staring at the panting middle-aged people. Suddenly, a strong sense of killing intent filled the air, causing several middle-aged men to feel uneasy and involuntarily stop in their tracks. Only their children, unaware of the danger, ran forward.
Can't run anymore, waiting to die.
In the next moment, the one who took the lead was tackled to the ground by Blackie, followed by a bloody scene. The 2 children beside them had never seen such a situation before, instantly terrified and stood frozen in place.
Despite hearing their parents calling out to them, their legs refused to move.
Blackie had no intention of letting them go, one by one. He sent them to meet their ancestors with a bite of their necks.
TZ, damn beast, I'll kill you.
The 3 middle-aged men seemed to go mad and charged forward, and Blackie didn't hold back, dealing with them all. For a moment, the onlookers fell silent, with over 100 people present, while the remaining 3 middle-aged women wore expressions of fear, more so of despair. The children were gone, the pillars of their families were gone.
At this moment, The guards at the door finally reacted and prepared to counterattack. "Stop, all of you." Ling Xuelian suddenly appeared on the scene, looking speechless, accompanied by a smiling young man. Seeing the deputy officer of the base, the three desperate women ran over, pleading, "Deputy Ling, please kill it. It killed my son and husband. Moreover, we were the ones who first found this dog, so if it's killed, we should get some credit." "Yes, yes." Hearing this, Ling Xuelian remained expressionless. "Your husbands and children brought this upon themselves. It has nothing to do with the dog." The three women were stunned. "What do you mean? Is it our fault that it killed our men and children? Your base failed to fulfill its duty of protection, and you blame us? If the base didn't allocate such meager food rations every day, why would we even think of eating dog meat?" As the tone of the three women became more self-righteous, Ling Xuelian's expression gradually turned cold. "Treating us like servants of the people? Throw them out to feed the zombies." At this command, the two guards behind her exchanged glances and had no choice but to go forward, each grabbing one of the women. In full view of the public, they slowly dragged them towards the gate, completely ignoring the hysterical screams of the three. "Ling Xuelian, what are you doing? I want to see the commander. Who are you to drive us away? You'll have a bad end. Everyone come and see. We are treated worse than dogs. From now on we." "No! I don't want to go out. I don't want to die. Save me." Ling Xuelian glanced around at the crowd, her tone serious. "Please remember, it is not our obligation to shelter ordinary people in our base. If you don't follow the rules here, the gate is right there. You can leave if you want to. There are plenty of people who want to stay here. We don't lack one like you. Next time there's trouble, they'll end up like them." With that, she turned her head, put on a smile, and said to Wang Chen, "Sorry, our people in the base have lost their manners." Wang Chen patted Blackie's head and waved his hand. As they made their way to the parking lot, Fang An had been waiting for a long time and saluted Ling Xuelian. Seeing Wang Chen beside her, he was somewhat surprised. "Wang Chen, why are you out again? Did you register?" Wang Chen smiled wryly, shook his head. "I didn't bother to register. It's not as comfortable here as where I am." Hearing this, Fang An showed a regretful expression and couldn't help but speculate in his heart. Perhaps the base doesn't accept spatial ability users. If he had known earlier, he should have gone along. As a squad leader, he could probably use some authority to keep one person. But with Deputy Ling here, he didn't dare say much. So, he apologetically patted Wang Chen's shoulder. "Let me take you back, it's on the way." Then he looked at Ling Xuelian. "Deputy Ling, when will the shopkeeper come? I want to get acquainted with the big shots, so I can go pick up the goods tomorrow." "He's already here." "Huh? He's already here?" Fang An was stunned for a moment. He glanced around, then his eyes swept over Wang Chen before finally locking onto Heisey, looking incredulous. "Could it be? You're the store manager. I'm sorry for any offense earlier." Wang Chen's face was full of black lines, thinking, is it possible that this guy is even more capable than me? Ling Xuelian suppressed a smile and kicked Fang An, saying, "You've lost your mind. It must be the person in front of you." At these words, Fang An's expression became even more incredulous. "Damn! It's really you, Wang Chen. Are you trying to deceive me with a false appearance?" Fang An was shocked internally. He never imagined that Wang Chen had such a significant background. Honestly, he had brought him to the Xiang base with a bit of a show-off attitude, letting his former classmates know that he was doing well now. But unexpectedly, this turned out to be a complete joke. As for that black dog, it must be a formidable presence capable of instantly killing over a dozen ability users. Thinking back to his previous rude remarks, Fang An couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. Seeing that it was getting late, Ling Xuelian urged, "Let's go quickly." "All right, cousin." As dusk approached, a modified car arrived at the lakeside park. Wang Chen and Heisey finally returned to the store. At this time, the wooden door of the courtyard was half open, with obvious footprints on the lawn at the entrance, indicating that many people had been there but left disappointed after seeing the out for delivery sign. After all, those who had bought their favorite items yesterday had undoubtedly turned into a promotional force, making more people aware of the place. It's better to stay indoors in the future. After dinner, Wang Chen went to the cashier counter and exchanged the crystal cores he had obtained today in the exchange machine, 10 F-grade cores and 5 E-grade cores, totaling 900 crystal coins. Wang Chen checked his balance of 5,360 crystal coins. He opened the system store, purchased goods from the Xiang base for 4,500 crystal coins, and stored them in his space. After taking a shower, he lay on the large sofa on the second floor watching TV series until he felt sleepy and went to bed. Life was just so simple and plain. The next morning, heavy rain poured down, hitting the glass on the second floor without making a sound. Wang Chen and Heisey had breakfast and went downstairs. Through the glass,
they saw the courtyard outside crowded with people, some holding umbrellas, some getting wet in the rain, all looking eagerly inside. As soon as they saw Wang Chen, the crowd outside became restless. Wang Chen looked at the mud on their shoes and couldn't help feeling a bit disgusted. Were these refugees? Suddenly, he didn't want them to come in and dirty the floor. So, Wang Chen called the robot Freya and slowly opened the glass door. Clean footprints, black mixed with blood red, appeared on the floor. The atmosphere inside the store became noisy. Boss, there's no surveillance here, and he can't see the blind spots. I think we can. Are you crazy? If you want to die, don't drag me into it. Don't be fooled by the store manager's smiling face. He's a smiling tiger. And he's powerful, killing people as easily as killing chickens. I guess he's a strong C-grade ability user. And that black dog, do you think it's a lucky charm? It's a fierce mutant beast. If it smells you stealing something, you better wait for your doom. Damn! How terrifying is that? Is it true or not? Damn it, what benefit do we get from lying to you? Sitting behind the cashier counter, Wang Chen observed everything and nodded inwardly at the words, as this was the effect he wanted. Mutant beasts are truly terrifying, instantly killing low-level ability users. The mutant beasts in the urban area are still relatively gentle. It's the wild ones that are the real ferocious beasts, charging at the sight of meat. You guys don't know, a few days ago, the official military entered the city. They say they're going to station nearby. Humph, what does that have to do with us? Now, how does the military control us, with a few broken guns? Officially, it has been quiet for over a month, and their strength is absolutely formidable. Many espers have joined them before. That's not the key issue. The crucial point is the military entering the city, being driven here. The wild beasts outside are too fierce. The military is no match for them. They fight as they advance, and many wild beasts have been brought into the city. Damn, this is a disaster. Hearing this, Wang Chen furrowed his brows slightly. According to his memories from his past life, regardless of how strong other forces develop, the authorities are always the most feared presence. The threat from the authorities lies not only in the strength of espers but also in the destructive power of heavy artillery. No matter how strong your esper abilities are, you are still just flesh and blood. One missile strike, as long as you are a carbon-based life form, you have to obediently comply. Although he has a special system mechanism, if he has to go out in the future, bullets and other large-scale lethal weapons pose a significant threat. He doesn't know if his spatial defense can withstand missile attacks. Without trying, Wang Chen doesn't dare to risk his life. In any case, he must quickly raise his esper level to the maximum and unlock spatial teleportation. With the 4 great spatial divine techniques at his disposal, there are very few factors in this world that can threaten him. To earn crystal coins faster, he must not neglect the level of his shop. Unlocking more goods will allow him to better exploit and enhance the shop's appeal. As for wild ferocious beasts, with Hazy around, he doesn't need to lift a finger. Wang Chen opened his information panel. Shop owner, Wang Chen Esper, Spatial Esper level, B-grade low tier, 0/2000, shop level, E-grade low tier, 0/1500, crystal coin balance, 860 gold bars. How many crystal coins are needed to upgrade to A-grade Esper? 10,000 crystal coins. What about S-grade? 30,000 crystal coins. Wang Chen nodded, lost in thought. At this moment, a group of people entered the shop, looking around as they walked. The leading woman, upon seeing Wang Chen behind the counter, couldn't help but exclaim, "It's you! You own this shop!" Wang Chen snapped out of his daze, looking at the woman in front of him, unable to recall who she was for a moment. Ren Yan's lips curled with a hint of bitterness. "We met on Recovery Street last time." Wang Chen shrugged, still unable to remember. Seeing this, Ren Yan felt a strange sense of relief. It's better if he doesn't remember me. Last time, there was a misunderstanding, leaving a bad impression. Maybe this time, we can start anew. Boss, it's true that important people tend to forget a lot. Our captain is the one who scolded you for being cold-blooded last time and then rescued a little girl. A teammate beside her hurriedly added. Ren Yan. Hearing this, Wang Chen suddenly seemed to understand, then looked meaningfully at Ren Yan. So, it's you. If there was a crack in the ground right now, Ren Yan would definitely dive into it without hesitation. He could only apologize to Wang Chen with a stiff upper lip. Fortunately, Wang Chen's attitude was completely different from before, with a smile on his face, making people feel as if they were basking in the spring breeze, saying, "It's okay, guests are always welcome." Everyone felt a sense of unfamiliarity. Ren Yan couldn't help but blush, thinking to herself, "He smiled at me, does he like me? Captain, shall we go buy something to eat first? The aroma here is too tempting." Indeed, let's satisfy our hunger first before indulging in daydreams. Before long, a muddy truck approached, splashing water as it moved and slowly came to a stop at the entrance. There was a huge cut on the container of the truck, as if it had been opened by some sharp tool. A familiar face got off the truck.
It's 18,000 crystal coins for the goods, plus 1,000 crystal coins for escort fees, and that thing.
At this moment, Fang'an, accompanied by a few subordinates, walked into the shop looking visibly shaken.
Wang Chen rubbed his hands. Everything is ready. We're just waiting for you to pay for the goods. Fang'an hesitated for a moment. My name is Fang'an. Ha ha.
At that moment, the air suddenly fell silent for a moment, neither side speaking, just staring at each other.
Fang'an couldn't help but ask tentatively, shouldn't we ask what happened between us? Wang Chen smirked, I only care about my money. Okay, then let me tell you.
Because it was raining heavily today, and the fog was thick, we deliberately took a better route. But as we neared the outskirts, we suddenly saw someone waving at us. When the car got closer, it turned out to be a brown bear imitating a human. As we passed by it, it suddenly grew to 5 or 6 meters tall. It pounced directly, piercing the truck with one swipe. Luckily, we had the accelerator welded shut, so we managed to escape. Wang Chen nonchalantly acknowledged with a couple of ahms, showing no concern on his face. Then, he took out several military supply boxes and placed them in front of the group.
You guys check them. However, Fang'an's mind was elsewhere, his expression serious.
I heard that many of these ferocious beasts have entered the city area.
We have to take that road back, aren't you worried? Lieutenant Ling said you were supposed to escort the goods to the base. Wang Chen looked puzzled. Who said I have to escort you guys?
Hearing this, Fang'an was taken aback. Thinking he hadn't paid, he immediately had one of his space ability subordinates come forward and take out over 100 crystal cores. Seeing the crystal cores, Wang Chen's mood improved, as he stored them away and patiently explained, indeed, I have to ensure the safe arrival of the goods at the Xiang base, but it's not me who will go.
What do you mean? Then who will?
The group looked puzzled. Then, they saw Blackie, who had been by Wang Chen's feet, slowly rise, stretch lazily, and proudly walk over to them.
After pondering for a moment, Wang Chen made a decision.
Jintiao, upgrade my ability level to low tier A, and upgrade the shop level to mid tier E.
As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Chen suddenly felt lighter, and could clearly sense every movement around him.
Previously, he could only perceive within the shop area, but now, from Wang Chen's center, he had complete control over objects within a radius of 200 meters. Upgrade successful, 10,000 crystal coins deducted automatically, unlocking ability skill, spatial awareness. Upgrade successful, 1,500 crystal coins deducted automatically, unlocking product, ability weapons, current balance 7,860 crystal coins. Wang Chen closed his eyes, calmly sensing everything inside and outside the shop. The next moment, a neatly cut bamboo strip appeared in Wang Chen's hand.
Wang Chen smiled knowingly.
Previously, he could only cut visible objects, but now, as long as it was within 200 meters, even with his eyes closed and through several walls, he could easily store or cut objects. It seemed that storing missiles in space was not such a far-fetched idea after all.
Wang Chen stroked his chin, thinking about the unlocked products, then opened the system store to check the details.
Ability weapons. An ability wielder can infuse part of their ability into a weapon to give it that ability attribute.
The more energy infused, the higher the weapon's attributes, hardness, toughness, durability, etc.,
until it reaches its peak.
Once the ability is infused, it cannot be removed, and weapon attributes cannot be replaced. The higher the weapon level, the higher the limit.
Category: non-disposable product. Purchase price: crystal coins. S-level weapon equals 200, A-level weapon equals 100, B-level weapon equals 80, C-level weapon equals 60, D-level weapon equals 40. Wang Chen marveled at the product information as he browsed, impressed. He left the counter and walked to the weapon area, grateful for the expanded shop space, allowing for more shelves without any issue.
After a busy period, Wang Chen deliberately made a loud noise.
All eyes turned to Wang Chen, and after he finished his work, he proudly displayed the product labels, ability weapons. Then he spent 2,000 crystal coins on a batch of supernatural weapons, displayed them on the shelves, and left calmly.
New products are out? Most people couldn't help but go check them out.
The air was filled with the fragrance of rice flowers, and exclamations filled the air. People were amazed by the price and the magical properties of the products.
These are the weapons we supernatural beings should use. My watermelon knife is almost worn out. Could it be that the shopkeeper noticed the arrival of alien beasts in the city and specially released new products for us? Shopkeeper, you're like a father to me.
But the price is a bit hard to swallow.
999 crystal coins. Damn!
Buying a weapon is a one-time deal. As long as you still have supernatural abilities, the weapon won't break easily.
In the long run, A-grade weapons have a higher cost-effectiveness. Ordinary weapons indeed can't harm alien beasts, but can these supernatural weapons do it? Can someone sacrifice themselves to try it out? Wang Chen's lips curled slightly, seeming satisfied with the effect. Although only a few could afford to buy, it had piqued the interest of many. At that moment, the long-unseen fat sheep Yi Tian suddenly walked in, but he was not alone. He was followed by a variety of supernatural beings. Yi Tian led the way, and their relationship was evident. The people behind Yi Tian were visiting the store for the first time under his leadership. Seeing this unusual store, they couldn't help but discuss it. However, Yi Tian glanced back. It was just a plain, calm look, but it immediately silenced everyone. He then approached Wang Chen, expressed a slight apology, and stated his purpose. "Shopkeeper, I'd like to buy a batch of scrolls and equipment." Wang Chen's eyes lit up. The timing was perfect. So, as before, he signaled that Yi Tian had new goods. Yi Tian immediately understood and, following Wang Chen's gaze, murmured, "Supernatural weapons." His expression suddenly became joyful. Did the shopkeeper still have some junk? So he hurried over. Several of his subordinates looked puzzled. They had never seen their boss so excited before. Shortly after, Yi Tian returned to the counter, knowing he had lost his composure in front of his subordinates earlier. He calmly asked, "Excuse me, how many of those supernatural weapons are left? How many do you want?" Yi Tian changed his mind and bought several A-grade weapons from Wang Chen at a high price, as well as ordered a batch of vegetables, meat, and daily necessities. Clearly, he was establishing his own power. Ding, 6,520 crystal coins have been deducted. Boss, who is that person? You're so strong, is it necessary to be so humble in front of him? Yi Tian resumed his usual cold demeanor and warned everyone sternly. From now on, show some respect in front of the shopkeeper, and don't even think about causing trouble in the store, or else you're dead. Hearing this, everyone nodded like chicks pecking at grains. The boss's iron-fisted management style was well known to all. Someone raised a question, but boss, since he's so strong and on our turf, could he become a threat in the future, hindering the base's development? Yi Tian furrowed his brow slightly, hesitating. It shouldn't be. The shopkeeper gave the impression of a businessman. He shouldn't stir up trouble for no reason. Although the shopkeeper had given him some reminders, they were mutually beneficial, not a big favor. The painful experiences of his past life made him maintain a sense of vigilance towards everyone. It's certain that for now, our Tianhe base must rely on the power of the store, and in the future, we will be inseparable. Yi Tian asked casually, "How is the progress of integrating nearby forces? Only one can be the leader in this area. The boss will have to take action personally, otherwise, some leaders of the forces always act high and mighty." On a broken-down truck, Hazy stared at the gap in the carriage as raindrops kept falling on his face, feeling a bit disgusted. "Captain, can this really work?" a team member asked with concern. Fang Yan pursed his lips, uncertain. "It should be fine." According to Hong Tao and the others, this dog's strength surpasses even the overall commander of Thunderfire. That sounds like a biased statement. Exactly, urban mutant beasts may not be as fierce as those in the wild. With this small black dog, I have my doubts. I bet the shop owner doesn't take this escort seriously. We paid 1,000 crystals for this. Ignoring the comments, Hazy thought, would you bite back if a dog bit you? The truck sped along, occasionally encountering wandering zombies by the roadside. Some low-level zombies blocking the way were swiftly dealt with by the truck's front spike. For higher-level threats, the team activated their abilities to ensure the safe passage of the truck. Gradually, more and more zombies gathered, making it challenging for the team to handle. However, Hazy remained indifferent, seemingly unconcerned, resting with his eyes closed. The others were displeased by his attitude. Why do we feel like we're just bodyguards? Did we hire an ancestor to oversee this? Thankfully, Captain Fong'an was prepared. He took out a scroll, opened it, and flung it out the window with force. The unfurled scroll flew far, emitting a captivating golden light in the air. Suddenly, all the zombies stopped in their tracks, fixated on the golden light as if it were the most delicious flesh in the world. Roar! The zombies went mad and rushed towards the scroll, clearing the path instantly. The team was puzzled. Fong'an explained with a smile, it's a mental-type scroll that induces illusions in ordinary zombies. It's a product from the post-apocalyptic shop, and we might buy plenty for our base in the future. Wow, that's amazing. Before they could fully appreciate it, someone exclaimed, quick, look, there's another zombie chasing us. Startled, they looked in the rearview mirror and saw a slender zombie relentlessly pursuing them, emitting a piercing howl. Some zombies abandoned the scroll and joined the chase, getting closer to the truck. The driver floored the gas pedal, but the slender zombie was incredibly fast. Fong'an's pupils constricted, this zombie's level was no lower than his own.
If it forced the truck to stop, they would be in danger. Realizing the threat, the team hastily used their abilities to try and slow it down, but the zombie dodged every attempt. The zombie was about to jump onto the truck's roof when, as if sensing something, it suddenly stopped. The zombies behind it also froze, staring fearfully as the truck drove away. The slender zombie watched the truck depart with a human-like sense of dread, then roared twice before leading the other zombies away. The people on the truck were drenched in sweat, feeling like they had narrowly escaped death. Seeing the zombies stop chasing them, they all breathed a sigh of relief, their hearts pounding. Fong stroked his chin, lost in thought.
The takeout almost got us killed. Damn it, we almost died just now. Can't you be more useful?
After the life and death experience, a young team member, his legs trembling, couldn't help but scold Hazy.
Hazy opened his cold eyes, staring silently at the person.
The intense killing intent made the young man shiver and slump back in his seat. The others dared not speak out, and the atmosphere inside the truck remained tense. Before long, the truck entered a section of forest road, where the surroundings were eerily quiet, with only the sound of raindrops hitting the truck. Suddenly, a wild wolf howl exploded in everyone's ears, causing their relaxed hearts to tense up once again.
Dozens of robust gray wolves, taller than humans, suddenly emerged from the forest and ran to surround the truck.
Before the people could react, a violent impact shook the truck slightly off balance. The tires rubbed against the ground, making a squeaking sound. Then, another and another impact followed, almost causing the truck to lose balance and crash through the guardrail. The driver gritted his teeth and had to brake to a stop. Helpless, the people had no choice but to jump out of the car to face the wolf pack. Fongin looked around at the wolves glaring at them, his brow furrowed. The scene was filled with a tense atmosphere, making it hard for everyone to catch their breath. Mostly D-level mutant beasts, and even 2 C-level ones, a perceptive mutant with a look of despair muttered.
Others gasped in shock. Their base only had 2 C-level mutants, a commander, and a deputy. Even if they came, they might not necessarily make it back alive. What do we do? What do we do? Captain Fong, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Woo woo woo.
There were cries and sobs in the group. Even Fongin, who was usually dignified and calm, looked flustered and unsure. Faced with this overwhelming force, even Wang Chen's dog would be of no help. No wonder the group of zombies just now hesitated. It wasn't out of kindness but fear of a more terrifying presence. The wolf pack paid no attention to them, standing arrogantly with the lead wolf looking disdainfully from above, as if eyeing a meal served on a platter.
Then, a howl signaling an attack echoed out.
Inside the truck, Hazy slowly opened his eyes, sharp as an eagle's. The gray wolf pack, upon hearing the sound, charged straight towards the group like arrows released from a bow, catching them off guard. All they could do was prepare to meet their fate and have tea with their ancestors. However, at that moment, many of the gray wolves suddenly braked, some even preferring to fall to the ground rather than take another step forward. A hint of fear appeared in the indifferent eyes of the wolf pack as they stared warily at the truck. Since their mutation, their abilities had improved in all aspects, including their sensing capabilities.
Seeing the wolf pack in disarray, the people couldn't help but feel puzzled.
Hazy slowly appeared at the broken opening of the truck's rear compartment, baring his teeth.
The powerful aura of a B-level mutant beast permeated the air.
2 C-level gray wolves in the distance also sensed something and quickly came behind the wolf pack, staring intently at Hazy.
Despite Hazy's formidable aura, the wolf pack showed no signs of backing down in the face of intruders in their territory.
The two sides faced off, on the brink of a battle, leaving Fongin and the others trapped and at a loss.
Captain, I want to go home. Shu quietly retreats slowly. Awu.
The lead wolf sounded the charge, and the wolf pack rushed out, completely ignoring the humans in the middle.
Hazy remained fearless, transforming into his beast form.
Despite his increased size, his speed remained undiminished. With a swift step, he turned into a black shadow and plunged into the wolf pack. The wolves were also fast, leaving the onlookers dazzled, with gray wolves occasionally having their major arteries severed, spraying blood as they were flung away. The mutated gray wolves were known for their speed, but they were powerless against Hazy, who effortlessly maneuvered through them or cleared a path directly. In about half a minute, the wolf pack was almost completely wiped out, leaving the ground littered with blood-soaked bodies.
Seeing this, the 2 sea-level gray wolves, heavily injured, tried to flee.
But it seemed that Hazy was not willing to let go of the 2 C-grade crystal nuclei. With a swift pounce, it pressed the 2 trembling toys to the ground.
Awu. Ugh.
Then it roughly began extracting the crystal nuclei.
Onlookers were dumbfounded by the whole process, some finding it hard to believe. Was it really that simple?
2 C-grade and over a dozen D-grade mutant beasts died so miserably, all in a matter of seconds. No wonder it was indifferent when facing zombies earlier. Turns out, it wasn't worth its effort at all.
The person who had just scolded Hazy couldn't help but feel ashamed, mostly filled with fear.
It was like they had just walked through the gates of hell. After absorbing the 2 C-grade crystal nuclei, Hazy silently returned to the truck, completely ignoring the precious D-grade crystal nuclei scattered on the ground. "See, Captain, these are D-grade crystal nuclei, they are valuable." Fong'an touched his nose and immediately commanded, "Pick up the crystal nuclei of the ash wolves, we value them."
"Also, Shaolin, use your spatial ability to pack these ash wolf meats, we can't waste them."
Everyone paid no attention to the pouring rain, busy as can be, until the ground was clean spotless.
The remaining journey was relatively uneventful.
In the back of the truck, everyone consciously lowered their voices, afraid of upsetting Hazy. As the truck slowly entered the base gate, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, they were carrying 18,000 crystal coins on them. When everyone got off the truck, they noticed that the shopkeeper's black dog had quietly left. Inside the store, Wang Chen was sitting on the sofa in the rest area, discussing business with representatives of various factions.
Many orders were placed for food, scrolls, equipment, clothes, and more. Wang Chen provided the goods directly, with a current balance of 11,300 crystal coins, which was quite sufficient.
Seeing the shopkeeper bring out so many goods directly, no one dared to ask questions, as such secrecy was only meant for the dead to hear. As everyone left with their goods and swiped their cards, Wang Chen's crystal coin balance reached 16,600. At that moment, a group of people slowly entered Wang Chen's perception range.
"Ding! Welcome!"
Chang Ming and others from the Thunderfire base cautiously entered the shop. They observed Wang Chen for a while, then glanced around the store environment. They couldn't help but whisper to each other, "It smells so good.
So much food, is this a test? Are they testing the cadres with this?"
The people outside say this is a store beyond the apocalypse, it really lives up to its reputation. "Hey, Ming, that extraordinary black dog is not here, do you think we have a chance?" Chang Ming's eyes were indifferent as she stared at Wang Chen, whose aura was no different from an ordinary person, and shook her head.
"Put away your previous habits.
Anyone who dares to cause trouble will end up on the dining table."
Last time, even the doctor couldn't understand the structure of that scroll, which was enough to show that the man in front of them was by no means a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. A good hunter often appears in the guise of prey.
Then, Chang Ming smiled and walked up to Wang Chen.
"You must be the shopkeeper."
"I am Chang Ming from the Thunderfire base." Hearing this, Wang Chen glanced at her, recalling the troublemakers from before, and nodded faintly.
"Do you need something? If it's for shopping, I welcome you. If it's for trouble, I suggest you run fast."
Chang Ming felt displeased but still smiled. "Last time, we didn't discipline our subordinates well, so we came here to apologize." With that, she waved to the people behind her, and reluctantly, they took out E-grade crystal nuclei, placing them on the counter.
Wang Chen glanced at them, totaling 1,000 crystal coins.
He smiled, his movements slightly slower, exchanging all the crystal nuclei for crystal coins. In his heart, he wondered, gold bar, these crystal coins are earned through social interactions, it shouldn't be against the rules, right? Gold bar repeated its usual line, within the store area, the host cannot receive any income other than business transactions. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen's mood underwent a drastic change, and he directly threw the payment card in his hand to Chang Ming. With an indifferent expression, he spoke firmly, "I only do what's within my duty, earn what's within my means.
I've already topped up 1,000 crystal coins for you, feel free to use them." The crowd couldn't help but widen their eyes in disbelief as they looked at Wang Chen. These crystal cores were not a small amount. Even if they worked hard for a month, they wouldn't earn as much. "You don't want it just like that?"
In response, the crowd couldn't help but curse Wang Chen in their hearts, questioning his righteousness. Instead of admiring Wang Chen's integrity, they secretly criticized him for being naive.
How could someone so noble not turn the store into a welfare institution?
Chang Ming was also stunned.
Wang Chen's statement of only doing what's within his duty meant that he wouldn't pursue the matter of the troublemakers at the base.
But rejecting a pie that was handed to her, she truly hadn't expected that. Despite not understanding it, she still smiled and nodded. She praised Wang Chen and didn't forget the second task given to her by Chang Yuan, to use the crystal cores and the payment card to buy some of the store's bizarre products as experimental samples for their research. After completing these tasks, she hurriedly left.
"Ming Jia, this store is truly tempting. When should we take it over?" Chang Ming remained indifferent, not moved by Wang Chen's generosity. "Soon. Wait for Dr. 47's experimental report.
In the future, there will be only one force in the entire Nanjiang city, and that will be our Thunderfire.
So, let's keep a low profile for now.
The next morning, Yi Tian, accompanied by a few subordinates, headed to the negotiation location with various forces and abandoned elementary school,
a place that didn't belong to any force. As soon as he entered the school gate, Yi Tian was locked in by gazes from all directions, some contemptuous, some angry, some mocking.
Soon, he arrived at the playground and saw the leaders of the remaining 4 major forces in the southern city.
Yi Tian, you think you can swallow everything up just because your force is bigger than ours? Aren't you underestimating us too much?
Although we are not of the same force, if we unite, you won't be able to handle this bone.
You're just a D-level esper, why should everyone listen to you?
Yi Tian remained indifferent. Because I am stronger than all of you, because only one tiger can rule a mountain. As Yi Tian spoke boldly, laughter and sneers could be heard continuously. The leader of the middle-aged group in front cleared his throat and kindly advised, "Young man, don't let your arrogance cloud your judgment. The forces in Nan City are numerous and diverse, you can't handle them all.
Dreaming of ruling the world, save it for later, ha ha ha.
With just your fists, you can't impress everyone, especially when your fists are not big enough."
Yi Tian shook his head and didn't bother to be polite with them.
He pointed directly at the 4 leaders, "Either become vassal forces of our base or perish. You choose." At his words, the 4 men immediately looked displeased. How dare he reject their face like that?
One of them, a burly bald man, couldn't contain his anger.
He twisted his thick neck, his eyes fierce, and walked up to confront Yi Tian.
"You'll pay for what you just said."
Yi Tian provocatively replied, "Go back,
you alone are not enough for me to deal with. Bring those 3 with you."
The middle-aged man's veins bulged, his muscles seemed about to burst out of his clothes. That's Li Mingwen, a former professional boxer. With his current strength and dual abilities in offense and defense, hardly anyone can match him. Fine, let's teach this arrogant kid a lesson, let him know why the rose is so red. Li Mingwen assumed a fighting stance, but Yi Tian remained unfazed. With a hint of fierceness in his eyes, Li Mingwen threw a punch, aiming straight for Yi Tian's face. Yi Tian simply tilted his head, dodging Li Mingwen's fist, but the side of his face was grazed by the rushing fist, leaving a narrow cut that oozed a little blood. Another fist followed closely, and Yi Tian quickly activated his speed ability to distance himself from Li Mingwen. Touching the wound on his face, Yi Tian's expression turned serious, indeed not simple. Li Mingwen smirked, "A speed-type ability user, huh?" The impact damage of a speed-type ability user was not high, and he had a defense ability himself. He was confident that even if he stood still and let Yi Tian hit him, he wouldn't be seriously hurt. So, he gestured for Yi Tian to come at him. Yi Tian dashed forward in a single step, delivering a punch with extreme speed. Li Mingwen tensed his muscles, activating his defense ability without even bothering to raise his hand.
It was as if he didn't take Yi Tian's seemingly soft punch seriously. Yi Tian's punch landed directly on Li Mingwen's chest. Bang!
To everyone's surprise, Yi Tian's seemingly light punch packed a powerful force, sending Li Mingwen flying and crashing heavily to the ground.
A bright red flower bloomed in the air.
Li Mingwen, in the distance, clutching his chest, struggled to get up, his face filled with disbelief.
How can you also be a strength-type ability user?
These 2 abilities conflict with each other, how can they exist in one person at the same time?
Even with training, strength couldn't be this terrifying.
Yi Tian didn't answer but, like Li Mingwen before, gestured with his hand. Li Mingwen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, realizing he had been careless. He quickly rushed forward, using both abilities for offense and defense.
Yi Tian made no attempt to dodge, standing still and exchanging blows with him.
In his past life, he had learned many deadly fighting techniques. After a few rounds, Li Mingwen was already bruised and swollen, his eyes showing a hint of panic, while Yi Tian remained calm and composed, handling the situation with ease. Strictly speaking, it was Li Mingwen who was taking all the hits, as his punches couldn't even touch Yi Tian. With both speed and strength abilities, Yi Tian could evade skillfully and strike heavily. In less than 3 minutes, Li Mingwen was on the brink of collapse, his clothes tattered, blood and sweat mingling as they dripped down. However, he refused to give up, thinking that Yi Tian, being a speed and strength type ability user, must have weak defense.
If he endured and seized an opportunity, he believed he could land a fatal blow.
But after fighting for so long, Yi Tian's abilities seemed inexhaustible, his speed and strength only increasing. Li Mingwen was dizzy and close to fainting. Seeing this, his subordinates quickly called for a stop, conceding defeat.
Yi Tian didn't push further and stopped in time.
Li Mingwen was considered quite strong among ordinary people and might become an important pawn in the future.
Defeat? What defeat? I can still fight. Let me go.
Li Mingwen shouted hoarsely. Despite his words, his body betrayed him, collapsing into the arms of his subordinates. Yi Tian turned to the leaders of the other three factions, arrogantly saying, "One by one is too slow, I'm in a hurry, let's go together. If I lose, we'll leave South City on our own. If you lose, you'll become part of our Tianha base." Hearing this, the three leaders nodded in agreement. They had worked hard to establish their factions and couldn't just give up. Everyone was striving for greatness in the post-apocalyptic world and refused to be mere pawns. Besides, even if Yi Tian was strong, trying to take on three opponents was overestimating his abilities. Li Mingguan, who was applying medicine on the side, sneered, "Can your abilities overcome mine? Do you think you're invincible? Ouch. Be gentle with that." The three of them simultaneously closed in on Yi Tian, maintaining their distance. Among them, the only woman calmly analyzed, grabbed his evasive points, "Don't let him get close, it's best to use wide-range supernatural attacks, don't be stingy with your powers, keep it tight. Let's go together." For a moment, attacks from various flying objects came from three directions, dozens of flame-like arrows, densely packed electric shocks resembling snake shapes, and directly charging chunks of earth, blocking all of Yi Tian's evasive routes tightly. It was unclear whether Yi Tian was scared silly or had resigned himself, showing no intention of dodging. As numerous flying objects fell like raindrops, it instantly stirred up flying sand and rolling stones, smoke billowed, even the earth trembled slightly. This naturally attracted the attention of many low-level zombies, who approached, only to be easily dealt with by dozens of guards at the door. When the smoke cleared, Yi Tian's location revealed a fortress-like intact earthen wall, blocking all their attacks. 3 powers. He has 3 powers. Before everyone could react, the earthen wall suddenly exploded, chunks of earth hurtling towards the three. Faced with this feeble counterattack, the three leaders were somewhat disdainful, directly shattering the chunks of earth. But to their surprise, from the shattered earth burst forth a jet of water, catching one person off guard, knocking them out cold. Damn, 4 powers. Is this guy even human? The crowd couldn't help but exclaim. It should be noted that those with 2 powers were already outstanding, 3 powers were rare, and they had never seen anyone with 4 powers. The remaining 2 leaders were also a bit confused, as the more powers one had, the more crystal cores needed for upgrades. However, Yi Tian was not only on par with them but each of his 4 powers was formidable, used flexibly, and had a solid foundation. They couldn't help but joke, "Your powers must have been upgrading since birth." Yi Tian's attacks came one after another, with chunks of earth concealing hidden weapons flying towards them. The 2 hurriedly dodged, not daring to confront them head-on, who knew what was inside these dumplings. The burden on the body from 4 powers is immense. We can engage in a war of attrition and wear him down. Seize the opportunity, he attacks me, you interfere. Before the words fell, Yi Tian had already rushed towards the nearest woman. The other person chose to sneak around, but Yi Tian was prepared, erecting a dust wall that left the person behind briefly detained. Dealing with the woman in front was just a moment's work. Boom! However, at this moment, the earth suddenly trembled slightly, the earthen wall collapsed, and 2 long tentacles suddenly emerged from the soil. Following that, there were a pair of blood-red eyes, and a long, black armored body. It was a mutated centipede. It was at least 10 meters long, with venomous fangs dripping thick, sticky liquid. As for its level, unknown, but the aura it exuded was chilling. In the few seconds that everyone was stunned, the centipede's 40 long legs were already crawling on the ground. Its speed was extremely fast, instantly approaching its prey and starting its onslaught. Ah, don't eat me. Boss, save me. Everyone, don't panic, use your powers to kill it. It hurts, it hurts. In a few seconds, some were bitten in half, some fell unconscious from the venom, foaming at the mouth. Some were caught by the spines on the centipede's legs and moved along with it. Several people perished. The leaders of various factions quickly urged everyone to attack the mutant beast together, united against it. The dense attacks from the crowd rained down on the dark armor, but it was like hitting an impervious wall, leaving no scratches. Li Mingguan, fearless, took the lead and engaged the centipede in close combat. The other leaders also charged at the forefront, leading by example. Yi Tian looked at the system's analysis of the centipede in front of him, his brow furrowed. Name, red-headed centipede level, low-tier C health, 800 strength, 500 speed, 900 defense, 1290 as expected. After a flurry of activity, most attacks missed their mark, and even when they hit, they were ineffective. The casualties continued to rise, but fortunately, the centipede had a unique personality, preferring fresh prey, killing and eating on the spot, completely ignoring the futile attacks of the group. However, just when it seemed things couldn't get worse, a loud noise alerted a horde of zombies, their roars echoing outside. Oh no! The zombies have surrounded the school, the guards have retreated to the teaching area. Zombies! In the distance, groups of 3 to 5 zombies were slowly approaching. Even with nearly 60 supernaturals present, the situation was becoming dire, especially with the centipede on a rampage. We'll handle the mutant beasts, you go stop the zombies from getting closer and block important passages. Without hesitation, Yi-Tian pulled out a tang sword and gave orders. His 4 subordinates, armed with unique weapons, showed no fear and were eager to fight. Just you guys? Some were skeptical, but in this situation, there was no time for second guessing. Everyone understood the urgency of the situation. Moreover, judging from the previous battle, Yi-Tian was undoubtedly the strongest here. Li Mingwen nodded. Hold them off as long as you can. We'll come to support you once we're done. The 4 leaders rallied the group to clear out the infiltrating zombies. Take out the ones near the playground first, don't let them distract us. Earth element users, follow me. Any speedy warriors, lure some zombies away from here, or we'll be overwhelmed. Healers, move around and tend to the wounded. Yi-Tian and his companions were excited as they wielded the weapons they bought at the store yesterday. The power of these weapons, infused with their abilities, far surpassed conventional ones. With their abilities integrated, they could wield them effortlessly, as if the weapons were an extension of themselves. Yi-Tian held the tang sword, gazing excitedly at the C-tier mutant beast before him. Charge up your energy, these weapons are our only hope. Injecting various attributes of his abilities into the sword, a faint colorful aura began to emanate from the plain tang sword as the energy bar on its side exceeded 1/3. Yi-Tian stopped charging. 1/3 was the minimum requirement for the sword's use. Without his solid abilities, he wouldn't be able to wield this A-tier weapon. To unleash the weapon's full power, he needed a higher level, and overcharging would deplete his stamina during the upcoming battle. Close combat fighters, follow me. Ranged attackers, provide cover fire. With that command, he advanced with his sword. At that moment, the centipede, engrossed in its meal, sensed danger and raised its head in alert. 3 individuals charged straight at it, prompting the centipede to turn its massive body around. However, before it could react, a green energy blast struck its head at lightning speed, followed by a barrage of attacks. Although these attacks lacked penetration, they carried significant impact and speed, making evasion difficult. Seeing the centipede hindered, Yi-Tian swiftly boosted his speed ability to the maximum. He appeared in front of the centipede's legs, switched to strength ability, and ruthlessly cleaved down with his sword. In the face of the sharp blade and Yi-Tian's terrifying strength, one of the centipede's steel-like legs was severed. Feeling the pain, the centipede ignored the distant attacks, turned its head towards Yi-Tian, and lunged forward. Upon seeing the situation, Yi-Tian did not retreat but instead advanced, taking a swift step to charge under the centipede's body. Dodging the 2 venomous fangs, thicker than bull horns, that missed and plunged into the ground. Yi-Tian wasted no time and immediately darted to the other side to continue cutting off the centipede's legs. Cut off the centipede's legs first to restrict its movement. Watch out. Upon hearing this, the 2 others who had arrived joined in the leg-cutting action during the centipede's moment of retracting its fangs. Although the 2 also possessed supernatural weapons, their weapon grades were inferior to Yi-Tian's. Moreover, in terms of their own supernatural abilities, they were not as skilled as Yi-Tian, unable to sever a leg in one strike. The continuous pain from the legs made the centipede somewhat at a loss. Every time it focused on one side, the other side would be attacked. At this moment, the attacks from afar suddenly ceased. The 2 who were providing cover from a distance had exhausted their last bit of supernatural power. With no distractions, the centipede's speed increased suddenly as it swiftly moved away towards the gap it had dug to come in. However, with only 20 or 30 legs left, the centipede's crawling seemed unsteady, and its speed was significantly affected. Yi-Tian had no intention of letting go of the C-grade crystal nucleus he had obtained. He leaped onto the centipede's back and ran towards its head. With the blade aimed at the shell underneath, he forcefully plunged it in. However, the blade only sank halfway and struggled to go further, indicating that the armor on the head was thicker and more solid. But as long as he infused the remaining supernatural power into the tang knife, he was confident he could kill this C-grade mutant beast. Yet, at this moment, Yi-Tian hesitated. Using up all his supernatural power at once would leave him vulnerable afterward, like a toothless tiger. Could he protect this coveted C-crystal nucleus? Due to the lessons learned from his past life, he dared not rely entirely on a few subordinates. While contemplating, the centipede's head was about to burrow into the ground. Seeing this, Yi-Tian could only pull out the tang knife, silently jump down, and the centipede disappeared in a flash, leaving no trace of movement. His subordinates quickly ran up. Boss, did we let it escape? A C-grade crystal nucleus could potentially elevate the boss to C-grade directly. What a pity. Yi-Tian sighed slightly, shaking his head in silence. At this moment, the people who had gone to clear the zombies were returning to the playground. The 4 leaders looked at the mess on the ground, but with no sign of the centipede, they immediately understood everything. They looked at Yi Tian and his group in astonishment. Before they could ask, Yi Tian spoke to himself regretfully, "We were careless, letting it escape. If only we had been more decisive at that moment." The others remained speechless. Did he realize what he was saying? That was a C-grade mutant beast, and in its eyes, they were like ants. How could just 5 of them drive away a C-grade mutant beast in less than half an hour? The 4 leaders were incredulous, but the scattered centipede legs on the ground forced them to believe. Seeing this, Yi Tian raised an eyebrow and asked, "Our second half hasn't ended yet, right? Shall we continue?" Upon hearing this, the 4 were somewhat speechless. Continue? Continue what? We'll join. The 4 reluctantly expressed their stance. After a fierce battle, the top forces of various factions had suffered significant damage, and many mutant beasts had entered the city. Such incidents might occur frequently in the future, making it seem like sticking together was the best choice. Fortunately, Yi Tian and his group had the means to combat the mutant beasts. Without them, everyone would have perished here. This elevated Yi Tian's status in the hearts of the people, as who wouldn't want to align with a powerful figure like him? Even if they didn't join Yi Tian's Tianhe base, his subordinates would still be loyal to him. In a heavily guarded large shopping mall. What? You're also canceling the order? Sun Chong frowned at the leader of a faction before him. Recently, several pre-arranged deals have been cancelled because he believed that only their Tinghui supermarket could sustain the survivors of Nanxiang, so no contracts were signed. In addition, the number of customers visiting has been decreasing, mostly just the regulars near the supermarket. Sun Chong couldn't help but feel suspicious. The man sighed slightly and patiently explained, "There's no way around it. There are more mutant beasts recently, and they are getting stronger. The places using crystal cores are too many. So, you guys don't need to eat or drink? You have about 40 to 50 people in your group," Sun Chong reminded urgently. "Oh, don't you know? A post-apocalyptic store opened in the southern city. Not only are the prices cheap, but the stock of goods is also astonishingly abundant. There are some magical gadgets that benefit us small factions a lot, attracting everyone there," the man explained. Magical gadgets? The man found it hard to explain, so he took out a crumpled flyer from his pocket and handed it to Sun Chong. Sun Chong immediately found it somewhat familiar. It seemed like one of his subordinates had shown it to him before, but he hadn't paid much attention at the time. As he picked up the flyer to examine it, he became more and more shocked. Fresh vegetables, fruits, tobacco, alcohol, cooked food, and more were all available. In the post-apocalyptic world, these things had been out of production for days, especially perishable items like vegetables and fruits. They should have rotted and stunk by now, so how could they dare to write the word fresh? And when he compared the prices converted into crystal coins with those in his supermarket, he was instantly defeated. How could they sell so cheaply? Were they intentionally engaging in a price war? But it didn't seem like it. After all, these goods were basically sold bit by bit, so what was the profit in selling so cheaply? Or could it be that the inventory of this so-called post-apocalyptic store was several times more than his own supermarket's? And these skill scrolls, weapons, custom-made clothes. This flyer didn't seem like something made by amateurs. He couldn't help but look at the person in front of him in disbelief. However, the man's expression was solemn. "It's all true." Sun Chong still didn't believe it. He felt that the man was just finding excuses to deceive him. At that moment, the office door opened, and a refined middle-aged man walked in. Seeing this, Sun Chong quickly stood up and respectfully asked, "Uncle, why are you here?" The other person, seeing that it was Sun Hui, immediately felt uneasy. Sun Hui, the owner of Tinghui supermarket, was known to be ruthless and would stop at nothing for profit. And here he was, coming to cancel an order. Damn it, if I had known, I would have left earlier. How did I run into this old fox? Sun Hui had already been informed beforehand. He glanced at the man and calmly said, "If there's nothing else, we won't see you out." Upon hearing this, the man felt relieved and quickly left. After he left, Sun Hui sat down slowly on the sofa and said in a deep voice, "Everything mentioned on the flyer is true. The people from the Thunderfire base have already told me. And they say that the goods inside have never run out, with vegetables and fruits fresher than those just picked from the ground." Sun Chong was momentarily speechless. No wonder we can't compete with them. This can't go on like this. Tell your brother to take emergency measures. Sun Hui's tone was stern. Hearing this, Sun Chang's expression also became serious, and he got up to leave. "I'll arrange it right away." "Wait, tell him to be careful. I heard the other side's strength is at least Class C. Also, find out the source of their goods before taking action." Sun Chong nodded and walked along the corridor, all the way to the elevator, then down to the underground floor of the supermarket. The temperature was lower in the underground floor, lined with cold storage rooms storing most of Tinghui Supermarket's goods. At the beginning of the apocalypse, the boss Sun Hui obtained information about abilities and the apocalypse online, sensing a business opportunity. With a vast amount of resources, he recruited a group of ability users to establish a faction, taking advantage of everyone still immersed in the confusion and fear of the apocalypse, leading the recruited supernaturals to various places to collect resources and seize the initiative. When the situation gradually stabilized, they began to do business. In the apocalypse, controlling resources meant controlling everything, holding the initiative in the apocalypse. For a while, everyone was eager for this, allowing him to make a fortune, and with these crystal cores, he raised a large armed force. Among the various unofficial forces in Nanjiang City, Tinghui Supermarket was an absolute powerhouse. Otherwise, how could they suppress those covetous hearts? Although the boss Sun Hui was not a supernatural, he had a good son with 3 different abilities. For others, even with 3 different abilities, upgrading would be extremely difficult, but for the Sun family who made a fortune in the apocalypse, what they lacked the least was crystal cores. He directly pushed his abilities to the C-rank high level. Walking into a room similar to a private room, he saw a dozen young people sitting on the sofa, each embracing one another. "Brother, why are you here? Another mission?" Seeing Sun Chong, a delicate young man immediately stood up, his tone revealing a hint of joy. Before Sun Chong could speak, another supernatural being on the side, fueled by alcohol, couldn't help but jest. "It must be, our brother hasn't moved his bones for so many days, he must be itching." Before he finished speaking, a bright light flashed, followed by a loud bang. When everyone turned their heads, they saw that the head of the supernatural who had spoken earlier had split open like a watermelon hitting the ground. Blood splattered on everyone, and they all looked at Sunny with fearful eyes, silent. "This thing works better than sobering up." Sunny put down his hand expressionlessly. "Did I let you interrupt?" Sun Chong clicked his tongue twice and explained the cause of the matter. When he heard that someone threatened their business, Sunny was instantly furious, a strong killing intent making it hard for everyone to breathe. "I must kill him. Daring to mess with our business is like slapping your grandpa in the face." Sun Chong looked somewhat helpless and advised, "Remember what Uncle said, we must consider long-term interests." His younger brother was good in every way, but he was a bit brutal and bloodthirsty. Last time, he was sent to deliver goods to a force, but because they didn't offer him a meal, he brought back the crystal cores of the entire force, including those in their heads. Well, when the King of Hell wakes up, he'll find himself second on the list. "Got it, ask before killing, who knows if he can survive my blow." On the other side, in the post-apocalyptic store, books were stacked high on the counter, and the bored Wang Chen was reading a book explaining a certain type of ability. Although in his past life he had researched many abilities, there were no systematically published books that were detailed and rigorous. Since someone discovered the unusual books in the book section, there were people coming to buy books almost every day. After all, the hanging books were too important, containing everything that all supernaturals in the apocalypse desired. Wang Chen did not hoard these books with important information, but instead raised the prices, making a good profit. He knew that the spatial ability was too powerful, and ordinary abilities were basically no match. There were no books on spatial abilities on the shelves. Relying on the information gap, coupled with his invincible turtle shell store in Hazy, safety was absolutely guaranteed in this aspect. It was better to use these books to enhance human strength, collect more crystal cores, and make a profit for himself. However, as the saying goes, knowing oneself and the enemy, 100 battles without danger. Since he usually had nothing to do, reading these books about various abilities could pass the time, eliminate the information gap, and be convenient for dealing with various supernaturals in the future. At this moment, the long-lost sound of gold bars came. Activate side mission, destroy competitor Tinghui Supermarket. Reward, unlock electronic products. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen was stunned. What kind of mission was this? And it involved destruction. He knew Tinghui Supermarket, the largest chain supermarket in Nanjiang City. "Boss, how can a regular supermarket like this compete with us? They don't even have a source for goods. Is it necessary to bother with this?" Wang Chen lazily leaned back in his chair, not feeling like going out. Tinghui Supermarket has a large influence and fairly abundant goods. Leaving it unchecked for a long time will have a significant impact on the nearby survivors. And this reward, does the host really want to pass it up? All kinds of electronic products are available. Doesn't the host want to exchange for a big LCD TV, a massage chair, a gaming console, a massage bathtub? Sounds good, Wang Chen said with interest, stroking his chin. He had been to Tinghui Supermarket before the apocalypse, but he didn't know what it was like now. At that moment, the words of some guests in the rest area reached his ears.
Damn, boss, we hit the jackpot this time. The stuff here is indeed cheaper than Tinghue's.
That's right, and I heard the weapons and equipment here are top-notch.
Should we consider moving our camp here? Check if we have enough crystal cores. Damn!
Everyone turned to look, feeling a sudden jolt in their hearts. The store manager had somehow appeared among them, with a person under his arm, wearing a smiling face. They were puzzled and more frightened, as the store manager's title of Smiling Tiger was well known.
One wrong move and they could all be in trouble. The store manager's smile increasingly resembled a sinister grin. The boss swallowed hard and asked in a trembling voice, Who didn't follow the store manager's rules, step forward, don't involve the group. Before Wang Qin could speak, a man suddenly knelt down in front of him, tears streaming down his face. I'm sorry, store manager, it was me. I accidentally spilled oil on the table, but I just couldn't clean it up, sob. Wang Chen was speechless at this confession. Was he really that terrifying? He thought he was quite amiable. I'm not here to hold anyone accountable.
I just want to know about Tinghue's supermarket, Wang Chen said. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and the man kneeling on the ground was also overjoyed. After some inquiries, Wang Chen learned about the specific location and guard situation of Tinghue's supermarket. They have a group of powerful supernatural beings, specifically used to carry out bloody operations to suppress other forces.
The leader is particularly fierce, claiming to be the highest-ranked supernatural being in Nanjiang City.
That's right, with a good old man, making so many crystal cores from us.
Wang Chen nodded, indicating he understood, and patted the boss on the shoulder in gratitude. No problem, it's nothing, the boss replied. Nothing? Then could you do me a favor and pick me up tomorrow? Wang Chen said bluntly. The group was puzzled, it was their first meeting, wasn't this request a bit presumptuous? No need to sit idle, the boss quickly realized it was an opportunity to build a relationship and waved his hand. No need, it's just a small matter, and I'll be coming tomorrow anyway, it's on the way. Wang Chen smiled and asked the middle-aged man in front of him, what should I call you? The man nodded and bowed, just call me Xiaosong.
The next morning, Wang Chen packed up and hung the notice of his departure on the glass door handle.
He then took Blackie to the courtyard to wait for Xiaosong's private car.
A gentle breeze brushed his face, signaling the approach of November with a hint of chill in the air.
The pleasant weather made Blackie frolic in the park.
Wang Chen casually glanced across the lake and noticed several trucks parked on the distant shore, with a few figures visible.
Another force is going to settle here?
He speculated to himself, but didn't pay much attention, thinking they were attracted by his shop. Before long, a shabby van slowly arrived in front of the store, with the front bumper completely destroyed. The body and windows were covered in bloodstains. Song Jiang opened the squeaky door, just meeting Wang Chen's disdainful gaze, scratching his head awkwardly.
No time to clean up. But don't be fooled by its appearance, it runs fast. Seeing Wang Chen getting up, Song Jiang immediately opened the door for him.
As the car started moving, Wang Chen noticed the skill scrolls scattered on the floor, all used. Looking at Song Jiang's slightly trembling arms, he guessed that he must have gone through a narrow escape to get here.
Teammates didn't come? Song Jiang shook his head, busy moving in recently, can't spare the time. Wang Chen nodded without saying a word. More and more zombies crowded the road until it was completely blocked ahead.
Song Jiang looked to Wang Chen for help. Manager, this.
Wang Chen calmly rolled down the window and released Blackie, clear the zombies around the car.
Then he turned to Song Jiang, you just keep driving. Song Jiang hesitated for a moment looking at Blackie, then drove straight into the zombie horde. The sound of the engine immediately attracted the attention of a large group of zombies, roaring towards the car like a tidal wave, ready to engulf the entire van. Seeing this, Song Jiang could only brace himself and charge forward. Just as the front of the car was about to hit the zombies, a huge shadow flashed by, sending several zombies flying. Then, like a bulldozer, it carved a path through the horde.
Song Jiang stared in disbelief, amazed by the turn of events.
At that moment, a slender female zombie stood on top of a building, looking down at everything below like a lord.
Roar! Die!
Its face twisted in a grimace as it spoke human words, then suddenly disappeared, leaving only a blur. A few seconds later, Blackie, who was busy chasing after a chicken leg, seemed to sense something. It knocked away the zombie in front of it and glanced up slightly. Then, facing the approaching shadow, it sneered contemptuously.
The female zombie was unaware of the danger she was in, thinking her speed was unmatched.
Just as her claws were about to pierce Blackie's major artery, Blackie struck back with a claw even bigger than its head, hitting her face hard and distorting her grimace.
Bang!
The tremendous impact sent her uncontrollably flying backward, crashing into a nearby building, motionless. Song Jiang sat in the car, his face complex, glancing at the rearview mirror, struggling to speak.
Wang Chen noticed this but initially didn't want to intervene. However, seeing the kid risking his life to drive, he decided to ask, "Something on your mind?"
Song Jiang shook his head, a hint of bitterness on his lips. "Nothing, just feeling emotional."
Wang Chen, seeing his reluctance to elaborate, didn't press further. "Why not join a bigger force?"
Wang Chen suddenly asked, knowing that someone like Song Jiang, with weak abilities, would benefit from joining a group. Hearing this, Song Jiang smiled wryly. "With a son and a wife, many forces no longer accept ordinary people. But it's fine now, at least staying alive is not a problem."
Wang Chen fell silent. Song Jiang's situation was a reflection of most people in the apocalypse.
It reminded him of his past life, a nobody struggling at the bottom in the apocalypse, working hard every day just for a meal, not to mention someone like Song Jiang with a family to support. Wang Chen sighed softly and handed Song Jiang a cigarette. "You're a man, kid." On the other side of the post-apocalyptic store, Chu Lan looked at the notice hanging at the entrance, somewhat surprised. "No.
My beef rice. I've been thinking about it for several days. It even sent me dreams last night, urging me to come quickly."
Zhang Yingjing knelt on the ground wailing.
"Didn't I give you a piece of compressed beef-flavored biscuit yesterday?
I heard the protein content is hundreds of times that of beef."
"Cow, is it time to go to work?"
"Heard? Heard from whom?" "The person narrating Mr.
Bay's videos? 6. Can they be the same?"
Liangshu pushed his glasses and helplessly said, "Let's go first. We can buy winter clothes tomorrow." Chu Lan and the others could only return empty-handed, but they encountered another group of people as they were leaving. Since such incidents were common due to the shop's location, Chu Lan and the others didn't pay much attention. However, as they passed by, they were suddenly stopped by the group.
"Wait, which faction do you belong to? Why haven't we seen you before?"
A freckled young man questioned.
Hearing this, Zhang Yingjing retorted bluntly, "Who are you? Why do we have to be seen by you? Hey, little brat, do you even know who you're talking to?" 6. Does everyone think they're important now? Liangshu quickly restrained the hot-tempered Zhang Yingjing and apologetically looked at them. "We are just a small faction. Is there something we can help you with?" Upon hearing this, the young man raised his head arrogantly. "Do you know about Tianhe Base?"
Now all the factions in the southern city have to rely on Tianhe Base.
Chu Lan and the others exchanged glances, shaking their heads. They could fend for themselves, why should they rely on others?
Liangshu humbly said, "We are just a small faction, one more or one less. We don't need to join, right? In the southern city, any faction must join Tianhe, or you'll be kicked out of the city." The young man replied arrogantly. Hearing this, the group frowned.
"Is the southern city built by your Tianhe? Why should we leave if we don't join? What if we insist on staying?"
The young man sneered and gestured to his dozen followers. "Then it's not up to you." This time, Chu Lan and their group only had 7 people, clearly at a numerical disadvantage. However, having thoroughly studied their abilities from their textbooks, they were not in a losing position. Chu Lan's eyes turned cold as he put down the orange cat in his arms, and the others also prepared themselves.
Seeing them about to counterattack recklessly, the young man sneered, "Just a bunch of ants from a small faction, you really want to fight us? Fine, we'll take your low-level crystal cores, even small gains are gains. Leave the woman to the brothers to vent their anger, kill the rest." Seeing this, Chu Lan, Liangshu, and the long-range attackers immediately distanced themselves. Zhang Yingjing and the others instinctively stood in front of them. The few people in front were about to charge at them, but the group remained still, as if waiting for a signal. Behind them, Bai Che finished charging and unleashed several mental attacks simultaneously, shouting, 3 seconds. At the same time, the front row of attackers charging in a semicircle suddenly froze in place, affecting the speed of those behind them. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yingjing and the others burst forward like arrows. The people behind them activated their abilities for long-range interference. Compared to Chu Lan's small team, the freckled young man's group seemed chaotic and lacked coordination. "Why the hell are you stopping? Don't block the way. Where the hell are you pushing? Holy crap, look up at the sky." Everyone saw a sky filled with flying objects like meteors, ice spikes, earth debris, and wind blades, shooting down like a barrage of arrows. How can their attacks be so scattered? How did they do it? They are also D-level ability users. The crowd was about to unleash their abilities to resist, but at that moment, the ground suddenly cracked, making them unstable. Zhang Yingjing and the others had already rushed forward and quickly dealt with the few people in front. The crowd was instantly in a panic, unsure whether to resist or deal with Zhang Yingjing and the others first, feeling somewhat at a loss. However, Zhang Yingjing did not linger in battle and retreated before the rain of abilities arrows fell. Only the panicked crowd remained, receiving the shower of abilities. Boom! 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 After a dozen seconds, objects rained down from the sky. Although the damage was not high, it couldn't withstand the massive bombardment.
The ability users either died or fainted, while Chulan and the others watched the scene unfold effortlessly. 3 or 4 defensive ability users tried to escape, but the orange cat, who had been observing the battlefield, seized the opportunity. It transformed directly into an animal form, swiftly blocking their path. The freckled youth was now completely panicked, hastily pushing his 2 subordinates forward. Quick! Kill it quickly! I'll cover you! Seeing this, the 2 subordinates had no choice but to fight desperately, creating a path and sandwiching the orange cat between them. Boss, hurry! The freckled youth bypassed the orange cat and dashed away without a second thought, leaving the 2 dumbfounded. You play mind games with me, and I play mind games with you? As expected, the 2 defensive ability users were pinned down by the orange cat and could only wait for their fate. The young man attempting to flee was not a speed-type ability user and was eventually caught. At this moment, the young man had lost his earlier arrogance, now only begging with tears and snot. He never imagined that he would be fleeing from a few unknown individuals. When Yi Tian integrated all the forces in the southern city yesterday, he didn't hear about these people at all. Elders, just now, this grandson was blind and ignorant, not recognizing Mount Tai, short-sighted and arrogant. Please just ignore me and let me go. The young man looked up with tears in his eyes, only to see Zhang Yingjing approaching with a smile. It won't hurt, Zhang Yingjing said, and soon after, a series of screams filled the air. 3 minutes later, the young man was beaten beyond recognition, lying unconscious on the floor. Zhang Yingjing shook his hand, complaining, "Damn, my hand hurts. This guy's face is really thick. I should have used my abilities earlier." At this moment, the 2 defensive ability users held down by the orange cat looked at each other and said, "Can we give it a try?" Zhang Yingjing gave them a strange look, nodded, and said, "Little orange, let them go. They can't escape anyway." The 2 ability users thanked him politely, then viciously approached the fallen freckled youth, raining down punches and kicks. "Damn it, you said you'd cover us, I'll make you cover us. You bastard. Not dead yet." Liangshu pushed his glasses and pondered for a moment. If what he said is true, and all the forces in the southern city except us have been integrated, our situation will become very dangerous. Chulan also furrowed her brows. If that Tianha base finds out, they won't let us off easily. Even if our abilities are proficient, we are no match for the entire southern city. Someone in the group suggested, "Dead men tell no tales." Chulan and Liangshu exchanged a glance and nodded. Hearing this, the freckled youth playing dead on the ground suddenly bounced up. "No, you can't kill me. I'm from the Tianha base, if you kill me." Before he could finish, he was once again subjected to a beating by the 2 defensive ability users. One of the ability users offered to help dispose of the body discreetly, hoping to join Chulan's team. Due to their actions, returning to the Tianha base was no longer an option. Chulan was well aware of the situation the 2 were in and readily agreed. However, in the shadows, there were a few pairs of eyes silently watching the scene unfold. In a dilapidated building, stood 2 extraordinary zombies, both of an astonishing sea level. One was a bulky figure with a height of at least 3 meters, wearing only a pair of shorts on the verge of bursting. The other was short and frail, resembling an extreme case of dwarfism, but with ears larger than its head. At that moment, a slender female zombie, dragging her injured body, limped in. Seeing this, the Titan zombie couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ha, Shadow, I thought you were fast. How did you end up like this?" Shadow looked gloomy. It was a mutant beast, even faster than me. Luckily it didn't catch up. Being beaten up by a beast, how useless, the Titan mocked. Shadow sneered, "Call me stupid all you want, but now we all have abilities. What's the difference between mutants and humans? Don't call me stupid. You want to fight? I might just beat you to death now. I can handle you like walking a dog. You're asking for it." Seeing the 2 about to fight, the other short zombie quickly changed the subject. "I wonder when the king will return. Human activities have been increasingly active lately." The Titan zombie sat on the ground. "I don't understand why the king went to the outskirts for crystal cores. Humans are much weaker than mutants." Shadow retorted, "You think all humans are as dumb as you? Once they gather, they're not easy to deal with. You." The other short zombie added, "Indeed, and now most humans stick together. If we launch a large-scale attack, our strength will weaken. If the surrounding zombie groups take advantage, it won't be easy. To completely eradicate humans, it depends on the king's current strength. Why did the shop manager go to Tinghue supermarket? Just to hang out, they're competitors after all." The van slowly stopped in front of a building with a huge billboard on top, Tinghue. It was evident that the building's surroundings were originally a commercial street, but now it blended with tall concrete walls. Surprisingly, there were no traces of zombies in this area. Wang Chen tossed the remaining half-pack of cigarettes to Song Jiang, saying, "Wait for me for 2 hours. He then opened the car door and got out, leaving Song Jiang with a wry smile, as he hadn't mentioned a return ticket. But since there were cigarettes, it was acceptable. With that in mind, Song Jiang turned and eagerly lit one. Wang Chen didn't bring Blackie along, letting it wander nearby. Partly to protect his driver and also because bringing Blackie would attract too much attention, it was safer to keep a low profile for this operation. The entrance to the large building was narrow despite its size, with over a dozen high-level ability users standing guard at the iron gate. They looked serious, their gazes sharp, constantly scanning the surroundings. Tinghui Supermarket had a good reputation, attracting numerous customers daily. Due to the guards at the entrance registering and checking ability users, there was a long queue at the narrow entrance. Wang Chen had to wait in line to enter. A middle-aged man in front of him, seeing Wang Chen in clean casual clothes, couldn't help but be surprised. "Buddy, are you
here on vacation?"
"Just here to take a look around," Wang Chen replied calmly. The middle-aged man seemed to recall something and gave a meaningful look.
"You're here to fulfill a certain need too, right?" Wang Chen asked in confusion. "What do you mean?" The middle-aged man casually patted Wang Chen's shoulder. "What's there to be shy about? We're all in the same boat." Wang Chen.
The middle-aged man rubbed his hands together, a lecherous grin on his face. "My buddy told me that Tinghui has taken in another group of homeless women, so the prices should be cheaper this time, right?"
Wang Chen suddenly realized, so that's what you were talking about.
However, he wasn't surprised by this. In his past life, most factions were involved in this kind of flesh trade. Seeing Wang Chen's reaction, the middle-aged man assumed he agreed and continued with a grin. "It's been tough to get crystal nuclei lately.
Do you have any interest in pooling resources?"
Wang Chen made a strange face, thinking, this guy is really shameless. "I advise you not to linger after buying things, just leave quickly, or it could be dangerous."
The middle-aged man was puzzled. Danger? What danger could there be?
This is Tinghui Supermarket, heavily guarded.
Haven't you seen the guards at the entrance, all high-ranking D-level ability users? The guards inside are even more terrifying.
Let me tell you, even if mutant beasts and zombies come here, they have to wait in line to make their purchases. If you don't want to pool resources, there's no need to be sarcastic. Another middle-aged man with a scruffy beard in front turned around to retort.
Obviously, he was his partner. Wang Chen shook his head, feeling frustrated with the stubborn ghost. Spatial abilities? The person at the entrance frowned. Wang Chen calmly asked, "Is there a problem?"
The man's eyes flashed with hostility. "No, it's just that there was a foolish spatial ability user who tried to steal from our supermarket and got caught and beaten to death."
Clearly, it was a warning. Wang Chen nodded and walked inside.
As Wang Chen entered, the man turned to a guard behind him and exchanged a glance. Inside the compound, there was a parking lot with several trucks parked, and a distance to reach the interior of the supermarket. The structure was similar to most bases.
Upon entering the supermarket, a faint smell of decay wafted into Wang Chen's nostrils.
Wang Chen looked around. The supermarket was large, with densely packed shelves, probably concentrating goods on the ground floor for easy monitoring. However, the downside was evident. The dense shelves could obstruct visibility, despite the many patrols. But with the crowd concentrated, there were always moments of inattention. Wang Chen stroked his chin, realizing that the number of customers visiting this supermarket daily was at least several times more than in his store. No wonder Jin Tiao issued this task. Now it seemed that Tinghui Supermarket was indeed a formidable competitor. The best way to destroy such a building was undoubtedly through internal explosions. Wang Chen activated his abilities, initiating spatial perception, instantly making every movement of those around him crystal clear in his mind. This allowed him to seize any small gap, swiftly producing pre-prepared, system-customized remote-controlled bombs. He then threw them underground, and with a swift kick, the square bombs slid silently along the smooth tiles to the bottom of the shelves. The whole process flowed smoothly, so much so that Wang Chen couldn't believe he was doing this for the first time. This was the advantage of spatial perception, clear awareness of the properties of everything around, enabling corresponding actions. In this manner, Wang Chen quietly placed over a dozen bombs under the shelves, covering the entire ground floor.
Just as Wang Chen thought the deed was done, he inadvertently noticed an elevator.
It boldly stated, "Warehouse restricted area, unauthorized personnel prohibited." This reminded Wang Chen that Tinghui Supermarket's foundation lay in the vast amount of resources in the post-apocalyptic world, not just in a building like this. If their foundation wasn't destroyed, Tinghui could rise again. However, Wang Chen looked at the 4 guards in front of the elevator door and couldn't help but feel a bit troubled. Forcing his way in was not a reliable option. Sneaking in was unrealistic as any disturbance would surely attract the guards immediately.
Wang Chen had to inspect the first floor again, hoping to find a loophole.
After a thorough search, he still couldn't find any other entrance.
He couldn't help but complain, there isn't even a safety passage, what if there's a fire? Suddenly, his expression turned cold as he sensed someone had been following him for 2 full rounds. Upon noticing the work badge without a photo on the person's chest, Wang Chen pondered for a few seconds, a faint smile appearing on his lips. He then stepped towards the outer parking lot. The young man behind him, who was monitoring Wang Chen to prevent him from using spatial theft, had no choice but to follow, puzzled. Why is this kid not buying anything at the supermarket? Something's fishy. He followed Wang Chen, maintaining a distance not too close nor too far, as they entered a dense group of trucks. When Wang Chen disappeared around a corner, the young man hurried to catch up, his suspicions growing stronger. Just as he turned around, he found Wang Chen smiling at him. Young man, remember to be more cautious in your next life. Soon after, Wang Chen walked out of the truck group wearing the guard's work badge. He looked at the clean crystal nucleus in his hand and couldn't help but sigh. Being able to retrieve items remotely is convenient. I've effortlessly obtained the crystal nucleus. He then re-entered the supermarket. At that moment, a truck stopped at the entrance of the post-apocalyptic store. Subsequently, a group of superhumans descended from the truck's rear. One person entered the courtyard first, noticing the sign hanging on the glass door and turning to say, "Brothery, it seems like that person isn't here." Hearing this, Sunny furrowed his brows slightly, puzzled as he looked at the store. How dare they leave the store unattended? Others mocked the brick-like store. This fragile building wouldn't withstand a beating from a superhuman like me. Are the people in the southern city all fools? If this were our place, it would have been looted down to zero. So many supplies behind just a layer of glass. What's the difference from a welfare giveaway? I thought this mission would be difficult, but it's much easier than the previous ones. Sunny sat down in the courtyard, propped his feet on the wooden table, and after a moment of contemplation, he waved to his subordinates. Smash the store, take everything away, let's see how they compete with us for business. His subordinates couldn't wait and eagerly ran to the glass. At that moment, one of them stopped the others and whispered, "We don't need all of you for this, I'm afraid your superpowers might damage the goods." Hearing this, everyone agreed, appreciating the flattery. The man's eyes flashed with cunning, thinking, what a bunch of fools, I'll take advantage of this opportunity. He activated his superpower, rapidly expanding his body and turning into a rocky figure. Raising his sharply defined fist, he struck the polished glass with force. Bang! A loud noise echoed through the ears of the onlookers. The stone man's head felt dizzy, as if his fist had hit an indestructible steel plate. Looking up, they saw the seemingly fragile glass remained intact, as if nothing had happened, not even a speck of dust stuck to it. Instead, the fist that struck the glass-like rock surface unexpectedly cracked, with layers of dust shaken off the surface. The stone man's complexion was extremely poor, intending to show off but ended up embarrassed. Unwilling to give up, he swung his fist again, hitting the glass one after another. 10 minutes later, the man was weakly sitting on the ground, his fists dripping with blood after releasing the power, revealing the white bones inside. Seeing this, the remaining power wielders looked strange and activated their powers towards the glass. For a moment, various powerful abilities were unleashed, creating a grand spectacle, but it was all just for show. When the smoke cleared, the glass was as good as new, not a scratch left behind. Behind him, Sunny was already impatient, so he stood up angrily, cursed the useless people, and rudely kicked the person blocking the way. I really don't know what's the use of keeping you useless bunch around. Can't even break a glass, truly more useless than trash. With that, Sun Yi's mind moved slightly, conjuring a huge iron spike with his power, then combining it with his strength ability. Putting all his strength into it, he struck the end of the iron spike. The iron spike instantly rushed towards the glass at a rapid speed, making a whooshing sound as it rubbed against the air. Bang! The iron spike touched the glass, only to be directly bounced away, embedding into the distant floor tiles, the tremendous force causing the surrounding tiles to explode. Everyone was speechless, their eyes involuntarily turning to the slightly embarrassed Sunny. Damn it, try the wall. Dig 3 feet even if you have to destroy the store. Wang Chen swaggered to the elevator door, holding up his work badge for them to see, and casually said the universal phrase, "The security guard has urgent matters to report." Indeed, the few people did not dare to delay and quickly opened the door for themselves. At this moment, one person showed a puzzled expression, carefully examining Wang Chen. I've seen all the security guards before, why? Do you look a bit unfamiliar? There was no mention of recruiting new people. Wang Chen remained unfazed, showing a face of speechlessness. Oh, I got a haircut yesterday, you know. Hearing this, the person suddenly realized, that makes sense. Entering the elevator smoothly, he could clearly see the floor button labeled Food Refrigeration Area. It seems that Tinghui is very confident in their security. Without hesitation, Wang Chen headed straight for the -10th floor.
However, the elevator stopped at the negative first floor, and the doors suddenly opened, revealing two well-dressed men who walked in conversing. Wang Chen glanced over and immediately recognized the middle-aged man with a dog-like appearance, Sun Hui, the owner of Tinghue Supermarket, whom he had seen in a video before. This unexpected encounter caught him off guard. Sun Chong pressed the floor button and noticed another button lit up, furrowing his brows thoughtfully. Sun Hui naturally also noticed this. The two exchanged a glance, then turned to look at Wang Chen, their faces darkening. However, Wang Chen, being a sly old fox, calmly asked, "Mr. Sun, is there something you need from the security guard?" Sun Hui's deep gaze fixed on Wang Chen, and he said in a deep voice, "You're wearing a security guard's badge. Why are you going to the food refrigeration area?" Before Wang Chen could reply, the seemingly clever Sun Chong interjected. "Actually, you're not one of our supermarket staff, right? I'm a perceptive power wielder. I know you're a spatial power wielder, so you have only one purpose for coming to the refrigeration area, to steal supplies. Moreover, I'm familiar with the faces of all the supermarket staff. You stole the work badge of a person named Jinhua, sneaked in secretly, am I right?" With a slight smirk on his lips, as if everything was under control. Sun Hui also showed a proud expression, "Indeed, my son." At that moment, both of them suddenly froze, collapsing to the ground, and the elevator's surveillance was cut off at the same time. They could never have imagined that Wang Chen, a spatial ability user, could kill without a trace. Since Sun Hui was not an ability user, only a crystal nucleus appeared in Wang Chen's hand. "Ah, I really don't understand these two idiots. Isn't it good to be alive?" Wang Chen cursed, somewhat displeased. "Blah blah blah, talking a bunch of nonsense. Yes, the analysis is correct. Reward yourselves by chatting with Granny Tai." Arriving at the lower level, what caught the eye was the cold storage on either side of the passage. Looking through the glass, there were piles of supplies inside. Strangely, in such a large lower level, there was not a single guard, but there were quite a few rooms for people to live in. Wang Chen couldn't be bothered to think much and placed the bombs one by one in the corners. "Let's go." Wang Chen opened the van's door and patted Zi's head. Song Jiang looked at Wang Chen in confusion and thought to himself, "You old man really just like to wander around, not buying anything at all." Then he started the car. Not long after driving out, a series of deafening noises echoed from behind, startling Song Jiang, who was driving. He quickly checked the rearview mirror, only to see the Tinghue supermarket building suddenly tilting and collapsing, followed by a loud noise, flying debris, and even the ground shaking a few times. However, Wang Chen in the rearview mirror remained unchanged, still resting with his eyes closed. The Tinghue supermarket, which was at its peak, was suddenly destroyed? Song Jiang couldn't help but swallow hard, quickly shifting his gaze away, silently thinking, "Too terrifying, never mess with the store manager." With the entire building collapsing, surviving was not easy, not to mention the zombie mutants attracted by the noise. The store manager left no room for survival, but fortunately, their group was about to relocate soon, minimizing the impact. The car drove smoothly all the way, with fewer zombies blocking the path. Thanks to Zi's bulldozer-like clearing earlier, it seemed like the zombies all knew that there were formidable people inside. As they passed by a truck, neither side thought much of it, as encounters between people from different factions were common, and no one could afford to stop and exchange greetings. The people on the truck looked exhausted, having spent hours trying to breach the walls of the store without leaving a mark, only to return empty-handed. It was truly a case of waving one's sleeves without a trace. Sunny, sitting in the passenger seat, had a gloomy expression, feeling more frustrated than ever after so many failed missions. He was holding back his anger, waiting for someone to provoke him. However, everyone seemed to have learned to be smart and none dared to speak up, not even daring to breathe heavily. At that moment, the young man in the driver's seat suddenly received a slap and turned his head with a mournful face, saying, "Boss, I didn't do anything." Sunny replied matter-of-factly, "You're just too ugly, it affects my mood." With that, he delivered another heavy blow. Seeing this, the people in the back of the truck breathed a sigh of relief, inwardly reflecting on how dangerous it was to be with the boss. The truck slowly stopped next to a pile of ruins. Sun Yi's face turned cold as he questioned, "What do you mean? A few slaps and you're looking for death?" The others also looked puzzled at the ruins. The man was shocked and hastily explained, "I didn't take the wrong road, this is our base." The others hesitated, looking around. Although covered with debris, they could vaguely see the familiar buildings surrounded by a layer of stone sand. The scene was desolate and silent, with a few crows occasionally landing on the ruins, picking at bodies among the rubble. There were still many wandering zombies around. Among the rubble, half of an advertising sign was exposed, bearing the words Tinghue. The group swallowed nervously, their expressions extremely unnatural, slowly turning their gaze towards Sunny. Sun Yi's face was unusually calm, staring blankly at the scene in front of him. Suddenly, he swiftly struck out, punching the man in the driver's seat. Bang! Under the terrifying force, the man's head was instantly blown apart, splattering red and white everywhere. The crowd fell silent, their faces splattered with blood, unaware. It must be. He must have mistaken the place. It can't be. It can't be. Our Tinghue supermarket is so powerful, how could it? Sun Yi muttered, then jumped out of the car. Approaching madness, he ran into the ruins, waving to drive away the crows, slaughtering the zombies around. Find them! Find them all, let me know which force did this. I will tear them to pieces. The hysterical voice echoed, and the subordinates dared not delay, immediately taking action, fearing the fate of the driver. The van arrived at the end of the world store. Wang Chen threw a golden payment card to Song Jiang. Song Jiang took it and couldn't help but brighten his eyes, constantly touching the material of the gold card. But he still politely said, This is what I should do. How can I take the store manager's money? I can't accept it. Wang Chen was speechless for a moment. Can you wipe your drool before saying that? Don't worry, there's not a penny inside. Then I'll graciously accept it. Ha! Song Jiang looked puzzled. Wang Chen calmly explained, use this gold card to purchase goods, all at a 5% discount, but only for your faction. As long as the card is intact, you can use it for payment. Getting a white crystal core for free? That's impossible in this lifetime, but a 5% discount is acceptable. It not only avoids losses but also boosts consumption. The system's purchase price is too cheap. Even if it's only a half-price discount, it's still profitable. Hearing this, Song Jiang was stunned, realizing the value of it. Isn't this granting me, Song Jiang, a privilege? Although a 5% discount isn't much, in the long run, his faction could save a lot of crystal cores, especially since the gold card is permanently valid. A sense of gratitude surged within him, and Song Jiang quickly got out of the car to open the door for Wang Chen, thanking him profusely. He expressed his willingness to help in the future if such a situation arises again. Back at the store, Wang Chen glanced at the dust on the courtyard lawn before opening the glass door without a scratch. He naturally knew that someone was trying to force their way into the store, but he wasn't worried at all. The store's absolute defense was beyond the supernatural laws of this world. As soon as he opened the door, Flora rushed out, quickly cleaning the dust in the courtyard while speaking gently. Master, dinner is ready, you can eat any time. Hazy was eager to rush to the kitchen, but Flora's eyes caught the bloodstains all over him, grabbing him by the back of his neck. Beep, dirt detected. And then, he was dragged into the bathroom. Wang Chen chuckled, went to the kitchen on the second floor, and saw a table full of delicious dishes, including celery stir-fried beef, seasonal vegetables, braised pork, spare rib soup, chopped pepperfish head. Having a household robot was convenient. Wang Chen could input instructions for the week's meals, and Flora would prepare them on time. The taste was no worse than that of restaurants outside, even surpassing them. As for the ingredients, they used the store's stock, and Wang Chen would be responsible for replenishing them later. Without much ado, he started eating. Congratulations to the host for completing the side mission, destroying the competitor Tinghue supermarket. Electronic products have been unlocked, please check. Wang Chen held a bowl of northeastern rice, his mouth full of oil, while opening the system store. Just unlocking electronic products? Such a difficult task, risking life and limb, and not even a freebie? Protest. Risking life and limb? You really dare to say that? Jin Tao's tone was helpless. Since that's the case, let me give the host some benefits. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen smiled faintly. If you don't shear the sheep, you won't get the wool. He glanced at the system store again, only to notice a red mark suddenly appearing in the upper right corner of the price tag, 9.5. At that moment, the voice of the gold bar simulation sounded. All electronic products are now at a 5% discount, but only for today. Wang Chen. The news of the collapse of Tinghue supermarket spread throughout the city in no time. Hey, have you heard? Tinghue supermarket was blown up. Everyone inside, except those who were out, perished along with all the supplies, buried underground. I was wondering what that loud noise was. No way, who would dare to do this with Tinghue's tight security? Damn, who's the idiot who did this? Without supplies to buy, we'll all starve to death in the future. I heard there's a place in the South City called End of the World Store. It's a bit far, but I heard the prices are lower than Tinghue's. I wonder if there's a chance to dig up some supplies. All of Tinghue's supplies must be buried deep down, completely gone. What a pity. The next day, Sun Yi, who had spent a sleepless night, sat desolately on the ruins, staring blankly at the two bodies laid out in front of him. His subordinates, who had rushed over one after another, looked exhausted after a night of frantic efforts. Many superhumans who had narrowly escaped danger on their missions also gathered there.
Brothery, I heard some news.
Someone saw a van parked outside our supermarket for a long time.
There's definitely something fishy.
Our supermarket's customers are usually from nearby factions, very few drive here.
Even if it's for delivering goods, they would use the back door.
Sun Yi's eyes turned cold, filled with killing intent.
Which faction is it?
It's an unknown small faction. They say the leader is called Song Jiang, living around the Mintian market area. On the other side, at the Tianhe base, Yi Tian convened a meeting with everyone to discuss matters concerning the official military forces stationed in the South City. Suddenly, a person walked in and whispered a few words in Yi Tian's ear. Yi Tian furrowed his brows slightly and murmured, "There are still forces that haven't reported."
Are you sure they are from the South City?
Yes, someone saw them taking on many opponents with ease, showing great coordination. Their strength is not to be underestimated, and their base might be around the park. Yi Tian stroked his chin, as if recalling a certain faction, and said in a deep voice, "I know who they are."
Boss, the families of those people are waiting for an explanation.
I know, let them wait.
I will personally go and handle it.
Yi Tian's expression was indifferent. Even if they were former classmates, killing had its consequences. In a large vegetable market, various small factions gathered, not as powerful as Xiang or Leihua. Due to various reasons, they were unwilling to be under someone else's control, becoming vassals instead. Thus, they had to rely on mutual assistance among the factions to survive in this chaotic post-apocalyptic world. They had no ambitions or grand aspirations, just seeking a place to settle down in this crisis-ridden world. Meanwhile, Song Jiang was directing around 20 people from his faction to load goods onto a truck beside the market.
Everyone, hurry up. We're running out of time. Song Jiang looked at his deputy and confirmed once again, "Have you secured the location? Let's head there directly."
"Absolutely, we've had people watching for several days, and the road conditions are still favorable."
Hearing this, Song Jiang nodded.
They had originally planned to leave in the afternoon, but they heard that remnants of Tenghui were asking around everywhere. This made him a bit anxious, as he was the one who had sent the god of slaughter to Tenghui supermarket. To prevent any mishaps, it was better to leave as soon as possible. Just as everything was ready, an unexpected group barged in, blocking the exit.
"Nobody move. If anyone tries to leave, I'll kill them on the spot. The car is the same."
One person, relying on his dog, shouted loudly. Hearing this, the people in the market stopped what they were doing and looked over.
Song Jiang's pupils contracted instantly, thinking to himself that this was bad.
With several people blocking the exit, if their truck left, it would surely be discovered. For speed-type mutants, catching up to a truck was easy, but escaping now would be a dead end, and it would also endanger his wife and children.
"Song Jiang, I know you're hiding here, hurry up and come out."
At this moment, a middle-aged man with graying temples walked out slowly, followed by a burly young man.
The middle-aged man looked displeased and asked, "Who are you? This is not the place for you to cause trouble. We are from Tenghui supermarket. We suspect Song Jiang is an accomplice in the supermarket bombing. Hand him over."
As soon as they mentioned Tenghui supermarket, the expressions of the crowd changed slightly. This was a force they couldn't afford to provoke. What surprised them even more was that Song Jiang was just the leader of a small group of 20 people.
How could he be involved in the bombing of Tenghui supermarket? The middle-aged man's attitude softened visibly and he quickly asked, "Are you mistaken? I know Song Jiang. Even if you gave him 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to do such a thing."
At this point, Sun Yi was getting impatient and stepped forward, saying coldly, "Hand over Song Jiang, or you will all die." The middle-aged man did not respond, but the young man beside him sneered.
"Ha, just a bunch of losers, still daring to talk big. Do you think you can handle over 100 people here?"
In the Mintian market where various forces gathered, the young man's mutant strength was undoubtedly the strongest. The middle-aged man frowned at the young man, gesturing for him to be quiet, then turned to Sun Yi.
"As the administrator here, I cannot hand over people to you without evidence." Zap!
A streak of bright light flashed by, and when everyone looked again, 2 bodies lay charred on the ground.
Instant kill.
Not even a chance to resist, let alone scream. The scene fell silent. The crowd was shocked. Even the losers from Tenghui knew they couldn't confront these third-rate forces.
"Hand over Song Jiang, or you will die."
Sun Yi's emotionless voice echoed through the vast market once again. At this point, people no longer cared about anything else. Their only thought was to survive.
"Where is Song Jiang? Find him together. Please come out quickly, I don't want to die." "Damn it, he did it alone, why should we die with him? Drag him out."
After a few minutes, still no results, it was as if the person had disappeared. Sun Yi's patience was exhausted once again. "Kill all of you, and Song Jiang will naturally be found."
With that, he ordered his men to act. At that moment, a truck suddenly started and rushed out, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Someone shouted, "It's Song Jiang! They said they were moving today." Hearing this, Sunny wanted to chase after them. However, a van also started up and followed closely behind, stopping in the distance with the window rolled down. A middle-aged man's face appeared, sneering as he raised his chin arrogantly, clenched his fist, and raised his middle finger straight up, full of provocation. Then he left the market in a cloud of dust, but in the opposite direction from the truck. Seeing this, Sun Yi's veins bulged, and he roared, "Are you all blind? Go after them!" With a swift step, he rushed forward, his speed extremely fast, the floor cracking instantly under the force of his feet. His subordinates followed without a word. Song Jiang welded the throttle, charging forward without regard for the increasingly dense zombie horde around him. His face was anxious, but his eyes showed determination. He was well aware of his situation. Protecting the team and letting his wife and children leave was the right thing to do, both publicly and privately. With Tinghue supermarket destroyed, the only place to buy survival supplies in the future would be the post-apocalyptic store. If he were to betray the store manager at this moment for the sake of survival, it would undoubtedly cut off the future path for his wife, children, and team. Through the rearview mirror, he could see Sunny and the others chasing relentlessly. Despite the van being modified for speed far beyond regular vehicles, the few people behind were closing in at an incredibly fast pace. Sunny, not a speed-type esper, could still leap 5 or 6 meters with each stride, thanks to his control over strength. Surprisingly, his speed was not slower than some speed-type espers. This operation left Song Jiang dumbfounded, as if Newton's coffin lid had been welded shut. Gravity seemed non-existent. Fortunately, the zombie horde provided significant resistance, leading him to a dead end as well. The zombie horde ahead blocked the road, but Song Jiang continued to charge through, zombies throwing themselves at the vehicle, obstructing the view, until the van hit something and could no longer move. Countless arms covered in blood and dirt kept pounding on the modified bulletproof glass. Song Jiang silently took out a cigarette, but no matter how much his hands trembled, he couldn't light it. It was evident that his mind was not as calm as it seemed on the surface. He was regretting his impulsive actions. At that moment, the surrounding zombies suddenly abandoned Song Jiang and turned towards the dozens of espers rushing over. They shifted their focus. Just when Song Jiang thought he could escape, a speed-type esper swiftly approached the vehicle. With a punch, he struck the bulletproof glass, but his strength was insufficient to make a dent. Song Jiang chuckled, preparing to start the vehicle and flee. "This is bulletproof GLA." Before he could finish his sentence, the door was gently pulled open. Song Jiang's smile froze instantly, as if time had stopped. "Damn it, forgot to lock the door." A few minutes later, Song Jiang was dragged to an empty space, where Sunny, with red eyes, grabbed his hair and roared, "Who bombed the supermarket? Tell me, or I'll kill you right now." With a heart as cold as ashes, Song Jiang gazed into the distance, speechless. By now, they must have left the East City. "It was me." "Bullshit. You, a coward like you, don't have the guts." Hearing this, Song Jiang sneered, "In the eyes of others, Tinghue supermarket is just a slightly larger coward." This remark about Tinghue being destroyed clearly stunned Sunny. "Ah!" A piercing pain suddenly shot from his fingers, causing him to cry out involuntarily. Sunny grabbed his broken finger, his eyes icy as he stared at Song Jiang. Seeing no sign of confession, he proceeded to break each finger one by one. "Ah!" With all 10 fingers broken, Song Jiang was sweating profusely, his body trembling uncontrollably from the pain. "Stop, stop, stop. I'll talk. Speak quickly." Song Jiang, with a pained expression, gasped, "It's too painful to think." Sunny, expressionless, asked, "What do you want?" "I have cigarettes in my pocket. I want to smoke one to ease the pain." One of his men couldn't hold back, cursing, "You still want to smoke? Should we give you a massage with essential oils?" Feigning reluctance, Song Jiang said, "I'm the only one who knows the killer." "Damn it, I'll." One of the men rolled up his sleeves to approach, but Sunny stopped him. He knew this man responded better to kindness than force. Sunny took out a pack of cigarettes from him, lit the last one inside, and handed it to him. Song Jiang laughed heartily, placed the cigarette in his mouth, and took a deep drag. "Don't waste my time." Sunny gritted his teeth and thought to himself that he would definitely kill him later. However, Song Jiang remained calm and leisurely finished smoking the most enjoyable cigarette of his life. He then leaned in close to Sun Yi's ear and whispered softly, "Actually, the mastermind behind all this is your grandfather, his surname is Song." With that, he burst into laughter, as if mocking the arrogant Sun Yi. Sun Yi's expression immediately darkened, and he punched Song Jiang's head directly, causing it to split into pieces, blood and brains splattering on the ground.
Unsatisfied, he continued to pummel the corpse with his fists until only a pile of flesh remained. Sunny glanced back at his men, his murderous gaze sending chills down their spines.
Find them. Find his relatives and subordinates.
Meanwhile, a truck sped into the territory of the southern city, filled with a sense of sorrow. Assistant Lao Dang drove the truck, stealing a glance at the woman sitting beside him, who looked weary, cradling a baby in her arms and clutching a golden card tightly, her fingertips turning slightly pale. In the post-apocalyptic store, Wang Chen lay back on the massage chair, his face filled with enjoyment, occasionally letting out contented sounds.
A 32-inch LCD TV hung on the side, playing a TV drama.
Shulan and the others wore strange expressions, feeling a sense of emotion in their hearts. Some are born in Rome, some are born as cattle and horses.
Zhang Quan also looked envious, thinking of buying a massage chair in the future. Alright, everyone quickly pick out some winter clothes.
Soon, a group of people entered one after another, led by Yi Tian, who had received the news. He first nodded slightly to Wang Chen upon entering, then with a cold face, headed straight for Chulan and the others. Chulan and the others were puzzled.
Zhang Yingjing thought he was coming to greet him and hurriedly approached. Yi Tian, you're doing well. But Yi Tian ignored him and went straight to Chulan.
Zhang Yingjing awkwardly touched his nose, realizing that the people Yi Tian brought with him were all staring at them with hostility. Yi Tian knew that Chulan was the leader of the group, so he straightforwardly said, "You killed the people from my Tianha base yesterday."
Chulan and Liang Shu were slightly surprised at the words, while Zhang Yingjing couldn't believe it. Liang Shu couldn't help but ask, "Your people? You're the leader of the Tianha base, and you've integrated all the forces in the southern city?" Yi Tian nodded, but didn't elaborate, instead indifferently asking, "You killed someone, how do you plan to deal with it?" At this point, Zhang Yingjing hurriedly explained, "Your people attacked first, we had no choice." But he was interrupted by someone from the Tianha base. "People are dead, you can say whatever you want. Who started it doesn't matter, but someone has to pay for the killings today, none of you can escape. Yeah, our leader just unified and trouble arises. If we don't settle this today, how can we establish our authority in the future?" Liang Shu frowned. Although he hadn't fought Yi Tian before, the leader who could unify all the forces in the southern city couldn't be underestimated. Moreover, with only the 6 of them with abilities today, plus Jiang Quan and the security robots, they were clearly not a match for them. Jiang Quan, who knew about the incident, also stepped forward and said, "Comrades, we must be reasonable in our actions. If your people want to kill us, we can't just stand there and let them." But the people from Tianha obviously didn't buy it. Killing their people in the southern city was undoubtedly a provocation. Reason? What a joke. Let me tell you, in the entire southern city, our leader is the reason. It's easy to talk when you're not the one dying. What do you mean? If we hadn't resisted yesterday, it would have been us dead. That's your problem. If you're not part of Tianha, don't wander around our territory. The two sides argued back and forth, but no one made a move because they all knew this was the post-apocalyptic store. Chulan raised his hand to silence them and turned to Etienne, asking directly, "How do you want to handle this?" Etienne pondered for a moment before coldly replying, "You have 2 choices, either relocate your base and get out of the South City, or die." Upon hearing this, one of his subordinates muttered discontentedly, "That's too easy on them." Etienne glanced lightly at the person, who quickly apologized. Etienne's decision was actually to save face for Wang Chen. Since Chulan and the others were regular customers at the store, he was worried that killing them directly would anger Wang Chen. So, he compromised by making them move their base out of South City and strictly forbidding them from shopping at the park. Moreover, relocating a faction to another place without proper preparation could pose significant challenges. If they were surrounded and killed by other factions or died at the hands of zombies and mutant beasts, it would have nothing to do with him or his faction. Etienne was well aware that there are all kinds of people in the world, but he just couldn't be bothered with those under him. This visit was solely for his own reputation, to better control affiliated factions, especially since he had just integrated South City, and many eyes were watching him. Shulan frowned upon hearing this. Their base was unlike others. It was not in a building but an underground base that took several days to construct. Relocating would mean abandoning all their hard work, moving away from the store, and facing many troubles in a new place. Is there no room for negotiation? We promise not to cause trouble. No, Etienne decisively refused, feeling he had already made a concession. Zhang Yingjing stepped forward, furrowing his brows. "Etienne, we were all classmates. Is this necessary?" Etienne shook his head without a word, showing no mercy. "Before we leave here, you need to make a decision. Otherwise, I'll assume you don't want to live." With that, he turned and led the group to purchase supplies, especially supernatural weapons that had proven effective against mutant beasts in recent days, attracting many factions. Damn it, he's going too far. Who does he think he is to drive us away? He built South City, didn't he? Exactly, it's not our fault. Being a leader has gotten to his head. Today, let's not leave. Let's see what they can do. There are so many factions in South City, we can't beat them. Let's fight back. We're not pushovers. Even if we die, we'll make him pay. Most of the young people brought out today were full of vigor and naturally unwilling to accept Etienne's condescending attitude. Even Shulan, usually gentle and refined, couldn't help but curse. Liang Shu, playing the role of strategist, was deep in thought. Their supernatural abilities were mostly at the D level, with the high-ranking D-level mutant beast Little Orange and a robot of unknown strength. The few weaklings they dealt with the day before also had D-level abilities. The strength of Etienne's group undoubtedly surpassed the D level, with a numerical advantage, and Etienne's level might even be close to B level. To break the deadlock, they would need external help. Come on, everyone gather around. Take out your crystal cores and payment cards for account. We need to buy more equipment. Wang Chen at the counter perked up at the thought of making more war profits. At that moment, Gold suddenly interjected, at a time like this, the host is still thinking about making money? Is there a problem? Gold replied, based on my analysis, with their strength, they are definitely no match for Etienne and his group. Moreover, even the strongest security robots among them are slightly inferior compared to Etienne, who possesses various extraordinary abilities. If they are killed, the hosts will lose a group of consumers. In the long run, I think it's better to let them keep their lives. Wang Chen shook his head. Etienne can't deal with security robots. Jin Tiao immediately retorted, impossible, their power comparison is clear. Obviously, it had absolute confidence in its abilities. Wang Chen, however, shook his head, sticking to his own thoughts. Let Etienne deal with my Terminator. Jiang Quan suddenly said confidently. Everyone looked at him with strange eyes upon hearing this. Shulan smiled bitterly, it's not that easy. Etienne's level is at least mid-level C. The only chance is to have Xiaoju try to slow him down with speed. Let's deal with the others first and then take care of him. Hopefully, he's not a speed-type Esper, or else. Everyone had only witnessed the Terminator's strength once, which was formidable, but facing Etienne alone was simply impossible. Jiang Quan explained, when I bought it before, the store manager said the robot saved his life. Jiang Quan recounted to them what Wang Chen had deceived him with. Everyone was somewhat speechless upon hearing this. It was clearly an exaggeration, deceiving outsiders, claiming it saved Wang Chen's life. Wang Chen's strength, whoever encounters him, can only end up being saved. Besides, your Terminator's activation is passive. It can only be effective if Etienne is chasing you to fight. The strength that the robot used to kill someone last time is no longer enough now, and it can't be upgraded. Forget it, Jiang Gu, keep your Terminator to protect yourself. Battles between Espers are full of dangers. Jiang Quan looked at the security robot that was always by his side, scratched his head, and muttered. It seems to make sense, but how could the store manager, Comrade Duosong, deceive me? Liang Shu pondered for a moment and said solemnly, now that Nanchang has just been integrated, if we are lucky enough to defeat Etienne and his group, Nanchang may once again become fragmented, and then we won't have to worry about being enemies with the entire Nanchang. On the other side, Etienne and his group naturally noticed their preparations for battle and couldn't help but sneer. Those who overestimate themselves still want to resist. This is perfect. I've been fed up with them for a long time. Is buying so much equipment useful? In front of absolute strength, everything is futile. They better be preparing to relocate, or else. Yi Tian glanced casually, shook his head in disappointment, like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. His system allowed him to see the Esper data of Chulan and others at a glance, except for the security robot in uniform, the system failed to analyze. But judging by the aura and appearance, it should be similar to the two-dimensional robot that cleans the store, posing no threat. So, he approached the counter to test the store manager's attitude. Wang Chen yawned, indifferent, do whatever you want, I'm just running the store. Now that Teng Hui had been taken care of by him, there would surely be a constant stream of customers in the future, and they really didn't need Chulan and his group. Moreover, Chulan and his group might not necessarily die. Yi Tian's lips curled into a cold smile upon hearing this, then he wouldn't hold back. Ding, recharge 6,000 crystal coins on the payment card. Ding, deduct 4,300 crystal coins from the payment card, current balance 1,700 crystal coins. Ding, recharge 4,000 crystal coins on the payment card. Ding, deduct 3,980 crystal coins from the payment card, current balance 20 crystal coins. Yi Tian and his group purchased a batch of Esper weapons, facing off against Chulan and his group who also bought a bunch of equipment and weapons at the counter.
Yi Tian's eyes were cold, as if looking at a group of dead people. We'll be waiting for you outside. After speaking, he turned and walked out of the store. Zhang Yingjing took the lead, his face determined, ready for a desperate fight, but was stopped by Liang Shu. What's wrong? It's too late to regret now, Zhang Yingjing asked in confusion. In a standoff between two armies, morale is crucial. Look at them, all pumped up. It's not good for us, Liang Shu said cunningly. So what should we do? Liang Shu smirked. Let's wait, let them simmer first. As long as we don't go out, they can't do anything. Besides, we're still waiting for someone. Hearing this, everyone agreed. Even Wang Chen couldn't help but take another look. He was indeed talented, trying to gather favorable factors, but he might also be accumulating anger. Indeed, let's take this opportunity to familiarize ourselves with our unique abilities. How about grabbing a bite to eat first? I'm a bit hungry, and maybe we can even take a nap later. No rush, I think it's nice to stay here until closing time in the afternoon. Haha, what about the satellite phone? Call Du Feng and the others, ask them to come later too. Outside the door, the chilly November wind rustled as Yi Tian and the others stood foolishly in an empty space, still waiting for Chulan and the rest. Occasionally, passers-by looked at them with puzzled eyes. Only a few recognized Yi Tian, the leader of the southern city. A messenger returned and reported, They are all sitting on the sofa in the store, showing no intention of coming out. They asked me to pass on a message, saying they want to take a nap, so we should wait a bit. Upon hearing this, the crowd cursed and grumbled, exchanging angry words, wishing they could drag them out and beat them up. Yi Tian's eyes turned cold, filled with strong killing intent. They can't escape. And so, they waited in the empty space for nearly 3 hours, until they were physically and mentally exhausted, and until over a dozen ability users arrived. Chu Lan and his group finally came out fully armed, then joined the group of over a dozen people and headed towards Yi Tian and his group. Seeing this, Yi Tian and the others were energized, bursting with hostility, ready to tear the 20 or so people in front of them to pieces. Alright, after making us wait in the cold for so long, even if the God of Heaven comes now, he can't save you. Oh, so you've been hiding in your shell, waiting for reinforcements. An old lady hiding under the covers, making us laugh. Even if there are more people, it won't change your inevitable fate. Let's just wipe you all out in one go, saving us a lot of trouble. Damn idiots, a bunch of worthless scum, why don't you die sooner? As they closed in, Chu Lan and his group assumed their usual formation, with defensive ability users on the outside and attackers on the inside, each carrying skill scrolls to varying degrees. Although Yi Tian and his dozen or so people were outnumbered, they surrounded Chu Lan's group, like a pack of hunting wolves. They all brought out their unique weapons, ready to strike. Seeing this, Wang Chen inside the store couldn't help but pause the TV show and watch them with interest. Kill them! At Yi Tian's command, everyone acted simultaneously, their movements swift and decisive, clearly showing they were elite members of the Tianhe base. A speed-type ability user took the lead, wielding a dagger, aiming to strike before the defensive abilities were activated. But he was tackled to the ground by an orange figure. The outer members of Chu Lan's team simultaneously opened their skill scrolls. Suddenly, tall walls rose up, blocking their attack routes, followed by a barrage of flying skills raining down like a storm of arrows. The group reacted swiftly, activating their abilities to defend against the attacks. A Earth-type ability user immediately caused the ground to split, making the tall walls collapse, trying to create an opening for attack. However, before the walls could crumble, another one rose up. A battle of attrition? At this moment, Zhang Yingjing threw away an empty skill scroll, and the peripheral supernaturals were also fully focused. Once the high wall collapsed, they would use the newly purchased defensive skill scroll to fill the gap. Meanwhile, the inner circle of attackers kept consuming large-scale skill scrolls to maximize the depletion of supernatural abilities. As the people at Tianhe base destroyed the high wall, they also had to deal with attacks from above, feeling somewhat overwhelmed for a moment. Their contempt for Chu Lan and the others led to them not buying skill scrolls, unable to massively destroy the high wall generated by skill scrolls. Their weapons couldn't even get close, rendering them as useless as scrap metal. Damn it! Dare to come out and face us? Just hiding inside and throwing skills. Don't stop. Keep destroying the walls, they don't have that many scrolls. Although the attacks coming from above didn't cause much damage, they couldn't withstand the continuous consumption. A power-type supernatural roared, completely ignoring the attacks from above, wielding an extraordinary iron hammer, using a strategy of sacrificing oneself to kill 1,000 enemies, charging straight towards the high wall. Bang! A crack was opened, and the person rushed in eagerly, wanting to wreak havoc. But as soon as he entered, he saw several big men surrounding him. He quickly turned back for help, but the hole he had broken through was already sealed. Damn, it was all for nothing. How about
We discuss.
For a moment, the people at Tianha base unexpectedly found themselves at a disadvantage, with even two supernaturals losing their lives.
Wang Chen couldn't help but nod in approval, impressed.
This was the advantage of a small force, with fewer people. Everyone knew each other's situations. In contrast, Tianha's large force was the opposite, lacking understanding and familiarity among teammates, forcing them to fight individually without coordination. The coordinated supernaturals of Chulin's faction forced Yi Tian, who had been observing from the sidelines, to join the battle. He took out his Tang sword, imbuing his body with strength and defensive abilities. Then, with determined steps, he charged towards the high wall.
Boom!
A huge crack was opened, and Yi Tian rushed in straight, like a sharp blade aimed at the vital points. Seeing it was Yi Tian, the others quickly distanced themselves from him.
Xiao Ju! Shu Lan shouted.
The orange cat, who had just absorbed a crystal core, increased its speed and swiftly rushed towards Yi Tian upon hearing the call.
Yi Tian sneered, a faint halo emanating from his Tang sword, standing still without any intention of dodging.
When the cat rushed in front of him, he swung his sword, but the cat swiftly dodged, not engaging in a direct confrontation.
Soon, Yi Tian sensed their intentions and turned towards Chulan and the others.
Seeing this, Chulan and the others immediately put down what they were doing, readying themselves as defensive supernaturals obstructed Yi Tian.
Ignored by Yi Tian, the cat also launched a sneak attack.
Both were high-ranking D levels, but with various abilities, Yi Tian was slightly inferior to the cat in speed. He was soon caught up, but Yi Tian paid no attention, focusing solely on breaking through the defensive barriers in front of him. The cat bared its claws, swiping at Yi Tian's seemingly defenseless back. When the razor-sharp claws touched Yi Tian's back, they only lightly cut through his clothes, as he was wearing defense-enhancing garments. Yi Tian remained unfazed, slicing through the steel wall in front of him, breaking the final defense line. The next moment, the cat swiped its claws again, this time cutting through the defensive layer of his clothes, but when it touched Yi Tian's skin, it struggled to break through.
Defensive supernatural ability.
Yi Tian had already reached the people, looking at those who were about to unleash their abilities, and with a swift motion, he slashed through the air horizontally. The defensive Esper in the front row reacted too slowly and was directly hit. The huge impact sent them flying backward, crashing into those behind them. The formation was completely disrupted by this blow, and Chulan, Dufeng, and others responsible for output at the back continued to unleash their respective Esper abilities. However, each of their attacks was resolved by Yi Tian in various ways, leaving everyone no time to marvel at the ever-changing nature of Yi Tian's abilities, and they dared not let their guard down.
Use the scrolls. The scrolls have run out. Damn it, facing an overpowered monster, how are we supposed to fight this? At this moment, the remaining people from the Tianha base also joined the battle without hesitation, engaging in a melee with them.
Yi Tian wielded his blade once again, and this strike was sure to cause casualties. Suddenly, Yi Tian abruptly stopped in his tracks, as if someone had pressed the pause button on him. It was the opportunity that Bai Che, who had been observing for a long time, finally found, launching a mental stun attack that hit Yi Tian directly. Seizing the moment while Yi Tian was dazed, Juemo immediately followed up, pouncing on Yi Tian and opening its mouth to bite down. However, Bai Che's Esper level was only low tier D, while Yi Tian was high tier, and mental attacks on individuals of higher levels had shorter durations. With the bonus from his defensive Esper and protective gear, Juemo's sharp teeth only managed to graze Yi Tian's shoulder, breaking the skin but unable to sink in. The slight pain jolted Yi Tian awake, and he swiftly flung Juemo away, unleashing a bolt of lightning that stunned Juemo. Then, fixing his intense gaze on Bai Che, Yi Tian licked his lips. A mental Esper seems promising, and charged straight at him. Bai Che, seeing his decapitation attempt fail, felt a sense of despair, knowing that continuous use of mental Esper would overload his mind and potentially burst his nervous system. Seeing Yi Tian charging towards him, he gritted his teeth and launched another mental attack. However, with experience from 2 lifetimes and countless battles, Yi Tian, how could he fall for the same trick twice? Evading the illusory mental attack swiftly, he closed in on Bai Che once more, saying, "Let's see how many more you've got." Just as Yi Tian was about to reach Bai Che, Zhang Yingjing intervened, launching a powerful punch straight at Yi Tian.
Don't touch him.
Even someone as formidable as Yi Tian dared not take the full force of this blow, dodging to the side and countering with a swift slash. Despite Zhang Yingjing's anticipation, his body couldn't keep up with the speed of the blade. PSHH. His arm was instantly severed and fell limply to the ground.
Zhang Yingjing was sent flying by the additional power from the Tang Blade's Esper.
Yi Tian wasted no time, knocking Bai Che unconscious to prevent resistance, then grabbing his head and silently commanding, "System, abandon fire Esper, devour."
Bang 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 bang. A series of bullets suddenly rained down, hitting Yi-Tian's head accurately. For a defensive esper, the damage was minimal, but the insult was not. Jiang Quan, holding a rifle, half-bent his body to shoot, attempting to divert Yi-Tian's attention. Seeing that it was just an ordinary person, Yi-Tian felt disdain and casually unleashed a plain yet powerful high-voltage lightning strike. Without even looking back, he knew this strike would be fatal. To his surprise, another barrage of bullets came his way. When Yi-Tian turned to look again, the security guard robot had transformed its arm into a giant shield, standing in front of Jiang Quan. Yi-Tian furrowed his brow slightly and unleashed an even more powerful lightning strike. The robot raised its shield once more. When the lightning dissipated, the shield remained unscathed. Yi-Tian set down the unconscious Bai Che, gazing sternly at the robot, thinking to himself, this robot is peculiar, indeed. The shopkeeper's things are not so easily dealt with. Jiang Quan patted the robot's shoulder and said, Terminator, it's up to you now. Only to see Yi-Tian move quietly and stealthily, like a ghost, appearing here and there in the blink of an eye. In less than 3 seconds, he was right in front, alertly eyeing the robot. However, the robot remained unmoved, standing there foolishly as if it didn't regard the terrifying Yi-Tian at all. Yi-Tian furrowed his brows again and swiftly slashed towards the robot's head. Apart from the absolute protection of its master, the robot's program naturally included self-defense. As the blade was about to touch the robot's surface, it quickly raised a shield to block and its other iron hand turned into an iron spike, thrusting towards Yi-Tian's chest. From Jiang Quan's perspective, he could hardly see the speed at which the robot acted. But Yi-Tian, who had been vigilant all along, dodged to the side, throwing a punch back, only to be kicked away by the robot. Yi-Tian lunged forward again, continuously using his supernatural abilities with the Tang sword, exchanging blows with the robot, but was pushed back several times. After a few rounds, small cracks began to appear on the robot's body. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but look incredulous, as the seemingly fragile robot was evenly matched with Yi-Tian. Gasping for breath from a distance, Yi-Tian squinted at the robot, knowing that its defense and speed were not inferior to his own. However, it seemed to only passively attack and defend, or was it intentional, trying to make him lower his guard? Yi-Tian stared intently at the robot, secretly suspicious. Could this be their reliance in the face of overwhelming odds? In his current state, to completely deal with the robot, he would have to exhaust the remaining supernatural powers. But if he didn't deal with the robot and left it unchecked to deal with others first, it might just launch a surprise attack on him. Yi-Tian glanced at his remaining subordinates, seeing them fighting back and forth with Chu Lan and the others using their supernatural weapons, even killing a few supernatural beings. But he knew that everyone was reaching their limits. The killing power of the supernatural weapons was strong, but they also drained quickly. And the orange cat on the side was slowly waking up, shaking off its drowsiness. Yi-Tian's expression turned serious. After weighing his options, he gritted his teeth and loudly commanded, "Retreat!" Hearing this, everyone stopped, the people from Tianhe looking puzzled. "Wah! What's wrong, boss? We can still fight. I want to fight 10 more. Yeah, it's clear they are on their last legs. The boss hasn't even used his full strength yet. That robot is definitely no match." Yi-Tian didn't reply, but instead stared coldly at Chulan and the others, saying, "I advise you to leave Nan City quickly. The next time we come, the outcome won't be the same." With that, he turned and walked away. Although the onlookers were puzzled, they could only follow suit. Once they left, Liang Shu slumped exhausted on the floor, letting out a long sigh. "It's finally over." The others cheered for victory. "I thought he was so tough." "That's it. Did Terminator defeat Yi-Tian? That's awesome. Thank goodness for Terminator, or we would have been done for. Sorry, Jianggu, we were blind before." Ran away with their tails between their legs and still talking tough. "Next time you come, the result will be the same." Jiang Quan was also excited inside, looking gratefully in the direction of the shop. The shopkeeper didn't deceive me after all. Inside the shop at this moment, Wang Qin calmly withdrew his gaze, as if everything was within his expectations. At this point, Jin Tiao couldn't help but ask, "Yi-Tian clearly has the ability to eradicate the source of trouble, why keep the threat alive?" Wang Qin smiled, "Because he's afraid." "Impossible, the security robot's body has also suffered some damage. The situation is no better than Yi-Tian's. He's definitely not afraid of the robot, but of the unknown things in this world, especially the unpredictable human heart. He was afraid of exhausting his abilities. If someone or a mutant beast suddenly appeared halfway, what could he rely on? Would it be those few subordinates who seemed to obey orders unquestioningly? In the apocalyptic world where everyone was in danger, how many loyal and dedicated subordinates could one have? They were all just striving for survival. After hearing this, Jin Tiao suddenly realized and couldn't help but admire.
adding the subjective factors of the target for analysis is something I didn't think of. It's no wonder you're the host, your meticulous thinking is no less than that of the seasoned-old Deng.
Pay attention to your wording. Wang Chen took the hot tea brewed by Fulia, took a sip, and looked into the distance through the glass. Like Yatian, as a reincarnator, Wang Chen was well aware that they couldn't bear to let go of this hard-won opportunity.
Therefore, Yatian, who had great ambitions, was particularly cautious, unwilling to take risks, and even less willing to expose his back to others. After all, who knew if they would be reborn after death, if they would encounter a system, this rare chance to have a meal, wouldn't they savor it slowly?
Wang Chen restocked the store's goods and then opened the system panel.
Shop owner. Wang Chen ability, space ability level, A level high tier, 0/8000, ability skills, space defense, space cutting, space perception shop level, E level mid tier, 0/2000, crystal coin balance, 24800. Wang Chen found that the store's level lagged behind the abilities too much, although the current goods were basically sufficient. Saving up to 30,000 crystal coins could unlock space teleportation, but he wouldn't be going out in the short term. Might as well see what other goods could be unlocked and expand the store's space.
Jintiao, upgrade the store level directly to D. Upgrade successful, 5,000 crystal coins automatically deducted, store level upgraded to D level low tier, unlocking goods, medicines, ability potions, current crystal coin balance 19800. Before the words had even fallen, the store's floor area expanded and extended like last time, but fortunately, Wang Chen was the only one in the store now. Looking outside, the store's space had widened a bit, the space of the rest area had also expanded, and 3 more sofas and 3 tables had been added. The current store occupied an area of about 2 to 3,000 square meters, a scale that was no less than some small supermarkets. An area for medicines had also been developed. Wang Chen opened the product description. The medicines were quite ordinary, medical supplies like penicillin, cold medicine, anti-inflammatory drugs, iodine, alcohol, and the like.
However, for ordinary people, these medicines were very precious and had always been in demand in the post-apocalyptic world. Due to the medical level plummeting to zero in the post-apocalyptic world, minor injuries and illnesses could easily be fatal if not treated promptly. Even if you were an ability user with physical qualities far superior to ordinary people, bacteria and viruses could still invade the body through any opening. Although there were healing abilities among ability users, they were few and far between, with basically one appearing among thousands of people. Moreover, due to their lack of combat ability, they were also very likely to die and could only rely on other ability users. Another interesting unlocked product was the ability potion. After drinking it, there would be a certain enhancement/reduction for a period of time, and after the effect wore off, there would be a period of weakness/strengthening of the same duration. Category: disposable, stackable, purchase price, 20 crystal coins. Opening the specific products, Wang Chen found both enhancers and weakeners, which could be used against enemies or oneself. And there were potions for various abilities.
Wang Chen nodded in satisfaction, another valuable product that could bring in a good profit.
So he stocked up on each type of medicine and potion, filling the shelves in the medicine area. To make it stand out, he even placed a sign at the entrance to remind customers of the new products in the store. At this moment, Yi Tian returned to the Tianhe base with the remaining mutants, his face clouded with gloom. From a distance, he saw several people blocking the iron gate of the base, conversing with the guards. I've said it before, our base no longer accepts ordinary people, only mutants can join.
Buddy, please make an exception and let us become your affiliated force. Song Zhan's deputy, Deng Quan, looked ingratiatingly at the guard, feeling helpless inside.
When they decided to come to Nan City, they hadn't heard that the forces in Nan City had unified. Now, a sudden appearance of the Tianhe base meant that if they couldn't join or become an affiliated force, they couldn't stay in Nan City for long.
The guard glanced at them with disdain. With just 5 or 6 mutants, plus 7 ordinary people, women, and children, you call that a force?
Deng Quan had no choice but to approach the guard and take out several E-grade crystal nuclei. Brother, we are also at our wits' end.
How about you let us in?
Seeing the crystal nuclei, the guard hesitated visibly, swallowed hard, then exchanged a glance with the other guards, and they all understood each other.
This can be arranged, this can be arranged.
The guard was about to reach out to take them when he caught sight of Yi Tian and his group. Thinking quickly, he knocked the crystal nuclei out of Deng Quan's hand and rebuked him.
What do you mean? It's a no, and you're trying to bribe me? Let me tell you, you're insulting someone who is unyielding.
Seeing this, Deng Quan and the others dared not speak out in anger.
The Tianhe base was an overbearing presence in Nan City, far beyond what their feeble force could provoke.
When Yi Tian approached the iron gate, he glanced at Deng Quan and the others, and the guard hurriedly explained, they came from the East City, wanting to join our base. Half of them are ordinary people, and the dormitories for ordinary people in the base are already full. Hearing this, Yi Tian nodded faintly, not in the mood to meddle in other people's affairs at the moment. Deng Quan and the others, seeing Yi Tian's extraordinary status, pleaded with him, with Song Jiang's wife, Li Hui, even kneeling down to beg for their children to be taken in. But Yi Tian didn't spare them another glance and walked into the base. The guard sighed softly, "You've come at a bad time. Well, go on, we can't be bribed even if we wanted to now. And hurry to leave Nan City, if our people find you lingering, there will be casualties." Listening to the guard's warning, the group could only pick up the crystal nuclei in disappointment and leave. "Old Deng, what should we do now? Let's stay here for now, buy some food tomorrow, and then leave." Deng Quan looked at Li Hui, who had just lost her husband, with a troubled expression, sighing deeply. They couldn't go back to the East City, couldn't stay in Nan City, so they would have to try their luck elsewhere. If luck wasn't on their side and they encountered mutant beasts, they might die on the road. The next day, Wang Chen opened the curtains and saw several trucks parked in front of the shop with many people gazing longingly at the shop windows. His spatial perception told him that many of them were new faces. They were probably from the East City, or even the entire Nanjiang City, as Tinghui had been destroyed, making his shop probably the only well-stocked market in Nanjiang. Naturally, this made the shop a coveted place for various forces. Several people gathered around the notice board in front of the shop, discussing animatedly. "I haven't seen antibiotics like this since the apocalypse, is it for real? I wonder if they have any aphrodisiacs, hee. Other medicines are rare too, and the prices are not exorbitant when converted. Damn, is this mutant drug for real? Even novels don't dare to write about this. Hey, you must be new here. Whatever the introduction says about the items in this shop, that's exactly what they are, absolutely real. Damn, won't this attract people for a $0 purchase? Unless you want to pick a fight in the toilet and seek death, no one will provoke the store manager, 'cause trouble in the store, even Jesus won't be able to save you. Are you guys from the unified power in the southern city, Yi Tian? It is said that he has 5 or 6 different abilities, and he is even a high-ranking D-level or even C-level ability user. Damn, I only have 2 abilities and they're only at E-level so far. With so many abilities, he upgrades so quickly, he's quite a character. The key is that even with such great power, Yi Tian has to behave properly when coming to this store, don't you understand? Some say the store manager's strength is already at B-level or even A-level. As they chatted, Wang Chen had already finished his breakfast, leisurely opened the store door, letting them in after waiting for a while. He then sat lazily behind the counter and said, "If you want to buy wholesale, talk to me, but there are no discounts." Customers gradually entered, looking around, curious to check out the product descriptions. At this moment, Chu Lan hurried in with several ability users. "Store manager, do you still sell anti-inflammatory drugs?" Wang Chen smiled and nodded, "Help yourself." Upon hearing this, Chu Lan bought a lot of anti-inflammatory drugs, bandages, alcohol, and then gratefully glanced at Wang Chen before leaving in a hurry. Due to yesterday's battle, many of them were injured, especially Zhang Yingjing, who had his arm directly chopped off. Without medicine or healing ability users, inflammation was inevitable. By this morning, many team members had high fevers that wouldn't subside, and lives were at risk. So even before dawn, Chu Lan had already visited several pharmacies and clinics, but without exception, all the precious medicines had been looted. This made her extremely anxious. In despair, she suddenly remembered the post-apocalyptic store and came over with a glimmer of hope. Unexpectedly, there were medicines for sale, which were not available just yesterday. It was only at that moment that she understood why Liang Shu and the others respected Wang Chen so much. At this moment, Wang Chen was busy behind the counter, the sound of the card machine ringing, as if it were the most pleasant sound on earth. Suddenly, a middle-aged man who was checking out handed over a familiar gold card and cautiously asked, "Can I use this?" Wang Chen looked up and, seeing that it wasn't Song Jiang, furrowed his brow and asked, "Who are you? Where did you get this card?" The middle-aged man quickly explained, "I'm Deng Quan, and this card was given to us by our leader, Song Jiang. Can't we use it? If not, forget it." Wang Chen nodded and helped them recharge the gold card. "You can use it, get a 5% discount, but it's only valid within your faction." Upon hearing this, Deng Quan showed a joyful expression. "What about the driver?" Deng Quan hesitated, knowing he was referring to Song Jiang, and carefully replied, "He had an accident." The woman behind him, holding a baby, looked desolate, glancing at Wang Chen behind the counter. Wang Chen raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" Deng Quan looked dejected, making his already aged face appear even older, as he recounted the situation. Wang Chen furrowed his brow, silent. He never expected that his actions would lead to the remnants of Tinghui supermarket blaming Song Jiang. What he couldn't accept even more was that Sun Yi, who had not shown up yet, had only one explanation.
Song Jiang never revealed his identity. Wang Chen didn't know if he was being foolish now or if he was being sentimental.
He looked up at the woman holding the baby in front of him, her face tired, and she was quietly looking at him, as if asking why. In an instant, Wang Chen understood the significance of Song Jiang's actions. Seeing Wang Chen's expression change, Deng Quan hastily waved his hand. We have no intention of pursuing this. If blame is to be placed, it can only be on. He was afraid of displeasing Wang Chen, whose strength was unfathomable, but he couldn't find a good reason.
After all, if it weren't for Wang Chen letting Song Jiang be the driver, how could they, a small force, have provoked Tinghui's people? Is there a place to stay in the South City? Wang Chen asked after a moment of contemplation.
Deng Quan just smiled bitterly and shook his head. Tianhe base looks down on us, so we can only go to the west side to check it out. I don't know if there is a channel to purchase supplies over there, otherwise, it would be harder to survive than to ascend to heaven. Hearing this, Wang Chen picked up a leftover store flyer, wrote the word manager on it, and handed it to Deng Quan. Take it to find Yi Tian, he will arrange a place for you.
Deng Quan took it excitedly, thanked him quickly, and then said with joy, could it be that the manager has a relationship with Yi Tian?
Seeing everyone's expectant expressions, Wang Chen smiled and said, not at all, we barely exchanged a few words.
Deng Quan and the others walked out of the store, and one of them couldn't help but ask, Quan, do we really have to go to Yi Tian?
Setting aside whether this piece of paper is useful, it's a question whether we can even see Yi Tian.
Yeah, yesterday they said they wanted us to leave the South City quickly, and now we are actively going to find them. Isn't this seeking a dead end? Old Deng, you know we're in a hurry.
If we can't find a place to stay in the West City before nightfall, the consequences are unimaginable.
Just based on the manager saying a few words to Yi Tian, he made an exception to let so many of us join. Isn't that a bit far-fetched? I think he's just bragging.
Deng Quan was also very hesitant. He turned to look at Li Hui, leaving the decision to her. In the post-apocalyptic store, Wang Chen was negotiating business with a few middle-aged men with big bellies. Wang Chen sat on a massage chair, while the men stood in front of the counter.
And Heisey rarely went out, not knowing what he was up to. Manager, we've ordered so many goods, how about giving us a discount? We also know that your store has the most complete goods in the whole city, so our base is already considering relocating. You know, it takes a lot of manpower and financial resources, we're a bit tight on cash. Our base is the same, not wealthy right now, but after moving here, we will definitely cooperate frequently. Several old foxes were trying their best to make a profit, but when it came to this, Wang Chen was also shrewd and experienced. He flatly refused. Then, he put on his actor's hat and started to persuade them. The price really can't go any lower, no matter how much you buy, it's the same. You know, in the apocalypse, the source of goods is also unstable. It's already a struggle to get so many goods, it's as difficult as reaching the sky. Think about it, if these supplies are left outside, they will all be priceless, and there will come a day when the supply runs out. What will I do if I can't even gather a pension by then? Hearing this, the men all showed a difficult expression, but they were still unwilling to give up these small profits. Ding, welcome.
At this moment, a group of people entered the store.
Damn, it smells so good here. I'm hungry again. Damn, the floor is cleaner than my face. The key is that the walls are sturdy, we couldn't break them last time. As a base, this place is perfect. Sunny looked around, nodded in satisfaction, then locked eyes with Wang Chen and the middle-aged men behind the counter. Hey, isn't this Manager Wang and Manager Zhao? How did you find a new place so quickly?
Upon hearing the voice, everyone turned to look, staring at them in confusion. Manager Wang and Manager Zhao couldn't help but tremble, looking at Sunny and the others in astonishment.
You? How come? How come I'm not dead yet? It seems like you really wanted me dead. Could it be that the destruction of Tinghui is related to you guys?
Sunny said with a wry smile. The two quickly shook their heads in denial, sweating slightly on their foreheads. This was not just a blame game, it was a matter of life and death. They had worked together before and had heard of Sun Yi's methods, knowing he was a ruthless person.
Wang Chen, through the system's analysis, realized he was Sun Yi, his expression turning cold.
The long-term driver he had just hired was taken care of by you, leaving me with a useless gold card. Suddenly, a person from Xiqing stood up, unaware that this person was Sun Yi, and frowned, saying, if you're okay, we still need to talk business. Before the words fell, Sun Yi directly attacked, swiftly raising his hand to unleash a thunderous strike, the intense light making it hard for everyone to keep their eyes open.
But that was all it was.
After a few seconds, nothing happened. The man, scared out of his wits, sweating profusely, collapsed on the ground. The others in the store looked over, seemingly enjoying the spectacle.
Sun Yi, seeing his ability vanish into thin air, furrowed his brows and launched another attack. Ah!
The man screamed again, but when the light dissipated, the result remained the same.
Sunny still didn't believe it, launching one ability after another.
Minutes passed, yet the result was unchanged. The man's voice grew hoarse, begging repeatedly, I was wrong, bro. If you want to kill me, just do it, don't play with me anymore. Sunny frowned, looking at Wang Chen behind the counter, who leisurely took a sip of tea and calmly said, we protect the safety and interests of our customers in the store. At this moment, several powerful lightning strikes appeared in Wang Chen's space. The disappearance of the mysterious ability made Sunny instantly alert, realizing that the person in front of him was definitely not simple. Could it be true what others said, that the store manager was at least a B-level? Manager Wang, Manager Zhao, we are old friends, aren't we? Sunny, wary of Wang Chen, suddenly asked. Wang Chen raised an eyebrow at the words, not immediately killing him, wanting to see what he was up to. Remembering the man who had almost wet himself earlier, Wang hesitantly asked, What do you want to do? Don't mess around. How about we join forces? Sunny loved killing but was not foolish. Judging from the strange ability Wang Chen had just displayed, he knew that dealing with him alone would be difficult. He needed some cannon fodder, to be discarded after the job was done. Wang and Zhao exchanged a glance and quickly refused. Are you crazy? We're not that close. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Sun Yi's eyes, inheriting some of the businessman genes, and he induced, the goods in the store, buying them in bulk isn't cheap, right? If you join forces with me, Sunny, to take him down, then force out the source, we can split the rewards. Hearing this, Wang and Zhao fell silent. Sunny had voiced their deepest desires. Several middle-aged men, upon hearing that he was Sun Yi, also showed slight expressions of surprise. Sun Hui's second son, a C-level ability user with 3 abilities. Wang Chen didn't rush to kill, but instead watched them with interest. Some of the onlookers dispersed, having visited before and knowing Wang Chen's methods, understanding that a massacre was inevitable. So they left early to avoid getting blood on themselves. Ah, another bunch of fools who don't know their place. Can't help it, too many people coming. All sorts of birds show up. I'm a high-ranking C-level ability user, and it was painstakingly accumulated by my dad. Can Tinghui's store match the scale of this store? I'm sure that in the entire Nan City, even among the various forces in Nanjiang City, no one's ability level can surpass mine. He's just a bit peculiar with his abilities, putting on airs, and that's how he's managed to scare you all. Hearing this, many couldn't help but agree. Sun Yi, supported by the largest supermarket in Nanjiang City, had only reached C-level due to the abundance of resources. Wang Chen's post-apocalyptic store had only appeared in people's sights for a few days. Where could there be so many crystal cores for upgrading abilities? Is this the power of spending money on in-game purchases? At this moment, a middle-aged man stood up, intending to refuse Sun Yi's invitation to join forces, but was glared at by Sun Yi. Think it over. If we succeed in this deal and there's no one here who has made friends with me, Sun Yi, don't even think about coming to the store to buy supplies in the future. This made many bystanders hesitate. They were being forced to choose sides. Choosing right was fine, but if they chose wrong, it would lead to irreconcilable enmity, maybe even risking their lives. Some people hurriedly left the store, fearing to get involved, but Sun Yi stopped them with a warning. I'll remember you all. Then Sun Yi continued to entice them. On the contrary, those who become friends with me, Sun Yi, not only will receive some supplies, but also enjoy discounts on future purchases at the store. Hearing this, even Wang Chen couldn't help but show admiration. The offer was indeed hard to refuse. However, fortune favors the bold, but also puts them in danger. In the end, under Sun Yi's coercion and temptation, many people chose to join in order to get a share of the benefits. Among them were the leaders Wang and Zhao. People from Sky Blue Base, come over. People from Red Sun Base, assemble. At this moment, some were still hesitating, wary of Wang Chen's unpredictable strength, and shrewdly looked towards him. Shopkeeper, if you want us to back off, just give us an 80% discount on the goods we ordered. Yeah, with so many people, it's not easy to deal with us. Give us a definite answer, and our faction won't interfere in this matter. Unexpectedly, Wang Chen, being oblivious to the situation, shook his head and refused. Repeating the same thing over and over is pointless. This is the price. Take it or leave it. These words undoubtedly dispelled some people's hesitations. Damn it, count our faction in. And us too. At this moment, most of the leaders expressed their support, driven by self-interest. People who were just doing business with you peacefully a moment ago turned hostile the next. Wang Chen calmly took a sip of hot tea. It's not too late to want to survive now. In the post-apocalyptic world, there were already few customers, but no shortage of troublemakers, which made Wang Chen sigh softly. Hearing this, Sunny sneered, "Shopkeeper, oh shopkeeper, you're almost dead, and you're still acting tough." Wang nodded in agreement, talking so much nonsense, he must be feeling guilty. If he had the power, he would have acted long ago. A sly look flashed in Sun Yi's eyes. "Let's attack together, take him down for me." Sunny wanted to test what mysterious ability Wang Chen possessed, and this group of people who were about to divide his goods were perfect cannon fodder. Zhao roared in anger, then hid behind his team members, shouting, "Get him! Whoever captures him alive, the base leader will definitely reward." Hearing this, many hesitated. Wang Chen's strength was definitely not to be underestimated, and they didn't want to stick their necks out. Seeing this, Wang scolded, "Hurry up! Do you want your pay deducted?" After exchanging glances, they all simultaneously unleashed their special abilities, mostly long-range skills. "Damn idiots, if we kill him, how will we interrogate the source of the goods?" A dozen types of attacks came at once. Wang Chen smiled and casually stored all their special abilities in his space. So polite. Seeing all their attacks disappear, the crowd felt at a loss. Zhao, who was far away, was so anxious that he stomped his feet. "Damn it, let's attack together, beat him." Before he could finish his sentence, Zhao suddenly stared blankly, stiffened, and fell to the ground unconscious. Just as everyone was trying to figure out what had happened, Wang also collapsed suddenly and didn't get up. Then, one by one, the leaders who supported Sun Yi fell to the ground, lifeless. Sun Yi's pupils contracted, sensing something amiss. Without hesitation, he leaped out of the store. "Something's not right with this store. Get out quickly." Other ability users from different factions were at a loss, standing bewildered in place. Fortunately, Wang Chen did not trouble them, as they were simply following orders from their leaders. Sun Yi stood outside the store, furrowing his brows as he scrutinized the entire building. What kind of store was this? Its walls were harder than the shell of a mutant beast, capable of killing invisibly. If only there was a way to lure it out. At that moment, Wang Chen slowly approached the entrance and said to Sun Yi, "Let me tell you something. In fact, I was the one who bombed your Tinghui supermarket." His words caused a commotion among those present. Sun Yi's face stiffened, then he realized and disdainfully retorted, "Impossible, you must be trying to lure me into the store and use its mysterious power to kill me." Wang Chen did not respond but continued, "At that time, I infiltrated Tinghui and encountered two fools in the elevator, named Sun Hui and Sun Shong, who were trying to figure out my identity in front of me. I thought they were so capable to dare such a thing. Turns out they were just two insignificant individuals. I sent them straight to meet their ancestors." Sun Yi immediately roared, his eyes glaring at Wang Chen, as he remembered finding his father and brother's bodies in the elevator. However, he understood Wang Chen's intention in revealing the truth to him. "Fine, you telling me this is to provoke me, to make me impulsively enter the store because as long as I'm outside, you can't touch me. But I won't follow your wishes. If you have the guts, stay inside forever, or else I will definitely kill you. No, I will torture you to death, make you wish you were dead." Then, he turned to the people inside the store and said, "You better not come out, because from now on, anyone associated with this store will die." This was Sun Yi's way of revenge. Even if he couldn't deal with Wang Chen, he wouldn't let him off easily. Hearing this, the people inside the store were confused. "You're seeking revenge. But we have no grudge with you, why do we have to suffer? Blame the store manager, how about that, manager? I'm outside, you can't do anything to me, huh?" Sunny burst into wild laughter, thinking himself clever, dancing arrogantly. Suddenly, the laughter stopped, Sun Yi's body stiffened, feeling his strength being drained away, then he lost consciousness completely. He couldn't understand what that mysterious power was even in his last moments. Seeing this, Sun Yi's subordinates hesitated for a moment, then hurried to check on him, only to find Sun Yi staring lifelessly, his breath gone. The once arrogant Sun Yi was now gone in an instant, leaving everyone shuddering. After a few seconds of silence, "Oh my god, run!" With no leader, the group scattered in panic, but no matter how fast they ran, they couldn't escape in an instant. Wang Chen naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity presented by these crystal cores. Within a range of 200 meters, he used spatial perception to retrieve them remotely. As they hadn't left the store's vicinity, these crystal cores could be directly utilized without the need to purchase goods to convert them into crystal coins. This was why Wang Chen didn't kill Sun Yi immediately. Without spatial perception, he wouldn't have been able to maximize his gains. Inside the store, the members of other factions watched Wang Chen swiftly dispatch Sun Yi and the others, remaining silent and motionless, too afraid to act rashly. After all, Sun Yi was a Class C ability user with 3 different abilities, arguably the strongest among the local factions in Nanjiang City. He actually died. silently, without a struggle, without even realizing it. Wang Chen ignored the people standing stiffly beside him and leisurely walked back to the counter, then collected Sun Yi and others' crystal cores into his own vault. He took out the crystal cores of the various team leaders that had just been resolved in the store, loaded them into several payment cards, and placed them on the counter.
Wang Chen looked at the waiting crowd.
I don't want these D-grade crystal cores from your team leaders.
I've already loaded them onto the payment cards.
Whoever's team leader dies can come and take them. Also, go back and tell the higher-ups of your factions to choose a smarter team leader next time. Although he said that, Wang Chen cursed the rules set by the system in his heart. Hearing this, the crowd couldn't believe their ears. These were 4 D-grade crystal cores, and he just didn't want them. With the strength of the store manager, no one dared to speak up. Even if the leader of their faction came, they would have to applaud. Moreover, they had previously plotted against the store, so it was reasonable for the store manager to take these crystal cores. But not only did the store manager return the crystal cores, he also overlooked past grievances and allowed them to come back for supplies next time.
Righteousness.
Suddenly, Wang Chen felt the grateful and admiring gazes directed at him, and he impatiently said, "Quickly take these damn cards away."
Thank you, store manager. Deng Quan and his group arrived at the gate of the Tianhe base once again with an uneasy heart. A guard immediately recognized them and angrily rebuked, "Didn't I tell you to leave Nan City quickly? What's the meaning of this? Are you looking for trouble?" Deng Quan quickly took out the flyer given by Wang Chen and handed it to the guard. "It's the store manager sent us to find your leader." The guard, with a puzzled expression, took it, glanced at it, and casually threw the flyer aside. "What store manager? It's just a piece of paper, isn't it? Get lost." With that, he raised the rifle in his hand and rudely pushed Deng Quan's back with the barrel. "These flyers are all over the place, don't even think about fooling me, get lost." Hearing this, they couldn't help but feel despair. "Wait, what's going on?" A beautiful woman walked up. She was today's duty team leader. The guard immediately put on a flattering look and explained, "It's just a few troublemakers, Captain Ren, will handle it right away." Ren Yan, who had just joined the Tianhe camp, glanced at them, then picked up the flyer from the ground. Although the bright red flyer was stained with mud, it looked quite new. Opening it, it actually had the word store manager written on it. Seeing someone of higher rank, Deng Quan quickly explained, "The store manager asked us to find Yi Tian, saying he would arrange a good place for us." In Nan City, there was only one person who could be called the store manager. Ren Yan pondered for a moment, then looked at Deng Quan and the others. "Follow me, please. But Captain Ren, this is our leader. I'll take responsibility if anything happens," Ren Yan said coldly. Judging by the freshness of this flyer, it couldn't have been picked up from the roadside, and with their weak faction, they wouldn't dare to deceive the Tianhe base, which was thriving in Nan City. Passing through 2 checkpoints, Ren Yan led them to the tables and chairs in the hall and asked them to wait while she went to report. "Old Deng, I didn't expect this piece of paper to be so damn useful." It scared me, I thought we would return empty-handed."
Deng Quan also looked pleased, with crow's feet at the corners of his eyes. "It's not just a piece of paper that's useful, it's the store manager.
This is probably what the leader wants to see, right?" "Indeed, luckily we didn't leave Nan City." In an office, sitting behind a desk, Yi Tian muttered, "Sun Yi."
"That's right, he's a mid-level C-grade esper with 3 different abilities, and his background is the Tinghui supermarket in Dongcheng, which was recently destroyed."
Yi Tian nodded, his expression becoming serious.
No wonder his upgrade speed was so fast, he is indeed a strong opponent.
What was his sudden purpose in coming to Nan City?
The person reporting shook his head. It might be to find the killer who destroyed Tinghui, or to establish a new power. Yi Tian furrowed his brows, feeling somewhat worried. He would have to face him, as the value of a C-level esper with 3 different abilities was self-evident. Against a regular C-level, Yi Tian had the strength to fight, but if the opponent also had multiple abilities, the outcome would be different.
Even hacking couldn't beat a pay-to-win dog, unbelievable. At that moment, Yi Tian's satellite phone suddenly rang. After answering, a shocking message came through the phone. Sun Yi was killed by the shopkeeper. It was an instant kill. A tricky character, yet easily defeated by the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper's strength remains a mystery. A knock on the door sounded. "Come in."
Ren Yan walked in quickly, then recounted the situation of Deng Quan and the others, handing a flyer to Yi Tian. Taking a look, Yi Tian saw the word shopkeeper written on it, murmuring to himself, "Could this be the price the shopkeeper paid to solve my troubles?" To confirm, he quickly dialed the satellite phone, and upon confirmation, he ordered Ren Yan, "Go, arrange accommodation for them immediately, including food, according to the standards of D-level espers." A large and compact convoy entered the city area. Each vehicle in the convoy was military green, with a light tank escort at both ends. In the middle were over 10 sturdy-looking transport vehicles, but instead of soldiers or espers, there were ragged ordinary people sitting on them, all praying. As they entered the city area, the number of zombies surged, but fortunately, they were not the first trip, and most of the zombies along the way had already been cleared out. On the first transport vehicle, a middle-aged man in military uniform was driving, while another middle-aged man kept a vigilant eye on the surroundings.
Alright, Lao Li, stop acting like a sheepdog.
We're all in the city area now, which is much safer than the outskirts. Hearing this, Li Bing also felt he was overly nervous, so he rubbed his sore neck, but his eyes still unconsciously looked out the window.
Damn, used to being in the wilderness, facing those beasts, I'm on edge every day. Besides, the mission isn't over yet, we can't relax until we evacuate the masses before the next beast tide. Zhao Xing drove steadily, saying, once we reach the city base, our main enemy will be the zombies. The zombies are fine, it's just that they can't withstand large numbers. But the number of zombies near the base is unusually low. I'm worried about the Esper factions. They're acting independently, like those wild villagers in the mountains causing trouble for our military. Causing trouble?
Let them come, special policies have been formulated above, and we can all act freely in the future. Indeed, a group of Espers who grew up in a greenhouse, what abilities do they have, just killing a few zombies? The sky was gloomy, thick dark clouds gathering, heralding an impending storm. At that moment, an observer in the front tank saw a black object piled by the roadside through the binoculars. Thinking it was just a rock or something, he didn't report it. However, as the tank approached with roaring sounds, the rock suddenly moved. Its body rapidly enlarged, then rolled forward and collided with the front of the light tank. For a moment, the tank seemed to have hit a hill and couldn't move an inch. Zhao Xing in the rear was caught off guard, immediately slamming on the brakes, but due to the insufficient distance from the tank, he crashed directly into it. A figure taller than the tank appeared in front. It was a black bear. Without waiting for the others to react, the black bear let out a roar and then directly lay on the tank. The weight of several tons caused the top of the tank turret to dent slightly. However, it did not choose to violently dismantle it but instead lay on top to observe, trying to find a good breakthrough point to prevent its food from turning into a pile of meat. Faced with this extremely powerful and defensive alien beast like the black bear, it was quite a challenge for them with only a few supernaturals they brought along. Without heavy firepower support, dealing with it was extremely tricky. Zhao Xing swallowed and picked up the walkie-talkie. Gangzi, bring the tank over here quickly. Li Bing, the company commander, snatched the walkie-talkie and ordered sternly, tank from the rear, do not fire without my command, all supernaturals move forward, and have the transport vehicle carrying the masses retreat 200 meters. At that moment, everyone in the convoy sprang into action, except for the tank crew under the black bear, who dared not make any rash moves. Li Bing and the others also got off the vehicle cautiously. Fortunately, the black bear's eyesight was poor, and it seemed completely engrossed, paying no attention to the changes around it. Half a minute later, over a dozen fully armed supernaturals had surrounded the black bear, standing less than 20 meters away from it.
How did it spot us with that look? Good question. Li Bing furrowed his brow, unable to come up with a better solution in this situation. If they were to act directly, without heavy weapons, it would cause significant casualties. All the supernaturals present were his people, and he couldn't bear to lose a single one. Now they could only wait for reinforcements from the base and pray that the black bear's intelligence wasn't too high. After fiddling around for a while without success, the black bear grew impatient and began to bite the top of the turret with its teeth. At that moment, it seemed like something caught the bear's teeth, and with a tug, a round steel plate was pulled down by the bear's immense strength. Holy crap! Seeing the iron gate open, the tank crew inside also reacted promptly, launching their abilities towards the massive creature in front of them. However, the abilities hit the black bear but had no effect, only drawing its attention to the gap. So, it directly tore off the entire tank turret, holding it in its hands and shaking it, trying to shake the people inside out. Seeing this, Li Bing knew they couldn't wait any longer and immediately deployed emergency tactics. Chongzi, you're fast, I'll give you a task. Time was of the essence, and everyone sprang into action. Chongzi, the supernatural, took the lead, rushing to the black bear and launching a wind blade at close range towards its buttocks. This seemingly playful attack made the black bear unable to resist turning around to look. Seeing this, Chongzi immediately distanced himself and shouted, "Beast, come after me." Unexpectedly, the black bear sniffed disdainfully, its actions continuous, rubbing its buttocks against the tank base behind it. Chongzi. At that moment, a person slid out of the tank and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Li Bing frowned, roared in anger, and rushed forward first. Attack!
A dozen supernaturals activated their abilities simultaneously, some releasing abilities from a distance, while others followed Li Bing to confront the alien beast.
Both Li Bing and Zhao Xing, as sea-level supernaturals, arrived at the black bear's feet.
They exchanged a glance, took out a steel chain, each holding one end, intending to bind the bear's bulky body. As expected, although the black bear was huge, it moved slowly, and the two of them were both power-type supernaturals.
Bang!
The black bear lost its balance and fell to the ground, kicking up a large cloud of dust. Seizing the opportunity while the black bear was confused, Li Bing and Zhao Xing both madly attacked its head, making it emit continuous low growls.
Although sea-level espers may not be as strong defensively as mutant beasts, they can easily match them in terms of offensive power.
However, the reaction black bear realized it still had its bare paw, so it raised its paw and wildly swung it around. The immense force made the two unable to avoid its edge. The black bear immediately broke the chain on its leg, then shook its dazed head and locked eyes with Li Bing and the others. Seeing this, they couldn't help but gasp in shock. This defense and strength were not something an ordinary sea-level esper could contend with.
Moreover, despite their prolonged physical attacks, they couldn't break through the black bear's defense and were at a disadvantage without any sharp weapons. However, ordinary daggers and bullets were completely ineffective against the black bear. Roar! The black bear let out a deafening roar, then its massive limbs hit the ground, charging straight at Li Bing and the others. Spread out!
Everyone hurried to dodge, except for Li Bing and his companion who stood their ground, facing the giant bear paw coming towards them. Li Bing gritted his teeth and threw a punch, meeting the bear's fist with his own, creating a huge impact force that immediately stirred up a gust of wind. However, the difference in physique and strength became apparent. A few seconds later, Li Bing was sent flying by the bear's strike, crashing into a building in the distance. Zhao Xing's pupils constricted, his face filled with astonishment. The level of this mutant beast was at least mid-tier sea level, one level higher than them. Coupled with the inherent gap between mutant beasts and espers, they were no match for the black bear. The black bear quickly locked eyes on Zhao Xing and launched a bear paw towards him. Learning from past experiences, Zhao Xing concentrated his esper abilities to step back and dodge.
Although power-type espers could propel themselves upon contact with the ground, rivaling speed-type espers in speed, the drawbacks were evident.
Speed decreased continuously during the leap, and with power focused on the legs, there was no way to counterattack effectively. Thus, Zhao Xing could only keep running around the black bear, unable to retreat as the road was narrow, with civilians behind him.
The black bear was annoyed by this agile flea-like movement. Instructor!
Soon, a loud shout reached their ears, and Zhao Xing understood, leaping away to create distance from the black bear. At the same time, the tank that had been observing from behind seized the opportunity, firing a high-velocity armor-piercing shell.
It accurately hit the massive black bear. Boom! Boom! Boom!
Everyone watched as the black bear was sent flying by the armor-piercing shell, crashing heavily into a nearby high-rise building. In an instant, the building shattered into pieces, with heaps of bricks falling down, burying the black bear and raising a cloud of dust. The power of the armor-piercing shell was evident, and the air gradually returned to calm.
Quick, let's go!
Get in the car and leave quickly, one armor-piercing shell won't. Li Bing, clutching his broken right arm, ran towards them. Before he could finish his sentence, the rubble suddenly exploded, revealing the black bear shaking off the dust, roaring in anger. The sound was deafening, and everyone could feel the bear's fury from a distance. Determination filled Li Bing's eyes as he made a quick decision. You take the civilians and find another route, we'll hold it off.
Captain, we can't. I'm ordering you.
Get them to the base. If even one of these people is missing, I'll shoot you myself. At that moment, another piece of bad news came through the radio.
Captain, it's bad news. There are many zombies gathering behind us, surrounding the vehicle.
Misfortunes never come singly. Everyone turned back to see a dense crowd of zombies filling the entire street, some of them howling as they ran towards them. Once again, all eyes turned to Li Bing, but this time, even the battle-hardened Li Bing felt a sense of despair. Where the hell is the base's reinforcement? The black bear, like a zombie, roared and charged towards them. Seeing this, some espers with long-range abilities activated their powers, trying to hinder the black bear's onslaught. However, the already enraged black bear charged recklessly, delivering an all-out strike that was undoubtedly the full force of a top-tier exotic beast.
Desperation and oppression overwhelmed the crowd, making it hard for them to catch their breath.
Li Bing and Zhao Xing, both sea-level ability users, stood in front of the crowd without hesitation, organizing resources for them to charge at the front line. The black bear's body gradually enlarged in the eyes of the crowd, and in an instant, they only saw a black figure dart halfway across the bear's body. Roar! The black bear instantly felt an unprecedented pain, unable to help but let out a roar. A horrifying wound appeared on the bear's back,
which was as impenetrable as a fortress. How could its skin, impervious to armor-piercing bullets, be slashed open like this? With faces full of astonishment, the crowd turned to see a large black dog standing opposite the black bear, its cold and sharp gaze fixed firmly on the unexpected guest before it. Another exotic beast. And its strength was no less than that of the black bear. Sensing a hint of danger, the black bear turned its gaze towards the black dog, emitting a low growl as a warning. In contrast, the black dog remained unresponsive, coldly staring down the black bear, exuding an aura of intimidation. Li Bing seemed to understand something and immediately directed the crowd to deal with the attracted zombies. As he urgently bandaged his own wounds, Li Bing watched the showdown between these two powerful exotic beasts. The battle was about to begin, with the black bear dragging its massive body straight towards the black dog. Seeing this, the black dog remained unfazed until the black bear was within arm's reach, then suddenly disappeared from Li Bing's sight at full speed. The next moment, the black dog quietly reappeared in another location. The black bear swiped at thin air, looking bewildered, frantically scanning its surroundings. Seeing the black dog move behind it, the black bear, refusing to believe its eyes, lunged forward again, only for the black dog to teleport once more, evading the bear's attack. And it wore a playful expression on its face. This continued as the black bear lunged several times, each time the black dog vanished just as the bear was about to strike. A toy? Li Bing looked on in slight surprise, observing the black dog with a peculiar gaze. After several unsuccessful attempts, the black bear appeared exhausted, so it sat down to rest, then provocatively glanced at the black dog. If I can't catch you, I'll wait for you to come to me. However, its clever mind overlooked one thing. If it couldn't catch the black dog at such close range, what chance did it have in a game of reactions? When the black dog had its fill of play, it crouched down and darted forward in a flash. In the blink of an eye, the black bear found itself with another wound, followed by another. Roar! Feeling the pain but unable to see the black dog, the black bear swung its arms wildly. The black dog grazed the bear's body time and time again, leaving behind long, narrow wounds each time. Though not deep, the wounds soon soaked the bear's fur with blood. Sensing something amiss, the black bear rose to flee, but how could the black dog allow this intruding exotic beast to escape? By this time, the crowd had cleared out hundreds of low-level zombies and stumbled upon the fleeing black bear, each of them dumbfounded. Could this be the same black bear that nearly wiped them out? The sluggish black bear couldn't shake off the black dog, which swiftly appeared at its side and leaped up. Before the black bear could react, its world plunged into darkness, followed by a piercing pain. Even the most formidable exotic beasts had vulnerable spots, and the eyes were undoubtedly a weak point for many defensive types. Blinded, the black bear could only bump into walls, its keen sense of smell useless in this unfamiliar environment. In the end, under the relentless assault of the black dog, the severely wounded black bear collapsed in a pool of blood, breathing its last breath. Koro leaped onto the body of the black bear, preparing to extract its crystal core. After all, a C-grade intermediate crystal core would be quite beneficial for Koro's level. Seeing the black bear fall with just one blow, everyone was speechless, staring in disbelief at the black dog that was fast and fierce. Li Bing, realizing the situation belatedly, quickly signaled for everyone to get in the car and leave while Koro was busy with the bear. However, he suddenly felt a chill on his neck, turning to see Koro, with emotionless black eyes, slowly approaching them. The overwhelming pressure made everyone freeze in place, unable to move. Faced with the terrifying Koro, they couldn't even muster the thought of running away. Li Bing could only smile bitterly, thinking he was saved, only to realize he had jumped from the frying pan into the fire. The C-grade crystal core was a great supplement for mutant beasts, especially two of them. He could only hope that the black dog would spare his lower-level subordinates. As Koro walked up to them, the people were drenched in sweat, unable to make a sound. When Koro stopped next to a young man and sniffed him, the young man trembled, sweating profusely, as if he had seen a ghost, with a mournful expression. To everyone's surprise, Koro just reached into the young man's pocket and pulled out a bag of chicken legs, then walked away with it in his mouth. As they watched Kuro's disappearing figure, they couldn't snap out of their daze. Old Li, what's going on? These two C-grade crystal cores are not even worth a bag of chicken legs. Li Bing remained silent for a while. Existence is rational. After a day's work, completing 6 transactions and earning a net profit of 5,070 crystals, although this couldn't be considered the daily average income, most factions would purchase supplies for several days at once. After all, no one wanted to travel long distances frequently for supplies. The factions of the deceased individuals sent apologies, while Wang Chen issued warnings to prevent such incidents from happening again. As evening approached, Koro returned to the store famished, covered in dirt and blood, reminiscent of its early leveling days.
Seeing this, Wang Chen couldn't help but think it might be related to some mutant beasts entering the city, as they were territorial creatures. If an outsider mutant beast entered a lord's territory, they either had to submit or die. Ding! Stain detected. After dinner, Wang Chen lay flat on the large sofa on the second floor, checking his information panel, finding his crystal balance at 27070. When it reached 30,000 crystals, he would directly upgrade his ability to S rank, a thought that excited him. S rank, the pinnacle of abilities, a dream for many ability users. Most ability users live dangerously, licking blood off their knives for a lifetime, never reaching that level. Yet here he was, living carefree in the apocalypse for a month, easily reaching heights others couldn't in a lifetime. Wang Chen sighed softly, life has lost its drive, but it still feels good. He then got up for a relaxing hot bath. The next day, after breakfast, Wang Chen opened the store as usual and noticed the large base being constructed across the lake by an unknown faction. Military green vehicles were constantly coming and going, with glimpses of heavy firepower visible. Wang Chen realized it was an official base, surprisingly close to his home, but since there were no official actions yet, he didn't pay much attention. Days passed, and the number of patrols on the opposite shore increased, expanding the scale of the operation. It was almost as large as the entire park, and this was just the surface part. I don't know when, but there were several fully armed soldiers standing on the stone bridge that crossed the park lake, blocking the bridge. The recent business income also brought Wang Chen's crystal core to 31891. On this day, Wang Chen sipped hot tea while eavesdropping on the conversations of a few customers. The South River base on the opposite side is so large and feels very secure. Of course, it's an official base, what do you expect? I heard they are recruiting there. Whether you are a regular person or an esper, you can get in. Really? I'll discuss it with the boss when I get back. True, things have been restless in South River lately. With mutant beasts and zombies roaming around, we need some strong support. Now that the officials are stationed, people from all bases have toned down. Even the Thunderfire base has been quite peaceful. That's the suppression of bloodline. It used to be a place where the weak ruled, but now it's different. No matter how high your level is, how powerful your influence is, one missile strike and the King of Hell's monthly target is exceeded. As they spoke, Wang Chen felt his phone vibrate, which puzzled him, so he quickly picked it up to check. Besides himself, who else could use the internet now? Opening the message, it turned out to be an official notification. Hello, survivors of South City. This is the official base of South River City. We are issuing a notice, calling for the leaders of various factions in South City. Please gather at the entrance of the base on the north side of the Lakeside Park in South City at 1 p.m. on October 20th. Due to communication barriers, please spread the word to other survivors you encounter. Thank you. At the same time, leaders of other factions also received the information, some through satellite phones, some through radios, and some through word of mouth. The official gathering was set for October 20th, which was tomorrow. Wang Chen rubbed his chin. Could it be that the officials were going to intervene in various factions and even consolidate the power in South River City? After a moment of contemplation, it seemed he would have to make a trip tomorrow to see the officials' intentions and attitude, maybe even discuss business with them. Gold, upgrade my Esper level to S rank. Upgrade successful, 30,000 crystal cores deducted automatically, current balance 1891, unlocked Esper, spatial teleportation. Before the words had even settled, Wang Chen felt a surge of energy, his muscles bulging a bit more as he swung his arms, feeling agile and powerful. His spatial awareness range had also expanded by nearly 200 meters. Was this the pinnacle of S rank in Esper abilities? Wang Chen calmed himself down and then, with a single thought, disappeared from where he stood. He silently appeared by the bamboo grove outside the shop, and the next moment, he was back behind the shop counter, unnoticed by anyone, as if nothing had happened. Peering through the glass, he gazed at the official base across the river. In the blink of an eye, he was within sight, just behind a burly sentinel. The sentinel suddenly felt a chill on the back of his neck, turned around to look, but found nothing there. Something dirty? Wang Chen, back behind the counter, couldn't help but smile, feeling as if he had just eaten honey. With the three major divine skills of spatial abilities in his hands, there were very few individuals in the world who could threaten him. Now, as long as he calmly upgraded S rank to a higher level, expanded his perception range, and increased his Esper power, he would be fine. After all, the farther the range of spatial cutting and teleportation, the more Esper power it consumed. The next morning, a group of officials arrived swiftly, and the heads of some factions had already gathered. No one dared to waste time, after all. They were dealing with the authorities, even in a post-apocalyptic world where order had collapsed and ethics were non-existent. No one dared to challenge the authority of the officials. The release of the information the day before had further convinced everyone that the officials had operational satellites capable of remotely launching missiles with precision guidance. The deterrent power of the missiles hung over the heads of many factions like a sharp sword. As it was not yet the agreed time, they gathered spontaneously at the end of the world store. Everyone sat on comfortable sofas, even members of hostile factions here relaxed their guard, all thanks to the man behind the counter. As time passed, leaders of all factions in the southern city gathered together, not at the entrance of the South River base, but at the end of the world store. This included the Thunderfire base, the Xiang base, and the Tianhe base.
Next to Chang Ming of Thunderfire was a young man, a low-level C-class Esper, likely the leader of Thunderfire.
However, this man was fair-skinned, with a warm smile, looking completely out of place compared to the ruthless Thunderfire. From the moment he entered, he kept eyeing the store and Wang Chen.
From the Xiang base came Zhang Zhang and Ling Xuelian, the base commanders. Yi Tian from the Tianhe base still had some tension with Chulan, Lian Shu, and others, but Zhang Quan and security robots were by his side.
People discussed the official summons, some worried, fearing the authorities might hold them accountable for their actions at the end of the world. However, the leader of the infamous Thunderfire base curiously examined the product descriptions, looking confident. As the time approached 13 o'clock, everyone left the store early and crossed the stone bridge to the South River base on the other side. Wang Chen also walked out of the store alone after everyone had left, following behind the group. This time, he didn't bring He Zi, nor did he need to. Did a dignified S-class Esper really need a B-class beast as an escort? Actually, it was mainly because He Zi had gone out to have fun again. Store manager, are you going too? At the words, everyone couldn't help but turn their heads, looking at Wang Chen walking at the back with puzzled eyes. Even the store manager, a peak powerhouse, was wary of the authorities? For a moment, everyone understood. Wang Chen nodded lightly, too lazy to explain further. With his 3 major spatial god techniques, he wasn't afraid of the authorities' missile threats. Unless the authorities wanted to use highly destructive nuclear bombs against him, of course, the probability of that was almost zero. They all arrived at the stone bridge, explained their intentions to the guards, and were allowed to enter. Passing through the checkpoint, they felt a chilling atmosphere on the other side. They saw a dozen tanks neatly parked around the base, along with some heavy artillery. There were also several anti-aircraft guns poised above the base, ready to fire. The perimeter was similar to other bases, with tall stone walls and watchtowers. However, the scale was unmatched by other faction bases. There were many patrolling soldiers nearby, as well as some individuals with red armbands labeled law enforcement. They went straight to the entrance of the base, where a burly middle-aged man approached briskly. His eyes indifferent, he scanned the people in front of him, then gestured, "Follow me, please." At the entrance, the middle-aged man turned and said, "Please leave your weapons and equipment at the guard post and retrieve them when you leave." Hearing this, the people showed a hint of displeasure but had no choice but to comply. The middle-aged man, seeing Wang Chen dressed only in casual home clothes without any weapons, couldn't help but feel suspicious. "Where are your weapons and equipment?" "Didn't bring any," Wang Chen replied. The man furrowed his brow slightly at the response but didn't say anything more. They were then led to a meeting room to wait. Half an hour later, a middle-aged man with white hair at his temples walked in with steady steps. He sat down at the main seat and scanned the crowd with sharp eyes. When his gaze fell on Wang Chen, he paused. "Ha! The others had varying levels of energy, so why did this young man have no Esper energy at all, seeming like an ordinary person, and dressed in home clothes? He must be a secretary for a faction." He spoke slowly, his voice hoarse. "Let me introduce myself first. My name is Chen Gang, the political commissar of the Mixed Brigade in Nanjing City. Since the brigade leader and deputy leader are not present, I will be presiding over this meeting." Upon hearing this, Yi Tian immediately began analyzing the man's data using the system. Ability, body defense, mental ability level, intermediate C-level stamina, 360 speed, 150 strength, 150 defense, 950. Yi Tian was secretly surprised at the sight. The man's physical attributes were astonishing, and his strength and stamina were not comparable to an ordinary intermediate C-level ability user. This is the advantage of a soldier's awakened ability. Chen Gang got straight to the point, putting everyone's minds at ease with a single sentence. "I called you all here today to discuss various matters related to the military's entry into the city. We hope that in the future, the military and civilians will help each other to defend against mutant beasts and zombies. We are not here to settle scores for what you have done before." However, his tone suddenly turned cold. "But in the future, if anyone dares to play tricks under our military's watch, they will be severely punished. In serious cases, we may take necessary measures. Everyone is aware of the current situation in the apocalypse, the strength of mutant beasts and zombies should not be underestimated.
Shortly after Zhao Gang finished speaking, he casually asked, "Is there anyone who has objections or questions?" At this moment, someone raised their hand, asking with a hidden agenda, "Does the government have any heavy firepower to deal with mutant beasts? Like missiles or something?" With this question, all the leaders perked up their ears. Chen Gang smiled, "You don't need to know about that, but let me advise you personally, in special times that concern the fate of all humanity, do not do anything foolish." Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but swallow nervously, understanding that they were on the right track. The young people from the Thunderfire base furrowed their brows, lost in thought. As the meeting ended and everyone left, only Wang Chen remained seated. Chen Gang squinted slightly, assessing Wang Chen, and asked, "Do you have any questions?" Wang Chen stood up slowly, walked over to Chen Gang, took out a red flyer from his pocket, and handed it to Chen Gang. Then, he rubbed his hands and said, "Officer Chen, I am a businessman and I would like to do business with the military. Do you have any interest?" Upon hearing this, Chen Gang's expression changed slightly, looking at Wang Chen in surprise. Indeed, there were many businessmen in the apocalypse who profited from occupying resources, which should have been illegally obtained at the beginning of the apocalypse. It would be reasonable to hand over all these resources to the military. How dare he openly discuss business with the military? Trying to profit from the military's crystal cores. Are you trying to do business even with the King of Hell? However, Chen Gang had promised not to hold them accountable for past actions, so he waved his hand and declined, "I am not interested." This was the truth. The military had its own special channels for resources. After Wang Chen left, Chen Gang casually glanced at the flyer and couldn't help but feel speechless. What a mess, amplifying clothing and potions, weapons that could inject abilities, this was just nonsense. So, he casually tossed it into the trash can. When Wang Chen returned to the Apocalypse store, he found that most factions had not left the city but were standing at the store's entrance, waiting for Wang Chen to return and open the door. Some factions were using the place to discuss official matters, while others were there to place orders. Wang Chen didn't rush them, as long as they followed the rules. "Changhua, the government has issued strict orders this time. Be careful with the activities at your base, don't let any information leak out carelessly." Zhang Zhang looked at the leader of the Thunderfire base, Changhua, the brother of Chang Ming, and warned. The implication was clear, don't let him find out, or he will report it to the authorities immediately. Who knew? Changhua's eyes were playful, with a deep meaning as he said, "You still don't know about the real shady dealings behind the scenes." Zhang Zhang furrowed his brows slightly. Although he knew that the group of fanatical Thunderfire dogs were conducting experiments, he was not clear on the specifics. Ding, welcome. 3 unfamiliar faces suddenly entered the shop, looking around in disbelief. Wow, what a grand place, even playing soft music. This is the city area, even in the apocalypse, it's much better than where we come from. Wow, so many supplies, I'm getting hungry just looking at them. If we could take it all back and exchange it for merits. The 3 individuals were dressed in matching uniforms, with armbands bearing the word enforcement, clearly indicating they were from the Nanjiang base across the river, the official authorities. The leader, a young man, glanced at the people in the rest area, all of whom were staring, and spoke in a superior tone, "What are you all looking at, like a bunch of country bumpkins, never seen the enforcement team before?" The crowd could only seethe in silence, except for the hot-tempered Zhang Yingjing who retorted, "Missy, don't want us to look, feeling shy?" Hearing this, Liang Shu beside him sensed trouble. The young man's face darkened as he walked towards Zhang Yingjing. "Oh, what's the meaning of this? Are you trying to provoke the enforcement team? Damn, daring to talk to my brother Hong like that, do you want to die? Believe me, with just a word from my brother Hong, the military can punish you." The young man named Sher Hong stood in front of Zhang Yingjing, looking down at him, "Say it again." Zhang Yingjing was about to stand up defiantly, but Liang Shu pulled him back and quickly explained, "Sorry everyone, he was a bit delirious just now, talking nonsense and not speaking to you." Zhang Yingjing was about to retort angrily, but Liang Shu whispered in a voice only they could hear, "This is Wang Chen's shop. If the military finds out that the enforcement team caused trouble in Wang Chen's shop, will he still do business? Wang Chen has helped us so much in the apocalypse, providing supplies for everyone. If you, Zhang Yingjing, want to repay his kindness with ingratitude for a moment of anger, then consider me not to have said anything." Hearing this, Zhang Yingjing calmed down, feeling somewhat ashamed, realizing he had not considered this aspect. The shopkeeper had been so kind to them, without the shopkeeper's security robots, they might have died under Yi Tian's blade long ago. Brother Hong thought Zhang Yingjing's sudden deflation was due to his imposing presence. He bent down, patting Zhang Yingjing's right cheek with his hand, disdainfully saying, "If you're sick, buy more medicine, don't come out here harming people, or there will be deaths."
Zhang Yingjing lowered his head, gritting his teeth fiercely. Brother Hong then looked at the others from different factions, lecturing in a domineering manner. I hope you all learn a lesson, never challenge the authority of the officials, or face the consequences. Don't think your factions are so powerful, in front of the officials' heavy firepower, you're just paper tigers, easily crushed. Seeing no objections from the crowd, Brother Hong thought he was being very magnanimous and let them go. Then, he walked to the counter with his two lackeys, but Wang Chen in front of him showed no reaction. He continued to watch the LCD TV with interest, choosing to ignore the enforcement team's arrogant behavior. This displeased the three, and one sharp-tongued enforcement team member forcefully tapped the counter.
Hey, are you blind? We're standing here, can't you see us? Wang Chen looked surprised, smiling as he asked, is there something you need? My shop has plenty of goods. Brother Hong asked coldly, who gave you permission to open this shop here? Do you have our approval? Upon hearing this, Chung Ho looked excited, curious to see how the shop manager would handle the situation. The others appeared worried, knowing that the shop manager, despite being a supernatural being, was not a god and could also fear the official missile deterrence. The concern was that official interference might lead to changes in the post-apocalyptic shop, which was the only source of supplies for everyone. Without a shop with exceptionally abundant storage, without a shop offering so many magical goods, survival in the post-apocalyptic world would surely become more difficult. Wang Chen, seeing that the three individuals were not there to make a purchase, adopted a cold tone. When I opened the shop, you weren't around yet, and I never heard that I needed anyone's approval. This statement sounded a bit strange. Honggu pointed to his armband and said confidently, now you've heard it. Opening a shop near our authorities means you will receive our protection, of course, not for free. Wang Chen raised an eyebrow and asked directly, so, what do you want? Honggu cleared his throat and gestured towards the shop. We won't charge you money. We just need you to share the resources here with us, 3070. Otherwise, I can't guarantee your safety. With so many resources here, even 30% would last you a long time. Wang Chen bluntly replied, you're quite shameless, thinking about 3070. Your audacity is thicker than a bulletproof vest. Upon hearing this, the onlookers were somewhat puzzled. Hong Ji's face immediately darkened, his eyes flashing with a murderous intent. With so many of them and not even a single guard in your shop, why do you dare to speak so arrogantly? You're biting off more than you can chew. Do you want to go against the authorities? Hong Ji's tone was icy as he issued a final warning. You probably don't have a mirror, nor do you have any self-awareness. You can't even see your own despicable self clearly, yet you dare to represent the authorities. You really think highly of yourself. Before he could finish his sentence, Hong Ji's veins bulged, and his iron hand swiftly reached for Wang Chen's neck, intending to strangle him. As the captain of the South Jiang City law enforcement team, he was a mid-level D-grade supernatural being. How could he lack strength? Just as Hong Ji's large hand was about to touch Wang Chen, his arm suddenly went limp. Hong Ji's arm was severed in one clean cut and fell onto the counter. Witnessing this, everyone present was stunned. After a few seconds, a scream akin to a slaughtered pig resounded. The intense pain made Honggu involuntarily kneel on the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably, large beads of sweat dripping from his forehead. Even in this state, he didn't forget to order his two subordinates to attack. Kill him. The two men regained their senses, exchanged a glance, and couldn't help but feel a bit intimidated. However, due to Hong Ji's status, if something happened to him, they probably wouldn't get away unscathed either, so they reluctantly activated their supernatural abilities. Damn it! Let's go together. Before they could finish their sentence, both of them collapsed without warning, completely motionless. Honggu was stunned for a few seconds before roaring, "What the hell are you doing? Get him!" After a few seconds, the two men still showed no reaction, their eyes fixed and their facial expressions stiff. Suddenly realizing the situation, Honggu looked at Wang Chen in horror. "Who are you really? Don't you understand, kid? I'm just an honest, law-abiding merchant." Wang Chen smiled at Honggu, his smile sending chills down his spine, like a grim reaper. You can't kill me. I'm the captain of the South Jiang base law enforcement team. If you kill me, the military won't spare you. Their missiles will flatten this place, and you'll be done for. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen chuckled dismissively. And my brother is. Honggu wanted to mention his status, but he found himself unable to speak, feeling a wave of powerlessness engulfing his entire body. Honggu fell to the ground with an unwilling look, just like the two subordinates beside him. In an instant, the air fell silent as everyone stared blankly at the three law enforcement team members on the ground. Changhua also stared blankly at Wang Chen, his eyes full of fear, pondering whether the store manager was just foolish or truly fearless. What shocked everyone was not only the store manager's invisible ability to kill but also his decisiveness in doing so.
These were official personnel, even the captain of a law enforcement team, yet faced with humiliation, they could only grit their teeth and swallow their pride, while the store manager killed without hesitation. The key was the warning given by the military earlier that morning, which the store manager had attended. It hadn't been long before someone died. Moreover, this place was only separated from the military base by a lake. Killing under the nose of the military was undoubtedly a provocation. Ding, stain detected. Fleur, clean the floor, throw the bodies into the lake, and wipe the counter too. Everyone. The official base was just across the lake. It turned out that the store manager's purpose in attending the meeting was not out of fear but to find an opportunity to show the military who was in charge. Afterwards, Wang Chen continued to watch TV as if nothing had happened. Ahem, if there's nothing else, Yao Mao, will take my leave. I'm leaving too, I need to pee. The weather's changing, I left my clothes out to dry at the base. The leaders of various factions left the scene one after another, fearing repercussions. Regardless of whether the store manager was being foolish or fearless, they knew they couldn't afford to provoke the authorities. Jiang Zhang approached the counter, hesitated, and eventually left silently. The Southern River base could not tolerate such a significant threat nearby. Although Wang Chen was powerful, facing the military alone with long-range heavy weapons was a bit of a fantasy. Of course, almost every faction hoped that nothing would happen to the end of the world store, but staying alive was the priority. A few minutes later, only Chu Lan and her group remained in the store. Zhang Yingjing stepped forward, patting his chest. Brother Yu, these people deserve to die. If the authorities come knocking, we have our reasons. Hearing this, Wang Chen waved his hand, saying nothing more. Chu Lan looked deeply at Wang Chen. She knew he wasn't impulsive and must have a plan. After all, this store held too many mysteries. If the end of the world was a game, then the store manager was like an NPC. In the evening, He Zi returned to the store, dragging his weary body. His fur was messy, with some areas looking sparse as if pecked by birds. Seeing this, Wang Chen furrowed his brows slightly. Was there still something that could harm He Zi? In his past life, He Zi was unmatched in the Southern River City. Perhaps it was because of his adoption that He Zi was confined to this area. Previously, the wild He Zi roamed freely, hunting for crystal cores. But now, with the beasts from the outskirts invading the city, He Zi's dominance was being challenged. Without He Zi's suppression, these new beasts might have already crowned a new beast king, with formidable strength. Wang Chen patted He Zi's head, gazing into the distance, planning to eliminate this new beast king when the time came. As an S-level spatial ability user, dealing with an A or B-level beast should not be a problem. Over the next day or two, few customers visited the store, but Wang Chen paid no mind. His was the only large-scale store in the city, and those who wanted to avoid suspicion would have to come here for supplies. In an office within the Southern River base. What? Hong and 2 law enforcement team members are missing? Who allowed them to leave the base without authorization? Li Bing slammed the table, his face dark as he questioned loudly. The man in front wiped the sweat from his forehead and explained, it was his passphrase, and his identity is somewhat special, so are people. This is an exception. Write 1,000-word self-criticism and then send people to find him throughout the city. We must see the living and the dead. Li Bing sighed softly. Although it was Hong's problem, he had an undeniable responsibility for what happened in his territory. At this moment, Zhao Xingyan beside him comforted, this morning, the political commissar just gave preventive injections to people from various factions. No one should dare to touch our people. Let's hope so. Over the past 2 days, the news of the official personnel dying in the End of the World store had spread widely. Many believed that the End of the World store would inevitably face official sanctions, so they began to curry favor with the authorities. The temporary investigation team set up by the authorities easily obtained information. Immediately, they reported to Captain Li Bing. Initially, Li Bing found it somewhat unbelievable that someone dared to commit murder right under the nose of the authorities. However, another discovery pointed directly at the End of the World store. 3 law enforcement team members' bodies were found in the lake. Captain, shall I take people to arrest this guy? Hearing someone daring to challenge them, a company commander was also furious and volunteered. However, Li Bing shook his head and refused. In the world where strength was respected, many things required the personal involvement of people like them in higher positions. It was known that those who dared to openly provoke the authorities were undoubtedly powerful, and sending lower-ranking subordinates would likely lead to casualties. Each Esper's level was accumulated bit by bit, and losing one was something he couldn't bear. Moreover, Lu Hong's identity was quite special, and he had to personally go and find out what the shopkeeper meant and, if necessary, execute him on the spot. Old Zhao, when will the deputy division commander return? Not sure, but judging by the number of people who have moved here, it should be soon. The sky was gloomy, and soon a light rain began to fall. Inside the end of the world store, Wang Chen sat on a massage chair, sipping hot tea and reading books on esper abilities. There were few customers these days, and even if there were, they didn't stay long. Blackie was lying on the sofa in the rest area, taking a rare nap. Wang Chen had specified that it could only go on the sofa when no one was in the rest area. At that moment, the roar of a vehicle sounded, and Wang Chen turned to see a military green transport truck parked at the store entrance. Wang Chen sneered. Finally, with the help of your officials, my business has been slow these days. You'll see how I'll make a killing. Several people wearing black raincoats got off the transport truck. They held strangely shaped guns and lined up in front of the store. At a glance, Wang Chen could tell that their weapons were extraordinary, possibly special weapons designed to deal with mutant beasts or espers. In his past life, he had come into contact with such weapons. The leader, a tall figure, first surveyed the end of the world store, then locked eyes with Wang Chen behind the counter through the glass, and walked towards him with steady steps. Ding, welcome. Li Bing led his men into the store, took off his raincoat and hat, then stared at Wang Chen, who was still leisurely massaging, with sharp eyes like a hawk. However, the seemingly ordinary young man in front of him showed no signs of panic. Instead, he deliberately asked, "Are you here to buy goods? Feel free to look around." Li Bing didn't answer but asked sternly, "A few days ago, 3 law enforcement team members came here. Did you kill them?" Wang Chen lifted a porcelain cup, took a slow sip of tea, and casually replied, "You mean those 3 idiots with armbands?" "Yes, I killed them." At his words, the crowd immediately showed anger, and several gazes full of killing intent were directed at Wang Chen. Li Bing's face darkened, and in a cold tone, he ordered, "All right, get them." He stopped abruptly in the middle of his sentence. Just as Li Bing's peripheral vision caught sight of a black dog approaching, his pupils constricted the moment he saw the dog clearly, causing his brain to freeze. The black dog tilted its head, looking at Li Bing with a hint of mockery in its eyes. As the subordinates were about to act against Li Bing, they noticed the captain's sudden silence. One of them couldn't help but speak up. "Captain, are we going to take down this person?" "Shut up! Nobody move!" Li Bing, now alert, shouted loudly. Li Bing stared anxiously at the black dog, swallowing hard. Wasn't this the exotic beast that indirectly saved his life a few days ago? Although the black dog hadn't transformed, Li Bing still remembered it vividly. This creature, with incredible speed and formidable killing power, toyed with a powerful black bear as if it were nothing. Li Bing was certain that the black dog's strength was on par with the captain's, if not surpassing it. How could a creature of such power appear here? Could it be? Li Bing glanced at Wang Chen, who remained calm and composed, prompting a sudden realization. This exotic beast was the young man's pet. The only reason a powerful exotic beast would submit was that the young man's strength surpassed the black dog's. This person was definitely not someone they could provoke. No one could. Moreover, in their time of peril, Blackie suddenly appeared to save them, not asking for anything in return, except maybe taking a pack of chicken legs. Saving them might have been the young man's idea. Wang Chen noticed Li Bing staring blankly at Blackie, his expression turning peculiar. Could this person have some peculiar preferences? Although Blackie was a female dog, you must be really hungry, buddy. Li Bing turned to Wang Chen, showing a hint of respect in his eyes and speaking in a gentler tone. Sir, how should I address you?" Wang Chen sighed, more convinced of his thoughts. "Manager." "Okay, manager, I actually came here to ask." "No." Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Chen rudely interrupted, startling Li Bing. Wang Chen firmly stated, "I do not agree to this marriage proposal, give up on it." This statement left Li Bing utterly confused. What? What marriage proposal? I just wanted to ask the manager why he targeted our people. Did they do something out of line? How could someone with Wang Chen's profound and mysterious power not crush a few ants for no reason? It must be because those 3 offended the manager. Seeing the sudden change in the captain's attitude, the subordinates were puzzled. "Captain, even if they did something wrong, this person shouldn't." Unexpectedly, Li Bing, acting out of character, turned and shouted angrily, "Shut up! Anyone else speaks, 100 days of solitary confinement." The others fell silent immediately. Wang Chen nodded in satisfaction and briefly recounted the situation. "Those 3 idiots came to me, wanting to split my supplies, but the key is they wanted a 30-70 split in their favor. I've never seen such audacity." Li Bing listened closely and learned that Lu Hong and the others had violated discipline and offended someone. He quickly apologized to Wang Chen and promised such incidents would not happen again. "Ahem, Mr. Manager, if there's nothing else, we'll take our leave." "Wait." Li Bing, about to leave, froze, thinking he had upset the manager. Because I killed 3 troublemakers, the whole city thinks my shop will be bombed by official missiles, and now I have no business left.
Upon hearing this, a strong survival instinct kicked in, and after a moment of thought, Li Bing tentatively said, "Can I place an official order for some goods on behalf of the authorities?"
Wang Chen looked at him approvingly. "You can, but make sure to carefully read the product descriptions." With nothing else to do, Blackie turned and headed back to the rest area. Li Bing secretly breathed a sigh of relief, feeling fortunate that he had saved his life. He instructed a few subordinates to stay put and explore the entire store by himself. Looking around, Li Bing noticed that this store was extraordinary. His eyes flickered as he walked towards the weapons area. They even sell military weapons here. Li Bing picked up a rifle, confirming it was not a replica. However, he shook his head. The use of these conventional weapons is minimal now. Wait, what are these supernatural weapons? Li Bing's gaze fell on a tall shelf with several cold weapons that exuded a futuristic vibe. He cautiously picked up a long axe, feeling an unusual familiarity as he touched it, unable to determine the material it was made of. The axe blade was extremely sharp, capable of easily cutting through skin with a slight touch. Impressed, Li Bing recalled the store manager's words and quickly found the product description to read. Name, Mountain Cleaving Axe Grade. B description, possessed and infused by a strength-type supernatural being, it gains an additional 20% killing power. Other supernatural beings gain an additional 10% killing power. Type, non-disposable item. Price, 1,200 crystal coins. Seeing this, Li Bing couldn't help but widen his eyes in disbelief. The other supernatural weapons were equally intriguing. Each description seemed fantastical, as if placing one in a game. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to pick up the axe and then casually pushed a shopping cart nearby, placing the axe gently inside. In any other store, he would never believe in such fantastical items, but the store manager's mysterious identity made him hesitate to draw conclusions. Unable to dismiss these items entirely, he decided to purchase them and show them to the weapons research lab at the base. If these were real, it would revolutionize the entire military arsenal. Consequently, Li Bing meticulously examined each product, even trying to decipher clues about a safety umbrella. Over an hour later, Li Bing's cart was nearly full, packed with all sorts of unconventional items.
He arrived at the last section, the book area.
The variety of books once again astonished him, containing comprehensive knowledge about supernatural abilities, explained in great detail. Some viewpoints coincided with the official supernatural manuals, while others revealed unknown aspects. Since the beginning of the apocalypse, countless research teams had worked tirelessly day and night to derive these conclusions. Li Bing glanced at the authors' names, lost in thought. Could one of them be the first person to release information about the apocalypse in its early stages? He remembered the frenzy on the internet at the beginning of the apocalypse, with information about supernatural beings, zombies, and strange creatures circulating widely. However, due to the chaos caused by the sudden apocalypse, the authorities had no time to trace the sources of this information. How did the store manager acquire these books? Where did these products come from? These questions filled Li Bing with dread, sending a chill down his spine. Adhering to the principle that practice is the sole criterion of truth, he picked up several books from the shelves. Planning to confirm everything thoroughly upon his return, if these were indeed genuine, the authorities could save years of groping in the dark. After a brief check to ensure he hadn't missed any peculiar items, he approached the counter. He explained to Wang Chen, "Manager, we would like to purchase some items to try out. If they prove effective, we will definitely buy a large quantity." Hearing this, Wang Chen smiled and nodded. Li Bing secretly breathed a sigh of relief at this response, then tentatively asked, "I have a question, should I ask or not?" Wang Chen shook his head and said lightly, "Don't ask, don't think about it. If you do think about it, don't speak of it." Hearing this, Li Bing nodded as if pounding garlic, knowing he couldn't inquire further. After paying with the crystal coins, he asked Wang Chen for his phone number for future orders, then left with the group. Inside the vehicle, the platoon leader sitting in the driver's seat couldn't help but ask, "Captain, what's the situation exactly?" He killed Lu Hong and the others, and were bowing and scraping like this, not daring to make a sound. The brothers are feeling stifled, and you. Besides, how do we explain to the deputy regimental commander? Li Bing didn't get angry but explained with a wry smile, "Lu Hong and the others made a mistake, and it should indeed be handled by the organization. However, we have no idea of the store manager's strength, but it's definitely not someone we can provoke," and he turned to look at the supplies they had just bought. "And, if these things are really that mysterious, we'll have to sit down and negotiate business with the end of the world store in the future." Hearing this, the person was somewhat incredulous. No matter how strong he is, he's still a carbon-based life form. "I don't believe our military missiles can't kill him. Li Bing's gaze was profound as he shook his head and analyzed, in the current situation, those heavy weapons like missiles definitely can't be produced anymore, which means that using one means having one less.
In the current circumstances, the whole country needs heavy firepower, and such precious things cannot be used unless it's absolutely necessary, except by the local military when facing an unbeatable alien beast.
Our human living space is rapidly shrinking, and these weapons are our last line of defense.
Is it appropriate to use them on someone who might be beneficial to the military?
The person was suddenly speechless. Changing his tone, Li Bing's expression also became serious as he warned, Xiaopeng, I know you had some relationship with Lu Hong, but now, no one can jeopardize the entire base and even the interests of the entire military district for personal grievances.
As for the deputy regimental commander, I will explain to him. Xiaopeng, the platoon leader, didn't say anything more.
Outside the city, in a huge but devastated military base, the last convoy successfully left the base. Two figures in military uniforms stood on a high point, gazing into the distant mountains.
One of them, a middle-aged man with a touch of gray in his hair, showed a hint of worry in his deep gaze. Xiaoshi, if we leave voluntarily, will they follow us into the city?
Hearing this, the young man standing beside him comforted, most likely not.
The last time they attacked our base was probably because we occupied their territory.
When our regiment moves into the city, only a few alien beasts will be taken along, mostly those that don't obey the Beast King's orders. After all, they are in the minority. The middle-aged man nodded without speaking. Whether or not, moving into the city is better than staying under the eyes of a group of alien beasts, and the zombies in the city can also have a restraining effect on the alien beasts. You go back to the South River base with the transport team first. I need to report to the military district.
Yes.
When the transport vehicle returned to the South River base, Li Bing hurriedly took the goods and went to the research lab, full of curiosity about these things.
At that moment, a soldier on duty saw platoon leader Pang and immediately ran over to ask, Platoon leader, has the murderer been dealt with on the spot?
The young man named Xiaopeng shook his head. No, the captain won't let us touch him. Hearing this, the soldier's expression became anxious, whispering to Xiaopeng, I heard the deputy regimental commander is back.
How do we explain if he asks?
Xiaopeng appeared calm, pondered for a moment, and said, I'll go report to the deputy regimental commander.
And then he turned and left. Half an hour later,
in the underground research lab of Nanjiang Base, an elderly man with sparse hair and well past his prime sat behind a desk. He was engrossed in studying a skill scroll through a magnifying glass. After a while, he looked up at Li Bing in front of him and shook his head. I've lived for most of my life, and I've never seen anything as peculiar as this. Take this scroll, for example. It looks like an ordinary piece of scrap paper, but it seems to have been enchanted with some kind of magic. Even someone like me, an extreme materialist scholar, is forced to believe in theology.
Hearing this, Li Bing was shocked and quickly pointed to the supernatural weapons and potion equipment nearby, asking, What about these things? Is there a way to replicate them?
The old man shook his head helplessly once again. I'm sorry, my knowledge is limited. The materials for these things are special, and I can't even understand them, let alone replicate them. Then, a hint of enthusiasm appeared in the old man's eyes. But one thing is certain, these things won't have any side effects on the human body, or if they do, it will be short-lived. If we equip the military with these weapons, clothing, and potions to deal with supernaturals and zombies, it won't be so difficult. Li Bing nodded in agreement, pondered for a moment, and then turned to leave. As he reached the outskirts, intending to smoke and contemplate, he noticed that many tanks and heavy artillery that were originally parked there were missing. He asked the soldier on duty what had happened. The soldier saluted respectfully and replied, It seems that the deputy commander returned for a while and then left in a hurry, taking away many tanks and heavy artillery. Before he could finish speaking, Li Bing realized what had happened and cursed angrily, This is really messed up. In the post-apocalyptic store at this moment, Wang Chen was enjoying a massage chair while playing a single-player game.
Suddenly, several intense rumbling noises were heard from outside, accompanied by noisy shouts.
Wang Chen immediately activated his spatial perception, and everything around him appeared vividly in his mind. 3 light tanks, several transport vehicles, and about 100 people, along with 5 small-caliber cannons placed about 300 to 400 meters away, were clearly visible to Wang Chen. Seeing this, Wang Chen sneered, There are more people coming to test us.
It seems Li Bing didn't do his job properly. Spatial perception showed that among these people was a mid-level C-class supernatural being, most likely a higher-ranking officer than Li Bing.
Many passers-by were also attracted to the park, pointing and discussing.
Such a big show of force, all heading towards the post-apocalyptic store.
There's no choice, the store manager overestimated himself and offended the authorities. This time, they might even blast through the foundation.
This is probably just the tip of the iceberg of the official power, but it's enough to deal with the post-apocalyptic store. Don't you think it's a waste to blow up all the supplies inside? It's better to control the store manager first, then loot and kill. Are they even human?
A stern-faced young man descended from a transport vehicle, gazing at the post-apocalyptic store not far away, his eyes filled with killing intent. Beside him, Xiao Peng was almost breathless from the pressure of this killing intent. Killing someone right under the nose of the authorities, not only turning a blind eye but also cooperating with them.
Is Li Bing's head full of shit? I entrusted my cousin to him, and he couldn't even keep an eye on him. What a waste.
The young man scolded harshly, having just learned of this situation where Li Bing was considering doing business with the person who killed his cousin. Although his relationship with his cousin from the mountain village was lukewarm, it was not something anyone could just kill. You can't blame our company commander entirely.
Shut up.
I'll settle the score with Li Bing later. With that, he looked at the seemingly brick building that was the post-apocalyptic store in front of him and sneered, I'll make you regret opening this store. He picked up the walkie-talkie, preparing to blow up this fragile house to pieces. This time, he didn't personally take action but deliberately escalated the situation, mainly to show others. This move was a warning to prevent others from being overly confident and underestimating the situation.
Fire! Blast it to bits!
On the other side, the artillery team had already aimed their cannons at the target point. Upon receiving the command, the well-trained individuals swiftly loaded the shells. Subsequently, 5 shells shot out of the cannons, tracing a parabolic curve in the sky. The 3 tanks also fired armor-piercing shells, intending to completely destroy the shop.
Boom! 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 Boom!
A series of deafening explosions echoed through the sky, causing the ground to tremble slightly. The powerful heat wave made it impossible to look directly at the scene, stirring up a large amount of dust and sand. The confident young man looked up, expecting the dilapidated house to be blown to pieces.
However, the result was astonishing. The post-apocalyptic shop remained standing unscathed, not even a single scratch. Not even a shattered glass?
The area around the shop was filled with craters caused by the explosions, filled with fragmented shrapnel.
However, once the shrapnel touched the shop area, the explosive force seemed to disappear, having no effect whatsoever. The onlookers, including various supernatural beings, were stunned, staring in disbelief at the intact shop.
If one were to count the explosions, they would realize that despite 8 shells being fired, only 7 explosions were heard. The environment inside the shop remained unchanged. When the shells hit the building, Wang Chen didn't even feel a slight tremor.
Unbelievable.
Wang Chen was excited, not because of the shop's immunity to the explosions but because, just now, in the split second before the shell touched the building, he swiftly and silently used the cover of the explosion's dust to conceal and store a shell.
Damn it, hit the mark, keep blasting.
The young man roared in disbelief, thinking the shells had missed their target.
Subsequently, one shell after another relentlessly bombarded the target point.
However, when the smoke cleared, the result remained the same. Despite the massive amount of ammunition, the land next to the shop had been reduced by several centimeters, yet the shop remained unscathed.
Everyone.
At this moment, the dumbfounded Xiaopeng finally remembered what the company commander had said and turned to the young man, saying, Captain Yang, our company commander mentioned that this person's strength is unfathomable.
Shouldn't we?
However, the young man named Yang Jun dismissed the suggestion and narrowed his eyes as he looked at the shop.
He thought it might be some kind of high-tech protective shield or a peculiar ability.
With a cold sneer, he strode confidently towards the shop alone, saying, It's just a turtle shell, nothing to fear.
You all stay here, I'll go meet him.
Originally just an ordinary soldier, due to the post-apocalyptic virus, he had awakened 2 supernatural abilities and progressed far beyond the average person, with remarkable talents. With his outstanding military achievements and the unique period of the post-apocalypse, he had gradually risen to the position of deputy regimental commander. It was impossible for him not to have pride. The other party was just a supernatural being sheltered in a greenhouse.
How fierce could they be compared to the ferocious outside world?
As he arrived at the shop's entrance, he could see Wang Chen sitting behind the counter, with his feet up, leisurely playing with his phone. Seeing this, Yang Jun's face darkened slightly as he stepped into the shop.
Ding! Welcome!
Yang Jun glanced around, finding no one else, no traps, no defenses, and no precautions. He sneered, Are you sensing that your end is near, so you're not preparing at all? Wang Chen glanced at him indifferently, his tone devoid of emotion, and warned, If you want to buy something, you're welcome. If you want trouble, go die. It was said as a reminder, but in reality, Wang Chen was provoking him, preparing to strike and seize the rare C-grade intermediate crystal nucleus, a valuable treat for Heisei after dinner. Hearing this, Yang Jun didn't get angry but smiled instead, his eyes filled with killing intent.
I want to see how you make me die, he said. Just as tensions were escalating, an urgent voice suddenly interrupted. Manager, spare his life.
Li Bing rushed in, panting heavily, and quickly stood between the two. Still catching his breath, he hurriedly explained to Wang Chen,
I'm sorry, manager. I didn't greet you properly.
Please don't be angry, spare his life. Before he could finish speaking, Yang Jun angrily cut in.
Li Bing, what nonsense are you talking? Get the hell out of here.
Although Li Bing was a subordinate, being older in age, he turned around and solemnly said, Captain Yang, trust me.
We are no match for the manager.
Don't seek a dead end, come back with me quickly.
Yang Jun sneered, I'm not a match? Ridiculous. Besides the captain, who in Nanjiang City can overpower me?
You must have been in logistics for a few days. Your courage has shrunk, easily intimidated by a few words.
Get lost. If something goes wrong under your management, I haven't held you accountable yet. Do you still want to defy orders on the battlefield?
However, Li Bing still firmly stood between them. Yang Jun's strength and potential were undoubtedly exceptional, and he didn't want the military to lose a talent in vain. So, he turned to Wang Chen and said, he's just young and hot-headed. Please don't take it to heart.
I beg you to spare him.
Upon hearing this, Wang Chen took a sip of tea and calmly said, it depends on whether he has any sense in him, seeking death or not.
All right.
Upon hearing this, the usually proud Yang Jun couldn't contain his anger and suddenly erupted. Li Bing gritted his teeth, wanting to intercept midway, but Yang Jun was prepared and sent him flying with a punch. As the ranks increased, the disparity between each level grew, especially at the sea level. Then, Yang Jun's arm suddenly turned into a steel spike, concentrating all his strength and aiming directly at Wang Chen's neck. This move was full of killing intent, displaying the decisive nature of a soldier in the apocalypse.
The sound of breaking air echoed.
Just as the steel spike was about to touch Wang Chen, he firmly grabbed it, halting its advance.
How could such a forceful strike be so easily caught?
Yang Jun frowned, about to use his abilities to break free, but found Wang Chen's large hand gripping him like a pair of iron tongs. Yang Jun, experienced in battles, quickly reacted and immediately extended his other hand to counterattack, seemingly attacking from above. His aim was to divert attention, but a blade had silently pierced through his military boot, revealing its tip, as he had hardened his foot with steel. However, as a manager in the domain of the store, Wang Chen was well aware of his little trick.
With a wave of his hand, Wang Chen flung Yang Jun out, appearing to have immense strength but actually utilizing the store's domain ability.
Faced with such tremendous force, Yang Jun crashed heavily into a shelf, yet strangely, the shelf remained undisturbed, as did the products displayed on it. Fortunately, Yang Jun had hardened his back at the last moment, absorbing most of the impact, although it still caused some discomfort.
A power-type Esper? Wang Chen slowly stood up, lazily saying, instantly killing with one blow is too boring. It's time to move around a bit.
Yang Jun snorted and charged at him once more, refusing to believe his defeat.
In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Wang Chen, but in an instant, Wang Chen suddenly disappeared. Not good. Seeing this, Yang Jun's pupils contracted. How could there be another speed-type Esper? And the speed was no less than that of the captain. Wang Chen teleported behind him, delivering a fierce punch. This time, he didn't use the store's ability but purely the power of an S-class Esper. In addition to the intense training in recent days, the terrifying force surged straight to the back of Yang Jun's head, knocking him down directly. Yang Jun endured the immense pain and turned to counterattack, but Wang Chen disappeared again. Seeing this, he immediately activated his hardened ability to protect his back, but the range of hardening was limited, and now he could only protect his upper body. Yang Jun decisively hardened his upper body, but this time Wang Chen stepped on the back of Yang Jun's knee, causing him to kneel on the ground involuntarily. Yang Jun cursed angrily and quickly hardened his lower body, but unsurprisingly, his upper body was hit again. Half a minute later, Yang Jun was close to fainting from the beating, but he still murmured, "Why? Why? This can't be." It seemed as if Wang Chen had X-ray vision. Every attack landed where Yang Jun was not hardened. What made it even more unbelievable was that he, a formidable mid-level C-class Esper, even within the entire military district, was completely powerless against Wang Chen. Even when facing a captain with speed abilities, he wouldn't be in such a sorry state. No matter how fast his reactions were, he couldn't touch Wang Chen, couldn't even see his figure, only passively taking hits, and the worst part was that Kid's punches were heavy. Wang Chen looked at the collapsed Yang Jun and sighed softly. "I thought you could put up a fight, but you can't even break a sweat? I thought you were tough, turns out you're just a waste with a big mouth." At these words, Yang Jun, who was usually arrogant, was suddenly overwhelmed with anger,
spitting out a mouthful of blood and fainting.
It's time to end this. Wang Chen activated his spatial perception, about to retrieve the crystal core remotely. However, at that moment, a loud voice rang out, "Wait." Wang Chen furrowed his brow slightly. Another expert? He turned to see a middle-aged man with a rugged complexion entering the shop, followed closely by Li Bing. "Shopkeeper, can you do me a favor and spare his life?" Li Bing quickly explained on the side, "This is our Captain Zhu, once a commander of an army, but due to the special circumstances of the apocalypse, he was reassigned here." Facing a former high-ranking military officer, Wang Chen remained indifferent, his expression still aloof. "You guys with your iron rice bowls, if you don't deal with the zombie mutants properly, you'll turn your guns on unarmed civilians like us. If you can't manage your people properly, I'll do it for you. Don't talk about being a military commander, even if the God of Heaven comes, he'll have to. But this might affect our business relationship." Hearing this, Wang Chen paused, gesturing for the middle-aged man to continue. The middle-aged man, without any airs, pretended to be hesitant. "Your shop's goods, Li Bing has told me everything about them, and I believe the entire military will be very interested. If just because of this insignificant person, we incur displeasure from above, our business relationship might be." Li Bing chimed in, yes, you see, your store hasn't suffered any losses today. When we go back, we will definitely make sure he corrects his mistake promptly and personally come to apologize to you." After hesitating for a few seconds, Wang Chen, considering their sincerity, nodded deeply. "Forget it, I hope you keep your word. If there's a next time, I'll just send him straight to the afterlife." Hearing that Wang Chen wasn't deliberately making things difficult and had softened his stance, the two men couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But as Wang Chen's tone changed, a faint smile played on his lips as he said meaningfully, "Teaching a person may not work even after several attempts, but teaching a lesson, once is enough." Upon hearing this, the two men were momentarily stunned. Then, there were several crisp sounds. "Ah!" Yang Jun, who was in a state of fainting, suddenly woke up in pain, letting out a heart-wrenching scream, only to see him tightly gripping his own arm, the seemingly unproblematic arm that was actually broken to the bone inside. The bones of the whole arm were cut into complete fragments by space. Even the top healing ability users could only shake their heads. Seeing this, the middle-aged man's expression changed slightly, giving Wang Chen a deep look. He possessed the ability of speed, yet he couldn't see how this person made his move. It seemed that this so-called shop manager was indeed extraordinary. "Ah, my hand. What have you done? Captain, quickly kill this terrorist." Unexpectedly, the middle-aged man, who was usually gentle and friendly with the soldiers, was rare in his furious yelling at himself. "Compared to others, I think you are more like a terrorist. Bringing out artillery tanks, giving you power, is it to show off in front of the masses?" Yang Jun endured the immense pain and wanted to explain. He attacked first. "Shut up, do you think I know nothing? Apologize to the shop manager now, then go back and write a 5,000-word self-criticism for me." Yang Jun's face turned pale, reluctantly turned his head away. "What? My words don't work anymore, should I give you my seat?" There was no way. Yang Jun knew that the captain always meant what he said, so he struggled to get up, coldly looking at Wang Chen. "I was wrong, I apologize to you." Wang Chen showed no reaction. Only after a moment did he exclaim, "Where are these mosquitoes coming from? Buzzing. Damn it!" Yang Jun was burning with anger, his body trembling with rage, but under pressure from his superiors, he gritted his teeth and repeated loudly. Only then did Wang Chen nod in an old-fashioned manner, waved his hand, indicating it was okay. Then he deliberately muttered, "Sudden loud noise, are the mosquitoes mutating too? You." Yang Jun's eyes went black, he fainted directly from anger, being toyed with like a plaything, having his arm broken, then apologizing meekly, and finally being mocked and ridiculed. Anyone in his shoes would be upset. Zhu gave him a look of disappointment, instructing Li Bing to drag him away first. Wang Chen gestured for him to sit on the sofa in the rest area. "It's time for us to talk business." However, Zhu smiled, "Not now." Before he could finish his sentence, he felt a surge of killing intent coming straight at him, making his back break out in a cold sweat, and for a moment, even breathing became difficult. He was shocked and hastily explained, "Shop manager, I need to consult with the military district, so I can make a large purchase of goods." The oppressive feeling dissipated instantly, and Wang Chen put on a professional smile. "Shop manager, I dare not make decisions about such a large sum of public funds on my own. I have to see what the higher-ups think, but I'm sure they will be interested in the goods from your store." Wang Chen thought for a moment, but what if this old dang tries to deceive me? So a hint of cunning flashed in his eyes. "Actually, I have ADHD, I need to go out and exercise my fists and feet every once in a while, and your base happens to be conveniently located nearby, so..."
Zhui naturally understood the implied threat and nodded solemnly. Also, the road next to the store has been bombed, remember to have it repaired for me.
I'll arrange it immediately.
Back at the Nanjiang base, just as they received the news, Political Commissar Chen Gang hurriedly came to meet them. Seeing Yang Jun being carried away on a stretcher, he inquired anxiously. Li Bing briefly explained the situation.
What? After listening, Chen Gang looked incredulous. There was actually a hidden dragon next to the base? Were the things from that post-apocalyptic store really that miraculous?
It's all true, and the captain has already rushed to the military district without stopping. Suddenly, Chen Gang seemed to remember something and hurried back to the previous meeting room, rummaging through the trash can full of paper scraps. Luckily, no one had emptied the trash in the past few days, so he soon found that red flyer. He carefully studied it, not missing a single word. An hour later, he was shocked beyond belief, followed by ecstatic joy.
This is the opportunity for humanity's rise.
Meanwhile, in the medical room on the other side, a healer with extraordinary abilities looked at Yang Jun and sighed softly. The bones and tendons in your entire arm have been damaged beyond repair.
Upon hearing the news, Yang Jun's face stiffened, and he punched the wall fiercely, creating a large hole. Ah, I'll kill you.
On the other side of the wall, which happened to be the restroom, a young man with hemorrhoids squatted on the toilet, his face covered in dust, staring blankly at Yang Jun on the other side.
Are you polite?
After venting his anger, Yang Jun calmed down and his expression turned cold. Since that's the case, none of us will have it easy. As most of the forces in Nanjiang City had relocated to the South City, many people naturally witnessed the scene in the park.
Hey, did you hear?
Today, the authorities deployed several tanks and dozens of artillery pieces, bombarding the Doomsday Store for nearly an hour.
Damn, that's harsh. Is that the consequence of provoking the authorities? That store should have been blown to bits.
No, the Doomsday Store emerged unscathed, not a speck of dust landed on it.
Damn, is that for real? That's so unbelievable. How did they manage that? Bao was there at the scene.
I think it's because of the store manager's mysterious and unpredictable abilities. I told you, the store manager is so powerful that not even a nuclear bomb would make them panic.
You should have said that yesterday. So, how was it resolved in the end?
I heard several military officers came and initiated reconciliation, their ranks getting higher and higher, even a general. Yes, I saw them repairing the destroyed park, then sneaking back to the base. Exactly.
Those officers personally fixed the tiles.
Indeed, the store manager is formidable. Even the military with heavy firepower has to tread carefully. These stories spread like wildfire, becoming more and more exaggerated, with some people delighted and others worried, some in awe of the store manager's power, while others were relieved that the Doomsday Store was still standing.
The next morning, in a communication room of a giant underground city, an elderly man with white hair sat in an office chair, looking at a map in his hand, his face filled with worry. Our living space has shrunk again. We can't continue like this, or the organization will definitely send someone to replace this position. At that moment, the landline phone beside him suddenly rang.
Hello,
is this Commander Huang? This is Yang Jun from the Mixed Brigade of Nanjiang City. We've met before.
The old man was puzzled. Yes, it's me.
What's the matter?
Due to the special circumstances, for the sake of communication and management, the 5 major military regions of Huagua were divided into smaller military districts, almost one per province. However, Nanjiang City, where Yang Jun was located, did not fall under their jurisdiction. Commander Huang, the thing is, there's a powerful B-level mutant beast in Nanjiang City, and even with the help of Captain Zhu, we couldn't defeat it and ended up severely injured.
I'm requesting your military district to launch a missile to annihilate it.
Upon hearing this, the old man was taken aback. A B-level high-tier mutant beast. Such creatures of that level were rare nationwide.
Why not let your district's commander handle it?
The old man asked sternly. On the other end, Yang Jun had already prepared his reasons, sighed, and said, due to the leadership of the B-level mutant beast, the entire military district is overwhelmed, heavy firepower is needed everywhere, and the district is somewhat stretched thin. Vice Captain Yang, missiles are limited assets and should not be used lightly. Besides, your military region hasn't given the green light.
Commander Huang, there's no time to wait. Dozens of soldiers are getting injured or killed every second. Can you bear that responsibility?
I've already pinpointed the location of that B-level mutant beast.
Once the missile strikes, that B-level mutant beast will be obliterated.
You'll be hailed as the hero who took down the beast, and the organization will surely reward you handsomely.
Under Yang Jun's persuasive words, the old man who sought self-preservation in the apocalypse couldn't help but feel tempted. Is the coordinates accurate?
This involves a missile. A mistake could lead to disastrous consequences, and we'd both end up in a military court.
Yang Jun smirked confidently and said, "Of course."
He then disclosed the coordinates of the post-apocalyptic shop and emphasized the need for speed. Half an hour later, a Storm Continental missile ascended from the Jiangbei military region, piercing through the sky. At that moment, Wang Qin was busy behind the counter, the pleasant sound of card swiping filling the air. The shop was bustling with customers again, and after a few orders, his small treasury had amassed 8,580 crystal coins. Gold bars, upgrade the shop to intermediate level.
With Wang Chen's supernatural abilities fully unlocked, the level upgrade became less significant. Shop upgrade successful. 5,000 crystal coins deducted automatically. Current balance, 3,580 crystal coins. Unlocked product, Ability Awakening Elixir. Excited by the news, Wang Chen's eyes lit up as he immediately checked the product description in the system store. The icon displayed a syringe containing a pale red liquid. Ability Awakening Elixir. Upon injection, non-ability holders have a 30% chance of awakening an ability. For those with one ability, there's a 20% chance of activating a second ability. And for those with two abilities, a 15% chance of awakening a third ability. Type, disposable purchase price. 60 crystal coins awaken multiple abilities. Though the odds are a bit low, Wang Qin couldn't help but gasp at the implications of such a product for ordinary people and even more so for those with abilities. With this elixir, ordinary ability holders could compensate for innate deficiencies and compete with multi-ability holders in terms of talent. As for regular individuals, the benefits were even more apparent. Sensing a wave of business opportunities, Wang Qin stood up abruptly and cleared his throat loudly. Everyone turned their gaze towards him, waiting quietly. Wang Qin was a figure feared even by the authorities, so no one dared to be disrespectful. Using his remaining crystal coins, Wang Qin purchased several ability awakening elixirs and explained them to the crowd, concluding, each vial is now priced at 600 crystal coins, and there are only 50 in stock. First come, first served. The crowd looked stunned. Is there really a chance to awaken new abilities with this? Seeing Wang Qin nod, they eagerly gathered around to inspect the product. Can 4 vials guarantee an awakening for ordinary people? Wang Qin chuckled, it all depends on luck. Some may awaken with just 1 vial, while others might not even with a dozen. Hearing this, the crowd hesitated. 600 crystal coins was no small amount, and if luck wasn't on their side, they could lose all their investment. Suddenly, a few individuals stepped forward, placing their payment cards on the counter. Please give us 4 vials. Recognizing their uniforms, the crowd understood they were from the Xiang base, where the majority were ordinary people. If all of them awakened abilities, the Xiang base would undoubtedly become the most powerful force in the entire Nanjiang city, second only to the authorities. The significance of the ability awakening elixir for them was evident. Ding, payment card debited 2,400 crystal coins. Current balance, 6,800. Several people decisively swiped their cards, obviously with the approval of the base commander. The leader took the syringes and walked straight towards a tense-looking team member, evidently unable to awaken his abilities under the influence of the post-apocalyptic virus. The team member took the syringe, gritted his teeth under the expectant gazes of the others, and injected it into his skin. Half a minute later, he still showed no reaction, causing disappointment to show on everyone's faces. The leader remained calm and reassured, "It's okay, let's try again." The man nodded, another injection was administered, and as the medicine entered his system, he suddenly felt unwell and passed out. A teammate quickly caught him. At that moment, Wang Chen's voice sounded, "Congratulations, this is the period of weakness after awakening abilities. Once this time passes, he will be an ability user. The success rate is unexpectedly high?" The group exchanged glances, instantly overjoyed, and rushed forward to grab the syringes. "I'll try 2 as well. Give me 3. I want 5. In no time, the 50 awakening agents were almost gone, not due to lack of enthusiasm but because the group didn't bring enough crystal cores. Due to varying luck, some were happy while others worried, but it had nothing to do with Wang Chen, he only counted the crystal cores. "Grandpa, your grandson is calling you." At that moment, Wang Chen's phone rang, and seeing it was Li Bing, he thought it was about ordering supplies and answered immediately. Before he could speak, an urgent voice came from the other end, "Store manager, leave the store quickly. There's a missile." Wang Chen was taken aback and asked, "What do you mean?" "It's Yang Jun." Yang Jun informed the military district to launch a missile at the coordinates you're currently at. "The missile has been launched for a while now, leave quickly." After a moment of contemplation, Wang Chen activated his spatial perception and, after confirming no missile within his range, inquired about Yang Jun's whereabouts from Li Bing. "There's no time to explain, store manager, leave there first, or when the missile hits,
the park over there will turn into ruins. However, Wang Chen remained unusually calm and calmly asked, "You promised that Yang Jun wouldn't cause trouble for me." Li Bing on the other end was almost frantic. He informed Wang Chen as soon as he received the news, not wanting the post-apocalyptic store to be destroyed in an instant. However, the other party's focus was not on that. It was a missile. Even if separated by a whole lake, their southern river base would still be affected by the explosion. Not to mention the post-apocalyptic store at the center of the explosion. "This is my problem. You leave the store quickly, or it will be too late." Unexpectedly, Wang Chen did not reply. He coldly said, "Before tonight, bring Yang Jun to me, or..." Then he hung up, leaving Li Bing to pray that the store manager would successfully escape. He didn't want a major business partner with the military to encounter trouble. In the future, they would rely on the store's goods to secure a piece of land for survival for all humanity. Report to the company commander. The deputy regimental commander. "He has left the base." Li Bing cursed. Even if Yang Jun had lost an arm, he was no match for him. Issue a wanted order, and also, have the communications soldier quickly contact the regimental commander and inform him of the situation. The post-apocalyptic store was now empty, and Wang Chen was leaning back in a wooden chair in the courtyard, looking lazy but with his gaze fixed on the sky. Since the courtyard was also part of the store, it was an absolutely invincible area. Before long, the missile's figure appeared diagonally, rapidly approaching him, and soon entered the domain of his spatial perception. Wang Chen's pupils contracted, and he activated his abilities at lightning speed. The next second, the missile suddenly disappeared, leaving only a long trail of smoke in the air. Success, Bao can detect missiles. Wang Chen grinned and chuckled. Within his vast space, another stationary missile appeared. To thank Yang Jun for the generous gift, I decided to reward him with a chat with Tai Gong, to share some feelings. After a long time, there was still no movement in Nanjiang City. Yang Jun, hiding in the shadows, couldn't help but feel doubtful. Where are the missiles? Why is it taking so long? Not only him, but also Li Bing, who had been watching from the opposite bank. They had started preparing for defense early in the morning, but there was still no sign of any activity. As dusk fell, Yang Jun, who had not heard any sound, couldn't help but run to the park, only to find no traces of bombing around. The end of the world store stood tall like a mountain. Where are the missiles? Weren't they supposed to be launched already? Is that old dang playing me? Yang Jun furrowed his brows, cursing under his breath. Yang Jun, do you know what you're doing? A deep voice suddenly sounded in his ear, causing Yang Jun to react instinctively, taking a step back. He looked warily at the middle-aged man with white hair in front of him. Yang Jun snorted coldly, saying, "Of course I know. The store manager is obviously a dangerous element, and I'm doing this for the base." "Nonsense, you're doing this out of your pride. Even if you have grievances, you shouldn't seek revenge in this way." Zhu sighed deeply. "By fabricating military information, now, even I can't protect you. Come with me to the military court obediently." With that, including Li Bing, 3 company commanders also hurried over. "Stop it, Yang Jun." But Yang Jun seemed unwilling to give in. He laughed heartily and said, "As a soldier, surrender is not an option. I embarked on this mission with a determination to die. I miscalculated. I didn't expect the military to have such fast missile interceptors hidden." At this moment, Zhu said heavily, "No, it wasn't our interception system. Someone saw the missile streak across the sky and disappear in an instant as it approached the target." Hearing this, Yang Jun widened his eyes, looking incredulous. "That's impossible." The next moment, a large hand silently grabbed Yang Jun's shoulder. He tried to break free, but a sense of powerlessness washed over him like a tide. "Store manager, this is an internal matter." Zhu hurriedly intervened, wanting to keep this talented but misguided genius, but it was too late. As Yang Jun, with the crystal core extracted, collapsed weakly to the ground, in his final moments, he cast a resentful glance at Wang Chen, still unwilling to accept reality. A mid-level C-class powerhouse fell silently, dying without a sound. Seeing this, the others were speechless and horrified, looking at Wang Chen with fear in their eyes, afraid that they might be the next to die. They were not afraid of death, but of not knowing how they would die. Wang Chen glanced around indifferently and said, "I'll take his crystal core as compensation. Consider it your apology." Without waiting for a response, he turned and left. Hearing this, the others dared not object. Shui swallowed hard and quickly caught up, whispering to Wang Chen, "Store manager, my request is highly regarded above, but we need to test it at our base for a while. When the time comes, someone from above will come to assess the results. Our base will place an order for some goods." Wang Chen nodded in satisfaction, a smile appearing on his face. "If it's about business, then we can talk." Seeing this, Jui cautiously said, "About that missile of ours."
Wang Chen's expression changed instantly, and he said coldly, "I have no idea about any damn missile. If it's not about business, then get lost." It's okay. Zhu Yi forced a laugh. "Oldly, who is that person? He's not polite at all when talking to our captain. Also, how did that person kill Vice Captain Yang Jun? I just can't understand at all."
The other two company commanders had just moved to the Nanjiang base not long ago and had not seen Wang Chen, so naturally they were puzzled. Li Bing said solemnly, "I can't say for sure either.
You just need to know that we must not make enemies with the shopkeeper."
The two looked at Yang Jun's body, seeing the struggle and unwillingness frozen on his face forever. So, they nodded in agreement.
Undeniably, who would want to be enemies with someone who could instantly kill a sea-level esper?
Li Bing glanced in the direction of the shop and leaned in to whisper to the two. "I heard people in town say that the shopkeeper's ability is very peculiar. It can make flying projectiles disappear, just like how he quietly took Yang Jun's crystal core earlier. So, we suspect that the suddenly disappearing missile is related to the shopkeeper." At these words, both of them looked shocked.
The ability to pocket a high-speed flying missile was terrifying.
If he decides to act, and our base is so close by.
The three fell into a collective silence.
After all, no one wanted to wake up the next day and see Granny Tai first thing.
"Ahem, Lao Feng, I feel a bit out of sorts lately. Maybe Nanjiang City isn't quite suitable for me. Funny you mention it. How is that transfer letter from above supposed to be written again? Inside the Lei Fire Base. Boss, is this okay?"
A young man with a sharp face and protruding cheeks struggled to hold an egg larger than his body. Chunhua furrowed his brows slightly and asked, "Where did you get this?" The young man grinned, "We found it at the foot of the North Mountain. It probably rolled down from the mountain, but it's definitely the egg of a mutant beast."
Chunhua nodded and ordered, "Take it to the laboratory. Try to do more experiments in the next few days."
"Got it." Before long, Political Commissar Qingang also arrived upon hearing the news, holding a red flyer, a ledger, and a calculator.
The two then sat on the sofa in the rest area to discuss.
When they heard about the awakening agent for Esper abilities, they were both surprised, but they had no doubts about it. After much thought, they made some modifications to the original order plan.
Wang Chen sat idly behind the counter, watching the LCD TV hanging above to pass the time. Nearly an hour later, Chen Gang and Zhu Yi handed the completed order to Wang Chen. Chen Gang tentatively asked, "Mr. Shopkeeper, with us ordering so much, can't you give us a discount?"
Wang Chen decisively shook his head, then looked at the order in his hand, feeling somewhat disappointed. The order included many Esper weapons, attribute-enhancing clothing, electronic devices, and many non-disposable items. Although the total amount reached 40,000 crystal coins, it was much lower than what Wang Chen had expected. He thought the authorities would be a fat sheep for sure. Seeing this, Zhu Yi quickly explained, "Shopkeeper, you know, everyone's a bit tight on money these days, even the authorities aren't wealthy. These goods are indeed top-notch, but one's own strength cannot be ignored. Relying too much on external items will make one top-heavy and light-footed, and the organization doesn't allocate much funding." Hearing Zhu Yi's tone of helplessness, Wang Chen waved his hand, indicating it was fine. 40,000 crystal coins was not a small amount.
When it attracted the attention of the military district, requiring large-scale equipment, that's when the real business would begin.
Come back tomorrow morning, money in one hand, goods in the other.
Both of them couldn't believe their ears. They could actually receive so many goods the next day, so they quickly thanked him. To show their gratitude, Wang Chen sincerely and warmly invited them to stay for dinner before leaving.
Of course, it was the kind of dinner that required crystal coins. On the way back to the base, Chen Gang felt a bit worried. Yang Jun is dead, the missile is gone.
What if they come asking questions from above?
Zhu Yi pondered for a moment and replied, "Go report that Yang Jun, fearing punishment, attempted to escape but was shot on the spot."
Fortunately, the missile did not hit any living person.
Chen Gang nodded at the words, "It seems we have no other choice."
Phew! It took so long, finally got a decent meal.
In the evening, Heisey leisurely returned to the store, as expected, looking dirty again, and was then dragged into the bathroom for a wash. Before long, a clean Heisey came back with his dog bowl, eagerly looking at Wang Chen.
Wang Chen looked at the awakening potion in his hand, then at Heisey, and a bold idea popped into his mind. What if Heisey, being a mutant beast, could awaken human abilities? Wang Chen took out dog food from the space and filled a big bowl for Heisey. "Jintiao, do you think there's a chance for Heisey to awaken abilities?"
Wang Chen called out to Jintiao, who had been silent for a long time. Jintiao replied, "It's not impossible, but due to genetic differences, the probability of awakening abilities is extremely low."
There was a chance. Wang Chen was not in a hurry and watched Heizi eat with a kind expression. Heizi seemed to sense something and occasionally glanced at Wang Chen, feeling a bit uneasy. Suddenly, Wang Chen took out 4 syringes and approached Heizi with a smile. Heizi, I need you to sign for these rabies vaccines. Heizi, a stray dog, had never encountered such a situation and quickly tried to avoid it. However, Wang Chen was quick and grabbed Heizi by the nape, firmly holding it down on his leg, ignoring its cries. Due to the tough skin of the mutant beast, Wang Chen had to use spatial cutting to make a small hole in Heizi's skin. Then he injected the 4 tubes of awakening potion one by one. As expected, Heizi just rolled its eyes and showed no reaction. Wang Chen didn't think he was lucky and decided to continue, as the cost of the goods was only 60 crystals. Hope it works out. He prepared the goods for the Nanchang base tomorrow and stored them in the space. Finally, Wang Chen kept injecting one tube after another of the awakening potion. Before long, a pile of empty syringes accumulated on the side, but fortunately, Heizi's strong physique showed no side effects. Heizi looked utterly dejected. Although the pain was bearable, having a grown man inject drugs into you continuously would make anyone think he was a maniac. As time passed, more and more empty syringes piled up, causing Wang Chen's heart to ache, but since it had come to this point, if he stopped now, he would waste so many crystal cores. Finally, as the 147th tube of awakening potion was injected, Heizi's body temperature suddenly rose sharply, and it began to cry out in pain. It's finally happening. Seeing this, Wang Chen panicked and quickly picked up the weak Heizi and ran to the bathroom. Then, he threw it into a bucket of water. After that, Wang Chen hurriedly filled his water tank. Damn, it was suffocating. No one understands the pain of OCD. Captain, report. The reconnaissance team has sent a message that there is unusual activity in the mutant beast group in Beishan, and all the mutant beasts in the surrounding area are converging towards it, likely forming a beast tide. Hearing this, Juisi furrowed his brows slightly and muttered, Beishan is so far away, it shouldn't be heading straight for the urban area, right? Continue the investigation, report immediately if there are any developments. Yes. The next morning, Wang Chen was awakened by Heizi licking him. He first threw Heizi on the ground and then examined it closely. Before long, Heizi's data was displayed. Name, 5 black dog stamina, 900 strength, 800 speed, 1500 defense, 900 plus 100 level, intermediate rank B ability, body-based defensibility ability level, low rank E. Seeing this, Wang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Although the defense ability strength was average, Blackie was originally a speed-type mutant beast, and its defense power was not considered strong among mutant beasts. Having a defense ability just happened to make up for this. After breakfast, Wang Chen drove Blackie out. Raise your ability level to C, or you'll have to solve dinner in the park's restroom. Blackie. At this moment, several crows suddenly flew in the sky, hovering above without leaving. Seeing this, Blackie glanced and immediately understood, following the crows out of the park. Along the way, Blackie occasionally killed a few zombies and snacked on some treats. It could naturally feel the ability bestowed by its master within its body. In an era of survival of the fittest, coupled with mutant beasts from the outskirts occasionally invading the city area, it believed that upgrading its level was urgent. Some higher-level zombies, seeing this, were already accustomed to it and immediately kept their distance. As long as they didn't provoke it actively, that terrifying mutant beast wouldn't bother with their crystal cores. Blackie arrived at a shopping mall filled with animals of all sizes, all of them mutant beasts. Upon seeing Blackie, they all bowed their heads. 3 mutant beasts emerged from the group, each representing a different district. Although Blackie was powerful, it preferred to stay in a corner and rarely left the southern city area. The 3 mutant beasts walked up to Blackie, bowing their heads in submission. This unusual scene foreshadowed a significant event. At this moment in the post-apocalyptic store, the entrance was already stacked with boxes taller than people. Before long, 2 military transport vehicles stopped in front of the store. Li Bing, looking flustered, handed the spatial scroll containing crystal cores to Wang Chen and greeted him briefly. He then hurriedly directed the soldiers to load the goods. In less than 10 minutes, the goods were loaded onto the vehicles, which swiftly departed. Although Wang Chen was puzzled, he didn't interfere. Soon, more and more ability users entered the store, all leaders from various factions, similar to the situation a few days ago. They all had serious expressions, restless, especially the Thunderfire young man Changhua, looking uneasy. Is the government going to hold another meeting? Why wasn't I informed? What is the government up to again? They've called all of us here. You don't know yet, buddy? A large wave of mutant beasts from the outskirts is about to enter the city. Oh my, really? I think with the government involved, it shouldn't be a big problem. It's hard to say. Why would the government go through all this trouble to enter the city if they were fine in the outskirts? It seems to be called a beast tide. It's said to be massive, with at least 100 or so mutant beasts. What? 100 or so? Won't our small group be crushed? It's said to be heading towards the east side of the city, but united we stand. After a while, the group left together, crossing the bridge into the South River base. They once again entered the familiar meeting room, where they were received by two individuals, Zhui and Chen Gang. As everyone took their seats, Zhui introduced himself and then solemnly said, I believe everyone is aware that South River City is about to face an attack from the beast tide. The reasons are unclear, it could be for territorial expansion or for food. Pausing, he continued, the scale of this beast tide is significant, with approximately around 250 mutant beasts. Upon hearing this, everyone was visibly shocked, even the knowledgeable Yi Tian furrowed his brows. But, what I want to say is, everyone, in the tumultuous waves of the end-time tide, in the struggle of the fittest among races, no human can stand alone. We must work together, soldiers and civilians united, to protect the scarce living space of humanity. Now, is there anyone who's too scared to face the challenge and wants to hide in the back? The crowd's eyes were resolute, each one eager for action. We, from Xiang, have no objections. Damn it! How can we let a few beasts scare us? There's nowhere to hide. Charge with our horns, not a blade of grass shall grow. Let's do it! Win and get crystal cores, lose and start over in the next life. Seeing no one backing down, Zhui nodded in relief, then rose slowly and saluted the crowd. Now, let me arrange the tactics. Activate side mission, help resolve the beast tide crisis, reduce human casualties, and protect the customer base of the store. Reward, increase all body stats by 150. The voice of Jin Tiao suddenly sounded. Ha! Wang Chen, who was receiving a massage, was slightly stunned, his face showing reluctance. However, the customer base was indeed important, and a stat increase of 150 was tempting. After all the training, his body stats were still below 200. It's not bad to go out for a walk. If we encounter trouble on the way, we can capture them to help out. Dealing with the beast tide is a job for the former beast king. The leaders of the group that had just left also returned to the store, their faces showing determination and indignation. But that wasn't the key point. The key was that they had emptied their payment cards. They had ordered a large amount of weapons and equipment, most likely to prepare for the upcoming beast tide. Of course, some people were enjoying themselves. Zhang Yingjing, with the money for beef rice, you'd better buy more skill scrolls. Zhang Yingjing, with a mouthful of oil from the food, raised his lunchbox and said boldly, after finishing this meal, we'll meet at the martyrs' cemetery. At that moment, while checking out, Ling Xuelian suddenly asked Wang Chen, store manager, will you intervene in the beast tide invasion? At her words, everyone's gaze turned towards Wang Chen. If the powerful Wang Chen were to take action, everyone's confidence in victory would undoubtedly soar. After all, in Nanjiang City, who didn't know that the store manager was the strongest person around? Wang Chen smiled and said, if necessary, maybe. With this affirmative answer, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As it was already noon and they needed to head to the defense location, they quickly stored the purchased weapons and equipment in their spatial scrolls before hurriedly leaving. Roar, roar, roar. A D-level zombie gestured towards a smaller zombie with unusually large ears. The smaller zombie nodded and spoke, let the zombies from the East City area retreat to the territories of Shadow Charm and Titan, and call them over. Let them fight, it's best if both sides suffer losses, then we can take advantage of the situation. Soon, there was movement at the Nanjiang base across the river, with transport vehicles, artillery transport vehicles, and tanks all leaving the base. At that moment, a middle-aged man in military uniform approached the store. Comrade store manager, what's your take on the beast tide situation? Chen Gang came up and asked tentatively. Wang Chen glanced over and said calmly, the East City is too far, I can't see it. That's not a problem, I'll personally drive you there to take a look. Wang Chen, what about Zhui? Chen Gang sighed softly, time is running out, he's heading to the front line after the meeting, so he sent me. Wang Chen put down the book of abilities in his hand, looking somewhat weary, little Chen, let me tell you, there's no need for me to take action. The alien beasts won't be able to enter the city. How should I put it? Chen Gang quickly bent down and asked, feeling no discomfort being called Xiao Chen by a young man. It was because they were having a hard time dealing with the beast tide that they had sneakily, tactically retreated to the urban area. Moreover, this beast tide was larger in scale compared to previous ones, and with the powerful deputy commander being preoccupied, the military district could only dispatch 3 bombers at most, with the option of supporting a missile when necessary. However, facing a large number of agile alien beasts, precise strikes were difficult to achieve. Unless a large-scale saturation attack could be carried out, it was clearly a pipe dream considering the ammunition reserves. Nuclear strikes were even more unrealistic, not to mention the residents of Nanjiang and the reconstruction after a nuclear strike would pose a major challenge. After all, no one knew how long this disaster would last, and so far, no region had resorted to using nuclear weapons. Facing those high-level alien beasts outside the suburbs, you may seem outnumbered and facing a desperate situation, but you still have allies hiding in the shadows. Allies? Besides the military district busy behind the scenes and the struggling supernatural beings throughout Nanjiang, who else was there? The local alien beasts in Nanjiang City, they are not very aggressive. As long as you don't provoke them or encroach on their territory, they rarely cause trouble, some people even feed them. If foreign alien beasts try to enter their territory, do you think they won't react? Don't underestimate this group of alien beasts, they are intelligent now. What you should really guard against now are the zombies in Nanjiang City. It's a case of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Hearing this, Chen Gang couldn't help but raise a question: zombies? Although there are many zombies, they have never had high levels, and their physical abilities are inferior to alien beasts. Wang Chen sneered, bluntly saying, "Then I can only say that your official investigation in this area is quite ordinary." Although Chen Gang was skeptical, he still nodded. "Alright, I will go to the front line now to inform and also convey your thoughts to the commander." Then he hurriedly left. On the other side, in the temporary command post in Dongcheng, report to the commander. The beast horde is less than 50 kilometers away from the defense line. They will arrive in about an hour. Zhu Yuan looked towards the distant mountains and said in a deep voice, "Notify the artillery battalion, let them open fire only when the beast horde is completely within range, use up all the shells, and minimize the alien beasts as much as possible." Then, he looked at the communication soldier beside him and asked, "When will the district's bombers arrive?" "At most 10 minutes, they will be ready to strike." Zhu Yuan nodded, then looked at Chen Gang beside him to discuss the information provided by Wang Chen. In the barren field far from the command post, 15 tanks were lined up in a row, each carrying armor-piercing shells. In the rear, there were nearly 400 supernatural beings sitting on the ground, chatting with each other. The common enemy forced them to temporarily set aside their prejudices against each other. These 400 people were all the combat-capable supernatural beings of the private forces in Nanjiang City. Of course, there were also some non-combatant supernatural beings responsible for other tasks. They were divided into 40 small teams to kill the alien beasts. Soon, the military's supernatural beings also arrived one after another, totaling over 200 supernatural beings, standing neatly in the open space in 10-person teams to kill the alien beasts. As time passed by, Zhu Yuan stared closely at the somewhat gloomy sky, furrowing his brows slightly. He turned and asked, "Where are the district's bombers? Why haven't we heard anything from them for so long?" Soon, the communication soldier brought bad news. "We can't reach bombers 1, 2, and 3 at all. Keep trying to contact them." Zhu Yuan looked up at the sky, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. In the distance, several black dots appeared in the high sky, gradually approaching and enlarging. They were 3 eagles, each about 4 to 5 meters long. They were swiftly flying towards the crowd below. Zhu Yi's heart skipped a beat as he grabbed the walkie-talkie and shouted, "There are strange beasts in the sky. Take cover. Anti-aircraft guns, fire." The crowd, following the command, looked up at the strange beasts diving down. Some sought cover, while others bravely confronted them. "Damn it! Bring down these beasts! Take my flame strike! Flash attack!" The attacks with extraordinary abilities on the 3 approaching beasts were not very effective, more like a lump. The 3 beasts plunged into the crowd, but nearby anti-aircraft guns opened fire one after another. The dense 23mm bullets hit the beasts, finally having some effect, causing them to feel pain and ascend. However, their half-meter-long eagle claws and sharp beaks pierced the chests of many unfortunate individuals. As they reached the sky, the soldiers firing below began to shoot recklessly. 2 eagles had their wings shot to pieces, falling weakly to the ground, raising clouds of dust. The remaining one fled in panic, leaving feathers and corpses scattered around. Report to the captain, "It's just 3D-level strange beasts." A perceptive individual in the command center spoke. Hearing this, Zhu Yi and Chen Gang exchanged a glance, sighing together. 3D-level flying strange beasts had just taken away 7 to 8 individuals with extraordinary abilities. Chen Gang furrowed his brow, analyzing, "Our military bombers should also be under attack by the beasts. There's no way ordinary aircraft can't kill the beasts. We don't have air superiority, and when facing higher-level avian creatures, our abilities are of little use." As they spoke, distant cannon fire echoed,
signaling the start of the artillery barrage from the Mongshan Artillery Battalion. This meant the beast tide was less than 10 kilometers away from them. The fleeing eagles flew to a giant cave on a cliff in the northern mountains. Soon, a piercing scream echoed from inside, followed by a gray figure flying out of the cave as if covering 1,000 miles in an instant. On the other side, Zhu Yi immediately issued the order to prepare for battle, then walked out of the command center with Chen Gang to personally oversee the situation. The extraordinary individuals had no time to mourn the few who had died moments ago. Instead, they tightened their grip on their weapons, nerves taut, staring intently at the distant camphor forest. After a while, the sound of gunfire gradually ceased, replaced by the roars of wild beasts. Report to the captain. Most of the strange beasts in the beast horde have been successfully eliminated, leaving only about a third of them. A voice of joy suddenly came over the walkie-talkie. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yi was momentarily stunned, then joyfully exclaimed, "Well done." As the tall camphor trees ahead stirred, some of the beasts running at the front gradually revealed their massive forms. Among them were mutated ants, beetles, wild boars, porcupines, and leopard cats. Some were missing limbs, others were bloody and mangled, yet they charged towards the crowd without feeling pain. They quickly entered the open area between the tanks and the beast horde. Boom! 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 A series of explosions rang out. Over a dozen anti-tank landmines buried underground were detonated, blasting up large amounts of mud and sand, once again injuring the beasts. After the bombardment, many beasts still survived and charged towards the crowd. Tank soldiers faced the remaining beasts, unleashing armor-piercing shells one after another, reaping the lives of the wounded beasts like grim reapers. Kill! The extraordinary individuals rushed forward together, eager for some military merit. Soon, they completely wiped out the remaining few beasts. After analyzing the data of these exotic beasts, Yi Tian muttered in confusion, "With a horde of beasts at this level, none of the exotic beasts exceed grade C. The military can handle it completely. Is it necessary to gather the entire city?" Others were also somewhat puzzled, but more relieved. After all, who would want to fight desperately with exotic beasts for no reason? Is this it? I thought they would be stronger. Animals are just animals, they have no brains at all, just mindlessly charging forward. I can only say that practice makes perfect. I survived, we won. Long live humanity. The crowd cheered and rejoiced, some even started collecting crystal cores on the battlefield. Looking at the bodies of exotic beasts scattered on the ground, Zhu Yi and Chen Gang exchanged a puzzled look. Are the exotic beasts near the city generally weak? Suddenly, the voice of the artillery company commander came through the intercom again, but this time there was no joy, only urgency and fear. Report. Captain, another wave of beast tide has appeared in the distance. The number is several times more than before, but we are out of shells. Towards the end, his voice trembled involuntarily. Damn it! Zhu Yi immediately understood that he had lured out a few exotic beasts without even their underwear, and cursed angrily. Then he shouted to everyone, "There's another large-scale beast tide coming." Before the words had even settled, a sharp cry broke the silence, followed by the distant chaotic roars and the slightly trembling ground. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then they had to face the situation alone. It turned out that they had not even had their main course yet, they had almost popped the champagne to celebrate. With no artillery fire to stop them, the vast horde of exotic beasts charged in, destroying everything in their path. Now even the exotic beasts are playing tricks. Zhu Yi's expression turned serious as he raised the intercom. Let the tank battalion fire off the last shells, deplete the strength of the beast horde. No, those are for post-war defense against zombies. But Zhu Yi vetoed it. If we don't deal with the enemies in front of us first, where does the post-war come from? Besides, whether we can live to see the post-war is also a question. A touch of bitterness appeared at the corner of Zhu Yi's mouth. The true form of the beast tide was revealed, with exotic beasts circling in the sky, casting a shadow over everyone's heads. Then, towering exotic beasts appeared in the distance, including mutated black bears, South China tigers, pythons, gorillas, and other fierce beasts. Roar! The roar made everyone's hearts tremble. Facing the towering exotic beasts as numerous as hairs on an ox, everyone looked ashen-faced. The aura emitted by the horde indicated that they were completely different from the previous few scraps. Shells suddenly shot out of the tank barrels, hitting the leading gorillas and tigers with tremendous force. The huge impact knocked them down, but had no substantial killing effect, instead enraging them, causing them to charge recklessly. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but feel discouraged. At this moment, Zhu Yi and Chen Gang took the lead and charged straight towards the enraged horde. Rows of soldiers in military uniforms followed closely behind. Damn it, our special unit was established on the first day, equipped with the best and newest equipment in the entire regiment. All of you charge to the front and show some results. Kill! Seeing the soldiers bravely facing the challenge, even some ordinary soldiers charged into the battlefield carrying rocket launchers. The various ability users felt ashamed and followed suit.
The situation at Mongshan has already begun.
They are ignoring us and focusing on that side. Humans are truly foolish.
Ha! Why are all the exotic beasts in the city heading over there? The large-eared dwarf zombie seemed to have heard some movement. At this moment, the Phantom said lightly, of course, it's to collaborate with the exotic beasts outside the city and wipe out humanity in one fell swoop. Hee hee, great, great.
The massive Titan zombie revealed a silly smile on its face. Having grown tired of eating human flesh, it was eager to try some exotic beast meat. The dwarf zombie pondered for a moment and analyzed, I fear that the beasts will annihilate humanity with overwhelming force, making us the only thorn in their side in this land. Without a king, our situation is very dangerous. Let's go check it out. The three quickly arrived at the top of a tall building to overlook the scene. On one side, a group of beasts clashed with numerous superhumans, while on the other side, another group of beasts from Nanjiang City was approaching. They were about to be caught in a pincer attack, and at that moment, humanity would surely be wiped out.
Look there, isn't someone sitting there? Suddenly, the Phantom pointed to a spot below.
Hearing this, the other two zombies turned to look and saw a young man sitting in front of a deserted cafe not far away. Amidst the battlefield filled with gunfire and deafening roars, he sat calmly on a wooden chair, sipping a cup of hot tea.
The perceptive dwarf zombie also noticed him and couldn't help but feel surprised. It's impossible, how did I not notice him? The Titan zombie licked its thick lips, smiled contentedly, and said, heh, humans are interesting. Watching us is a bit boring, so he specially brought us a treat. The three Class C zombies leaped down and quickly stood in front of the young man. The young man sat with his legs crossed, leaning back in his chair, calmly sipping his tea, then turned a page in the book in his hand, ignoring them. The Titan pointed to its own dark and ugly face, puzzled, do we look friendly? Why doesn't he even look at us? The Phantom bluntly replied, you're ugly. The dwarf zombie frowned slightly, I can't sense any fluctuations in his abilities, but I feel he's dangerous. The last time I felt this way was with a king.
Hearing this, even the Phantom dared not act rashly.
The Titan, moving its not-so-large brain, felt somewhat disdainful. What are you saying? No ability fluctuations, yet very dangerous. You're contradicting yourself. I say, this guy is like a plastic bag, good at pretending. Watch me go up and expose him. I can't stand someone who's even more handsome than me. As it spoke, it was about to charge up and crush this pretty boy. However, at that moment, a dark shadow suddenly rushed out and stood between the young man and them. The three zombies felt a surge of killing intent. The transformed black stood before them, its gaze cold and fierce. The Phantom's gray-white pupils suddenly shrank, exclaiming, it's the Lord-type beast from Nanchang that I mentioned before. The dwarf zombie took a few steps back abruptly, trembling as it muttered, at least B-level, very strong. The Titan's face stiffened, its large foot suspended in midair. They had all heard about the extremely fast and powerful beast from Nanchang. Soon, a large group of beasts gathered around, trapping the three zombies. We're done for. The three zombies stood frozen in place, not daring to move or speak. All the zombies from the East City had been relocated elsewhere. With just the three of them trying to confront the beasts in the entire Nanjiang City area, they would likely be torn to shreds in no time. Ahem! Wang Chen, sitting in the chair, broke the silence first.
Hearing this, Black's eyes instantly cleared, and it turned around, wagging its tail, running over to Wang Chen and sitting obediently, completely different from its previous fierce demeanor. If you have other matters, go deal with the beasts in the suburbs first.
These three little things can't harm me. Wang Chen patted Black's body and chuckled. Hearing this, the three zombies naturally dared not argue, nor could they. Being able to raise a B-level beast, the strength of this young man before them was evident. Hazy snorted, glanced at the three zombies, and swiftly departed. The dark beast horde naturally dispersed one after another. The three zombies breathed a sigh of relief and then looked fearfully at the young man before them. Big brother, it seems like there's a gas leak at our house. We should probably. Wang Chen looked at the three C-grade crystal nuclei and a bold idea ignited in his mind. Wait! The three zombies couldn't help but tremble, their hearts almost jumping to their throats. Wang Chen waved his hand, and a red flyer floated in front of them, promptly caught by the sharp-eyed dwarf zombie. This is my shop, feel free to visit when you have time. Upon hearing this, the three zombies looked puzzled, their gazes turning strange involuntarily. Dude, you're doing business even with zombies, you must be really hungry. Under the pressure, they still nodded and bowed. Wang Chen took a sip of hot tea, then raised the supernatural book in his hand again. Hurry and leave, the three of you are too distracting for me to read.
The three zombies felt as if they had been granted amnesty and quickly fled.
At this moment, Jin Tiao asked in confusion, the 3 C-grade crystal nuclei given for free, can the host endure it?
Wanting to do business with zombies.
Wang Chen shook his head, then explained meaningfully, in the apocalypse, there are 3 races: humans, zombies, and mutant beasts standing on equal footing. If I were to kill these 3, the strength of the zombies in Nanjiang City would inevitably weaken. By then, with the things I sell, Nanjiang Base can implement a plan to eradicate the zombies in Nanjiang City, leading to their annihilation.
Jin Tiao was puzzled. Isn't that bad?
Without zombies, the mutant beasts will be under Heizi's control. A stable Nanjiang City will surely attract more survivors, allowing the host to gain more customers.
Your vision is far-reaching, but not far enough. Currently, our biggest customer is the military, but their main purchases are weapons and equipment. In terms of food and daily necessities, they have their own channels.
If Nanjiang City stabilizes, will the authorities still order weapons and equipment on a large scale? If all of humanity stabilizes, the apocalypse ends, will the things in my shop still be useful? Can I still earn crystal nuclei?
After the war ends, besides deterrence, weapons are useless, which is why some countries go to great lengths to start wars. And I, as the largest arms dealer in the apocalypse, the more intense the fighting outside, the more weapons and equipment are consumed, the more I profit. So, before my shop reaches full level and unlocks more useful goods, I don't want the war to stop.
Wang Chen's tone was flat, almost too flat, devoid of any emotion. Moreover, who says my customer base can only be humans?
Upon hearing this, Jin Tiao fell silent for a long time and asked, so, in the end, which side will the host stand on?
I am human. Wang Chen lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, thick smoke swirling in front of him, obscuring his face. But until my shop reaches full level, until my goal is achieved. As a merchant, of course, I stand on my own side. On the side of absolute interest. These things on the flyer all look good, they're making me hungry. The Titan zombie's eyes were glued to the red flyer, drool uncontrollably dripping from its mouth. The dwarf zombie, who had already seen the flyer, pondered for a moment. I've seen humans use the items on it before, they're terrifyingly powerful. If all humans were equipped with them, it would definitely be a huge boost. The Phantom snatched the flyer, analyzing, the man just invited us to visit, does that mean we can also exchange crystal nuclei? But he's a human, how could he help us? Humans should be trying to exterminate us, right? That's hard to say. If he wanted to kill us, he would have done it already. Why would he let us go and remind us to visit? Let's wait for the king to make a decision.
With all this commotion, he should have noticed.
On the battlefield with the alien beasts, the high-level C-ranked Esper Zhu Yi and the intermediate-level Chen Gang charged ahead, disrupting the formation of the alien beasts. However, the attacks of the Esper group were not as fierce as those of the alien beasts, so they had to rely on their agile bodies to dodge the attacks of some heavy alien beasts. Although this reduced casualties, it consumed a great deal of energy and Esper abilities. There were also many speed-type alien beasts that always took advantage of people's unguarded moments to launch sudden attacks. As time passed, the formidable physical qualities of the alien beasts made it difficult to kill them completely, requiring a significant amount of time and energy, while more and more alien beasts gathered. At this point, the Espers were also struggling, with people being constantly injured by the alien beasts. The sounds of roaring and wailing intertwined on the scene. It must be said that the specially equipped Espers with Esper weapons and numerous skill scrolls repeatedly dealt severe blows to the alien beast horde on the battlefield. At this moment, several powerful Espers from the military were being held back by the alien beasts, and the pressure from the surrounding alien beasts visibly increased. Finally, on the battlefield, they understood the true strength of the military, which lay not only in the missiles hanging over everyone's heads and the astonishing amount of ammunition but also in the powerful Esper abilities filled with lethal moves and the Esper soldiers who faced death fearlessly. It was absolutely incomparable to any civilian force. Even if all the forces in the city of Nanjiang united, they would not be a match. Zhang Yingjing, covered in dirt and with his Esper abilities depleted, sat down on the ground exhausted, panting heavily with one arm supporting himself, watching the increasing number of alien beasts. The Chu Lan team, after a brief rest, also looked grim. At this rate, they could not see any hope of victory. It wasn't just them, the feeling of powerlessness and despair spread among the Espers. On the other side, Yi Tian, who was still fighting, understood that if things continued like this, death was inevitable, and he was already planning to leave Nanjiang City. As a reincarnator, he naturally did not intend to end his life here. Other Espers showed expressions of despair. It hurts so much. Where are the healing Espers? Have they all hidden away? My Esper abilities are exhausted. Brothers with remaining strength, hold on a bit longer. No, where is the shopkeeper? Isn't he going to help? Yeah, where is the shopkeeper? We're not being deceived, are we?
Even if the shopkeeper comes now, it's probably too late to turn the tide.
Damn it, dying at the hands of a few beasts is really not a pleasant feeling.
On the other side, Captain, ask the military to send missile reinforcements quickly.
We can't win this.
Shen Gang punched back the alien beast in front of him, saved the injured Li Bing, and shouted to Zhu Yi. Zhu Yi released a mental daze, feinted an alien beast, and then said in a deep voice, "We have missed the best opportunity to strike. Facing the scattered beast groups, even a missile won't help.
And with the current situation, we won't last until the missiles arrive."
He had intended to assess the situation of the beast groups before deciding whether to request missile support from the military district. Now it seemed that he had underestimated the strength of the beast tide and, even more so, the intelligence of the alien beasts. Who knew that the alien beasts would also play tricks, and by the time they reacted, the real beast tide had already arrived.
Moreover, Wang Chen's figure was nowhere to be seen on the battlefield. We can't retreat now, is there really no way out? Zhu Yi looked at the heavily injured people and couldn't help but mutter. Due to the urgency of the situation, he did not organize the evacuation of Nanjing. If the alien beasts entered the city, it would undoubtedly be a bloodbath. Roar!
A powerful roar suddenly rang out, overwhelming the surrounding noise and causing everyone to shudder involuntarily. Everyone saw a black shadow streaking across like an arrow released from a bow, piercing straight into the pack of beasts. Li Bing, unable to contain his excitement, shouted, "It's the store manager's dog! It's the store manager's dog! We have hope!" Zhu Yi and Shen Gang's eyes were filled with joy. If the store manager's dog was here, then the store manager must be too. So, while the two resisted the attacks of the strange beasts, they frantically searched around, but Wang Chen was still nowhere to be found. At that moment, a voice suddenly came from the walkie-talkie on Zhu Yi's chest. "See, Captain, a large wave of strange beasts has appeared behind us. It seems to be the city's strange beasts. What should we do?" Hearing this, the two glanced at each other, suddenly recalling what the store manager had said.
Zhu Yi then ordered, "They are allies. Do not attack. Let them pass, let all the ability users retreat from the battlefield." When Zhu Yi turned back, he was shocked by the scene before him. The black figure was swiftly maneuvering among the fierce strange beasts as if in a realm of its own. Every flash of its figure was accompanied by a blood arrow, a severed head, or a limb. Whether it was a heavily armored black bear, a swift gray wolf, or a powerful tiger, none could escape the shadow's attacks. Not a single strange beast could react to its extreme speed, only passively enduring the blows, awaiting slaughter. Shen Gang was also dumbfounded. The store manager's dog was indeed extraordinary. No wonder they said the strange beasts couldn't enter the city. Now it seemed they couldn't even retreat.
Soon, the city's strange beasts also arrived, colliding fiercely with the beast tide. The scene was filled with the chaotic roars of wild beasts. The war between the strange beasts was bound to be bloody. Although the number of strange beasts in the city was far fewer than the beast tide, and they were slightly inferior in size and strength, under the leadership of the black figure, they broke through the beast tide like a hot knife through butter, forcing them to retreat. Watching from a distance, the ability users couldn't help but discuss one after another. Where did so many strange beasts in Nanjing City come from? And they are so fierce, especially the black one. I still can't figure out what species it is. I've seen many strange beasts, but they all seem to avoid people. I haven't heard of strange beasts attacking humans much. You guys don't know this, the leader of that black shadow is our Lord Dog. It has always been the Beast King of Nanjing City. If it weren't for it, the strange beasts in Nanjing would have revolted long ago. Such terrifying power and yet it doesn't harm humans? Of course, it's the store manager's dog after all. That makes sense. Just as everyone was about to cheer as the pack of beasts was about to retreat, the sky darkened, and a large group of birds suddenly appeared overhead, a dense mass of them. They began to attack the city's strange beasts on the ground. The city's strange beasts, including Blackie, were mostly land animals without means to attack the sky, and found themselves in a passive position. Seeing the unfavorable situation, Zhu Yi made a quick decision and immediately ordered everyone to attack the airborne birds. Several anti-aircraft guns were reloaded and fired at the densely packed flock of birds. Strangely, the birds in the sky moved at an extremely fast speed, weaving through the dense bullets without being hit. The attacks of other ability users were also evaded one by one. They are falcons. Shen Gang muttered with a furrowed brow. Falcons were known for their speed, dubbed as the Sky Killers. Their mutated speed was unimaginable. Yi Tian's sharp eyes seemed to have noticed something, his pupils constricting. B-grade high-level strange beasts. Seizing the opportunity when a falcon was swiftly attacking, Blackie grabbed its chance to swoop down and bit its neck. At that moment, it seemed to sense something and gazed towards the distant camphor forest. There stood a giant falcon alone on top of a camphor tree, its sharp eyes fixed on Blackie. As their eyes met, the two beast kings had found each other's prey. Koro let out a low growl, suddenly started, and swiftly rushed to the side of the camphor forest. Although Kuro's rank was one level lower than the peregrine falcon, the former showed no sign of fear. The peregrine falcon flapped its giant wings and took off, hovering above Kuro's head, preparing to seize the opportunity for a fatal strike. Kuro's gaze was fixed on the peregrine falcon, also waiting for the chance to deal with the bird. The only way was to kill it with speed when it dove close to the ground. This battle also attracted the attention of the onlookers. What's going on? Why are they in a standoff? Are they evenly matched? It can't be. Lord Dog is so strong. No matter how strong Lord Dog is, he's still a land animal. Can he compete with someone in the sky? And look at that falcon, standing out from the crowd, extraordinary aura, quite exceptional. What are you waiting for? Come help. All right. After a while, the peregrine falcon in the sky moved without warning, its figure flickered, and then disappeared into the air. Kuro, seeing the peregrine falcon's speed matching its own, quickly dodged. The falcon's beak missed, and its momentum made it flap its wings to adjust and take off again. Kuro didn't miss this moment of opportunity. It kicked off the ground with its hind legs and rushed forward like lightning. Just as Kuro's fangs were about to touch the peregrine falcon, the falcon suddenly vanished in place. The falcon increased its speed again, evading Kuro's fatal blow. Soaring into the sky, the falcon rose higher and higher until its 7 to 8 meter long body appeared as small as a thumb to the onlookers. The next moment, the falcon suddenly dove from a kilometer high, incredibly fast. In an instant, it was in front of Kuro. Despite Kuro's efforts to dodge, it was still blasted away by the tremendous impact. Originally unable to attack in the air, Kuro was in a passive position, and the previous battle had also consumed a lot of its energy. Under the repeated aerial attacks of the falcon, Kuro gradually weakened, slowing down. This gave the falcon an opportunity. In one of the attacks, the falcon escaped Kuro's sight, and one of its talons cut across Kuro's back, leaving a shocking wound. After that, Kuro was completely at a disadvantage, being hit multiple times, soon covered in wounds, with blood soaking its fur. The onlookers in the distance saw that Kuro was on its last legs and couldn't help but sigh. Isn't this just a one-sided beating? It can't even fight back. It's over. If it's not even a match for it, we're all doomed. I'm afraid this beast's rank is higher, maybe even at that terrifying a level. Damn, such a huge gap in strength. What's the point of fighting? When disaster strikes, everyone runs for themselves. At this moment, another talon slashed across Kuro's skin, sending it flying, and this time, the exhausted Kuro didn't get back up. It lay on the ground, gasping for air in pain, with blood continuously flowing from the wound, indicating Kuro's rapidly fading life. The falcon couldn't be sure if Kuro was playing dead, so it kept circling overhead, observing. Only when Kuro showed no signs of movement did the falcon dive down, lowering its flight altitude, testing the situation, then suddenly soaring back up. But Kuro's expression was stiff, its body completely unresponsive, seemingly as dead as it could be. This was even more evident to the onlookers, with large patches of blood on the ground sending shivers down their spines. At this point, not only the espers but even the other beasts present turned their attention to Kuro's life or death, which determined whether they should give up resistance. Seeing this, the falcon remained vigilant. At their level, their intelligence could rival that of humans. To confirm, the falcon approached Kuro again, swiftly using its talons to slash another wound on Kuro's back, revealing the white bone underneath, causing Kuro's body to tremble slightly. Upon seeing this, the peregrine falcon finally let down its guard, stepping directly on the body of the Blackie, letting out a victorious long cry. The birds in the sky also echoed in response. The tension hanging over everyone finally dissipated. Shu Lan and his group were incredulous. The dog raised by the innkeeper had actually died. The mutant beasts in the city of Nanjiang, seeing their leader dead, scattered and fled. Zhu Yi's expression turned serious as he said, "It seems we have to switch to street fighting. The numerous buildings can provide us with cover." At this moment, Chunho frowned upon hearing about entering the city for confrontation and asked, "What about our base?" The Thunderfire base was the closest to this location. If the mutant beasts entered the city, they would undoubtedly become targets. "Evacuate," came the reply. Upon hearing this, Chunho revealed a hint of imperceptible nervousness but still nodded silently. Shen Gang looked at Blackie, whose paw was being stepped on in the distance, with a complex expression. In an instant, the long cry of the peregrine falcon suddenly turned into a frantic screech. This made the retreating crowd involuntarily look back, only to see Blackie, who had been lying on the ground, resurrected. The peregrine falcon, which was already large in size, was firmly pressed under Blackie. Despite the peregrine falcon's desperate flapping of its wings to free itself from Blackie's oppression, the power of a flying bird was clearly no match for that of a walking beast. At this moment, the peregrine falcon, devoid of its arrogance, was filled with panic in its eyes. A dog, a real dog, to endure until now, I truly admire you. Blackie wasted no time and, opening its huge mouth, began to ferociously tear at the peregrine falcon's head. The peregrine falcon's defense was not outstanding, and soon it became unrecognizable, a bloody mess, until it was completely dead. Blackie did not give the peregrine falcon a chance to pretend to be dead, biting open its bird head and extracting the crystal core to consume it. The situation changed so quickly that not even the mutants present, let alone the espers, could react in time. Blackie, who had lost so much blood, unexpectedly came back to life and, in the blink of an eye, killed the Beast King. The main reason Blackie could hold on for so long was mostly due to its newly awakened defensive type ability. Fortunately, on its way here, it temporarily raised its defensive ability to Class C. Then, when attacked by the peregrine falcon, the ability focused on protecting vital arteries, organs, and other critical areas, feigning severe injuries, and finally succeeded in a surprise attack while the peregrine falcon was off guard. The birds in the sky scattered in all directions, fleeing towards the distant mountains.
We held our ground. We did it. Damn, we won. Too awesome. Lord Dog, you are my god, even though you are quite cunning. Why are your eyes watering?
The espers erupted in victorious cheers. The true heroes of this battle, the group of beasts, picked up some crystal cores and flesh from the battlefield and silently returned to the city of Nanjiang.
After consuming the crystal core, Blackie's ability level smoothly advanced to high-level Class B. Blackie glanced in the direction the birds had fled and then left the area. Watching Blackie return, Wang Chen smiled and patted its blood-stained dog head. As he left, he glanced meaningfully at the distant mountains and forests. Jintiao said, "Mission accomplished, rewards have been distributed, the host's physical attributes have each increased by 150. Well done, let's go back and have some chicken legs. Woof woof."
At this moment, under a pine tree in the distant mountains and forests, stood a man wearing golden-rimmed glasses. His skin was fair, even better than that of an average person. Sensing Wang Chen's gaze, he smiled with interest.
"Have you discovered me? This human is interesting."
With that, he disappeared on the spot. In the underground laboratory of the Thunderfire base, an elderly man with snowy white hair was excitedly presenting the results of the experiment. Changhua, with a cold smile on his face, said, "It's time. Now, with all forces, including the authorities, suffering heavy losses, it's truly a stroke of luck for us.
What about that innkeeper?
Once I have built up my legion, not even the innkeeper, even if Jesus himself were to come, would be of any use." In the dark warehouse below them, countless people stood motionless. The human-beast war came to an end, both sides suffering heavy losses. Due to Wang Chen's actions, the zombie faction also gave up on reaping the benefits. In Nanjiang City, the supernaturals, under official distribution, looted the battlefield spoils in a victorious manner. It somewhat restored their strength, but the decrease in supernaturals was a major issue. The next morning, Wang Chen, having just finished breakfast, went downstairs to find a crowd of people waiting for him to open the door. As soon as the glass door opened, the crowd flooded into the store, greeting Wang Chen before starting to shop.
In this battle, Blackie and the goods in the store played a crucial role.
Without the store manager and the post-apocalyptic store, they wouldn't have been able to withstand the terrifying beast tide.
People held great respect for Wang Chen. Most of them came for the awakening agents.
Due to the significant casualties yesterday, every faction suffered losses and urgently needed ordinary people to awaken, replenishing with fresh blood. It seemed that each faction had received a good amount of crystal nuclei, becoming wealthier. The awakening agent, priced at 600 crystals, was selling like hotcakes, especially the official faction, which ordered the most, buying 100 tubes for a whopping 60,000 crystals. Following them was the Thunderfire base, purchasing 50 tubes along with a large quantity of weapons, equipment, and potion scrolls. Wang Chen was pleased with this development. By the end of the day, his crystal balance had surged to 124,060. After restocking, he still had 112,060 crystals left, indicating a good profit from the beast tide. It takes 10,000 crystals to upgrade the store to high tier.
Wang Chen pondered while having dinner.
Although 10,000 crystals were a small amount for him now, the crystal requirement for upgrades would keep increasing. Currently, his store was only at the intermediate D tier level. Reaching the S tier would be a long journey.
At that moment, Wang Chen seemed to remember something and asked anxiously, "Tiaozi, if I complete the main quest, will the post-apocalyptic store disappear?"
He had grown accustomed to a worry-free life. If the store and system vanished, how could he continue living carefreely? No, the post-apocalyptic store system is bound to the host's life. It will never disappear unless the host dies, Tiaozi reassured him.
Wang Chen nodded at the response and couldn't help but ask further, what's the reward for the main quest?
This time, Jin Tiao remained silent for a moment before replying, I don't understand, please rephrase your question, host.
Wang Chen thought to himself, it must be either the potion to end the apocalypse or a spaceship to escape from Blue Star.
I should make more money for retirement, he thought, looking at the table full of delicacies. He realized he would need to spend crystals on daily necessities in the future. In his past life, he only focused on surviving the apocalypse, but now he aimed to live better. Jin Tiao, upgrade the store to C tier for me. With plenty of crystals, Wang Chen upgraded the store by 2 tiers.
Jin Tiao confirmed, upgrade successful. 40,000 crystals deducted. Unlocked products, super crop seeds plus chemical fertilizers. Wang Chen showed no sign of disappointment, in fact, he felt a hint of joy.
He knew that in the apocalypse, these items were as valuable as firearms, ammunition, and food. Moreover, there is a super word in front of the crops, which must be extraordinary. These two things should be complementary, and they are even divided into 2 levels for unlocking.
So stingy. Jin Tiao, host, these are obviously 2 different things. One contains many chemical elements. Can't explain it to you.
Wang Chen immediately opened the system store, clicked on the column labeled crop seeds, where all kinds of seeds were available, divided into economic crops and food crops. Super crop seeds that can adapt to various environments, with super strong vitality, and a growth cycle of 7 days. Type, disposable purchase price, 30 crystals per bag, 300 G. Seeing this, Wang Chen was overjoyed. In the food-scarce apocalypse, having stable high yields in crops that mature in just 7 days was almost comparable to the mutated rice in the Xiang base. This was a huge attraction for any faction, especially when combined with fertilizers to replenish the soil's nutrients.
Wang Chen set up several shelves, then bought 300 bags of seeds and an additional 100 bags of fertilizer, filling them up.
He then wrote down the 2 newly unlocked items on the signboard at the door before heading upstairs to rest. But tonight, for some people, it was destined to be a sleepless night. Several dark shadows roamed in the night, neither human nor beast, neither alive nor dead, but the only thing that could be confirmed was their astonishing strength. They raided some scattered factions, uprooting them completely, with most members of these factions being captured without exception.
For a moment, all factions in Nanjiang City, except for Nanchang, were under attack.
Of course, the Xiang base was also targeted, but they were the only faction that resisted this night raid.
The sun finally rose the next day, but a sense of unease still lingered over Nanjiang City. The official summons came once again.
The leaders of surviving factions returned to the end of the world store. Wang Chen, sitting behind the counter, noticed that everyone's faces carried varying degrees of vigilance.
Naturally, Wang Chen activated the eavesdropping mode. Damn, there were constant screams outside last night.
I heard that people from other places escaped here.
What's going on?
It seems that a group of monsters suddenly appeared last night and attacked many factions. Now, except for Nanchang, only Xiang and Lei Fire are left.
Do you know why the authorities called us here early in the morning? Monsters? Could it be the return of the mutant beasts? Who knows? At this moment, Zhang Zhang, the commander of the Xiang base, stood up and walked briskly to Changhua. His sharp gaze seemed to penetrate the man in front of him as he coldly questioned, "Is it your Lei Fire causing trouble?"
At these words, everyone's eyes turned towards them.
Changhua just smiled indifferently. "Why do you think it's us? We could say the same about you causing trouble. Everyone knows that your base captures people for experiments. These monsters are very likely created by you.
Our base was also attacked last night.
We are all in the same boat. Why are you blaming us?"
Changhua said calmly, with a look of being wrongly accused. No one knew the ins and outs of last night's events, so no one dared to comment rashly. Faced with the 2 major factions, they knew the consequences of not choosing sides. People could only buy more equipment and weapons to defend against the monsters, as no one knew who would suffer tonight. Similarly, the new products also attracted a lot of attention.
Manager, is everything written here true?
Yi Tian picked up a bag of rice seeds, asking excitedly. A grain seed that can grow quickly without being picky about the environment finally solved the problem of food shortage in the apocalypse.
It is. Wang Chen quickly responded in front of everyone, then took out a bag of fertilizer from the space and started promoting it. High-speed mature rice consumes a lot of soil nutrients, and my super awesome top-notch fertilizer can solve this perfectly. Now, 1 bag of seeds plus 1 bag of fertilizer, all for 800 crystals.
With these words, everyone fell silent, even the previously excited Yi Tian seemed hesitant. After all, planting requires land and manpower, and the cost of planting in the apocalypse is too high.
A bag of 300 grams of seeds may not all mature, cannot guarantee the quantity, and it's disposable.
Spending 800 crystals does seem a bit extravagant, it's better to buy ready-made ones in the store.
Shopkeeper, give me 10 of this package.
Suddenly, a simple-looking young man shouted loudly. Everyone turned to look at him.
Everyone, let's be fair. Let's think with our conscience. When has the shopkeeper's goods ever disappointed us? The goods are always worth more than their price.
I believe there's a reason for the high price.
Hearing this, everyone woke up.
That's right, when has the shop's goods let us down?
Indeed, the shopkeeper provides us with essential goods for survival at a fair price. Shopkeeper, give me 5. There's a piece of wasteland next to our base, give me 10.
Yi Tian felt it made sense and joined the rush to buy, ordering more than 10.
Wang Chen immediately smiled broadly, swiftly helping everyone pay with a card.
Before long, everyone bought their goods, then called someone to pick up the seeds and fertilizer, and set off together towards the South River base on the opposite bank. Halfway through, Shulan, who had hesitated for a long time in the group, decided to go back to buy the new products from the store. If the yield is high enough, it could save some crystal cores expenses for upgrading. She asked the rest of the team to wait in place while she went back alone. In a few steps, she returned to the post-apocalyptic store.
Shopkeeper, give me a bag of.
Before she could finish her sentence, Shulan suddenly fell silent. She saw Wang Chen behind the counter handing out some cigarettes to a young man in front of him. The young man in front was smiling, ready to receive them. Shulan took a closer look and realized it was the same simple young man who had spoken earlier.
She instantly understood everything and couldn't help but smirk.
Hearing a sound, both of them turned their heads abruptly and saw Shulan returning.
Their expressions froze instantly. Wang Chen's hand offering the cigarettes awkwardly hung in the air.
The young man was also at a loss, frozen in place. The air fell slightly silent.
After a moment, Wang Chen opened his mouth, wanting to say something.
But Shulan turned and walked away, not giving Wang Chen a chance to explain. Now the strength of the supernatural beings in Jiangnan City has been greatly reduced, and the zombies in the urban area are restless.
At this critical moment, we absolutely cannot allow infighting among ourselves to happen.
Shui interlocked his fingers in front of him, scanning everyone present with a sharp gaze, his tone authoritative. Therefore, in order to find out the instigator of this incident, I hope everyone will cooperate with our investigation led by Captain Feng.
As he spoke, a burly dark-skinned man stepped forward and saluted everyone.
Chang Hua's expression remained unchanged, but a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes.
Then, Jui looked at Yi Tian and said, "You are the leader of the South City, right?
For survivors who have fled from other places, please provide them with shelter and try to preserve human resources as much as possible." Yi Tian nodded solemnly, as he already had this idea in mind to shelter the supernaturals, expand his influence, and become the largest civilian force in Nanjing City, taking advantage of the chaos in other city areas, leaving Thunderfire and Xiang far behind in disarray.
Meeting adjourned.
Everyone left the base, accompanied by a few people in military uniforms, including Captain Feng, who had to depart immediately due to time constraints.
Yi Tian also left early to handle external supernaturals and other miscellaneous tasks.
At this moment, Cheng Hu suddenly said, "Captain Feng, other places have been attacked by monsters, but South City remains safe.
I suspect there is a problem with the power in South City.
We should investigate it first and expose the mastermind behind the monsters."
What do you mean? Are you suspecting our Tianhe? I think you are the most suspicious.
Naturally, the people from Tianhe protested, but Captain Feng felt it was reasonable and had the people from Tianhe base lead the way. Before leaving, Chang Hu looked at Jiang Zhang beside him and said meaningfully, "Director Jiang, there are many monsters at night, remember to be careful." Jiang Zhang furrowed his brows. Now, with only their 2 forces left in East City, Xiang was undoubtedly a thorn in the side of Lei Fire. If those monsters were indeed sent by Lei Fire, their base would be in great danger. Those monsters had extremely strong vitality and resilience, and their strength was not to be underestimated.
Fortunately, they did not fight to the death last night, otherwise Xiang base would have suffered heavy casualties. If all the monsters in the city gathered at Xiang base, the consequences were unimaginable. Now, all he could do was pray that the military would find the mastermind. To be safe, Jiang Zhang returned to the post-apocalyptic store and ordered a large batch of armor. Seeing this, Wang Chen, who had overheard a lot of information, naturally understood the reasons behind it. However, businessmen always sniffed out opportunities in adversity. While skillfully inserting crystals into the exchange machine, Wang Chen smiled and said, "Jiang, your base is in imminent danger." Jiang Zhang sighed deeply and smiled bitterly, "There's nothing we can do. The enemy is in the dark while we are in the light, very passive.
Wang Chen's tone changed, his eyes narrowed slightly. Why not know your enemy, so you can find a way to deal with it? Jiang Zheng immediately approached Wang Chen and asked softly, may I ask, shopkeeper, what does know your enemy mean?
Do you know the weaknesses of these monsters?
Wang Chen smiled without saying a word, just moved his fingers slightly and pressed a few numbers on the card machine. Jiang Zheng hesitated for a few seconds as he looked at the 800 crystals displayed on the card machine, but gritted his teeth and swiped the payment card.
Payment successful. Wang Chen nodded in satisfaction and then disclosed all the analyzed information about the monsters.
When he went to East City to observe the beast tide, he accidentally sensed Lei Fire's secret when passing by Lei Fire Base. At first, he thought it was a new species, so ugly looking, but after the system analysis, he found out that they were actually stitched monsters. After hearing this, Jiang Zheng couldn't help but exclaim, a genetic hybrid of humans, alien beasts, and zombies. Although he knew that Lei Fire was conducting some inhumane experiments, he didn't expect it to be this perverse.
Is the information reliable?
Absolutely reliable, 10 times the compensation for any false information.
With a confirmed answer, Jiang Zheng's expression unavoidably became serious. The appearance of beastmen and zombies was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2.
Imagine, one is a supernaturally strong individual, the other is an individual who never tires and won't stop until you cut off their head. Moreover, a hybrid supernatural level might continue the mother's supernatural level, meaning that after the serum of a sea-level creature is combined with the human base, this hybrid might also be sea-level. How terrifying their strength must be, and the most terrifying part is that their numbers are unknown, maybe dozens, maybe hundreds. Thinking of this, Jiang Zheng couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, feeling somewhat desperate. But you know, after genetic modification, they are no longer human, they don't have human brains, they can only be war machines controlled by others. Hearing this, Jiang Zheng suddenly realized, immediately bowed in thanks, and left in a hurry.
Those 800 crystals were not spent in vain.
Wang Chen, who had made a fortune, was very satisfied, but a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. I hope they don't bite off more than they can chew, otherwise, I wouldn't mind taking in another wave of crystal cores. Inside the unfinished building, a man with a gentle face and gold-rimmed glasses sat upright at the dining table. Holding a knife and fork, he quietly and elegantly ate a piece of bloody meat from the plate, occasionally picking up a tall glass filled with red liquid, sipping it slowly. Every move resembled that of an elite figure. Compared to the entire unfinished building and the 3 kneeling zombies in front of him, he seemed out of place. The dwarf zombie reported everything that had happened in the past few days to the man in detail, including the end of the world store and Wang Chen. The man remained unresponsive throughout, until he heard that the end of the world store had actually invited the zombies. Only then did he recall the man he had spotted from afar before, remembering that he had a powerful exotic beast.
If he wanted the zombies to take over the entire Nanjiang city, this man would undoubtedly be an insurmountable obstacle. Interesting, I will personally go and meet him. Your Majesty, there is something. The dwarf zombie paused, then gestured towards the back. Soon, several subordinates brought a zombie forward. This particular zombie was extremely violent, with bloodshot eyes, constantly struggling to break free from the restraints held by 4 D-grade zombies. The strength of this violent D-grade zombie was evident. The zombie king frowned and murmured, "It has our scent as well as the scent of humans." The dwarf quickly explained, "It seems to have emerged from a human base, with dozens coming out, and last night they attacked many human factions." Another case of self-destruction? Humans are truly foolish.
A sly smile appeared on the zombie king's lips as he ordered, "Let them fight to their heart's content, this foolish race is facing extinction." Currently, the strength of the exotic beasts in Nanjiang City was weak, and now even humans were turning against each other, while the zombies had been biding their time, secretly growing stronger. Moreover, during its last outing, it had already dealt with the suburban zombies, preventing zombies from other cities from invading Nanjiang. With no external threats and minimal internal concerns, it believed that before long, Nanjiang would be left with only their group. On the other side, at the Thunderfire base, several high-ranking officials were gathered, plotting a massive conspiracy. Chunhua scanned the room and asked, "Doctor, how is the progress with the control drug?" An elderly, thin man sounded somewhat excited as he replied, "The production of the control drug still needs some time, about 2/3 left." Changhua nodded indifferently, "We don't have much time left, we must finish before Captain Feng arrives, so we can fulfill our end of the bargain."
Chung Yuan asked with some concern, "What if the authorities decide to use missiles? We have kidnapped so many people, the authorities shouldn't dare to use missiles. What we should worry about is the end of the world store." With so many C-grade monsters, are we afraid of a man and a dog?
Changhua shook his head for caution. "Let's not act against the end of the world store for now. First, swiftly take down the Xiang base, which houses over 1,000 people, a crucial resource for expanding our legion.
If we can gene modify them all, we will have nothing to fear.
As night fell completely, there was still no news from Captain Feng and his team, causing Chen Gang and the others to worry.
Could something have happened?
It can't be. Captain Feng is a C-grade esper, and the people in his team are not weak.
At that moment, Chen Gang's satellite phone rang, and upon answering, Zhang Zhang's anxious voice came through.
Commissar Chen, Xiang base is about to be attacked by monsters. The instigator is Lei Fire Base, requesting military support. Inside the post-apocalyptic store, despite the late hour, there were still many supernaturals inside, hastily buying a batch of defense items and leaving in a hurry.
Across the river, Nanjiang Base also sprung into action, causing quite a stir.
As the crowd moved away, the surroundings fell silent, intending to close the store early, but at that moment, a tall figure silently entered the store, adjusting his golden eyes and sighing as he looked around. Then, his indifferent gaze directly met Wang Chen behind the counter. Blackie, lying beside him, caught a whiff and stood up alertly, emitting low growls.
Wang Chen naturally recognized the person in front of him and smiled. Need anything? Feel free to look around.
With that, he gently patted Blackie's head, signaling not to scare the customers. The Corpse King, witnessing this scene, fell silent for a few seconds before saying, "I'm just browsing."
Watching the Corpse King, whose every move was eerily similar to a human,
Wang Chen remained composed, but inwardly thought, so zombies can also enter the store. At that moment, Jin Tao offered an explanation. Some low-level zombies lack consciousness and cannot peek inside stores, but it's not the same for higher levels.
Wang Chen nodded, pondering if even mutant beasts could do business. However, their intelligence might not be high enough.
Meanwhile, the Corpse King, seemingly curious but actually uneasy, observed the situation. A B-grade high-level mutant beast, surprisingly showing no temper in the hands of that man.
It seemed he needed to redefine the man in front of him. A-grade? Maybe even higher.
The Corpse King cursed himself for being too arrogant, entering a dangerous place recklessly, and giving away the hard-earned B-grade high-level crystal core. Although the man was doing business, he was still human after all, and the chance to obtain a crystal core by taking advantage of others would not be missed by anyone.
However, Wang Chen showed no intention of attacking the Corpse King.
Only then did the Corpse King recall what the dwarf zombie had said. Could it be? Soon, a cart was pushed to the counter. Wang Chen looked up and saw it piled with fresh pork. Besides crystal cores, flesh and blood were what zombies loved to eat. The Corpse King carefully examined the exchange list, took out a few D-grade crystal cores as payment, and then kept a close eye on Wang Chen. Seeing no reaction from Wang Chen, the Corpse King breathed a sigh of relief and tentatively asked, "May I
ask, are you the store manager?" Wang Chen. Seeing Wang Chen's expression, the Corpse King realized his mistake and quickly explained, "I meant to ask if you are truly a member of the human race?" Wang Chen replied impatiently, "If I'm not human, are you?
Then why do you still?"
Finally hitting the point. Hearing this, Wang Chen took the opportunity to explain his position. "I am human, but above all, I am a bona fide merchant.
No matter how fierce the battles outside are, I won't interfere, but if anyone causes trouble in the store or harms the interests of an honest and law-abiding merchant." The fleeting killing intent made the Corpse King shudder, unable to speak. Carrying 2 large bags of fresh pork, the Corpse King left the store. Only then did it realize the gravity of the situation, but fortunately, Wang Chen's stance meant it no longer had to worry about anything.
The humans in Nanjiang no longer had a reason to survive.
The store manager is right, they don't have their own consciousness at all.
Shu, keep your voice down.
Outside Xiang base at that moment, it was pitch black, with more and more monsters gathering, silently surrounding the entire base, cutting off all escape routes. In the pitch-black night sky, pairs of blood-red eyes swiftly moved around.
If you shine a flashlight on them, you would discover that they were actually humans with wings.
The ground was no different, with zombies sporting horns on their heads and humans with tails behind them, their expressions vacant, resembling the Walking Dead. At this moment, the Xiang base was shrouded in darkness, as if lost in a deep slumber, unaware of the impending danger. From a distance, Changhua, using night vision goggles, witnessed the scene and couldn't help but smirk. "The future of Nanjiang will surely belong to us." Standing beside him were only a few individuals, his sister Chang Ming, his father Chang Yuan, and some members of the base's high command. As for the others at the Leihua base, they had all turned into genetic beasts, becoming tools of the Walking Dead. An emaciated old man held a square device, visibly excited, muttering, "More test subjects, hee hee.
Have them dismantle the Xiang base for me."
Following Changhua's command, the old man pressed a button with his bony fingers. Instantly, the antenna on the device emitted invisible waves. In no time, all the monsters charged towards the Xiang base, with the beastly figures in the night sky leading the attack. They swiftly collided with watchtowers, utility poles, and slightly taller structures. The massive ground forces effortlessly broke through the outer cement walls of the base, advancing and wreaking havoc. Before long, Changhua saw flames rising and heard continuous explosions from within, nodding in satisfaction. However, despite the entire ground portion of the Xiang base being riddled with holes, not a single person was in sight.
Are they all hiding underground?
Chang Yuan furrowed his brow, murmuring, a hint of unease creeping into his heart.
Suddenly, a voice came through the intercom. "B-boss, Xiang base is under attack, please come and SA."
Ah! The voice abruptly cut off. It dawned on everyone that they had made a colossal mistake by mobilizing in full force.
Damn it, how dare they invade our base? Aren't they afraid of the monsters? Moreover, the authorities haven't confirmed that we created the monsters, are they so certain?
Fury burned in Chang Hua's eyes as he gritted his teeth. Someone must have leaked information. What a tactical move.
Everyone, retreat. I will tear Jiang Zhang into 1,000 pieces.
The horde of monsters retreated in full force. The journey was short, but along the way, they were intermittently harassed by 1 or 2 speed-type mutants, significantly slowing their progress. However, the mindless genetic beasts were easily outpaced by the speed-type mutants, frustrating Cheng Huo and the others to no end, raising their anger levels. When they arrived at the high walls of the Leihua base, they were met with a different set of faces, including those Cheng Huo had been thinking about.
"Jiang Zhang!"
Cheng Huo roared, wishing to tear him apart alive. However, Jiang Zhang, facing the densely packed monsters, showed no signs of panic but calmly stated, "You've lost, Cheng Huo."
"Bullshit! Do you think occupying our base equals victory? Do you think I wouldn't sacrifice everything? Look at the legion of monsters behind me, soon they will be your reflection."
Before he could finish, a series of intense cannon blasts erupted, shells bursting in the air.
The entire night sky was illuminated by flares.
While Cheng Huo and the others were stunned, hidden heavy machine guns suddenly unleashed a barrage of bullets. The mutant abilities of Cheng Huo and his companions allowed them to dodge instantly.
However, the old man wasn't as fortunate, struck directly by several
12.7mm bullets, his old bones shattered, meeting his end.
The authorities had arrived, along with mutants from the southern city.
Upon seeing the situation, Cheng Huo hurried to find the machine that controlled the monsters, but like the old man's bones, it was already in ruins. Suddenly, several people stood bewildered in place. With the controller broken, the many monsters around them were nothing but scarecrows, only able to frighten the foolish birds.
Don't, move for me, move for me."
Cheng Huo shook the grotesque monster beside him as if he had gone mad, shouting hysterically. They were once his trusted subordinates, but now they were just cold tools. There was no response to Cheng Huo's almost frenzied tone.
"It's over, all ruined in an instant."
In an office in a giant military base, several people dressed in military uniforms sat, with an old man in the main seat, his thin shoulders proudly displaying 3 stars.
"Captain Zhu's report, everyone has seen it, right? I'd like to hear your opinions."
The role of these things is enough to drive a nationwide victory, but there has been no progress in research.
We can't really buy them, can we?
In my opinion, we should just call in someone to develop them for us.
It's not that simple, old Qian. Have you even read the report?
It says the developers are unknown, only the sellers, and it also mentions that the seller is not easy to deal with.
Forget about that, interrogate.
And they must cooperate with us. It's not a time of peace now, the entire Huawei is on the brink of danger.
How can we ignore the national righteousness for personal gain?
I agree, those forces are very arrogant now, almost disregarding the military.
Not easy to deal with? A small city like Nanjiang, it was fine to develop the economy before the apocalypse, but now, it's not possible. What big shot could emerge now? We need to have another meeting.
People collected crystal cores on the battlefield, and Zhui also saw Captain Feng, who had turned into a monster, with no trace of his former self.
Another farce. Zhui couldn't help but sigh, looking somewhat desolate. Then he personally removed Captain Feng's crystal core. Shen Gang approached and asked, "Captain, what should we do with the bodies of these monsters? They can only be incinerated."
Zhui looked at the vast group of monsters and said solemnly. Later, he found Jiang Zhang, who was busy, and asked him how he knew that these monsters were like puppets, controlled by others. "The shopkeeper told me, but you know, of course, this comes at a price."
Zhui fell silent for a few seconds and sighed. In this world, are there things the shopkeeper doesn't know?
Personally, I feel that as long as you have crystal cores, nothing is impossible at the shopkeeper's place. After speaking, Jiang Zhang took his leave, continuing to oversee the relocation work. Having used the entire Xiang base as bait, the entire base had now suffered heavy damage and could no longer serve as a residence. so they decided to refit the entire Thunderfire as the new Xiang base. Nowadays, the most concentrated area of power in the entire Nanjiang city was naturally the South City, but these powers were all dependent on the Tianhe base. Apart from the East City, the Xiang base was left, while the other North City and West City had almost become true uninhabited areas, as well as playgrounds for zombies and strange beasts. As for the Xiang base, there was also the intention to move to the South City, but the amount of work was too great, so it had to be abandoned. Fulia, pour 2 customers a cup of hot tea. Seeing Zhui and Shengang, Wang Chen knew that business was coming. Shopkeeper, in the last beast tide, the army equipped with weapons from your store repeatedly distinguished themselves, successfully attracting attention from above. Wang Chen raised an eyebrow, his tone somewhat expectant. So, are they preparing to equip the army on a large scale? Zhui smiled, took a sip of hot tea indifferently, and said, of course. Not so fast. Wang Chen. Fulia, come and take away his tea, it's for guests. Hey, let me finish. Zhui quickly waved his hand, holding the teacup close to him, not beating around the bush with Wang Chen. The higher-ups really value it, but as you know, this kind of thing is very complicated. They believe that a team should be assembled to experiment in the heavily affected areas before mass production can take place. Although the beast tide intensity in Nanjiang City is very high, with even high-level B-grade exotic beasts, the scale is not large enough. The higher-ups think that it may not be entirely suitable for the entire military region, or even the whole country. Furthermore, the military region has to hold a special meeting and then invite the leaders of A-level forces from the entire Jiangnan province to discuss together. By then, your store's products will surely be well known throughout the province, and maybe even all the forces in the province will want to equip themselves with your store's weapons and equipment. What are A-level forces? Wang Chen suddenly interrupted, as he had never heard of A-level forces in his past life. Zhui simply replied, they are officially rated according to comprehensive strength, also divided into 7 levels like abilities, and A-level forces are already relatively large forces. He paused for a moment. However, for some reasons, our Nanjiang city does not have an A-level force, not even the largest Tianhe base now, which is still missing an important factor for reaching A-level. The leader's ability needs to reach C-level high level. But I requested an exception from above to let Yi Tian participate. Wang Chen nodded. As the owner of the system with so many different abilities, Yi Tian deserved this exception. After a moment of contemplation, he murmured, it seems that there are quite a few strong individuals outside Nanjiang City. It's because it's more chaotic outside, everyone wants to be a hero in troubled times. Zhui sighed softly, then glanced at Wang Chen, knowing that compared to other cities, Nanjiang City was relatively stable, mostly because of this man in front of him and the entire end of the world store. Wang Chen raised an eyebrow and asked, so, do I have to personally visit the military region? Hearing this, Zhui nodded, feeling somewhat embarrassed. You know, it's a bit chaotic outside, the military leaders dare not wander around. You can't have the highest commander of a military region come looking for you, otherwise, people might think that the country's leaders have changed. I understand. Wang Chen agreed, considering it as a walk outside. After all, staying indoors in the store for almost a month, anyone would feel bored. This visit to the military region could also serve as a deterrent, attracting a wave of customers. Afterwards, Shengang and Zhui walked side by side on their way back. Captain, what did the higher-ups say? They actually want to have a face-to-face meeting with the store manager, making such a big show of force. Zhuyi's gaze was deep as he revealed the truth. Do you remember the samples we submitted? The research lab in the military region is puzzled. Those scholars, doctors, have been racking their brains, losing sleep, trying to figure out how these things were developed. But the effectiveness of these things, they doubt. The military region wants to mass-produce them. No, not just the military region. They want all the country's ability users to be equipped. Buying them one by one is definitely impractical. There aren't that many crystal cores. So, they want the store manager to develop the technology behind these things. Hearing this, Shengang furrowed his brow slightly. He knew that this technology was the store manager's core interest and could not be handed over. Zhui smiled bitterly and said, I know the store manager won't, but the pressure from above keeps coming. I have no choice but to let them confront the store manager. With a worried look, Zhui added, I hope there won't be any conflicts. Seeing this, Shengang reassured, it's okay, the store manager is a smart person, he won't do anything foolish. I'm worried that those people in the military region might do something foolish. The next day, a military green off-road vehicle parked in front of the end of the world store. Before long, Wang Chen strolled out leisurely from inside, followed closely by Heizi. However, as he hung up the notice board for going out, Heizi headed outside.
Wang Chen didn't let Heizi follow him but instead instructed behind him, Heizi, I don't know when I'll be back. I've sealed off the park's toilets for you. Try to eat less poop these days. Woof woof woof.
Seeing this, Li Bing, who was the driver, immediately got out of the car and personally opened the door for Wang Chen.
You're considerate, Shaoli.
The off-road vehicle sped away from the city, encountering hardly any zombies or mutant beasts along the way.
After a journey of nearly an hour, they finally arrived at a dense bamboo forest and parked the car.
Accompanying them, Yi Tian had been waiting for quite some time.
It seemed like Yi Tian was also attending a major event for the first time, dressed neatly and fully equipped with bags. On the other hand, Wang Chen was relaxed, wearing casual clothes and fluffy slippers, as if on vacation.
It could only be said that spatial abilities were quite handy. Subsequently, Li Bing led the two into the bamboo forest, and after several twists and turns, they arrived at a secluded man-made entrance. Li Bing took out a key, unlocked the heavy metal door, revealing a narrow passage that only allowed one person to enter. Wang Chen couldn't help but feel puzzled, but Yi Tian, who had been an official in his past life, was more familiar with this.
It was a subway secretly built by the authorities.
Connecting various cities, it was said to even reach the military district, serving as the main official means of transportation in the apocalypse. Turning on the lights, they walked down the stairs and arrived at a simple platform. After a short wait, a rumbling sound echoed, and the subway stopped at the platform, with the iron gates opening.
Li Bing stood at attention, saluted the two, and solemnly said, "Someone will receive you over there. Wishing you a smooth journey." Wang Chen nodded, then stepped into the carriage, followed by Yi Tian.
Upon entering the carriage, they could feel several sharp gazes locking onto them. Obviously, they were not the first stop. Inside the carriage, under the bright lights, many people were seated in groups of 3 or 5. Standing beside them were numerous fully armed soldiers with abilities, their faces serious, weapons at the ready, as if they had the authority to act first and report later. Wang Chen yawned, casually found a seat, closed his eyes, and began to rest. Yi Tian, on the other hand, kept analyzing the people in the carriage using the system. He discovered that these individuals' ability levels were above his own, mostly high-ranking C-level, and even some B-level. The doors closed slowly, and the train smoothly moved forward. At this moment, 3 men and 2 women sitting in a row of seats across from them had been eyeing them maliciously since Wang Chen and the others entered.
Seeing only 2 of them, they couldn't help but sneer sarcastically. "Hey, isn't this the former frontline city, Nanjing City? How come there are only 2 A-level forces here? We, the so-called country bumpkins in your eyes, already have 5 A-level forces. You guys are nothing. Damn it, I'm so annoyed by people from big cities like you, looking down on us with those eyes, disgusting. 2 skinny dogs, still so weak, must have just stepped into high-ranking C-level. What's the use of such good development? When the country is in danger, we're the ones you'll rely on. Did you see that pretty boy? He doesn't even have any weapons when he goes out. Who does he think he's fooling?"
Yi Tian's face darkened, his gaze coldly fixed on them, as if they were prey. Although his ability level was lower than theirs, in terms of the number of abilities, he was confident he could take down any one of them. Seeing this, one tall and burly man stood up, his head almost touching the ceiling of the carriage, his eyes fierce as he looked down on them.
Disdainfully said, "What are you looking at, planning to fight?"
Yi Tian's eyes were full of killing intent, about to get up but was held down by Wang Chen.
Yi Tian felt as if a mountain was pressing down on his shoulders, unable to move. Wang Chen's indifferent voice sounded in his ears, "They want to provoke you into action."
Hearing this, Yi Tian looked around and suddenly realized, because the soldiers in the carriage were all looking at him with murderous intent in their eyes.
The people around also seemed indifferent, just enjoying the show. "Don't cause trouble." Wang Chen patted Yi Tian's shoulder and said.
Yi Tian calmed down and nodded solemnly, grateful for Wang Chen's intervention. In fact, what Wang Chen meant was not to cause trouble for himself. If he was mistaken for being with Yi Tian, it would only bring trouble to him. Damn, this kid was also reborn. Why is he still so arrogant? He must have died too early in his previous life, without experiencing the harsh realities of society.
Wang Chen silently complained.
Seeing his provocation failed, the man sneered and said, "Coward."
Others couldn't help but mock as well.
Reminded by Wang Chen, Yi Tian decided to ignore them and followed Wang Chen's example to meditate with closed eyes. However, at that moment, Wang Chen coughed twice. Just as Yi Tian was puzzled, Wang Chen took a deep breath and cursed, "What are you little bastards barking for, full of crap? I see your walnuts, begging to be cracked, cucumbers begging to be slapped. You son of a... You son of what? IF ****ing. After a few minutes, Wang Chen finally stopped. He calmly took out a bottle of mineral water, took a big sip, then continued to meditate with closed eyes as if nothing had happened. Yi Tian, on the side, was somewhat astonished, making a gesture of a 6, learn something.
After a few seconds, the crowd reacted, and onlookers couldn't help but sigh. Professional mage. Witty and foul-mouthed, I feel even a rough countryman like me is more civilized.
The 5 men opposite were dumbfounded, and after regaining their composure, their faces turned pale with anger, but restrained themselves due to the military presence. They could only grit their teeth and say, "You wait, kid." Subsequently, the carriage fell into silence, with many people whispering and discussing the military's intentions.
It wasn't until the train arrived at the next station that everyone couldn't help but look towards the platform.
When the doors opened, only one person stepped in, dressed in black with arms crossed, holding a specially made long knife. Clearly, he was the only one in the entire city, indicating there was only one A-level power. But the way everyone looked at him showed respect, fear, and envy, but no contempt or disdain, even the arrogant group across from him.
Even Yi Tian showed respect. Seeing this, Wang Chen couldn't help but ask, "Who's this kid?" Hearing this, Yi Tian looked surprised at Wang Chen and said, "Luo Shan, don't you know him?" Wang Chen shook his head.
Being someone who rarely left his house, how could he know someone from another city?
He's from the neighboring Shanbei city, extremely powerful, and widely renowned.
It is said that when he was at sea level, he once single-handedly killed thousands of zombies, some even higher in level. In the end, his blade was dulled, having wiped out such a massive horde of zombies. Therefore, the people in their city call him the god of slaughter. In the vast Shanbei city, he is not just one A-level power, but the leader of all powers. His scale may no longer belong to A-level, but S-level. With his own strength, he unified the entire Shanbei city, probably only Luo Shan could do it, and now he's already a B-level Esper, his strength.
You can imagine.
Saying this, Yi Tian's face showed a longing expression. Actually, this person, as an official, had long been heard of in his past life and was undoubtedly the first among the forces of the people.
Of course, that might not be the case now.
Wang Chen glanced at the data of Luo Shuang and nodded in agreement. Indeed, it's still acceptable.
At this moment, the few people sitting opposite couldn't help but sneer. I haven't even heard of the name Luo Shan.
It seems like the people of Nanjiang City are truly a group of frogs at the bottom of a well. They probably can't reach that level. How pitiful. Ignorant, others could kill you with just one finger.
Wang Chen frowned, murmuring thoughtfully, how can we hear a dog barking from such a deep underground place? It's really strange.
Luo Shuang ignored the discussions of the crowd and instead scanned the room with indifferent eyes, finally fixing his gaze on Yi Tian. His intuition told him that this person was definitely not as simple as he appeared. As for Wang Chen, who seemed ordinary beside him, he was a bit puzzled in his heart but didn't dwell on it. He quietly took a seat on the side. The train made a few more stops, picked up a few more people, and then sped away. There were a total of 17 people in the entire carriage. In other words, excluding Wang Chen, there were a total of 16 A-level forces in the entire Jiangnan province, a strength that could rank high nationwide. Half an hour later, the train finally arrived at its destination, the Jiangnan military region. The doors opened, and the soldiers in the carriage quickly and orderly disembarked. The others also got up and walked outside, only to find that it looked like an underground city, spacious with tall buildings and many pedestrians.
If not for the slightly dim lighting, Wang Chen would have thought it was the society before the apocalypse.
At this moment, a woman dressed in military uniform, with a heroic bearing, approached, smiling.
Hello, the meeting arranged by our military district is at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
For today, we have prepared rooms for everyone here in the underground city next to the military district. Please rest first.
I will inform everyone about the meeting tomorrow. Please follow me.
With that, she gestured politely.
For meals, we will have someone deliver them to your rooms.
If you want to go out, please make sure to follow the rules of the military district, or bear the consequences. Since the others had been here before, there were no objections, and they obediently followed the female officer. Along the way, there were occasional patrols of soldiers, indicating strict security control in the military district. Pedestrians on the street would glance at them, but not for long, as life here also required currency.
After receiving the keys, Wang Chen and Yi Tian prepared to return to their rooms.
However, at that moment, the female officer suddenly called out to them.
Excuse me, are you the manager of the post-apocalyptic store? She curiously looked at the lazy-looking young man in front of her and asked politely, is there something you need?
Lowering her voice, the female officer said, our commander would like to discuss some matters with you in the meeting room.
I'm not going. All right, please come with me.
What? The female officer thought she misheard, looking at Wang Chen in disbelief. An invitation from the highest commander of the military district was a rare honor, and yet this man in front of her decisively
Refused? Sir, this isn't quite appropriate. The female officer's expression turned unpleasant. Wang Chen waved his hand nonchalantly and said, I've been on the subway for too long today, feeling tired. We have a meeting tomorrow anyway, we can discuss it then. Just report the situation truthfully. We're leaving now. With that, he turned and walked away. Seeing this, Yi Tian felt somewhat helpless but could only follow suit. Leaving behind the female officer standing alone in the wind, her gaze gradually turning icy. The commander is right, these forces are becoming bolder and bolder. The guest room prepared by the military was simple, with only 2 single beds and a bathroom. As for the rough tea and plain rice brought by the military, Wang Chen naturally had no interest. He directly bought a box of chicken leg rice and some cooked vegetables from the system store. Instantly, the whole room was filled with the aroma of food. Watching from the side, Yi Tian couldn't help but feel envious, finding the food on his plate tasteless. Ahem, shopkeeper, are you still open for business? Always open, prices remain the same. After a hearty meal, Wang Chen left with a toothpick in his mouth. I'm going out for a stroll. Yi Tian, who had nothing to do, quickly followed suit. The bustling streets were lined with numerous shops, all of which were not official establishments, leaving Wang Chen puzzled. With resources being scarce, the authorities couldn't possibly distribute surplus goods, so where did these merchants get their products from? As someone who was once part of the official system in his past life, Yi Tian naturally knew the answer and explained it to Wang Chen. Although they are merchants, they all have their own teams of ability users. These merchants invest in ability users to search for resources outside, which are then sold in the underground city, or they go out to hunt zombies and mutant beasts to obtain crystal cores and a share of the profits. They can go out from here? Wang Chen was somewhat surprised. Of course, although this place is under strict military control, it seems like the military also wants to restore the pre-apocalyptic society. Hearing this, Wang Chen nodded in agreement, unable to deny it. At that moment, a provocative voice rang out. Well, if it isn't the 2 little dogs from Nanjing City? Be careful when you're out, or you might end up getting beaten in the alley. It was the group from the train again, including the man named Luo Shuang. Seeing this, Yi Tian's expression was disdainful as he said, Just you guys? The burly man sneered, with military rules in place, we speak with authority here. Don't wait until the day I visit Nanjing City, you'll regret it. The short-haired woman beside him mocked, Tai Jian, why bother with 2 weaklings who only know how to talk? Yeah, I think Tai Jian could take on both of them alone. Yi Tian narrowed his eyes, sneering, why wait until later, we can go to the training ground now. The training ground was a place specifically prepared by the authorities for ability users to practice and train, ensuring that they only fight to a certain extent and preventing them from killing each other. Upon hearing this, Luo Xuan looked at Yi Tian with interest. Oh, the young man named Tai Jian raised an eyebrow, looking amused. You want to get beaten up that badly? I'll grant your wish, don't worry, I'll spare your lives. Presumptuous fool. Yi Tian didn't bother arguing and simply had a few people lead the way. At that moment, Tai Jian suddenly pointed at Wang Chen, his voice cold, let this kid come along too, I really want to teach him a lesson. Clearly, he was still holding a grudge against Wang Chen for his magical outburst on the train. 2 against 2, a duel arena? Yi Tian looked at Wang Chen with a questioning gaze. Wang Chen shrugged, indifferent, I have no objections. Hearing this, a hint of joy appeared on Yi Tian's lips. And at that moment, Tai Jian also grinned, rubbing his hands together, thinking, how many slaps will it take to put him in his place? The group arrived at a small, circular building resembling a miniature arena. Even before entering, they could hear the roaring sounds of battle inside. Upon entering, Wang Chen could see 2 ability users in military uniforms engaged in close combat on the fighting stage. On the side stood a middle-aged man with his hands behind his back, his expression serious as he watched the 2 fighting intensely, as if he would intervene soon. His terrifying B-grade intermediate-level ability was evident. The audience in the stands was scattered, mostly military personnel in uniforms, with some being ability users. After all, normal people had their jobs, who would come here just to watch 2 men fight? If they wanted to watch, it would be to watch women, or to place bets and make a profit. Damn, at the slightest whiff of a business opportunity, the professional instincts kicked in. After the 2 fighters in the arena finished, Tai Jian turned his head and asked, who wants to shut his mouth? No, who wants to come up with me and teach these 2 punks a lesson? A beautiful woman quickly stepped forward, her expression cold, I'll teach that loose-tongued guy a lesson on how to speak. Hearing this, Yi Tian smirked, thinking, if the boss makes a move, you 2 wouldn't know how you'd end up. As the group entered the arena, the responsible middle-aged man stepped forward promptly, his face serious as he said, you all know the rules of our martial arts arena, but I'll emphasize once more, stop when I say so, no killing. Otherwise, I will intervene swiftly to prevent casualties. Do you all understand?
The three nodded simultaneously, while Wang Chen glanced at the middle-aged man, unfazed. At this moment, the four individuals distanced themselves from each other, with the man and woman on the opposite side eager to beat the two young men challenging them. Seeing this, Yi Tian chuckled, then turned to discuss tactics with Wang Chen.
Boss, later we. Before he could finish, Wang Chen patted Yi Tian's shoulder, saying, Young man, give it your best shot, I believe in you. With that, he took a few steps back and leisurely sat down on a chair he conjured from thin air. Yi Tian's expression froze, slightly opening his mouth, feeling a bit flustered. We're not together. I'm just saying, I have no objections,
Wang Chen said with a smile. Suddenly, a whisper reached Yi Tian's ears, a message only he could hear.
There's no rule against using ability weapons and items here. Deal with those two weaklings using your weapons, I believe you can do it. Encouraged, Yi Tian thought about using weapons, scrolls, and the amplifying potion he acquired yesterday. With this in mind, he felt confident, standing a bit taller. Wang Chen's lips curled slightly upwards.
From the moment they entered, his ability sensed a strong ability user hidden in the martial arts arena, undoubtedly one of the military's influential figures. Wang Chen's plan was for Yi Tian to showcase his products, defeat the leaders of these two A-level forces single-handedly, and use this as a marketing strategy. Anyone who could develop their force to A-level was among the best ability users. If Yi Tian could win against stronger opponents and outnumbered, people would think of the weapons and equipment he possessed first. Seeing Wang Chen conjure a chair out of thin air, Taijian couldn't help but burst into laughter. So with spatial ability, no wonder he disappeared to the back. What a useless guy. Luckily, he's an idiot, or else we wouldn't be able to teach him a lesson. The woman looked disdainful, thinking victory was assured. The scattered audience around shook their heads in resignation, except for a stern-faced middle-aged man in the corner, staring intently at Wang Chen, trying to figure him out.
Begin! With a loud shout, the staff retreated to the edge of the arena. Deal with the one in front first.
In an instant, Taijian pushed off with his right foot, taking the initiative to swiftly approach Yi Tian.
Hong Lian, cover me.
The woman named Hong Lian immediately raised her hand, sending a blazing flame towards Yi Tian at high speed. The flame, mixed with wind attributes, burned brighter and higher, forming a several meters tall wall of fire. Upon seeing the situation, Yi Tian remained unfazed and threw out a defensive skill scroll. In the next instant, a tall and sturdy steel wall rose up. Colliding with the firewall, it emitted a violent tremor. In a flash, the steel wall was suddenly dented, and with the next punch, it was pierced through by a heavy blow. Iron Jian suddenly rushed out, a powerful punch swung towards him, creating a powerful force around his fist, forming a barrier of energy. Even with the two extraordinary abilities of defense and strength, Yi Tian did not dare to confront it head-on and quickly dodged. This punch made the audience in the stands brighten their eyes in praise and admiration. It seems that the ordinary ability users still have something up their sleeves. Dodging away, Yi Tian's footsteps did not stop as he drew out his extraordinary Tang sword and took the initiative to attack. He knew that the inertia of this punch was significant, with a long follow-through. However, just as his speed increased, a flaming arrow came at him again, bright and dazzling. Yi Tian furrowed his brows slightly but did not evade. Instead, he activated his defensive ability to protect himself, then swiftly slashed towards Iron Jian's neck with his Tang sword.
As Yi Tian expected, the follow-through of that punch was long.
Although Iron Jian reacted quickly, Yi Tian's Tang sword arrived, forcing him to quickly raise his arm to protect vital areas and activate his defensive ability. However, Iron Jian underestimated the power of the Tang sword. This strike directly broke through the skin's defense, leaving a terrifying scar on his arm's bone, almost cutting through it. He grunted in pain and quickly backed away. Due to being hit by the flaming arrow, Yi Tian was sent flying, retreating several steps before stabilizing himself. Witnessing this scene, cheers erupted from the audience, even the middle-aged man in the shadows, looking at Yi Tian's Tang sword with amazement.
The fight was indeed thrilling. However, the middle-aged man acting as the referee was sweating profusely.
Despite having perception and defensive extraordinary abilities, he dared not lose focus for a moment, fearing a fatal outcome.
I've been given strict orders from above.
If there's a fatality, this martial arts arena of mine will be confiscated. The middle-aged man could only smile bitterly, swearing never to host any ability users above C rank again.
Of course, exceptions could be made with additional payment.
Yi Tian's outer garment had already been burned with a large hole, revealing his defensive attribute innerwear. But he knew this clothing wouldn't last much longer. After this round, both Iron Jian and Hong Lian were somewhat surprised, realizing that this young man was no ordinary opponent. Seeing their attacks being directly resisted, Hong Lian's expression turned serious.
Iron Jian, he's a leader of an A-rank force after all. We need to take this seriously. If we end up losing in a 2-on-1 situation, how can we face being leaders of a force?
Iron Jian tore off a piece of cloth from his shirt with his mouth, bandaging his arm's wound while speaking solemnly, "Alright."
Yi Tian's expression was also grave.
In a 1-on-1 situation, victory was certain for him, but in a 2-on-1 scenario, it became precarious. Seeing this, Wang Chen, who was sitting on a chair, slowly stood up, instantly capturing everyone's attention.
Was he going to intervene? Could he turn the tide of the battle? However, Wang Chen silently moved his chair back a bit, to the edge of the dueling arena, making space for them. Everyone.
Then, Wang Chen took out a cup from his space, especially made milk tea.
Don't overthink it, it's the regular kind.
He then savored it slowly. This caused a wave of whispers in the audience.
Yi Tian focused intently, suddenly moved without warning, and swiftly dashed towards Hong Lian. First, let's cut in at position C.
Hong Lian reacted swiftly, launching a flame attack, not very powerful but aimed at delaying Yi Tian's speed. I have to say, this move is indeed effective.
After all, the duel arena is only so big, limiting Yi Tian's mobility.
With experience, he didn't dare to charge the firewall head-on. Soon, he was entangled by the arrival of Tai Jian. Yi Tian wanted to quickly retreat, but Tai Jian suddenly pushed his defensive ability to the limit. The light blade couldn't harm him at all, so Yi Tian prepared to increase his strength, but was seized by Hong Lian, who found the right moment.
A fireball struck out. As Yi Tian retreated, Tai Jian followed up with a heavy punch.
With the advantage of speed, Yi Tian quickly dodged, but Tai Jian's strength was higher, and his speed was faster than the average defensive ability user, so Yi Tian naturally didn't dare to exchange blows with him. Falling into a disadvantage, Yi Tian furrowed his brow, finding it difficult to find a breakthrough for a moment. It was indeed not easy to distract himself to deal with two people whose abilities surpassed his own. Continuing like this, his ability would definitely be worn down by the two of them. After pondering for a moment, Yi Tian leaped up, creating distance, then took out a red potion from his pocket and drank it all in one go.
Was it some kind of strengthening potion?
Seeing this, Tai Jian sneered with a dark face. You don't think drinking a bottle of potion can turn the tide of the battle, do you? Before he finished speaking, Yi Tian reached into his pocket and took out 5 or 6 potions at once, drinking them one after another.
Everyone. With the potions consumed, Yi Tian's breath surged instantly, and all aspects of his abilities received a significant boost. Yi Tian's eyes locked onto Tai Jian and the others, then he charged with his blade. Swift and decisive. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Tai Jian, a heavy blade swiftly coming down. Tai Jian's pupils constricted, hastily concentrating his ability and raising his hand to block. Ah! A piercing pain shot through his brain, causing Tai Jian to involuntarily curse. The Tang blade once again broke through his defense. This time, not even the hardest bones could escape unscathed, as the sharp blade directly embedded itself. If he hadn't concentrated his ability for defense, that arm would probably have run away from home.
But Tai Jian was no ordinary person. Enduring the intense pain, he fiercely swung a punch, using offense as defense. Yi Tian was about to dodge, but suddenly felt a wave of heat around him, realizing that all his movement space had been locked by flames. However, he chose to physically resist. Creating distance, Yi Tian, unscathed, calmly extinguished a small flame on his clothes, then advanced once more. This time, his target was clear, to cut down the opponent. Watching Tai Jian, who was still trying to intercept him, Yi Tian, who was prepared, easily pushed him back with a punch, then sliced through the firewall in front of him. Seeing Yi Tian's blood-red eyes as he approached with his blade, unstoppable, Hong Lian completely lost her composure, forgetting even to dodge. The gleaming blade tip was already within reach, and Hong Lian, without any defensive ability, was undoubtedly doomed. However, at this moment, the anxious voice of a middle-aged man beside them finally reached Yi Tian's ears.
Don't kill! Otherwise, you'll bear the consequences.
This time, Yi Tian remembered that this was not a battlefield. If he killed someone here, trouble would definitely come pouring in. So he forcefully stopped his steps, resisting the huge inertia. But before he could steady himself, Tai Jian from behind suddenly launched a sneak attack, a punch directly hitting Yi Tian's unprotected back. Seeing this, the audience in the stands immediately expressed their dissatisfaction. Even Wang Chen, who was not involved, furrowed his brow slightly.
Am I here to promote and you're causing a scene?
Yi Tian grunted, being thrown 5 or 6 meters away, feeling the pain in his back. Just as he was about to use his healing ability to treat his injuries, a wave of weakness rushed over him like a flood.
Oh no, why so soon? Did I take too many potions? Yi Tian weakly collapsed to the ground, unable to get up.
Seeing this, Luo Shu on the stand shook her head slightly, while the middle-aged man in the shadows was amazed by those potions. To think that they could allow a low-level ability user to briefly gain the upper hand in a one-on-two situation. Moreover, discerning individuals could see that if the referee didn't intervene, one of the two would surely die. Who was that person? Was it the so-called manager? The middle-aged man pondered to himself, thinking, to create something like this, he is indeed talented. We must absolutely keep him. Both Taijian and Hong Lian breathed a sigh of relief simultaneously, grateful that they didn't cause too much trouble for Yi Tian, who was lying on the ground. Instead, they both turned their gaze towards Wang Chen, who was sipping tea on the side, as if they were looking at a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Enjoying the show? Don't worry, your turn is coming soon. Been sitting for too long, let me help you stretch your muscles, young man. The two strode over to Wang Chen, looking down on him. Aren't you good at cursing? Why so quiet now? Wang Chen calmly finished his milk tea and advised lightly, you'll die. Tai Jian burst into laughter, let's see how you make us die. With that, he reached for Wang Chen's collar, preparing to lift him up like a chick and beat him. Far away, Yi Tian's lips curled slightly upwards as he observed the scene. Luo Shang shook his head in disappointment, getting up to leave. Boom! Luo Shang suddenly turned back, his expression shocked. It was the first time in his life that he had misjudged someone. The middle-aged man observing from the shadows also had a sharp look in his eyes, lost in thought. The sudden burst of energy made everyone shudder, their gazes turning towards the duel arena. Wang Chen had stood up at some point, and in front of him, Tai Jian, who had been arrogant and domineering just moments ago, had his entire head embedded in the cracked ground of the arena, as if he had been forcefully struck into it. Sensing Tai Jian's energy completely gone, the referee in the duel arena looked stunned, taking a while to come back to his senses. It wasn't that he didn't stop it in time, but he simply hadn't seen Wang Chen's move clearly, nor had he reacted to this sudden change in the situation. At that moment, everyone was staring blankly at Wang Chen. In a split second, a high-ranking C-level defense-type Esper had been completely defenseless. He not only had spatial abilities. The referee, now alert, furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself, but when he threw that punch, I didn't sense any Esper fluctuations. Could this be pure physical strength? Even Wang Chen himself was somewhat surprised, thinking, is this the power of adding 150 to the stats? Seems like the reward from the system last time was quite something. With that, he retrieved Tai Jian's crystal core discreetly into his space. Can't let it go to waste. Hong Lian stood dumbfounded for a few seconds, quickly distancing herself from Wang Chen. Looking at the lifeless Tai Jian, she coldly remarked, truly a cunning person, only capable of hiding Esper abilities for sneak attacks? Hearing this, Wang Chen nonchalantly replied, I warned you all. Besides, you have no right to judge me. With that, he pointed in Yi Tian's direction. If this was the fate of a righteous person, then being a villain might indeed be a good choice. Hong Lian snorted, I want to see what else you can do besides sneak attacks. With that, she raised her hand and launched several large firewalls directly at Wang Chen. She believed that Wang Chen had only managed to kill the unprepared Tai Jian by surprise, and as long as she stayed alert, he wouldn't be a match for her. Watching the firewall sealing off the space where Wang Chen was, she couldn't help but chuckle. A little exercise won't hurt. However, at that moment, a voice suddenly came from behind her. Before Hong Lian could turn around, her expression froze. How could he? The referee on the side was about to speak up to stop it, but Wang Chen's fist seemed faster, and in the same manner, he punched directly, burying Hong Lian's head into the ground. However, Hong Lian's head clearly wasn't as hard as the ground, and red and white fluids spilled all over, the scene extremely brutal. Then, he showed a calm expression, looking meaningfully at the referee and asking, what do you want to say? Judge, I want to retire. You kid really know how to make a move. Power, speed, spatial abilities? Seeing the deaths of Hong Lian and Lianer, the crowd was once again shocked. They didn't even see how Wang Chen instantly appeared behind Hong Lian. Even some speed-type ability users felt the same, only feeling outclassed. So strong. Can't even the referee with B-level abilities stop him? He's really showing off. I was wondering why he didn't make a move earlier. Turns out he was just setting the stage. Who is this person? Haven't heard of such a figure even in the underground city. Seems to be from those outside forces, too terrifying. The middle-aged man in the stands had a serious expression, quickly got up and left. I need to inform them quickly, we really can't keep this person. Soon, Wang Chen and the others left the training ground. As for the group that came with Tai Jian, seeing the situation turning bad, they fled, not even bothering to collect the bodies. At that moment, Luo Shang suddenly appeared on the path that Wang Chen and the others took back to their room. I am Luo Shang from Anchi City, how should I address you too? The usually aloof Luo Shang actually took the initiative to speak.
Yi Tian hurriedly explained, "We are from Nanjing City. I am Yi Tian, and this is
the shopkeeper." Shopkeeper? Luo Shang thought that the enigmatic Wang Chen would ignore him, but he unexpectedly approached and took out a red paper, smiling as he explained, "End of the world shop, located near Nanjing University at Lakeside Park.
Is this young man interested in our shop's products?
The amplification potion used by Yi Tian just now, and the tang knife that cuts iron like mud, are all from our shop, sufficient quantity, tenfold compensation for any fakes, absolutely trustworthy." Sales? The sudden burst of professional enthusiasm left Luo Shang somewhat at a loss, waving his hand, "I don't have that intention for now, just wanted to get acquainted."
Before he could finish speaking, Wang Chen's expression suddenly turned cold, saying indifferently, "Is there something important? If not, we'll be leaving." With that, he moved to leave. I'll buy.
Wang Chen's face changed again, smiling as he introduced the products to Luo Shang. Initially uninterested, as he listened, he felt something was amiss, with a bunch of fantastical things written on it. And looking at Wang Chen's demeanor, it didn't seem like he was joking. So he took the flyer and said, "If needed, I will personally visit."
"Can I ask, what is the shopkeeper's level of abilities at now?"
Luo Shang's strength was unparalleled among the common folk, but the sudden appearance of Wang Chen dealt a blow to his martial pride. After all, his current achievements were attained after spending much more time and effort than the average person, yet this person before him,
without any fanfare, just staying in a small city like Nanjing, why was he stronger than himself? Wang Chen shook his head in silence, not wanting to answer that question. So Luo Shang tried a different approach, asking, "Then if we were to face off, what are my chances of winning?" Wang Chen glanced at his data and bluntly replied, 0.
Hearing this, Luo Shang was stunned, then bid farewell and left.
The next day after breakfast, the female military officer from last night came to call everyone.
When all were assembled, she noticed the subtle expressions on everyone's faces and the absence of two people.
"Where are the other two?" she frowned and asked.
Everyone looked at each other, silent, their eyes occasionally drifting towards someone. They all heard about it, how he single-handedly defeated a C-level high-ranking ability user with just one punch. Even the B-level ability users at the training ground couldn't stop him.
Seeing this, Wang Chen casually made up a reason. "They said their homesickness kept them up all night, so they left together," he said, then looked at the three accompanying Tai Jian and Honglian, smiling, "Don't you believe me? Ask the others who traveled with them, right?"
Upon hearing this, the three of them were startled and quickly nodded in agreement.
Yes. It's a package." Seeing this, the female officer didn't say much and led the group towards the military district.
A man with gold-rimmed glasses arrived at the foot of the northern mountain. He looked up and saw a giant cave on the cliff above. Despite the distance of several hundred meters, faint bird cries could still be heard coming from the cave.
It sounded like a wife's lament, like an enemy's roar. "Humans, what can stop us?" With that, he leaped up. The group boarded a heavily sealed transport vehicle where they couldn't see anything outside, except for Wang Chen, who had spatial awareness. After nearly half an hour of driving, the vehicle gradually slowed down until it came to a complete stop. Upon disembarking, they could see the tightly sealed surroundings, a testament to the military's security measures. After passing several checkpoints, elevators, and corridors, the group finally arrived at a large conference room to wait. During this time, everyone remained silent, understanding each other without words. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, an elderly man quietly watched the surveillance footage of the conference room. The conference room fell into a dead silence, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop, until some commotion was heard at the door, which then swung open. Following that, rows of fully armed, stern-faced soldiers marched in, taking their designated positions in a disciplined manner. There were a total of 20 soldiers with extraordinary abilities, all ranking above B level, with the lead middle-aged man even reaching the terrifying low-tier A level. Carrying a major general's insignia on his shoulders, the middle-aged man appeared indifferent, his sharp and profound gaze seeming to penetrate everything as he scanned the crowd repeatedly. These individuals were undoubtedly the most elite force in the entire military district, representing the peak combat power of the Jiangnan province military. Each person here possessed strength that could dominate in any other setting, showcasing the military's formidable power. Before long, there was another sound at the door. "Listen to me, we need to consider this matter further. He really has something. Who does he think he is, challenging the entire military district alone? Old Wu, you're getting more hesitant as you age. If everyone were like you, our organization would have no way out. Enough from you, leave it to us." 5 men in military uniforms entered, most of them bulky and well into their 50s, all holding the rank of Major General, with only one of them being an Esper.
That person was the middle-aged man from the training ground the day before, a B-level intermediate esper, who felt somewhat uneasy as he glanced at Wang Chen, who was sitting back with his eyes closed. Seeing this, everyone quickly stood up to pay their respects, except for Wang Chen, who remained seated, aloof and indifferent. The high-ranking military officials immediately understood this man's identity and felt displeased. After all, he had blatantly ignored the commander's summons yesterday, showing a lack of regard for the military district. Once seated, a man with extremely sparse hair spoke in a hoarse voice. As there are new faces at this meeting, I will introduce myself again. I am Yang Won, the Chief of Staff of the Jiangnan Military District. As the Commander-in-Chief is unable to attend, I will be presiding over the meeting. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen nodded to himself. Most likely, the Commander-in-Chief was also an ordinary person. In the chaotic world of the apocalypse, it was unlikely for them to appear casually. These Esper soldiers were willing to obey these high-ranking officials who were powerless, indicating that the organizational ideological work was well done. Yang Wen spoke a bunch of words to raise the awareness of the group, urging unity and exclusion, before getting to the main point. Behind Yang Wen, a projection suddenly appeared, displaying a cold weapon with the words Esper weapon below it. Amidst the puzzled expressions of the crowd, a civilian official wearing glasses suddenly stepped forward to explain to everyone. Following that, skill scrolls, supernatural potions, awakening elixirs, and more appeared successively, all of which were products from the post-apocalyptic store. Yi Tian's expression shifted slightly as he couldn't help but glance at Wang Chen beside him, who remained calm and unperturbed, seemingly unsurprised by it all. The military explaining such sci-fi and even magical items left the crowd somewhat puzzled but mostly astonished. Could it be that these were developed by the official research team? Unable to contain their amazement, the crowd couldn't help but exclaim that if they had these items, they wouldn't struggle so much against the mutant beasts and zombies. After the explanation, Yang Wen cleared his throat and said, "As you can see, the functions of these items speak for themselves, but our government did not develop the technology for them." Upon hearing this, the crowd began to whisper among themselves. If there was no technology, wasn't it just a flight of fancy? However, for this meeting, we have invited the inventor of these items. With his help, these weapons and equipment will surely be mass-produced, and then, all the forces in Jiangnan province can be equipped. At these words, the crowd erupted into cheers. Wow, the military is truly impressive. If the awakening elixir can be mass-produced, wouldn't everyone become supernaturals, turning the whole population into soldiers? And those powerful seeds would definitely solve the food problem. Seeing this, Yang Wen's lips curled up as he looked at the expressionless Wang Chen and asked, "Manager, do you have any questions you'd like to raise?" Following Yang Wen's gaze, the crowd fell silent. Why him? Several high-ranking military officials also turned to look at Wang Chen. The military's intention was clear, to use the entire power of Jiangnan province to pressure Wang Chen. If he agreed, all was well. If he refused, Wang Chen would be seen as disregarding the interests of the province, acting selfishly against the people. Then, he would have no choice. Suddenly, Wang Chen chuckled and slowly uttered 3 words, "I refuse." As soon as these words were spoken, the high-ranking officials looked as if they had swallowed a fly, their faces extremely unpleasant. However, the leaders of various A-level forces present surprisingly remained silent, not showing any reaction. Of course, those who did react were taken care of by the martial arts arena's janitors. Yang Wen's eyes turned cold, sharp as a blade, as he said in a low voice, "At a time like this, the country and the people need you. You do not have the right to refuse, otherwise, we will have to enforce it." With that, the soldiers with supernatural abilities in the meeting room almost simultaneously took a step forward, their footsteps echoing in unison, creating a tense atmosphere. The A-level supernatural being also stared at Wang Chen, ready to take action against him at any moment. Wang Chen shrugged and said, "Just you guys?" Hearing this, Yi Tian, who was standing nearby, was already sweating profusely, feeling extremely uncomfortable. "You might not be afraid, but I'm right here." As Wang Chen's tone dripped with disdain, the middle-aged A-level supernatural being's eyes narrowed slightly as he stepped forward. Just one step forward, and he froze, sweat beading on his forehead. At that moment, he felt as if the space around him had been locked, the intense pressure making it difficult to breathe, as if taking one more step would mean his death. This sudden pressure left him stunned, his brows furrowed in a deep frown. He was Guiren, currently the only A-level supernatural being in Jiangnan province. Although his main duty was to protect the military region and the commander, the number of mutant beasts and zombies that had died by his hands was countless. When had he ever faced such immense pressure before? Yang Wen saw that Guiren was not responding, so he ordered, "Captain Guo, please ask the shopkeeper to come over." Before he could finish his sentence, Yang Wen fell silent, feeling a chill on his neck and a sharp pain.
Wang Chen had somehow appeared next to Yang Wen, holding a fruit knife against his neck. Wang Chen didn't want to kill official personnel unnecessarily, especially since the various ability users present were pillars of the military district, especially Gui Run with his A-level ability. If they were to die, the military district's strength would undoubtedly decrease significantly, weakening the overall human strength. If large-scale chaos were to erupt with mutants or zombies, the entire Jiangnan region might become a no-man's land. Secondly, killing Gui Ren and Yang Wen would only escalate conflicts with the authorities, leading to more people being sent down. This would bring continuous trouble to his shop, eventually landing him on the government's blacklist, making it impossible for anyone to do business with him. Witnessing this, everyone was shocked and pale, unable to believe that Wang Chen dared to challenge the entire military district. Even the guards on site, including Gui Ren, dared not make any rash moves, fearing that Wang Chen could easily eliminate the chief of staff with a single displeasure. Yang Wen appeared flustered but determined, still questioning Wang Chen. "Do you know what you're doing?" To his surprise, even with the military district's top forces present, they couldn't restrain Wang Chen, this mysterious shopkeeper. What kind of power did he possess? However, in the next moment, the pain on his neck vanished abruptly, and Wang Chen returned to his seat, saying with a smile, "I saw a mosquito on your neck just now, so I helped you get rid of it." With that, he waved the fruit knife in his hand, revealing a tiny mosquito impaled on the tip of the blade. Gui Ren hesitated for a moment, then hurried forward to shield Yang Wen in case Wang Chen launched another attack. But Yang Wen stopped him with a look, understanding that Wang Chen's actions were a warning that killing him would be as easy as taking candy from a baby. At that moment, everyone fell silent, even the previously aloof military high-ranking officials had to take notice. Yang Wen stared at Wang Chen and asked, "What are you trying to do?" Wang Chen replied with a smile, "Just trying to make some money peacefully." He then took out a stack of flyers, asked Yi Tian to help distribute them to everyone, and slowly stood up, clearing his throat before speaking. "Everyone, take a look. The items displayed on the screen earlier are all available in my shop, with sufficient quantities. The flyers contain prices, descriptions, and the shop's address. I look forward to your visit." It dawned on everyone that these items could be purchased with crystal cores, and the prices were reasonable. Nanjiang City is quite far away. Yes, and transportation isn't convenient right now. Even if we buy something, it might be difficult to bring it back. Finding the place could also be a problem. We're not familiar with the area, and there's no navigation system now. At this point, Wang Chen turned to the silent Yang Wen. "I'm only responsible for selling goods, not for their production technology. I can't help with research and development, and as for the source of goods, I have no comment." "You complained about the high cost of bulk purchases, right? I can offer a discount to the military, but there are conditions." After a few seconds of contemplation, Yang Wen said, "Tell me the conditions." Wang Chen's lips curled up slightly as he said, "I hope the authorities can open up the military subway system or establish a new subway line connecting various cities to facilitate shopping at the store. Once the transportation issue is resolved, the province's forces can be equipped with ability weapons in no time. The subway can also enhance connections between cities, allowing different factions to support each other in case of large-scale mutant attacks, and enabling the military to respond quickly." Upon hearing this, the crowd first looked puzzled, then turned to astonishment, and finally gazed at Wang Chen with gratitude. He was willing to sacrifice his own interests for the convenience of everyone? What a generous and righteous act. Damn it, let him profit. Even if the goods in this store are priced like those of assassins, we will buy them. Soon, thunderous applause filled the scene. Yang Wen, how did the situation turn from us pressuring others to now being pressured by everyone? However, Wang Chen's suggestion was indeed constructive. The current human forces must be closely connected, a convenient transportation system is indispensable, and it can also strengthen the military's control over the regions. Tell us about your discount. Wang Chen smiled and looked at the leaders of various forces, saying, "We still have some matters to discuss next, so please leave first," as if he were the master here. Naturally, no one objected, as this matter had nothing to do with them. All goods are discounted by 10%, no limit on quantity. Wang Chen gave his answer. What? 10% off, isn't that too much? Yeah, the manpower and financial resources needed for a subway line are not a small amount. Let's make it 8%, that's just right, and the number is auspicious. And tunnel boring machines are not easy to come by. The military's earth elemental ability users are all on the front lines. But no matter how they pleaded poverty, Wang Chen remained firm. He knew that the military's purchases were substantial, and the crystals saved by a 10% discount were definitely not a small amount. Of course, they were aware of this too, but these old foxes were trying every means to secure more benefits for the military.
At this moment, someone suddenly walked in, whispered a few words to Yang Wen, who then nodded and looked at Wang Chen. We agree to the store's request, but the quality of the goods must not be compromised, as they will be used on the battlefield. With a final decision made, Yang Wen stood up and shook hands with Wang Chen. We still need to finalize the quantity of goods ordered. We will inform you later. As for the subway construction, we need some time to prepare, but we will definitely move quickly.
A pleasant cooperation. Wang Chen believed that the military would not neglect such a mutually beneficial opportunity.
Leaving the meeting room, Wang Chen noticed that none of the leaders of the various forces had left.
Seeing Wang Chen come out, they quickly expressed their gratitude. Clearly, Wang Chen's selfless behavior had earned their respect. At that moment, Yi Tian's phone suddenly rang. Boss, come back quickly, there's a zombie riot in Nanjiang.
The subway slowly entered the platform, and Li Bing had been waiting for a long time. As they left the subway station, Yi Tian and Wang Chen went their separate ways. Wang Chen was picked up by Li Bing's car and, along the way, the bored Wang Chen suddenly asked about the recent events. Li Bing sighed deeply, looking somewhat tired and helpless. The long-dormant zombie horde has shown signs of activity again, attacking human forces.
Since the entire power of Nanjiang City is concentrated in the South City, it is relatively safer there. However, in the East City, the isolated Purple Sun base, things are not so calm.
It is said that overnight, the base was surrounded by a dense horde of zombies, and as soon as night falls, the zombies begin a frenzied attack on the city.
Has the city fallen?
Not yet. Fortunately, we provided support early, and now 2 battalions of troops, along with numerous ability users from various forces, are on the front lines in the East City.
My battalion will probably have to go up there tonight as well.
According to reconnaissance, the zombies from both the East and West cities seem to be converging, and it seems that the mutant beasts from the North Mountain are also on the move. If the entire Nanjiang's zombies gather and the mutant beasts join in, the already vulnerable Purple Sun will surely be razed to the ground.
Although the entire regiment's helicopters have been shuttling day and night, the number of people in Purple Sun is just too many. Let's hope we make it in time.
Wang Chen nodded without speaking, pondering something. Then, Li Bing handed the prepared order to Wang Chen and whispered, "These are some goods we need.
Can we pick them up tomorrow?" Wang Chen glanced briefly and grunted in agreement.
He could have provided the goods now, but to avoid drawing attention, he kept it brief. As the off-road vehicle came to a steady stop at the store's entrance, Wang Chen unexpectedly gave Li Bing a piece of advice before leaving.
Don't send all the troops from the Nanjiang base to relieve the siege in the East City. Focus on defending the rear instead.
With that, he walked away, leaving it up to them whether to heed his words. Wang Chen knew that even with the encounter with those 3 sea-level high-ranking zombies before, it would be challenging for an ordinary person like Xiang to handle, let alone withstand the continuous siege of the zombie horde. The prolonged siege was likely due to their use of smoke bombs to lure the tiger down the mountain. Li Bing was initially puzzled by Wang Chen's advice, but after a few seconds of hesitation, he decided to follow it. After all, it was Wang Chen's crucial information that had prevented a bloodbath before.
I must inform the captain quickly.
The store manager must have his reasons for saying so. As soon as they got out of the car, they saw several mutants sitting at the store's entrance, seemingly waiting for Wang Chen to open up. When Wang Chen approached, they quickly stood up to greet him, their excitement barely concealed in their eyes.
We've been waiting all morning for you to return, sir.
Due to Xiang being besieged, most factions had joined the rescue operation, partly due to cooperation with the authorities, which resulted in a fair share of crystal cores after the battle.
Moreover, if the East City and Xiang fell, the South City would be in danger, just like during the previous Beast Siege. In the struggle between factions, no human faction could stand alone.
They were all representatives of their respective factions coming to order supplies, having waited anxiously all morning, fearing Wang Chen might not return today. Wang Chen leisurely opened the store door, and they respectfully handed him their orders, which were promptly fulfilled due to the small quantity.
After everyone left, Wang Chen asked Fulia to prepare simple dishes to serve.
At that moment, a black figure caught the scent and appeared at the door.
Missed me, Blackie? Blackie couldn't speak, but his actions spoke volumes.
He dashed into the store, picked up his dog bowl, and appeared at Wang Chen's feet in an instant, tilting his head and eagerly looking at him.
Wang Chen, fine, I've raised a picky eater. Wang Chen unceremoniously poured the leftovers into Blackie's bowl. Eat up, no chicken legs today.
Looking at the scraps in the bowl, Blackie seemed puzzled but showed no signs of disdain, happily devouring the food.
Isn't this much better than the crystal cores outside?
This is a native dog. As long as you have something to eat, even if it's a mouthful of hot poop, it won't reject you.
Wang Chen patted Blackie's head and said, I'll give you some legs tonight. Woof woof. Just then, another person arrived at the store.
Blackie, who was eating, quickly raised his head, swallowed his food at lightning speed, and warily stared at the effeminate man before him.
The zombie cautiously glanced at Wang Chen, seeing no reaction from him, heaved a sigh of relief and asked, "Can I buy some things?" Wang Chen replied gently, "Feel free."
The zombie then bought a bunch of meat and some trinkets that caught its interest before swiftly leaving. Wang Chen smiled thoughtfully at the scene.
Its purpose in coming this time was simply to test my reaction to the zombie horde's movements.
But my stance goes beyond surface appearances.
With nothing else to do, Wang Chen opened the long-neglected information panel.
Store manager, Wang Chen strength, 418 speed, 478 defense, 200 store level, low grade C level, 0/50,000, ability attribute, space ability level, low grade S level, 0/35,000, crystal coin balance, 93477 has the crystal coins needed to upgrade the store exceeded those needed to upgrade the ability.
After a moment of thought, Wang Chen summoned a gold bar.
Bar, upgrade the store level to intermediate, I want to see what good stuff is this time. In just a few seconds, the gold bar replied, upgrade successful, 50,000 crystal coins automatically deducted, unlock product, entertainment and leisure equipment, go check out the product description. Hearing this, Wang Chen expressionlessly opened the system store, feeling speechless once again. Inside, the goods were complete, with a wide variety, including mahjong machines, game consoles, basketball hoops, claw machines, various playing cards.
Night fell like a huge black velvet curtain, slowly descending upon the earth. Roars echoed through the sky, casting an eerie and terrifying hue over the pitch-black night sky.
At this moment, the zombie horde at the Xiang base stirred once again, recklessly rushing towards the steel-walled barrier. Simultaneously, a flare shot up, illuminating the night sky as bright as noon, followed by shells streaking across the sky, landing in the midst of the dense zombie horde.
Boom! 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 Boom!
Instantly, limbs and flesh flew, and the supernatural standing guard on the wall also launched attacks to stop the zombies from climbing up like a human wall.
However, the countless zombies kept coming in waves. Although numerous, their levels were generally low. They even dodged bullets fired by ordinary people, falling with a single shot.
These zombies are so weak and playful, so weak yet they dare to launch a zombie tide like others.
I'm going to take down 10 of them.
The volunteer supernaturals stationed on the outskirts also began clearing the surrounding zombies to relieve the pressure on Xiang, but it was just a drop in the bucket.
Report to the captain. We're running out of shells. Why hasn't the 1st Battalion arrived yet? There's been a change of plans. I and the 1st Battalion are staying at the base. Have the military district's bombers arrived? Not yet.
Then you guys hold on, if necessary, find a few fast ones to lure away some of the zombie horde.
Understood. Zhui hung up the phone, frowning, murmuring, this shouldn't be happening. The military district's bombers took off 2 hours ago. Why haven't they arrived yet? Chen Gang's expression turned serious. I'm afraid they've been attacked by mutant beasts again.
As soon as this was said, the three in the meeting room fell silent.
If the remnants of the mutant beasts from last time returned and intervened, the situation in Dongcheng would instantly become precarious. Chen Gang rubbed his chin and suggested, why not let Li Bing lead the 1st Battalion up there?
Li Bing immediately responded, but the store manager said to focus on. In the current situation, if we don't reinforce the front line, the entire army may be wiped out. Besides, we have the captain, me, and the security company here, there won't be any problems.
Chen Gang sternly interrupted, if they blindly followed Wang Chen's predictions, wouldn't it be committing a fundamental mistake?
Zhui fell silent for a few seconds and said, have the 1st Battalion ready, let's wait a little longer. At this time, several figures shrouded in the night quietly descended upon the southern city. The man leading them had fair skin, dressed neatly and cleanly, meticulously groomed hair, completely contrasting with the two ragged zombies beside him.
He was the zombie king of Nanjiang City, originally named Zhou Shuming.
Typically, the higher the level of a zombie, the closer their thoughts and appearance resembled humans. But he was different. From the moment of mutation, he possessed intelligence far beyond that of the same zombies, being the first to realize the significance of crystal cores over flesh and blood. So, by picking up stray crystal cores, it stood out among the many zombies, gaining a level advantage, winning at the starting line of the undead life, and then easily unified Nanjiang. In the following month, it dealt with the hidden dangers in the suburbs and around Nanjiang, while also leveling up. Next, it was time to address internal concerns.
Then, it ruled over Nanjiang, gazing upon the world, dominating the entire blue star.
They suddenly arrived near the vast Nanjiang base, where they could see many soldiers patrolling outside, although most of them were just ordinary soldiers.
It seems like the eastern city has successfully caught their attention.
Cut off their retreat, and when the zombies from the north and west cities form an encirclement, the lives of those supernaturals in the eastern city will be on borrowed time.
Your Majesty, what should we do now? Wait for the mutant beasts to join us.
Hearing this, Zhou Shuming shook his head and coldly said, "Go in directly and kill them all." The phantom and the dwarf zombie accompanying him moved together, aiming to quickly deal with the minor obstacles outside. However, at that moment, the illumination flares on the walls suddenly lit up, dispersing the darkness in the area, exposing 3 zombies instantly to the bright light. This was followed by a piercing alarm that echoed throughout the entire base.
The phantom frowned. Has our plan been discovered?
Humans do have some brains after all, murmured the dwarf zombie, showing no signs of panic. Soon after, several anti-aircraft guns on the high walls directly aimed at them, and a rain of bullets poured down. However, the 3 zombies suddenly disappeared from their original positions, and the next moment, they were on top of the high wall. The phantom's hands turned into blades, moving at incredible speed, swiftly piercing through the soldiers on the wall before they could react, killing them instantly. The dwarf zombie, despite its small size, was agile, moving among the people like a monkey, accurately slashing the major arteries in the neck of everyone it climbed on, leaving no chance of survival. Meanwhile, Zhou Shuming, as the zombie king, watched coldly. Before long, 3 middle-aged men arrived with over 100 supernatural soldiers. Seeing Zhou Shuming, Chen Gang felt uneasy, shouting for the other supernaturals to step back, then frowning as he looked at Zhou Shuming.
It's not simple. Its level is above ours, most likely a B level. Probably the leader of all zombies in Nanjiang City.
Upon hearing the commotion, Yi Tian also arrived at the scene with the other supernaturals.
This was their agreed plan.
If the Nanjiang base was under attack, all remaining personnel had to rush to the scene for support. When Yi Tian saw the data on Zhou Shuming, his pupils constricted, sensing a formidable opponent.
B-level intermediate. Yi Tian immediately joined forces with Zhu Yi and the other 2, confronting the 3 zombies.
Since most of the supernaturals had been drawn to the front lines, there were only the 4 of them, C-level supernaturals, left in the South City. "Leave the zombie king to me and Yi Tian, the rest of you supernaturals provide cover for us at all times," Zhu Yi decided promptly. Before the words had even settled, the zombie king Zhou Shuming suddenly made a move, rushing to the 4 of them in an instant. Yi Tian was taken aback, swiftly drawing his tang sword and delivering a horizontal slash. Expecting the zombie king to dodge, they were surprised when it directly collided with the blade, getting sent flying and crashing heavily to the ground.
Seeing this, everyone was puzzled, unable to comprehend. Was this really the zombie king? Why did it seem so unintelligent?
However, the phantom and the dwarf zombie remained unfazed, watching coldly as if this was nothing out of the ordinary. Soon after, the zombie king got up again, revealing a horrifying gash on its abdomen, blood gushing out continuously, staining its once pristine white shirt red. Undeterred, it launched another attack. Watching the zombie king charging towards him, Yi Tian didn't hesitate and tentatively swung his sword. As expected, it was once again sent flying, appearing so fragile and lacking any hint of the dangerous aura of a B-level zombie. Seeing another bloodstain on the zombie king's upper garment, it still charged forward mindlessly.
Zhu Yi touched his chin and said in a deep voice, "No matter what trick it's up to, let's all attack together and kill it with one blow."
The 3 nodded and took out the supernatural weapons they had bought from the store. Faced with such a formidable enemy, Yi Tian directly infused his power ability into the tang knife, filling it up to 2/3. However, they did not notice that this time the Corpse King's speed and strength had increased compared to the previous 2 encounters. When the Corpse King rushed towards them, Zhu Yi shouted, "Kill!" The group immediately launched their full-force attacks. Boom! The Corpse King's body flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing into the high wall of the base, causing sand and stones to fly. When the smoke cleared, they saw the Corpse King embedded lifelessly in the stone wall, his clothes tattered and soaked in blood.
What's going on? Even zombies can't figure it out. Is life not going well for them?
But Yi Tian suddenly looked up, his tone revealing a hint of fear.
Its aura is skyrocketing.
On the other side in Dongcheng, "Charge, brothers!
Let these zombies die again. Kill!"
A young man stood at the end of the team, but still let out a passionate roar. As the group tangled with the zombie horde, he looked around and, seeing no one paying attention to him, stealthily picked up a dropped crystal core from the ground.
Ha, making some extra money isn't bad.
At that moment, a hand gently rested on his shoulder, startling him. Thinking it was the team leader, he quickly stood up straight.
"Report. I found a wild crystal core sneaking up from behind, preparing to strike."
After speaking, he wished he could slap himself. When he turned around, he saw a stranger in black.
Hello, can you tell me how to get to Nanjiang University?
The group looked over and saw the Corpse King covered in blood-stained sand, with wounds continuously oozing blood being solidified by special cells, and his bones making a cracking sound. Then, the Corpse King, who had taken the full force of the Four's attacks, seemed to rise from the dead without warning, slowly getting up with a pair of blood-red eyes chillingly staring at them. A sense of terror and killing intent filled the air, sending shivers down their spines.
What's going on? Wasn't it on the brink of death just now?
Chen Gang searched his memory carefully and suddenly realized, loudly warning, it's a bloodthirsty zombie. I saw it in the store manager's zombie guide. It said that the more severe its injuries and the more it bleeds, the stronger it becomes.
Damn, does that mean it can never be killed?
No, the condition is within the range its body can withstand, which means
our full force attacks won't kill it, but instead strengthen its body with our attacks.
But its enhancement is not permanent. After the enhancement period, it will also have a period of weakness, which is our best chance to kill it.
Can we hold out until its weak period?
Yi Tian decisively took out several bottles of strengthening potions and gave them to the three. Let's see whose enhancement period lasts longer. The three looked at each other and without hesitation, drank them all. Now, besides fighting to the end, it seemed like they had no other choice. In the next moment, Zhou Shuming suddenly surged forward like a flash of lightning towards the four, his enhanced speed and strength skyrocketing. The floor beneath his feet cracked instantly due to the excessive force. The others quickly dodged, but Li Bing, with slower speed, was hit by the Corpse King's fist.
Boom!
Li Bing was sent flying like a kite with a broken string by the powerful blow, but fortunately, he had defensive supernatural abilities, defensive attribute clothing, and the potion's enhancement. He left behind a trail of blood in the air, then fell heavily to the ground.
Zhou Shuming's eyes showed a hint of surprise. With this blow, a sea-level high-ranking supernatural being could still have some strength? Is this the store manager's potion? My psychic abilities will shield you.
Seeing Yi Tian and Chen Gang closing in from both sides, it became serious, intending to punch them back. However, at that moment, a psychic dizziness struck. This rare ability caught Zhou Shuming off guard, leaving his mind blank as he watched Yi Tian's sharp blade and Chen Gang's unique fist approaching his head.
Boom! The ground couldn't withstand the force, cracks appearing.
Yi Tian's powerful blade struck Zhou Shuming's neck, not cutting through but breaking the skin and slightly sinking into the flesh.
Chen Gang's fist knocked its head askew, bending it at an eerie angle. Defense strengthened.
Before landing a second blow, Zhou Shuming regained consciousness, pushing both of them back with a surge of energy. Its eyes grew colder, its aura strengthening, instantly flashing in front of Yi Tian. Despite the effects of the medicine, Yi Tian fought back with his blade, but Zhou Shuming's fists were like iron, unyielding. The clash with the sharp blade caused Yi Tian's hand to ache.
Bang! A punch hit Yi Tian's abdomen, a muffled groan escaping him.
Despite his defensive abilities and protective clothing, he felt his organs compressing. Sensing movement behind him, Zhou Shuming tried to dodge, but another psychic dizziness struck. Although Zhu Yi had speed abilities, he focused on enhancing his psychic attributes. This distraction allowed Li Bing, Yi Tian, and Chen Gang to close in and create an opportunity. Li Bing and Chen Gang hit Zhou Shuming's back, sending it flying until it crashed into a wall. Zhou Shuming, battered but still cold-faced, showed no emotion, his aura growing, like an endless void that could never be filled. The dwarf zombie on the side, seeing the situation, quickly called for the shadow to join. However, the prepared psychic soldiers immediately surrounded them, despite being D or E rank, some newly awakened. With over 100 soldiers and superior weapons, dealing with 2 C-rank zombies shouldn't be difficult.
Divide and conquer.
In the next moment, Zhou Shuming narrowed his eyes, leaped towards the center where the four were gathered, striking with a powerful punch. The forceful punch created a whistling sound as it clashed with the air. Knowing they couldn't withstand the blow, the four quickly dodged.
Bang! The ground cracked instantly, rocks and soil flying, obstructing the view.
Li Bing was about to land when the rocks in front exploded, a fist heading towards him.
Damn it, why me out of the 4 of us?
Before Li Bing could react, he was struck in the head.
Boom!
The punch was stronger and faster, sending Li Bing flying like an arrow, crashing through the base's high wall, motionless.
Seizing the opportunity, Yi Tian struck twice, leaving 2 blood marks on the zombie king's back. However, it had little effect as Zhou Shuming retaliated with a whip kick, pushing Yi Tian back. Damn it, where is this damn thing's limit?
The severely injured zombie king grew fiercer and more relentless, indicating that at the brink of death, it was at its strongest, leaving them no hope of victory.
Even if they cornered it, they would be killed during its brief peak.
Suddenly, a sharp, piercing bird cry echoed through the night sky. Everyone looked up and saw over 10 mutant birds flying, led by a giant falcon. Yi Tian's lips trembled, his tang sword falling weakly to the ground, despair evident in his eyes.
Another B-level.
The leading falcon seemed to be the newly appointed leader, circling above the crowd, its eyes fixed on the post-apocalyptic store across the river. Upstairs in the store, the curtains were tightly closed, and Hei Zi was deeply asleep, completely unaware of the changes outside. Wang Chen sat alone behind the counter on the ground floor, quietly reading a book of supernatural abilities, seemingly detached from everything across the room.
They've finally arrived. The dwarf zombie looked up and muttered.
In order to eradicate human forces in one fell swoop, the king was willing to form a blood alliance with the alien beasts, with the condition being half the number of human crystal cores and the enemy who killed its mate, Hei Zi.
Of course, this was just a trick by the king, meant to deceive the simple-minded alien beasts.
The store manager's dog could kill them even if given a dozen lives. Once the human forces were wiped out and the alien race lost its utility, they could be disposed of. The falcon suddenly let out a sharp cry, and instantly, the birds of prey swooped down, their gaze fixed on the crowd.
Quick! Those who can run fast, activate the anti-aircraft gun.
Zhu Yi, undeterred, made a quick decision and shouted out orders.
Zhou Shuming had no time to strategize against the alien beasts.
Seizing the opportunity while Zhu Yi was speaking, he launched a sudden attack, but Chen Gang, who had been vigilant, quickly intercepted the fatal blow. However, Chen Gang was also hit by Zhou Shuming's sudden move, spitting out a mouthful of blood, but he didn't retreat and instead engaged in close combat with the powerful Corpse King.
Pick up the knife. We entrust our fate to you. Shui endured the intense pain, bearing the burden on his nervous system, and once again unleashed a mental stun to create an opportunity for Chen Gang to inflict damage.
Yi Tian suddenly snapped back to reality, quickly picking up the fallen Tang knife, readying himself.
We haven't lost yet.
Seeing the giant falcon charging at incredible speed, Yi Tian tightly gripped the Tang knife, holding his breath and unleashing all his hidden abilities. The Tang knife in his hand emitted a faint glow again, seemingly filled with immense energy. As the falcon approached, Yi Tian wielded the knife with both hands, delivering a heavy blow that combined power and speed abilities, striking the giant talon of the falcon just as it was about to attack. The blade cut the falcon's skin and struck its foot bone, but couldn't completely sever it. Even a non-defensive B-level alien beast had astonishing defense values. Yi Tian was knocked down by the falcon's impact force, but luckily, the falcon, feeling the pain, immediately took off from the ground. On the other side, Zhou Shuming, who had been heavily injured again, unleashed astonishing strength, landing a swift punch on Zhu Yi while he was mentally weakened. Zhu Yi hastily dodged, but still got hit on the arm, which was directly broken, the strong gust tearing the skin apart, exposing the bone inside, only connected by flesh on the other side. The excruciating pain made Zhu Yi break out in a cold sweat, gritting his teeth as he retreated to Chen Gang's side. Watching the two struggling ants, Zhou Shuming sneered and spoke for the first time.
Foolish humans, don't you understand?
I only grow stronger with each battle, a barrier you cannot overcome. Your fearless struggle only makes you appear more foolish.
Hearing the Corpse King's mockery, Zhu Yi laughed instead of getting angry. You're reaching your limit too, aren't you?
At these words, Zhou Shuming's face grew colder, as Zhu Yi had said, its body was also under immense strain.
But you will die first.
It said coldly, then made a dash, like a gust of wind rushing forward at an astonishing speed, leaving everyone speechless. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of them, delivering a hook punch, combined with the speed of the charge, making the punch unstoppable.
With no time to dodge, Chen Gang raised his own supernatural fist cover.
Two fists collided head-on, the force of impact stirring up a gust of wind, but it didn't last long before a cracking sound was heard. The powered gauntlet, due to insufficient energy infusion, unexpectedly burst open, causing Chen Gang to be thrown backward, like a leaf caught in a wild wind, helplessly falling to the ground. The other powered individuals also suffered heavy casualties, but fortunately, several anti-aircraft guns started firing one after another, inflicting significant damage on the small group of alien beasts. At this moment, Yi Tian felt a growing sense of powerlessness, but thankfully, he hadn't drunk too much this time, so he didn't lose his combat effectiveness so quickly. Watching the energetic and accelerating Gerfalcon, he knew they couldn't continue like this, so he set his sights on the Gerfalcon's wings. Wings were its support for aerial flight and speed. By cutting off or severely injuring one, the entire flight process could be affected.
Combat effectiveness would undoubtedly be greatly reduced, and wings were far less resilient than claws. In just a few seconds, Yi Tian had devised a plan. He inserted his Tang sword into his waist and then suddenly lay down on the ground. The Gerfalcon, agitated due to its injured claw, flew into the sky and then dove straight towards Yi Tian on the ground at a tremendous speed, too fast for the eyes to follow its descent. However, Yi Tian on the ground did not dodge, staring intently at the Gerfalcon, which was gradually enlarging in his field of vision. From thousands of meters in the sky, in just a few seconds, the Gerfalcon reached the ground, its razor-sharp claws about to tear the area apart. At the critical moment, Yi Tian boosted his speed ability to the extreme,
rolling to avoid the fatal blow of the claws. But the tremendous impact caused the ground within a 3-meter radius to instantly crack and crumble. Yi Tian, who was close by, naturally felt the effects, but he chose to resist with his body, then leaped up using the force, grabbing onto the Gerfalcon's giant wing and successfully climbing onto its back. The inertia from the Gerfalcon's high-speed descent, combined with its talons sinking into the cracked ground, made it difficult for it to ascend rapidly. Yi Tian quickly drew his Tang sword and swung it fiercely. Success! However, at that moment, he found that his Tang sword, when swung at the Gerfalcon's wing, caused no harm at all, not even able to cut through the seemingly light feathers. Yi Tian was stunned, raising his Tang sword in frustration and swinging wildly, shouting hysterically, "No! Why is my power not working at a crucial moment?" Ah! In his weakened state, Yi Tian was easily thrown off and sat despondently on the ground. On the other side, Zhu Yi and Chen Gang were also severely injured, and as the effects of the medicine wore off, they lost their ability to resist. The Gerfalcon on the side, with sharp eyes, immediately noticed Yi Tian's weakness and without hesitation, extended its beak straight towards Yi Tian's head. Did I arrive too late? At that moment, a bright light flashed through his eyes. Yi Tian looked intently and saw a man in black clothes, holding a blood-stained long knife, appearing beside him. PSHH. Meanwhile, the Gerfalcon's head slowly separated from its body and finally rolled to the ground. Instant kill. Not even a B-grade alien beast had time to react. Sensing a powerful aura, Zhou Shuming turned his head, his expression instantly becoming serious, filled with fear and vigilance. The Xiang base in the East City was already in ruins, riddled with holes, with more and more zombies climbing the high walls and fighting the guards on the wall. Zhang Zhang stood at the forefront, repeatedly clearing the zombies rushing into the perimeter wall. Feeling that his powers had reached their limit, his expression filled with despair. Others felt the same way, increasingly feeling powerless. Even some ordinary people with guns fought until they ran out of ammunition. Yet the zombies on the outskirts continued to pour in, as if they could never be completely killed. Just as everyone's spirits were at their lowest, a rough and wild roar echoed through the sky, and suddenly the zombies entering the base seemed to receive some command, turning around and rushing back towards the city. The zombie group outside the base was like a receding tide on the shore. Even when the supernaturals arrived to help, they were ignored and passed by. The noisy sounds gradually faded away, and in less than 5 minutes, there was not a single live zombie left on the scene, only a mess of bodies and a chaotic base. Seeing this, the crowd was slow to react. Are we saved? Wow! We won! We won! They ran away! The crowd erupted into cheers. Zhang Zhang also breathed a sigh of relief but seemed lost in thought. Seeing the black-clothed youth, Zhu Yi and the others lying on the ground looked puzzled. Where did this kid come from? Do we have such a figure in Nanzhong City? Chen Gang shook his head, a hint of joy in his tone. No, but one thing is certain. He's strong. Zhu Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Could he be sent from above to support us? But we haven't had time to report the situation of the Zombie King. After killing the game hawk, the remaining injured birds flapped their wings and fled. Zhou Shuming squinted at the black-clothed youth. From outside the city? Luo Shuang remained indifferent, not answering, only to see him holding a knife in his hands, then suddenly disappearing on the spot. Zhou Shuming's pupils contracted, quickly jumping away. Boom! The ground suddenly exploded from the impact, flying debris hitting him in the face. Then, a figure emerged from the curtain of debris, followed by a menacing long knife. Zhou Shuming in the air couldn't dodge in time, only able to hastily raise his arms to block. The long knife struck his arm bone, but luckily, the poor quality of the knife caused it to break, yet the powerful force surged like a raging wave, sending Zhou Shuming flying unprepared. He crashed through a thick wall before coming to a stop. Luo Shuang looked at the broken knife in his hand, shrugged, and casually threw it on the ground. Another one broken, indeed time to buy supernatural weapons. Zhou Shuming, climbing out of the rubble, showed a hint of emotion on his perennially cold face, despite his rising aura. Do zombies get stronger when they're hit? Luo Shuang's eyes showed some interest. At this moment, the dwarf and the phantom also appeared beside Zhou Shuming, ready to support the Zombie King. Zhou Shuming knew his physical condition was not good, but as soon as the million zombies from the north and west cities arrived, they could easily annihilate humanity. Facing 3 zombies, Luo Shuang showed no fear, still rushing up to fight them up close. However, at this moment, a tall and burly zombie appeared on the battlefield. Zhou Shuming thought that the Xiang base in the East City had been breached, and the Titan had come to support. With 1 B-level plus 3 C-level zombies against 1 B-level supernatural, the outcome was predictable. He looked at Luo Shuang and laughed. I'll take your crystal core. However, the Titan brought bad news. The king, the zombies from the neighboring Tonghu city have occupied our territory. They know we're fighting. Hearing this, Zhou Shuming frowned, realizing their plan had failed, never expecting humans to see through it so easily. Even less did they expect that they could delay a B-level like himself for so long, giving the zombies from the neighboring city an opportunity. Seizing the distracted moment, Zhou Shuming took another punch from Luo Shuang. Knowing his situation, he chose to retreat without hesitation. However, Luo Shuang seemed unwilling to let them go so easily, rushing up to leave them behind. But suddenly, Zhou Shuming threw out a strip-like object. In an instant, a tall water wall appeared out of nowhere, like a small tsunami, crashing down on them. Although the damage was not high, the confused Luo Shuang was somewhat puzzled. By the time the water wall disappeared, the 4 zombies had already fled far away. The first zombie tide in Nanjiang City quietly came to an end. Survivors dragged their weary bodies, tirelessly clearing the battlefield and collecting crystal cores. Luo Shan, what brings you here? Yi Tian asked in surprise. Hearing this, Zhu Yi and the others were also shocked. Luo Shang's name was well known to them. His influence and power were among the few in the civilian world, making him one of the military's key figures of interest. However, how could Luo Shang, a figure of unparalleled strength and indifferent demeanor, come all the way to Nanjiang City? Giving them a cold glance, Luo Shang abruptly stated, "The shopkeeper sent me." With that, he turned and headed towards the Cross Lake Bridge. Hearing this, the group couldn't help but be amazed. Makes sense. Saved by the shopkeeper again. But old Zhu, did you see what the Corpse King just threw out? It's a skill scroll. Inside the shop, Wang Qin set down the supernatural book in his hand, took a sip of hot tea, and nodded as he saw things calming down across from him. Protecting the limited customer base was necessary, and the crystal cores left on the battlefield would also convert into purchasing power. Therefore, ensuring humanity's survival while engaging in appropriate warfare was not a bad idea. At that moment, Luo Shang curiously entered the shop and looked at Wang Qin behind the counter, whispering, "Shopkeeper, about what you mentioned on the phone." Since they had exchanged numbers last time, Wang Qin had called him in the afternoon to help break the siege at Nanjiang City. The reward offered was the classic 5% discount store-wide. Although Luo Shang had the idea of shopping at the end of the world store after seeing the flyer, the small discount might not have been enough to make him travel such a distance. However, as a martial enthusiast, he held great respect for strong individuals. Having someone as powerful as Luo Shang owe him a favor was a rare opportunity, one he was more than willing to accept. Wang Chen raised his hand and said, "Feel free, but only once today." Hearing this, Luo Shang took out a prepared order and respectfully handed it to Wang Chen. Taking a look, Wang Chen was somewhat dumbfounded. The items listed were enough to arm a small faction. A total of 20,790 crystal coins, discounted to 19,750, a whopping 1,040 crystal coins. While Wang Chen's usual markup ratio was 1 to 10, ensuring he never lost money, this was not a small amount for someone who valued money as much as he did. Well, it seems you came prepared, kid." Unsatisfied, Luo Shan then walked towards the area of supernatural weapons. After passing several shelves, Luo Shang's eyes lit up as he saw a variety of weapons displayed on the counter, all with a high-tech feel, leaving him mesmerized. Before long, Luo Shan carefully lifted a ring-headed sword, drew it from its sheath, and couldn't help but marvel at the material as he lightly touched it with his hand. The blade was light, the material resembling metal but not quite, extremely sharp to the touch, capable of easily cutting skin. What's more, these supernatural weapons could be infused with abilities, integrating better with the wielder, achieving unity of man and blade. This was one of the main purposes of his visit, an S-class supernatural weapon. The high price of 10,000 crystal coins did not deter Luo Shang, as he understood the value of a good weapon. Facing defensive supernatural beasts or zombies without a sharp weapon made it difficult to cause substantial damage. Convinced of the quality of the ring-headed sword in his hand, Luo Shang proceeded to pay at the counter. By this time, Wang Qin had already prepared the goods, and seeing Luo Shang bring another expensive weapon, his face darkened. "Another 500 crystal coins gone, you're not holding back at all." However, Wang Qin didn't say much, remaining very courteous as he helped pack the items into a spatial scroll and handed it to him. 29,250 crystal coins, plus a spatial scroll for 100 crystal coins, totaling 29,350 crystal coins. Luo Shang. Afterwards, Luo Shang glanced at the sky outside, then inside the shop, indicating that he wanted to stay for the night. After all, it was too far to go back tonight. Hearing this, Wang Qin smiled and then, without hesitation, he kicked him out. "Sure, the lawn in the courtyard is so big, you can sleep wherever you want." With that, he turned off the lights and went upstairs, leaving Luo Shang alone in disarray. The next day, Luo Shang, who had spent the night in the cold wind in front of the shop, had already disappeared. The benefits of the war once again became apparent, with many forces coming with orders one after another. The war led to the loss of weapons and equipment, a certain decrease in the number of ability users, but an increase in crystal cores in hand. Some low-level crystal cores had little effect on higher-level ability users, and the number of people in the forces who could upgrade with crystal cores decreased. Those crystal cores automatically transformed into purchasing power, allowing them to buy weapons and equipment in the shop, purchase ability awakening agents, and replenish ability users. After a hard-fought battle, the Xiang base also brought in a large number of orders, with the most being ability awakening agents.
The visitor was an old classmate he hadn't seen in a long time, Feng. Something.
After handing the order to Wang Chen, Feng hurriedly left to go to the Tianhe base to discuss settling in the Xiang base. This wave of zombies was undoubtedly a wake-up call, making them realize that if they continued to root themselves in the East City alone, they would inevitably be breached by zombies due to lack of timely support in the future. If it weren't for the sudden ebb of the zombie horde, if they hadn't been used as bait by the zombies, they would have been devoured long ago. Since the base was already in ruins, riddled with holes, they decided to relocate to the South City to huddle together for warmth. Apart from the official forces, the Tianhe base had always been dominant in the South City, which meant that they had to rely on Tianhe, a move born out of helplessness. However, this move was bound to have more benefits than drawbacks, because the End Times shop was in the South City, and with the shopkeeper by their side, they felt secure. It was said that during this wave of zombies, the shopkeeper reminded the zombie king to retreat and even called in strong outsiders, thus ensuring the safety of the South City's rear. By the end of the day, Wang Chen's treasury had 137,803 crystal coins. Gold bars, upgrade the shop to C-grade high level, let's see what we can get. Shop upgrade successful, 50,000 crystal coins deducted automatically, current crystal coin balance 87,803, unlocked product, vehicles for transportation. Hearing this, Wang Chen suddenly lost interest, but at least he now had security for future travels, so he opened the system store to check. There were all kinds of vehicle models inside, and the purchase prices were not expensive, just a few thousand crystal coins, so the selling price would naturally be tens of thousands of crystal coins.
In the end times, no one would believe that anyone would spend tens of thousands of crystal coins on a car, and weren't there few cars on the streets anyway?
At this moment, a novel term caught Wang Chen's eye, maglev tram.
Wang Chen was stunned and quickly clicked to view it.
On the screen were various models of vehicles, completely different from modern cars, full of futuristic vibes, and surprisingly, these vehicles had no wheels.
Maglev tram.
Introduction, maximum speed of 350 km per hour, controllable levitation height up to 10 meters, body covered with efficient solar panels, equipped with global navigation and intelligence system Xiaojin, defense value of 5,000, maximum capacity of 5 people. Type, non-disposable purchase price, 20,000 crystal coins. Wang Chen was dumbfounded, realizing that there were materials that could generate levitation through magnetic repulsion, but the fact that it was a product of the system made it seem reasonable.
With such high-end technology, wouldn't it sell well?
While Wang Chen was inwardly delighted, he glanced at the price and suddenly felt half-hearted.
The wholesale price for just one vehicle was 20,000 crystal coins. Even if he sold it, he would have to ask for at least 50,000 crystal coins. This price, even the military would be astonished at the price and would have to sigh if they bought it. This futuristic item is indeed desirable, but it lacks offensive capabilities, despite its high defensive value, and can ascend to evade zombie attacks. At present, the price is too high, and the cost performance is not good, but one can make one for future travel. In the conference room of Nanjiang Base,
Zhu Yi, with an angry face, slammed the documents in his hand onto the desk and cursed.
I really don't know what the organization is thinking.
It's already the end of the world, we are all struggling to survive, and we still have to worry about others.
Chen Gang picked up the documents with some confusion.
Blue Star Friendly Assistance Treaty. Considering that some countries have limited military capabilities and cannot effectively protect the population from attacks by alien zombies, capable countries must accept some fleeing refugees, not allowed to indiscriminately slaughter refugees from other countries, jointly protect the surviving human forces. Seeing this, Chen Gang rubbed his chin and helplessly said, "There's no way. Our country, Hua, has always advocated the grand concept of the Blue Star human community before the end of the world. Naturally, we have to show our responsibility.
Now is a special period. It's different from the past. Who doesn't know that all our neighboring countries are small countries?
When the time comes, they will all come over, definitely like parasites, only sucking blood, and the relatively stable order will once again fall into chaos. Surely our city of Nanjiang is by the sea, so there will definitely be a lot of trouble."
Chen Gang sighed slightly and said, I hope there won't be a large-scale influx. Damn it, the people above must have their heads filled with nonsense. In the evening, on the calm horizon of the sea, several large warships suddenly appeared, their flags fluttering in the breeze. The patterns on them were strange and bizarre, with a white flag in the middle and a conspicuous drop of menstrual blood. Behind the warships, there were over 100 large and small fishing boats, crowded with people, almost hanging people on the propellers. Searchlights illuminated the long coastline in the distance, and at the sight, the people on the ships burst into cheers, as if they were treating the place as their own home. The restlessness caused the fishing boats to occasionally sink or rise, like an old dog with asthma, unable to bear the burden. They were all people from the country of Wa, facing the sudden end of the world, the official corruption and incompetence of the Wa country, the high-ranking officials only thinking about establishing their own shelters to save their lives, completely disregarding the life and death of the people. This also led to unbearable chaos among the civilians, with powerful zombies and fierce alien beasts, on the already palm-sized island country, squeezing the living space. Helplessly, they could only escape to the sea, as the virus was transmitted through the air. The unknown ocean was relatively safer. Even though some marine mammals had mutated, most of them were relatively friendly to humans. As long as they were not provoked, there was no danger. However, in the ocean, fuel and fresh water were still the biggest problems. After all, they still had quite a few survivors. So, they began their most adept skill, shifting the crisis, under the guise of humanitarianism, handing over these bereaved dogs to the international community, allowing them to temporarily settle in the territories of other countries. In the cabin of a large destroyer. General Sanshang, we are approaching Jiankou City soon. We have already contacted the people of Hua, and we can directly enter the nearest dock. General Sanshang, who was over 60, looked at the coastline outside the window in silence for a moment, and suddenly said, "Are there any troops stationed in Jiankou City?" "Yes, but the station troops definitely won't exceed a regiment. Let's not alert the enemy. Have the samurai team ready for battle at any time. Jiankou City will be our territory in the future." "Yes." The next day, Wang Qin finally received the military envoy from the military region, who turned out to be the female military officer who had received everyone before, named Xinyu, a B-level low-ranking esper. Upon seeing Wang Chen again, and learning about his actual strength and the deeds circulating in the military, Xinyu's heart was filled with a hint of admiration. In a post-apocalyptic world where everyone was in danger and the strong were revered, who wouldn't appreciate a man who could provide a sense of security? Moreover, he was a figure who could easily overpower A-level ability users. Wouldn't that make him S-level? She couldn't help but blush as she felt his direct gaze on her. Seeing that the woman in front of him seemed a bit clueless, Wang Chen took the initiative and said, I agree. Xinyu blurted out. Wang Chen was taken aback and urged, "If you agree, then give it to me." Hearing this, Xinyu hesitated and said, "Give it to you? Isn't it a bit too soon?" Wang Chen was instantly speechless. "I was talking about the military's order." Xinyu was taken aback, her face turning visibly red. She hurriedly took out a long list of orders from her pocket and handed it to Wang Chen. I was talking about orders too, what a coincidence." Wang Chen quickly took the list and scanned through it, his eyes moving like a pervert seeing a high school girl undressing. Xinyu, standing beside him, was speechless. On the long list of orders were over 200 expensive supernatural weapons, followed by 200 bottles of potions, 150 attack-type skill scrolls, and countless firearms and ammunition. Wang Chen's mind raced, totaling 210,683 crystals, with a mind-blowing 10% discount from the official price. They needed to pay 189,617 crystals, subtracting the purchase price of 20,174, which meant a net profit of 169,440 crystals. And this order was just the tip of the iceberg from the military district. There would be more to come in the future. Wang Chen grinned satisfactorily and then asked, "Has the construction of the subway I requested started?" His tone turned serious. "Do you realize how much I'm losing by giving you this discount on such a large order?" Xinyu twitched her mouth, thinking, "Weren't you just happily smiling a moment ago?" But she respectfully replied, "The military has gathered nearly 1,000 people and started the construction, but the progress is slow. Building a subway in the apocalypse is no easy task." She continued, observing Wang Chen's expression, "The activities of zombies and mutant beasts constantly hinder the progress. When they sense human activity underground, those with strong territorial instincts will attack the workers at any cost. However, the military doesn't have enough manpower to protect the construction, and even if they did, they couldn't face the entire region of zombies." The military subway was actually built before the apocalypse, in preparation for unforeseen circumstances. She spoke nothing but the truth,
coming not only to submit the order but also to test Wang Chen's attitude. She hoped he would understand the difficulties, change his demands, or provide protection for the project's progress. After all, with Wang Chen's strength, just standing there and releasing a hint of aura could deter the entire horde of zombies. She couldn't understand why such a powerful individual would settle for being a merchant, merely providing weapons and equipment to others. The man before her was undoubtedly shrouded in mystery. After listening, Wang Chen pondered for a while before saying, "I understand.
Where is the construction route from and to?"
Hearing this, Xinyu thought Wang Chen was about to act and quickly informed him of the construction plan.
Wang Chen nodded and said, "I got it. Come pick up the goods tomorrow." This subway was crucial for expanding his customer base. Considering the combined forces in Nanjing, the demand was no less than that of the authorities, if not more. With swift transportation, the future profits were bound to be continuous. What? Xinyu couldn't believe her ears. "So much merchandise, I can pick it up tomorrow?" Wang Chen nodded calmly, showing no signs of joking. "That matter concerning the construction of the subway. I will handle it, the project must not stop." Watching Xinyu leave, Wang Chen nudged the lazy Blackie at his feet. "Get up and get to work." Blackie rolled over, stretched lazily, and reluctantly got up, looking at the howling cold wind outside the door. Wang Chen gazed out the window, his eyes as deep as the lake in front of him, and said, "I have a task for you. Find me the Corpse King from last time." At his words, Blackie yawned and disappeared in a flash. Before long, the beastly Blackie returned to the shop carrying something. Wang Chen glanced up and couldn't help but cough twice. He saw the miserable Zhou Shuming, being carried by Blackie by the back of his collar, clearly brought all the way here. Zhou Shuming wore a face of bitterness, but also helplessness. "Black Lord, can't we avoid involving my subordinates in such matters in the future?" The shop was bustling with people coming and going, and seeing a fair-skinned stranger was not a cause for concern, especially with the decrease in the number of ability users. A group of people had emerged, awakening their abilities with awakening agents, so it was normal to see unfamiliar faces. Wang Chen didn't shy away from others knowing the identity of the Corpse King. He gestured for Blackie to put it down. After Blackie set Zhou Shuming down, he looked around warily and couldn't help but ask with some confusion, "Shopkeeper, aren't you afraid of others knowing that you do business with our corpse clan? Someone remembered my face from yesterday too." At his words, Wang Chen shrugged, saying meaningfully, "In my shop, there are only customers and non-customers." Although this statement revealed the cold indifference of a merchant, Zhou Shuming couldn't help but feel touched. Weren't the zombies also a new species evolving under the invasion of the virus? The primal desire of lower-level zombies for flesh and blood could only be controlled once they reached a certain level and developed their own consciousness. Were they really the ones that needed to be eradicated? In the tide of the apocalypse, which race wasn't fighting desperately to survive? In a post-apocalyptic world rife with racial discrimination, only Wang Chen placed all races on an equal footing. "I wonder why the shopkeeper has summoned me. If it's within my capabilities, I will certainly not refuse." Hearing Zhou Shuming's sincere tone, Wang Chen was somewhat surprised and revealed his intention. "What? You want me to unify the entire Jiangnan province's zombie clans?" Zhou Shuming couldn't help but exclaim, then a hint of bitterness appeared on his face. "I really can't do that at my current state." Wang Chen raised an eyebrow. "You are a B-level intermediate, but as far as I know, the number of zombies in Jiangnan province that can reach your level is quite limited. In theory, you zombies are also martial artists. As long as you eliminate a region's corpse king, you can take their place. With your data, strength, it shouldn't be difficult." At his words, Zhou Shuming's face lit up with joy, but then he remembered something and sighed slightly, explaining, "Just eliminating one corpse king is not enough. We also need a large-scale war to let the lower zombie groups know that your zombie group is strong enough for them to willingly submit to you." Although the zombie population in Nanjing City is large, the overall strength of the zombie group is weak, which is the downside of having a large zombie population, with insufficient crystal nuclei and flesh. This leads to the stagnation of lower-level zombie ranks. As you know, the gap between levels is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. And now, with human forces gathering in one place, supporting each other, we find it hard to make a move. Moreover, after last night's heavy losses, the strength of the zombie group in Nanjing City has greatly diminished, leaving us lacking in strength. At this point, Wang Chen smiled and took out a bottle of strengthening potion, handing it to Zhou Shuming. Zhou Shuming took it and his eyes immediately lit up, recognizing it as the vial of medicine that Yi Tian had taken out yesterday. With the help of this thing, the three of them, whose levels were no more than C-grade, managed to delay themselves for over an hour. This thing greatly enhanced the combat effectiveness against the zombie horde. As long as they could resolve the battle within the duration of the medicine's effect, they could gain enough prestige in the zombies' hearts. However, upon second thought, it shook its head. It had seen the price tag last time, 200 crystals per bottle. With so many zombies around, one bottle per person was clearly a fantasy, especially considering several cities in the entire Jiangnan province, not just one war. Wang Chen took the hot tea handed to him by Fulia and spoke slowly. What if I give you a discount? Zhou Shuming suddenly looked up, unable to believe his ears. 10% off, but after the matter is settled, you have to help me with something. Hearing this, Zhou Shuming fell silent for a long time, still scratching his head awkwardly. Even so, our clan doesn't have many crystal cores. Wang Chen, however, retorted without hesitation, no, you have plenty. Looking at Zhou Shuming's puzzled expression, Wang Chen continued, as you said, there are many zombies in Nanjiang City, but they are not strong. So, the vast number of low-level zombie hordes is your storage. Crystal cores. Since they are not very useful, it's better to directly extract their final value. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shuming suddenly looked up, only to see Wang Chen's indifferent and profound gaze, devoid of any emotion. Moreover, you only need to take my potion, occupy a city, and you can sustain your battles with the crystal cores of low-level zombies in that city to pay for the crystal cores needed for the next battle. You must understand, you are the zombie king, and apart from you, everything else can be rebuilt from scratch. It was only then that Zhou Shuming realized the truly terrifying aspect of the person in front of him. It wasn't just the overwhelming strength, the countless mysterious goods, or even the B-grade high-level beast pet. It was the meticulous and cold-blooded thinking, the unfathomable depth of scheming, and the ultimate pursuit of self-interest. Seeing Zhou Shuming hesitating, Wang Chen did not urge him but simply took a sip of the hot tea in his hand. However, a trace of imperceptible killing intent flashed in his cold eyes. After a long time, Zhou Shuming suddenly bowed to Wang Chen, respectfully saying, "Thank you for your guidance, may I ask what your conditions are?" Wang Chen smiled contentedly and mentioned the official plan to build a subway, wanting Zhou Shuming to manage the zombies well after capturing a city and not to attack the construction of that subway section. Also, do not use my goods to attack humans. It's best to control the zombie horde and not attack human forces without authorization. Zhou Shuming agreed, but his face showed concern. What if humans actively attack us during the time I conquer cities? Moreover, if we want to expand our influence in Jiangnan province, we must start from the surrounding areas. We can't directly protect the construction of the subway in distant cities. So, you need to act quickly. As for the official side, I will inform them. Zhou Shuming nodded, bid farewell, and hurried back to harvest zombie cores. With the help of the store manager, even if he wanted to unify the entire Blue Star with zombies, it wouldn't be difficult. Watching Zhou Shuming leave excitedly, Wang Chen's lips curled slightly, murmuring, "You should be grateful that your ambition saved you." If Zhou Shuming had refused, Wang Chen would have killed him without hesitation. Just a zombie king, holding its crystal core, could turn any random zombie on the roadside into a zombie king. Then, Wang Chen smiled again and looked down at the black dog by his feet. The black dog sensed a bad premonition, turned its neck to look at Wang Chen, and swallowed nervously. Their eyes met. The black dog wanted to run away but was quickly grabbed by Wang Chen at the back of its neck. Then, Wang Chen took out a chicken leg and stuffed it into the black dog's mouth without discrimination. "Blackie, we're not in a hurry. Finish eating first. In the shop for too long, I know a place that's a tourist destination, not far from here." At this moment, inside a military base in Jiangkou City, a group of people were walking towards the parking area of the base. "Captain, are you really going to the port?" "Of course, I heard that the little Japanese are about to establish a base there, how can I not go? Since they are avoiding me, I'll go find them, let them know whose territory this is. Refugees should look like refugees. Then you should at least bring more people. The Japanese are known for being cunning and treacherous. A security platoon is enough. A small island country, a tiny place, they even lost their own country's territory. What kind of hidden dragon can they produce? Besides, they are currently under someone else's roof. They wouldn't dare confront the military. If they dare to challenge me, it's perfect, I'll make them perish." The next day, Xinyu, who stayed overnight at the South Jiang base, came to pick up the goods at the designated time. Xinyu also had a rare spatial ability, so she took out a pile of crystal nuclei and handed them to Wang Chen. Wang Chen first stored them all in his own space, then threw them all into the exchange machine, and then handed a black payment card to Xinyu to swipe. Ding, a total of 189,717 crystal coins, please make the payment. Hearing this, Xinyu was puzzled and asked, wasn't it 189,617 crystal coins? Why is it 100 more? Wang Chen smiled and took out a spatial scroll, saying, "The goods are all here, I've packed them for you.
The extra 100 crystal coins for this spatial scroll are separate. It's a small matter, no need to thank me.
Chinyu was speechless upon hearing this.
She already had a space, this cunning merchant.
Thank you for going the extra mile for me. Payment successful, current balance 33 crystal coins.
Wang Chen licked his lips, his smile brightened, handed over the scroll, and then mentioned the new magnetic levitation car.
He wanted Chinyu to inquire if the wealthy military had any need for it.
She looked incredulous at the price of 50,000 crystal coins for one car and hesitated before saying, I will report this. Finally, Chinyu brought up the matter of protecting the construction of the railway again. Wang Chen smiled, then seemed to kick something with his foot, and a black dog slowly emerged from behind the counter, looking very reluctant. Take Blackie to the construction site, it will temporarily protect the railway construction. You don't need to worry about zombie beasts disturbing you, just focus on building the road, it can handle the rest.
Chinyu was stunned, looked at the disdainful Blackie, and said, It?
Chinyu looked skeptical, but Wang Chen didn't seem to be joking. As she was leaving, Wang Chen mentioned something unrelated. There will be a large-scale zombie activity in the entire Jiangnan province recently, but they won't actively attack human forces, so your military doesn't need to worry too much, just sit back and watch. Chinyu was puzzled by this statement, not understanding how Wang Chen knew about the zombie activity. However, Wang Chen didn't bother to explain further, just said, Tell your military commander what I said.
Chinyu nodded, then left with Blackie.
Just as she left, Wang Chen hadn't had time to count the crystal coins. Zhou Shuming, who had previously bought a spatial scroll, arrived. His eyes were bloodshot, although his pure white shirt was spotless, there was a strong smell of blood on him.
He eagerly handed the scroll to Wang Chen.
Shopkeeper, please give me 500 bottles of strengthening potion. Wang Chen glanced at him, put all 2000 F-grade crystal cores from the scroll into the exchange machine, and then directly purchased from the system store.
It seems that it is not ruthless enough, but it doesn't matter. Soon it will understand that the enhancement of this potion is like giving wings to a fierce tiger. Anyway, after capturing other cities, they can still obtain crystal cores in the same way, and there will definitely be a big order.
On the subway to the southern military region, which is the city of Pingshan, Haizi lay bored on the seat with his eyes closed. Chinyu, sitting opposite, occasionally glanced at Haizi, trying to find something unusual about it. However, Haizi's aura was plain, just a bit bulkier than the dog's before the apocalypse, nothing out of the ordinary. This made her frown. Could it be that the store manager is playing a trick on me? But this subway line also has many benefits for him, he shouldn't be so careless. After the train arrived at the station, Chinyu decided to first put the goods from the spatial scroll into the arsenal, and then report to the higher-ups about
Haizi's matter.
So, Chinyu picked up the walkie-talkie and called her best friend to watch over Haizi. As soon as the short-haired woman saw Haizi, she couldn't help but exclaim, There are still dogs these days, so cute. Saying that, she started rubbing Haizi vigorously. Chinyu helplessly said, This is raised by that all-powerful store manager, said to protect the construction of the railway. Hearing this, the short-haired woman was also stunned, looking at Haizi in disbelief. Such a small dog, how can it withstand the group of zombies outside? Chinyu sighed slightly, You watch over it, I'll go report something to the military headquarters.
With that, she turned and left in big strides.
After registering the goods from the spatial scroll in the arsenal, Chinyu's walkie-talkie suddenly rang.
Calling staff Chin.
The subway section of Pingjia Street is under siege by a group of corpses, classified as a B-level corpse tide, requesting support. Chinyu was shocked, immediately activated her abilities, and ran towards the military headquarters at top speed, completely forgetting about Haizi's matter. The authorities classify both zombie tides and beast tides, or if there are more than 5 sea-level zombies, or a zombie tide with over 30,000 zombies, it can be defined as a B-level threat. At this moment, the short-haired woman was making strange sounds to amuse the dog, but Haizi looked disdainful, rolling his eyes constantly. It was hard to tell which one of us was being amused. The woman seemed to remember something, took out a piece of almost moldy bread from her pocket, intending to reluctantly feed Haizi. However, when she looked up again, Haizi had quietly disappeared, leaving no trace. At the construction site of Pingjia Street subway, the deep trench of the railway was filled with workers standing densely, each of them looking nervous, the gradually approaching roars making them panic and look around. Afraid that the group of corpses would suddenly rush in, they, who were powerless, were giving their all. On both sides of the deep trench, it was like hell, with the sounds of gunfire, roars, and explosions intertwining incessantly, with over 100 soldiers fighting the zombie horde. They built a solid defense, determined not to let a single zombie break through the line and protect the workers under their feet. However, the zombies kept pouring in from all directions, as numerous as hairs on an ox.
Lieutenant, there are too many, we can't hold on much longer. When will the reinforcements arrive? If we can't hold on, then give your life to hold on. We are soldiers, even if we die, we must die in front of the people. The swarming zombies paid no attention to these words. Once someone was surrounded by zombies, they were devoured instantly, not even leaving bone fragments behind. People kept falling, and the defensive line formed by everyone was rapidly shrinking. Just as everyone was in despair, a dark figure suddenly leaped into the zombie horde, and the surrounding zombies, upon seeing the swift black shadow, hadn't had time to change their target. In the blink of an eye, all that could be seen was one's tattered shoes, head hitting the ground, about to be kicked around like a ball by the zombies swarming from behind. Blackie darted through the horde at lightning speed, so fast that the zombies couldn't react in time, causing chaos in their ranks. Those at the center, amidst the sea of corpses with heads and limbs flying, initially thought it was a powerful military figure arriving, reigniting their fighting spirit as they desperately battled the zombies. Wherever Blackie went, it was bound to be a scene of bloodshed and carnage, with splattering blood resembling rose petals fluttering down gently. At that moment, a leading C-class zombie reacted swiftly, let out a roar, then turned and ran without looking back. But after only a few steps, its head and body went separate ways. The remaining thousands of zombies, without a leader, scattered in panic, yet many low-level zombies, driven solely by their desire for flesh, recklessly charged at Blackie. However, without exception, Blackie hunted them down one by one. As the number of zombies left on the battlefield dwindled, the people finally saw clearly that the military figure who had saved them was actually a black dog, its fur stained red with blood. Its incredible speed made it almost impossible to follow, with onlookers only catching glimpses of its figure. Within a few seconds, as the last zombie fell lifeless, a sudden silence filled the air. The survivors, even though they had narrowly escaped death, felt no joy, for they faced a greater problem. Before them stood a monstrous beast akin to a god of death. Its strength was beyond comprehension, as it single-handedly annihilated over 10,000 zombies, causing them to flee in terror, abandoning their weapons and armor. No one knew the creature's intentions. In this post-apocalyptic world, they feared not only the unpredictable human hearts but also the beasts that now stood as hunters. As Blackie turned around slowly, a chilling aura spread among the crowd. Their hearts raced, each person dared not even breathe too loudly, afraid of provoking this deity of death before them. Watching Blackie approach leisurely, the people trembled, gripping their weapons tightly, their military uniforms already soaked with cold sweat. Yet, Blackie simply lay down on a pile of rubble, paying no attention to the terrified gazes fixed upon it. Time seemed to stand still, the space frozen, as the bewildered onlookers remained motionless. It wasn't until the distant sound of vehicles rolling over the concrete road reached them. The military support had arrived. Transport vehicles rolled over the bodies, coming to a slow stop not far away. Shinyu and the support teams stepped out, their faces filled with shock at the sea of corpses and blood around them. Shinyu hurried forward, finding Captain Pan-hee, and incredulously asked, all of this was done by you guys? Even for a squad of soldiers, even if they were all supernaturals capable of handling a massive B-class zombie tide, it was still an astonishing feat. Captain Pan-hee's expression turned strange, then he glanced at Blackie beside him. Following his gaze, Shinyu finally noticed Blackie lying nonchalantly nearby, its fur dyed red with blood, bits of flesh clinging to its mouth. Her mind went blank for a moment, then she suddenly understood that the shopkeeper's dog had saved them from this crisis. Captain Pan-hee quietly briefed her on the situation, then couldn't help but ask anxiously, Commander Chin, it won't leave, what should we do now? Shinyu smiled faintly, patting Pan-hee's shoulder. Don't worry about it, keep working on the project. The black dog was raised by the shopkeeper and sent here specifically to protect you during construction, acting as your overseer. Overseer. Pan-hee finally realized, quickly urging the workers to get back to work. A terrifying beast overseer with immense power, making the workers probably too scared to sleep at night, solely focused on progress. In an office at the southern base, after listening to Chin Yu's report on Heizi's matter, Yang Wen was somewhat surprised. The manager is keeping a powerful beast? Chin Yu nodded. It's extremely fierce, capable of taking on thousands alone. Its strength even rivals Captain Gua's A-level abilities. At least we don't have to worry about the safety of the subway construction. Then, she relayed Wang Chen's words to Yang Wen as they were. Hearing this, he couldn't help but furrow his brows. There will be large-scale zombie activities in Jiangnan? And they're telling us not to intervene. What does that manager really want to do? Immediately establish an investigation team, closely monitor recent zombie activities, and report any findings promptly. Shouldn't we take action against the zombies then? Notify the garrison in each city to observe and adapt. Also equip the purchased weapons for the 23rd Regiment,
then take them to the front lines in heavily affected areas to practice and see the results. At this moment, all the zombies in Nanjiang City were gathering towards the East City, the movements of a million zombies causing the ground to tremble slightly. Upon closer observation, one would notice that some advanced zombies tightly held a test tube containing a pale red liquid. 4 zombies stood on a high ground, overlooking the army gradually assembling at their feet.
Titan held the potion in his hand, reluctant to let go, eager to taste a few drops right now. Is this the strengthening water? I wonder if it tastes good. The dwarf zombie couldn't help but worry. Your Majesty, what if the zombies from the neighboring city take advantage of our absence? Zhou Shuming's gaze was indifferent. Then we'll take down Wusher first and then turn back to annihilate them in one fell swoop. The dwarf gave it a deep look, thinking to himself, His Majesty's actions leave no room for retreat. Does this potion really have such a significant effect? After a moment, Zhou Shuming waved his hand, leading the troops eastward, the zombie army marching mightily towards Wusher. However, the zombie group in Wusher, already informed, was doing the same, gathering their forces at the border, a major battle becoming inevitable. The garrisons of both cities were also very concerned about this unusual movement, as if the zombies suddenly turned to attack human forces, it would be like locusts crossing the border, destroying everything in their path. However, orders from the military district were issued this time. Do not intervene in the zombie activities. Although the garrisons of both cities were puzzled, they had to follow orders and prepare the base for defense. Commissar, a group of people has broken in. Many of our psychic soldiers have been killed by them. Where is the regimental commander? The regimental commander hasn't returned since going to the port. Damn it, it's those damn little devils causing trouble. Quickly recall the outgoing teams, call on civilian forces, and defend the base. Communications soldier. Report to the military district, the devils are attacking our garrison base, requesting support. Commissar, there are too many of them, we can't hold them off. By now, Jiangkou City was in chaos, the military's Jiangkou base under attack by a group of black-clad individuals, with most psychics being slaughtered. Soon after, tens of thousands of devils stationed at the port also launched an attack on the base. Among them were many ordinary people, women, children, and even the elderly. People brainwashed by militarism, throwing caution to the wind, rushing into the defenseless base like mindless low-level zombies through gaps in the high walls. Shortly after receiving the news, the outgoing teams from various factions rushed over, but the flags on the high walls had already changed. Seeing the disgusting flag and the black-clad individuals holding Japanese swords on the high walls, everyone couldn't contain their anger, cursing and grumbling. Damn little devils, we took you in regardless of the past, and you repay us with such ingratitude, truly despicable. Damn it, kill these bastards. After so many years, you thought you were capable again, right? Kill. Hundreds of people were filled with righteous indignation, surging forward to drive out the group of Japanese invaders from the Huagua country. However, at that moment, a fat Japanese man leaped down from the high wall. Bang! The hefty figure crashed violently onto the ground, raising a cloud of dust and causing the ground to tremble slightly. Following him, dozens of black-clothed individuals descended, their expressions cold and their eyes disdainful as they looked at the crowd. The leader, with his fat head and large ears, exuded a powerful aura, his eyes filled with a chilling intent to kill. Mere ants, do not resist unnecessarily. Submit to the great Japanese Empire, or else, you will have no reason to live. The people did not understand Japanese, so they hesitated, puzzled by the words of this young man. Subsequently, hundreds of people unleashed their supernatural abilities and surged forward. Seeing this, the fat man sneered, assumed a sumo wrestler's posture, and then slammed his fists forcefully into the ground. The overwhelming force caused the earth to crack instantly, and the shockwave made several people stumble and fall. The fat man then charged forward, his momentum fierce and his speed astonishing. The crowd hastily launched their supernatural attacks. There were crystal-clear ice spikes, scorching flames, high-voltage lightning strikes, and sharp wind blades that could cut through iron like mud. However, the fat man showed no fear, directly enduring the attacks with his physical body. Dozens of projectiles hit his body, creating a cloud of smoke. Boom! From the smoke, a massive human projectile burst out, crashing straight into the formation of people and scattering them. The foremost defensive supernatural ability user failed to dodge and was struck by the fat man. Put! Several high-ranking defensive ability users were directly hit and dismembered, their limbs flying, enveloped in a cloud of blood mist, as were those behind them. The onlookers who narrowly avoided the attack were stunned, standing bewildered in place. Is he still human? This is clearly like armor-piercing ammunition. A perceptive ability user hesitated and trembled as he said, B-rank high tier, maybe even A-rank ability user. Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in shock, especially the leaders of several factions.
In Jiankou City, the highest ranked among the civilian factions was Wang Shang, who had just entered the B rank.
How could they compete with an A rank ability user?
It was only now that the crowd realized they were facing a whole nation, a country with tens of millions of people before the apocalypse.
How could it not have individuals with extraordinary talents?
At this point, Wang Shang, sensing the danger, wanted to flee, and others had the same idea. After a few seconds of silence, the majority of the people scattered in all directions, running frantically to escape.
However, dozens of shadows appeared like ghosts, surrounding the people.
If anyone dared to break through, the cold Japanese swords would swiftly claim their heads. Hundreds of people were unexpectedly surrounded by dozens, all of whom were the backbone of the Japanese military might. At this moment, the fat man spoke again, uttering a few more words in Japanese. Just as the crowd was puzzled, a man in the group who understood Japanese explained to them. He says, either submit and serve the great Japanese empire, or die.
This statement immediately sparked discontent among most people. Damn it, why should we submit to these little Japanese and be their servants?
Even in death, my father would curse me for it.
Isn't this pure humiliation? A warrior can be killed but not humiliated.
At that moment, a figure suddenly emerged from the crowd and silently walked to the fat man's side.
It was their strongest fighter, Wang Shang, a B-rank ability user.
Wang Shang, you cowardly son of a B***tch, despite being a B-rank ability user, you're just a coward afraid of death. You despicable son of a B***tch, I'm ashamed to be associated with you.
Fuck you, you bastard.
Even Wang Shang, who embodied people's greatest hopes, was willing to be a dog for the enemy. Despair instantly spread among the crowd, in the face of overwhelming power and the fear of death.
Still, many silently left the ranks, heading towards the Japanese. Damn it! A man roared, raising his knife to kill someone attempting to survive, shouting loudly, "Fight them! Kill!"
The remaining soldiers and some supernatural beings in the team launched attacks on the Japanese around them.
Die, all of you!
Seeing the remaining people ignorant of the situation, Fei Zai roared and charged back into the crowd to fight. Moments later, the scene was chaotic, with bodies of supernatural beings everywhere, the air thick with the smell of blood. The man's body was cut in half by a Japanese sword. With bloodied hands, he crawled to Wang Shang's feet, his bloody intestines and organs spilling on the ground. Then, with intense eyes, he gazed at Wang Shang, finally spitting out a mouthful of blood, breathless. Wang Shang felt conflicted but mostly relieved that his decision kept him alive, yet also led to his death. Fei Zai disdainfully kicked the body at his feet. The people of Hua country are just a bunch of trash.
From then on, the supernatural beings in Jiankou City were almost wiped out, while the remaining ordinary people became laborers under the oppression of the Japanese, building their base.
The news reached the military district, and Yang Wen urgently called a meeting to discuss the matter.
What's there to discuss? I suggested direct missile strike. Firepower coverage. Blast those damn little Japanese. What strike? There are many ordinary people in the Jiankou base. What if they get hurt?
At least first identify the location of the Japanese.
Then what? We take them in and they bite back. Hundreds of supernatural beings, this grudge, I can't swallow it.
Report to the organization, let them react to the international community, strictly control refugees, preferably cancel the refugee reception contract. Let Zhu Yi and the others from the neighboring Nanjiang City investigate, find out the location of the Japanese, then strike.
They can't escape killing on our turf.
At the border between Wuxi and Nanjiang City, it was a mess, with bodies of zombies everywhere, mostly from Wuxi. Your Majesty, the store manager's enhanced potions are indeed powerful.
Not a single zombie that drank them can't fight 10 opponents.
Yes, just relying on those 500 potion-drinking zombies can crush them all at once. Zhou Shuming nodded, a hint of a smile in his eyes, then ordered coldly, gather all the E-grade intermediate and below zombies in Wuxi.
The dwarf nodded, asking, even the submissive ones? All of them. We need to act quickly.
Zhou Shuming's eyes were indifferent, devoid of emotion in his response. Hearing this, the dwarf could only silently comply. It knew that the king used his people's crystal cores to buy potions, but the effect of the potions was too significant, fitting well with the battlefield norms of zombies, defeating the entire city's zombie horde in one battle, making them submit. The next day, in the post-apocalyptic store, early in the morning, a woman arrived at the store. She had a slender figure, wheat-colored skin, wrapped in a loose trench coat. Shadow couldn't help but curiously glance around the store before taking out a spatial scroll and a payment card, respectfully handing them to Wang Chen. Store manager, our king requests 500 bottles of enhanced potions and 2 spatial scrolls.
Wang Chen nodded, immediately providing the goods and urging Zhou Shuming to act quickly.
Ding, 90,180 crystal coins deducted from the payment card, current balance 20 crystal coins.
After receiving the goods, Shadow bid farewell and swiftly left.
Wang Chen checked his crystal coin balance, which had reached a high of 330,179 crystal coins.
It was time to open some blind boxes.
Gold bar, upgrade the shop to level B. After a moment, Wang Chen felt like the tiles under his feet were moving, and the entire shop began to expand. Before long, the shop stopped extending, and Gold Bar's voice followed. Upgrade successful, 90,000 crystal coins deducted automatically, current balance 240,179, unlocked product, flying vehicles. Wang Chen, expressionless, opened the system store, expecting to find mostly useless items like planes, private jets, and helicopters, all at unaffordable prices. In the pre-apocalyptic era, buying such items would have been profitable, but now it was uncertain. Occasionally, flying mutant beasts appeared in the sky, making it risky for regular planes to fly due to the high chance of encountering danger, noise-attracting zombies, and difficulty landing.
Moreover, not many ordinary people possessed the skills to pilot aircraft.
Selling these items to the authorities once things settled down seemed like a better option.
Disappointed, Wang Chen decided to upgrade again since he was now considered wealthy.
Gold bar, upgrade me to mid-level B. Upgrade successful, 120,000 crystal coins deducted automatically, current balance 120,170 crystal coins, unlocked product, heavy army weapons.
Excited, Wang Chen opened the system store.
Unlike before with rifles and grenades, this time heavy artillery included various tanks, armored vehicles, cannons, rocket launchers, and their compatible ammunition. Wang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Items like artillery tanks must have suffered heavy losses in the war against mutant beasts and zombies. However, production costs were high, and most military districts lacked large-scale arms factories. Producing tanks, cannons, and ammunition was time-consuming, especially with the scarcity of technical personnel due to the virus outbreak, hindering mass production. Heavy artillery played a crucial role in the post-apocalyptic world, offering extensive and long-range killing of zombies and mutant beasts. Although not precise against high-level targets, it was beneficial against hordes of creatures. As the apocalypse progressed, the demand for ammunition and military weapons increased. Sensing a business opportunity, Wang Chen walked to the expanded area of the shop after the upgrade, adjusting the nearby shelves to create a spacious area. He purchased a light tank from the system store and placed it prominently, anticipating a profit from its sale. The tank, without ammunition, cost 10,000 crystal coins, and he estimated selling it for at least 20,000 crystal coins. Ammunition was priced at 50 crystal coins per box for purchase, with selling prices based on caliber and type.
Wang Chen updated the sign at the entrance with the new prices.
Suddenly, a group of people approached the shop, including Ling Xuelian, who had recently moved to the southern city. They seemed to be there for supply purchases for their newly established base.
Ling, Vice Commander Ling, what is that?
Ling Xuelian followed her subordinate's gaze and saw a steel behemoth parked inside the shop through the bright glass windows. She was stunned and, along with the others, hurried to Wang Chen.
Shop manager, is that real?
Wang Chen glanced at her, smiled, and walked into the shop without a word, leaving the conspicuous signboard behind. The group rushed to inspect it, finding numerous heavy military weapons listed, tempting despite their high prices. This means that as long as there are enough crystal cores, anyone can freely assemble their own army. And with the anti-aircraft guns, our base's air defense capabilities will definitely be greatly enhanced.
Isn't this different from the official way? So cool.
Ling Xuelian didn't hesitate at all and quickly took out paper and pen to calculate the prices listed above. After confirming over the phone, she excitedly walked into the store and handed the order in her hand to Wang Chen behind the counter.
Store manager, do you have these items in stock? Wang Chen glanced over and instantly restocked, then pointed outside.
Everyone turned to look and saw 3 37mm anti-aircraft guns suddenly appear on the empty space in front of the store, along with a dozen boxes of ammunition.
Everyone was dumbfounded.
Ling Xuelian was the first to react, quickly took out the prepared crystal cores to pay, totaling 50,469 crystal coins. Then everyone bid farewell and left with the anti-aircraft guns, attracting a lot of attention along the way.
Miss Ling, where did your base get these artillery from? Does the official store sell these?
They are products from the End of the World store. In Jiangkou City, tens of thousands of ordinary people worked on a vast construction site in the biting cold wind, men, women, and children, all dressed thinly. In the huge construction site, there were also dozens of Wuguo ability users standing, brandishing whips arrogantly, keeping an eye on the site. If anyone was caught slacking off, they would inevitably be whipped, and the powerless people could only be angry but dare not speak up. After all, machine guns were placed all around the construction site, their dark muzzles ready to fire. At this moment, an unmanned reconnaissance aircraft flew across the sky.
Look, isn't that a military plane?
Yes, the military is coming to rescue us. We're saved.
That's great. I'm exhausted. Damn it, blow up these little Wugwa people.
However, at this moment, the hidden anti-aircraft guns in the mountains had quietly locked onto the reconnaissance aircraft.
Bang! 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 Bang!
Instantly, a dense barrage of shells shot up into the sky, accurately blocking the reconnaissance aircraft's movement space. Then, a series of explosions rang out, and the reconnaissance aircraft was instantly engulfed in black smoke, followed by scattered debris falling from the sky. The hope that had just risen among the people was shattered just like the reconnaissance aircraft, scattered and destroyed. Seeing this, a Wugwa man sneered and whipped the thin, stooped back of an elderly person nearby.
What are you all looking at? Don't you dare slack off, or I'll beat you useless bunch. Your military is also useless, they can't save you.
Above the Jianko base, Sanjo Marshal watched the rapidly falling debris in the sky and asked, "How many is this today?" Reporting to the Marshal, "This is the third one today, all taken care of by our anti-aircraft guns in the first instance." A young man in military uniform said proudly,
"They can't accurately determine our garrison location now, they definitely won't dare to use large-scale weapons recklessly.
And the situation in Huagwe is not optimistic, they don't have so many spare troops to confront us, we can develop freely."
Sanjo Marshal nodded, looking into the distance at the military base under construction.
At this moment, a communication soldier suddenly approached, saluted, and said, reporting to the Marshal, "A subway under construction has been found in the north, with only a few workers, and it's about to reach Jianko City. Our people have launched attacks on it, but they were all killed by a powerful mutant beast nearby."
Hearing this, Sanjo frowned slightly and muttered, "A powerful mutant beast."
The young man beside him was extremely excited. It must be the people of Huagwa trying to secretly transport troops to Jianko City via the subway to attack our base.
We must not let their scheme succeed, we must immediately send someone to destroy it.
Sanshang remained silent for a moment, then decisively ordered, "Immediately command the artillery team to destroy the railway they are building and guard it closely to prevent reconstruction.
As for the nearby alien beast, do not provoke it for now.
We are not ready to engage in battle with the beast horde yet, destroying the railway is sufficient."
Yes.
At that moment, a jeep quietly entered Jianko City from a side road.
"Captain, does the military district need 3 drones to conceal our actions? You don't understand.
The 3 drones will enter Jianko from different directions to locate the Japanese artillery hidden in the jungle. You know the power of those things, anti-aircraft guns leveled, military tribunal. Time is of the essence, our task is only to find the Japanese camp. Besides our South Jiang City, there are zombie disturbances everywhere, and garrisons in various cities are on high alert, unable to spare any troops.
With no extra manpower available, it's best to use a small number of missiles to inflict maximum damage on the Japanese." At that moment, Heizi was leisurely lying on the railway tracks.
It had just dealt with a Class C zombie, scaring off the horde, feeling safe now.
Suddenly, its fur bristled, and it quickly jumped up, roaring loudly at the workers who were working.
Startled by the roar, the workers trembled, thinking the boss was unhappy with their progress. They worked as if injected with chicken blood, burying themselves in work. Little did they know, without warning, a barrage of shells rained down from the sky.
Boom! 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 Boom!
The explosive force made the ground tremble uncontrollably, causing the newly laid road behind to collapse one after another, sending sand and stones flying.
Everyone, hide in the newly dug. The deafening explosions instantly drowned out the screams of the people. After nearly 3 minutes of relentless bombing, the 500 meters of railway were completely destroyed, with rubble covering large sections of the tracks.
As the smoke cleared, Heizi returned to the top of the railway, peering down at the scene below. The dense artillery fire forced it to retreat. Below, the scene was a river of blood, with limbs and body parts scattered everywhere, survivors wailing in agony, clutching their severed limbs and legs. One person, waist deep in a pool of blood, intestines spilling out, frantically shouted into a communicator, "Help!
Call for rescue! Call for rescue!" In just 3 minutes, the group of 1,000 people was reduced to less than 100.
Seeing this, Heizi was furious but unable to determine the enemy's position as the shells came from 12 kilometers away. It could only stomp in place in frustration. The next day, Yangwon received a notification from the organization, instructing the Jiangnan military region to swiftly eliminate the invading Japanese, rescue the hostages, and, upon confirming their location, authorize the use of missiles.
Upon receiving the message, the enraged senior military officials immediately issued orders. Send the 2 locations of the Japanese garrison provided by Zhu Yi to the Rocket Brigade for precise guidance. The task of eliminating the remnants and rescuing the hostages is entrusted to Zhu Yi's mixed brigade and the 24th Regiment from Manchi City. They are to quickly enter Jiankou City. After the missile strikes, advance, and annihilate the Japanese in one fell swoop. Soon, a storm missile shot out from the woods of a hill, soaring into the sky, followed by another missile. After flying in the air for nearly half an hour, the missiles finally reached the low airspace of Jiankou City. The ground troops, in full readiness, could also see the rapidly flying missiles and their long trails of smoke. They were ecstatic, cheering and jubilant. Damn it, bomb those damn little Japanese. Wipe out the little Japanese country, avenge our fallen compatriots. Dad, we will exterminate the Japanese, have you seen it from up there? Just as everyone thought the missiles were about to hit, a cylindrical object suddenly shot out and precisely struck the side of the missile. Boom! The missile exploded in the air, creating a thick black smoke. Immediately, the second missile met the same fate, colliding head-on with the object that appeared out of nowhere. The 2 missiles vanished instantly, leaving behind only the dissipating black smoke in the air and the slowly falling missile fragments. It dawned on everyone that these were Japanese missile interceptors. Some couldn't believe that even in the apocalypse, the Japanese had such precise missile interception systems. Zhu Yi, witnessing the ineffectiveness of the 2 missiles, couldn't help but curse in frustration. Damn it, those Japanese. On the side, Shen Gang reported the situation to the military district for instructions. Soon, they received orders to hold their position, and reluctantly, they had to retreat. Without missile support, it would be challenging for their 2 units to completely eliminate the enemy and rescue the captives. Meanwhile, General Sanshang stood atop the high wall, leisurely enjoying the aerial view as if everything was going according to plan. General, were those 2 missiles from Hua country? They were intercepted by us, someone asked in amazement. Sanshang nodded, impressed. The latest missile interception system from Eagle country truly lives up to its reputation. A young man beside him couldn't contain his joy, dancing around as if struck by a sudden burst of energy. So powerful. Now we don't have to worry about missile threats from Hua country. Let them keep launching more missiles, it will only weaken their own strength. After a moment of contemplation, Sanshang gave a solemn command, quickly set up checkpoints on the main roads leading to Jiankou. It must be completed by the end of today. The artillery unit should hide near the famous mountains. Once a checkpoint spots the enemy's forces, immediately notify the artillery unit for support. Yes. Meanwhile, an emergency meeting was convened at the military district. Missile interceptors. The Japanese are really advanced. They must have bought them from their Eagle dad, someone speculated. What a waste of 2 missiles, it's a damn shame. Should we send someone to sneak into Jiankou City and destroy the Japanese interceptors? Jiankou City is vast, it would take too much time. Besides, who knows how many interceptors they have. If the next missile launch ends up as a fireworks show, it would be another wasted missile. But we can't let the Japanese thrive on our territory, can we? Then what should we do? We lack manpower, missiles and bombers can't penetrate, and I heard the Japanese have set up checkpoints on the roads. It seems we have to seek help from other military districts with more relaxed restrictions, but it will take at least 2 days for them to reach Jiankou City, and they will encounter zombies and mutants along the way, resulting in some casualties. What else can we do? Wait and gather more manpower before launching a direct attack on Jiankou City. Damn it, if it weren't for this damn apocalypse, those little Japanese would have died hundreds of times over. Inside the post-apocalyptic store, Wang Chen watched the meticulous factions bargaining even for buying a box of bullets, feeling a sense of resignation. Doing business with the military was more comfortable. To promote his goods, he called the Nanjiang base directly, only to be answered by a communication soldier. He was informed that the unit leader and political commissar were both on a mission and not at the base. Additionally, he learned about the Japanese intrusion into Jiankou City. Wang Chen shook his head at this, blaming the authorities for inviting trouble by being too naive and welcoming refugees despite their own chaotic situation. The upper echelons of the government dared not inspect the lower levels of the post-apocalyptic society, unaware of the dire conditions, behaving like well-fed individuals ignorant of the starving ones, engaging in actions that only worsened the situation. However, with the invasion of the Wa people, the authorities definitely needed a large amount of ammunition. The role of the heavy firearms he had just opened became apparent, didn't it? So, Wang Chen found the phone number Qin Yu had left for him. Shortly after, the phone rang, but before the other party could speak, Wang Chen took the initiative and recited all the heavy firearms in his shop, including the prices. His rapid speech speed made it impossible for Qin Yu on the other end to interrupt. 3 minutes later, Wang Chen picked up his cup, took a sip of tea, and asked, "How about it? Affordable prices, tenfold compensation for fakes, does the military district need any?" However, Qin Yu's words made Wang Chen fall silent. "Do you sell missiles? Wang Chen, are you kidding me? Why don't you want nuclear missiles instead?" "Well, there really are missiles. There's one that's already been launched in space, want it?" Qin Yu sighed slightly and briefly explained the situation in Jiangkou City. Previously, Wang Chen hadn't paid much attention, just expressing resentment towards the Hua people's retaliatory actions. It wasn't until he heard about the Hua people shelling the military district's construction workers, causing the project to come to a standstill. For now, the military district can't do anything to them, but once personnel from other military districts arrive in a few days, the Hua problem can be completely resolved. Due to the considerable progress made in the construction, it's not possible to temporarily change the route, and with most workers unfortunately killed in the Hua people's shelling, they need to be reassembled. So, the subway construction project has to be put on hold. Wang Chen furrowed his brow and asked in a deep voice, "How many days?" There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone before the answer came. "It will probably take about a week. After all, not all Hua people are useless. I can't wait that long." With that, Wang Chen hung up the phone, leaving Qin Yu on the other end looking helpless. Wang Chen lit a cigarette, his eyes filled with coldness. "Damn little Hua brats, I never liked you to begin with, and now you dare to disrupt my source of income. Time is money, the sooner the line opens, the sooner I can profit. Not to mention having to delay for a whole week, since the military is incompetent, I'll have to take matters into my own hands." The next day, after finishing breakfast, Wang Chen walked out of the shop and hung the notice of closure on the door again before stepping out into the courtyard. The next moment, a square vehicle without wheels, floating in the air, appeared out of thin air. Wang Chen slowly opened the vehicle, got into the driver's seat, and then activated the autopilot. The maglev tram slowly rose to a height of 10 meters above the ground, then accelerated suddenly, speeding away from Nanjing City at a very fast pace. The vehicle's top speed could reach 350 kilometers per hour, and in less than half an hour, Wang Chen entered Jiangkou City. Where is the place where the Hua people are highly concentrated? Wang Chen stopped the vehicle, looking at the large map, muttering to himself. At that moment, a soldier at a checkpoint under his feet noticed the floating tram in the air. "Look, what's that? A flying saucer?" The members of the squad quickly looked up and saw a peculiar square vehicle floating in the air. "It must be a new type of weapon developed by the Hua people, shoot it down first." The squad leader made a quick decision and sent out a high-pressure water column, trying to knock it down with the impact force. However, when the powerful water column hit the maglev tram, it seemed to lose its strength, and the tram remained motionless. Then, projectiles hit the tram, but the vehicle remained stable in the air, without even a slight sway. "Damn, what is this?" Before a Hua person could finish his sentence, he collapsed weakly to the ground. Then, one by one, the others felt as if their strength had been instantly drained, followed by a sense of weakness and suffocation, falling to the ground one after another. They didn't even know how they died. "Looks like I'll have to activate spatial perception and wander around blindly," Wang Chen muttered, unfamiliar with the surroundings. "Gold, upgrade my ability by 1 level. Forget it, just max out my ability." Upgrading would definitely expand the range of spatial perception and also save him some time, not that he lacked crystal coins now anyway. A few seconds later, the sound of gold bars came. "Upgrade successful, 80,000 crystal coins automatically deducted, current balance 58,450 crystal coins." Instantly, Wang Chen felt as if he had merged with everything around him, the chilly wind in the air, the swaying wild grass under his feet, even the power transmission on the maglev tram couldn't escape his perception. Even without using his perception ability, he could still sense any movement within a radius of 200 meters, just not as clearly. Wang Chen then activated his spatial perception, which now reached an astonishing 1,500 meters. In other words, within this 1,500 meters, he could grab objects across space, teleport to places beyond his line of sight, and cut through any object at will. Wang Chen's physical fitness had also been greatly enhanced, coupled with the 150 attribute points he obtained from previous system tasks. His body now rivaled that of an ordinary B-grade mutant beast. With such a wide spatial perception range, locating the gathering place of the Hua people would no longer be like finding a needle in a haystack. Wang Chen then switched to manual driving and aimlessly wandered around Jiangkou City. Although the maglev tram was fast, it was not difficult for people on the ground to spot it. Some vigilant individuals had already noticed. "Hey, what's that? It should be a weapon made in Huagua," report it to the main base quickly. The maglev tram's suspension height, neither too high nor too low, made it difficult for the anti-aircraft guns hidden in the jungle to detect it. By the time Wang Chen appeared in their sight, they had already been locked onto by his spatial perception, and before they could load the shells to fire, they had already left this world. At this moment, an area with a concentration of people entered Wang Chen's perception range. Strangely, there were only a few people here. Wang Chen didn't think much about it and drove the tram straight over. At this time, the people at the construction site were sweating profusely, but the winter weather occasionally brought cold winds that cut through their thin clothes like blades. Many had already caught severe colds, but under the oppression of the people, they could not rest, or they would only face the brutal sticks of the people and traitorous collaborators. While transporting cement, a slender girl collapsed due to a high fever and exhaustion from prolonged labor. "Hey, what are you doing? Get up and work." A nearby patrolling person saw this and immediately approached, scolding in broken Huayu and kicking the girl with disdain. The girl's face was pale as she weakly raised her dusty arms, but soon she couldn't muster the strength and let them fall back down. The sneering person cursed, "Stop pretending, get up and work." Then he raised the iron rod in his hand, ready to strike. Seeing this, the surrounding people remained silent, the people's sticks bending their spines, and those who tried to resist were all thrown into the pile of corpses and devoured. At this moment, a similarly frail woman rushed out from the crowd, shielding the girl beneath her and tearfully pleading, "My daughter is really sick, please have mercy and let her rest in the tent." The man with a sly look glanced at the woman and said mockingly, "Sure, in front of us, take off your clothes and replace your daughter to transport the cement, then she can go back to the tent." The pile of cement nearby was as high as a mountain, and to transport it to the designated location, she had to pass through most of the construction site. This meant that she had to do it naked, under the gaze of thousands of people, repeatedly carrying cement while enduring the chilly wind. How much physical and mental pressure would a woman have to bear in such a situation? But she just glanced at her daughter in her arms and silently began unbuttoning her clothes. She knew that if things continued like this, her overworked daughter would surely die. The Japanese man revealed a lecherous smile and called nearby companions to join in the spectacle. He shouted to the crowd, "Everyone, come and see, this shameless woman wants to." Before he could finish his sentence, his voice abruptly stopped. The Japanese man's face turned pale, his eyes filled with fear as he tightly held his neck, trying to speak but no sound came out. His companions looked on in confusion. Suddenly, the man's face turned ashen, his frantic movements ceased, and his head slowly fell to the ground with a sound of flesh tearing, the cut so precise as if done by the most accurate instrument in the world. Witnessing this unexpected scene, the onlookers were left bewildered. A voice broke the silence, "Does anyone know where the Japanese headquarters are?" The crowd turned to see a young man who had appeared beside them, dressed neatly in casual clothes, looking nothing like a construction worker. The nearby Japanese men realized he was the one causing trouble. "You bastard! I'll..." Before he could finish, he fell to the ground with a thud, his head rolling off. Within seconds, the previously arrogant Japanese men met their gruesome end. The crowd applauded, some even went to desecrate the bodies of the Japanese men. The woman who had almost traversed the entire construction site hurried to thank Wang Chen. Wang Chen shook his head faintly and asked, "Do you know where the Japanese?" At that moment, a piercing siren interrupted Wang Chen. Dozens of Japanese supernatural beings, who were actually the site managers, suddenly appeared around them. One of them, seeing Wang Chen standing out, spoke in broken Mandarin, "You are a soldier from Hua country, surrender quickly. We have informed the nearby military, you can't escape now." Despite their numbers, facing Wang Chen who had intruded and swiftly defeated several Japanese men, they dared not act rashly. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen chuckled meaningfully and teased, "Are you talking about the camp on the West Mountain?" "Sorry, I've already visited there before coming here." The crowd looked incredulous, knowing there were 70 to 80 elite supernatural beings there. It seemed impossible for them to die without a sound. "It's impossible, he must be exaggerating." Wang Chen chuckled, activating spatial cutting directly. "If you doubt it, go and see for yourselves." The sound of flesh being cut rang out, followed by the heads of the Japanese men dropping to the ground along with splattering blood. "How did he do that?" "I don't know, let's run." The remaining few attempted to flee, especially the speed-type supernatural beings, but they couldn't escape Wang Chen's vast perception range. In no time, they all met their end. It was too easy to just take out their crystal cores, they needed to experience excruciating pain. In just 2 minutes, all the Japanese men at the construction site had met their fate. The crowd cheered and rushed to Wang Chen, praising him for single-handedly defeating so many Japanese men. "You're so strong, big brother, taking down all those Japanese men by yourself. Are you here to rescue us officially? That's great. Can you spare some food? I'm starving. Where is the main force? Get us out of here quickly, I can't stand this place for another day."
With thousands of people on the scene, as soon as the officials arrived, they rushed up one after another, bombarding with questions like a group of drowning people spotting a floating plank. Seeing the dirty crowd surrounding him, Wang Chen furrowed his brows slightly, about to speak. Suddenly, a small steel needle appeared out of nowhere, heading straight for Wang Chen in the crowd. But just as it was about to pierce Wang Chen's head, the steel needle suddenly vanished. Among the crowd, Wang Shang was slightly puzzled, feeling confused. How could his famous hidden weapon fail like this? Refusing to believe it, he wanted to try again, but a pair of eyes had already locked onto him, cold and ruthless like a hunter's. Wang Shang felt a chill down his spine, unable to help swallowing hard. The person who had come was the manager from the meeting before, which meant the mysterious and powerful manager was an official representative. If he was caught selling out his country for personal gain, he would face immediate punishment. So, he decisively activated his speed ability and turned to run. However, Wang Chen suddenly appeared in front of him without warning, seemingly teleporting. Wang Shang was certain this was not just speed, but teleportation. He tried to plead for mercy, but no sound came out, unable to breathe, feeling as if a sharp blade was stuck in his throat. Then, he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The crowd looked at the fallen Wang Shang, cursing him. Good riddance. Selling out our country, disgusting. Damn it, everyone spit on him, those capable spit a few more. Seeing the indignant crowd, Wang Chen sighed softly. He decided to go find the headquarters of the Japanese. Then he turned and left. At that moment, a slender young man hurried to Wang Chen, trying to grab his arm and shouted loudly, "Where are you going? We are all waiting for you to save us." Everyone turned to look. Wang Chen avoided the young man's hand with disdain, saying coldly, "I am not an official, nor did I come here to save you." Hearing this, the crowd was stunned, finally realizing. But they seemed unwilling to give up, quickly surrounding Wang Chen. "No, you must save us. We are being oppressed to death by the Japanese, can't you see? Yes, with your strength, leading us out should be no problem, the capable should help. Just save us, otherwise when the Japanese army returns and sees so many of their bodies here, they won't spare us, you will be responsible. If the officials find out you let us die, they will condemn you. Can your conscience bear the weight of so many lives left to die?" Wang Chen remained indifferent, shaking his head without speaking, and continued walking away. However, the crowd not only did not make way but instead crowded closer, trying to block Wang Chen with their bodies. "If you have the guts, then take us all." Before the person could finish, their heads suddenly burst open, splattering blood on those nearby. Before the crowd could react, another person's head burst, then 3, 4, 5. Those who tried to block Wang Chen's path had their brains spilled on the ground. The crowd finally understood the ruthlessness of this person before them, realizing he could indeed carve a bloody path out, so they quickly made way for Wang Chen. Fear, resentment, jealousy, and complex gazes were cast upon Wang Chen. Yet he remained calm, stepping over the bodies on the ground, calmly walking away from the path the crowd had cleared for him. Although he could have teleported away, he wanted to teach these ordinary people, who forced others into obligations and intruded on others, a lesson. Not for anything else, at least my mood has improved a lot. At this moment, the woman who was previously rescued by Wang Chen walked up. She first bowed deeply, then pointed to the distant mountains with her finger. "Thank you for saving us. Beyond that mountain is the temporary base of the Wa people, which used to be the Junko base. We were driven from there." Wang Chen nodded, then disappeared from the sight of the crowd. Inside the Junko base, Sanshang quietly gazed at the vast sky. This was a habit he developed after becoming the marshal of the Wa country. Whenever he had free time, he would relax in this way. After arriving in the Huagua country, his time spent gazing at the sky increased unintentionally. At this moment, a young man in military uniform walked slowly towards him. He knew what the marshal was worried about and comforted him. "Your Excellency, rest assured. We have the most advanced interception system of the Eagle country. The missiles of the Huagua country can no longer threaten us." Sanshang looked weary and murmured, "Old habits. By the way, weren't you supposed to be resettling civilians? Why are you back?" There was a hint of disdain in the young man's eyes as he respectfully replied, "I heard that someone intruded into Junko. I'm not sure if it's from the Huagua military, so as a precaution, I've sent Guatian to eliminate them." Sanshang nodded. Guatian was the obese A-level esper. At that moment, Sanshang seemed to see something, his eyes narrowed, staring intently at the sky. A white cylindrical object was descending steadily from high altitude. Judging by its trajectory, it was about to land in the center of the base. "What is that?" Sanshang muttered blankly. The young man, being a perceptive esper, also looked up in confusion and immediately saw the object descending slowly from the sky.
Through his Esper ability, he could clearly see a prominent red square on the pure white object, which was a national flag. It's a missile. The young man was suddenly shocked and tremblingly shouted, "Why? Why is there a missile? Where is the interception system?" Sanshang was speechless. Based on his years of experience, he could tell that this was definitely not a long-range launch. It seemed more like an airdrop, but they hadn't detected any presence of fighter jets or bombers. At that moment, all they could do was watch helplessly as the missile approached closer and closer. "Your Excellency, Marshal, take cover." The guards beside them hurriedly shielded the two and rushed downstairs at top speed. The nearly 4-meter-long Fonglang missile, at freefall speed, headed towards the administrative building at the center of the base. Meanwhile, at a distance by the road, Wang Chen had his back to the Junko base. He took out a cigarette from the space and then a windproof lighter, slowly pressing the ignition switch. Asterisk click. Asterisk asterisk boom. Asterisk a deafening explosion resounded through the sky. The administrative building at the center collapsed instantly, with objects within 50 meters crumbling in an instant. Countless Hua people and military supplies were engulfed by the dazzling flames, nearby buildings and walls receiving a massive impact, collapsing with a roar. Even more terrifying was the underground of the administrative building, the vast underground space rapidly collapsing. Numerous Hua people were crushed to death by falling rocks, the passage leading to the surface destroyed by the explosion, leaving the survivors with limited oxygen and a sense of despair and unease. The destructive power of the Huagua Fonglang missile was equivalent to 1,000 pounds of TNT exploding simultaneously. In no time, the Junko base had become a wasteland, cries of agony echoing everywhere, a scene of utter devastation. Some were choked to death by the thick black smoke, some were crushed by rocks, and some were pierced by sharp objects brought by the impact. At the scene, you couldn't even find a single person with an intact body. Those who were at the center of the explosion and perished instantly turned out to be the luckiest among them. Wang Chen, using spatial perception, calmly watched everything unfold. Most of the residents in the Junko base are high-ranking officials of Hua country, Espers, and their relatives, with Hua civilians living not far from here. However, there was only one missile in Wang Chen's space, and it was absolutely impossible for him to go to the system store to buy some shells. "I am truly a great philanthropist." Wang Chen flicked the cigarette butt on the ground, stomped it into the soil with his slipper, and then planned to leave quietly, hiding his talents and fame. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a group of agile black-clad individuals swiftly arrived, all attracted by the sound of the explosion. When they saw the devastated base and the billowing black smoke, they were all dumbfounded. "What's going on? Was the base bombed? Damn it! It must have been those damn people from Hua country. Why? My wife is still in the base, my beloved. No! If it weren't for my wife, how could I have achieved what I have today?" Meanwhile, not far away, Wang Chen still attracted the attention of the crowd. "Stop! Who are you?" Wang Chen, who was about to leave, stopped in his tracks, frowned, and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? Hua country people?" The crowd was slightly stunned and rushed up together, wanting to take down Wang Chen. Damn it, he must have done this. Kill him, avenge our deceased loved ones. Die. Soon, a bulky black-clad man arrived late. He was tasked with eliminating the invading Hua people. Seeing the miserable state of the base, he couldn't help but pause. Although he had guessed some of it earlier, he hadn't expected the power of the explosion to be so devastating. Then, he inadvertently saw a scene in the distance, his pupils constricted, his eyes sharp. Among the dozen or so subordinates who had arrived first, their heads had already been severed, lying weakly on the blood-stained ground. And among them stood a neatly dressed man. "It should be that sneaky Hua person who infiltrated. He seems quite strong, and it seems that our base is also his handiwork." Saying this, the man quietly approached Wang Chen, then assumed a sumo posture and charged towards Wang Chen. The feet of the man, like two huge hammers, each time they struck the ground, left a small dent. His massive body was like a flesh and blood tank, with an overwhelming momentum, recklessly charging forward, seemingly intent on turning the frail man in front of him into pulp. As the strongest in Hua country, he had absolute confidence in his Esper abilities. "Ah, die." Then, Wang Chen, who possessed spatial awareness, how could he not notice this A-level crystal core? Esper. However, he just glanced at it casually, ignoring it. The look in the man's eyes turned cold as he used his Esper to push his strength to the limit. Just then, he suddenly stumbled, his obese body tumbling in the mud due to the immense inertia. In this way, the fat on his body mixed with mud, he awkwardly rolled towards Wang Chen. Wang Chen walked straight towards the maglev tram not far away, shaking the dark red crystal core in his hand. The body of the man also rolled past Wang Chen from behind, finally coming to a slow stop. How could this happen?
On the other side, General Sanso struggled to climb out of a pile of rubble, the empty sleeve on his right side fluttering in the cold wind, as he looked at the devastated base, speechless and stunned.
In the end, Sanso could only sit despondently on a pile of rubble. Wa country, destroyed. Back at the end of the world store, Wang Chen once again called Xinyu. Shopkeeper, rest assured, reinforcements from other military districts are already on their way, the subway repair won't be delayed for long. Seeing Wang Chen calling again, Xinyu thought he was urging her and quickly explained. However, Wang Chen said, "You can now recruit workers again and get ready to start work. But, manager, I've already mentioned it many times. The Japanese are basically no longer a threat, so let's get ready to start." What do you mean? Xinyu was puzzled and couldn't help but ask. But all that came from the other end was the busy tone of the phone. Perplexed, Xinyu was about to investigate further when a communicator burst into the office excitedly. "Commander Qin, the Japanese have surrendered." "What?" Hearing this, Xinyu couldn't help but widen his eyes, looking incredulous. The person hurriedly explained, for some reason, the Japanese commander, along with all surviving Japanese, voluntarily surrendered at our military base. "Why?" "It seems that someone bombed their base, killing most of them and even an A-level esper." Xinyu finally understood the meaning behind Wang Chen's words. He had just discussed this matter with Wang Chen yesterday, and today the Japanese issue was resolved. Without a doubt, it must have been the manager's doing. After the shock wore off, Xinyu's lips curved into a slight smile as he gazed through the window into the distance. The manager was such a person, acting as he pleased, and with strength that reached the heavens. At this moment, the two regiments stationed near Jiangkou City had successfully recaptured the city and were clearing the base. When did the military launch missiles? Why weren't we informed? Zhu Yi stared at the ruins of the Jiangkou base, muttering. On the other hand, Chen Gang shook his head. It shouldn't be the military launching missiles. They intercepted 2 missiles earlier, they wouldn't risk launching more. And there's no information from the nearby military districts, those clueless reinforcements are still on their way. If it's not the military, then who could it be? Who has access to missiles? As they spoke, the two suddenly turned their heads, looking at each other in shock, and said in unison, "It's him." Chen Gang's expression was complex, somewhat incredulous, so the missile from before was really in the manager's hands. Zhu Yi gazed into the distant mountains and forests. That's not even the most terrifying part. The scariest thing is that the manager can take high-speed flying missiles, store them, and silently place them above the Jiangkou base. With a hint of relief, he continued, "Fortunately, the manager is on the side of humanity, otherwise, we would be in trouble." In the end, all the Japanese involved in the massacre in Jiangkou City were arrested, while the ringleader, Sanjo, was officially charged with war crimes and sentenced to death. As for the remaining thousands of ordinary people from Japan, they were housed in refugee camps in Jiangkou City, closely monitored by the reinforcements sent to Jiangkou, who would now be stationed in the city. As time passed, the southern military region received 3 reports, one about the 23rd Regiment equipped with Esper weapons, achieving significant results in heavily affected areas. The special envoy of the organization overseeing this was very pleased and immediately reported it to the higher-ups. Another report concerned the unrest of the Jiangnan province's zombie horde, likely due to the zombies' unified war. The third report was about the end of the world store, with various signs indicating that the store was selling its goods to the zombie horde. How do you interpret these events? What else can we do? That manager is even doing business with zombies. Is he still human? I suggest we eliminate him at all costs. Eliminate him? Can we even defeat him? It's said that he single-handedly resolved the Japanese issue in Jiangkou City this time, retrieving and returning missiles. It's unbelievable. By actively resolving the Japanese issue, at least he's on our side, and you all know his strength. At the very least, he's an S-class Esper. Look around the entire Huaxia, even the entire Blue Star. Is there another S-class Esper now? But we can't let him continue doing business with zombies. Allowing the zombies to thrive will eventually lead to the extinction of humanity. But haven't you noticed? Since the corpse group's abnormal movement, there hasn't been a corpse tide for a long time. Maybe it's because of the deal with the shopkeeper. So what? One mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers. Blue Star can only have 1 species at the top of the food chain. Can you guarantee that the zombies won't rise up one day? Then we should blockade and sanction, not allowing customers to enter. But what about those low-level ability users? Listening to the arguments of the crowd, the old man sitting in the main seat remained silent. At this moment, Yang Wen spoke up. Everyone knows the purpose of the goods in the Doomsday Store. They are meant to be used, but cautiously. Since we can't do anything to him, we can only enhance our own strength, elevate the strength of the entire nation, and accelerate the equipping of the national weapons. How do we solve the funding issue? Other places aren't much wealthier than us, the old man suddenly asked. First, if the organization intends to equip the entire Hua country's army, let them purchase through our special discount channel, the promised 10% discount by the shopkeeper. Second, since the strength of the zombies is increasing, we can start with the relatively weaker exotic beasts. There may be differences in the northwest region of Hua country, but in the south, the strength and number of exotic beasts may not be as terrifying. Why not first deal with the beasts in the south, then gradually confront the northwest region, shrinking the defense line and acquiring crystal nuclei to enhance our strength? Our biggest advantage compared to exotic beasts and zombies is the unified centralized state. Zombies require war to unify, but we don't. So, take advantage of their unity to develop ourselves well and deal with the exotic beasts. Hearing this, everyone expressed their agreement. At this moment, someone suddenly raised a question. Exotic beasts are tough, to deal with them, heavy firepower is essential, but now production is so difficult, most armor-piercing bullets specifically for killing exotic beasts have been requisitioned to the Northwest War Zone, leaving few behind. How do we deal with the beasts? Yang smiled and took out an order, saying, "It's still the Doomsday Store, heavy firepower is now available for sale, tanks, heavy artillery, armored vehicles, armor-piercing bullets, you name it, the stockpile is even larger than the military's." How did he manage to get all this? Someone couldn't help but exclaim. With this statement, everyone fell silent collectively. These terrifying details were one of the reasons everyone feared the shopkeeper. No one knew if the shopkeeper might even produce a nuclear bomb. The old man nodded, making a final decision. Since there are no objections, let's proceed as Captain Yang suggested. Inside the Doomsday Store, Wang Chen lay on a massage chair, enjoying watching the LCD TV beside him, holding a bag of potato chips in his hand, with a cup of milk tea on the counter. Blackie, who had returned in triumph, also lay contentedly at Wang Chen's feet, occasionally wagging his stubby tail. Although the subway was not yet completed, thanks to Zhou Shuming's fast pace, he had already occupied the areas along the subway route, thereby protecting the construction of the subway. Woof! At this moment, Blackie suddenly stood up, stretched lazily, and then walked towards the store entrance. Seeing this, Wang Chen glanced over but didn't say much. Since returning from the subway construction site, Blackie had been running outside frequently, and no matter how much he asked, it wouldn't say why. Before long, a woman tightly wrapped in a windbreaker hurried over. It was evident from her expression that she was filled with joy. "Shopkeeper, this is the last order." Wang Chen glanced at her indifferently, took the order. This was the final order from Jiangnan province. Wang Chen briefly glanced at the order, but quantity of medicines was not much, so he immediately restocked. Over the past few days, Zhou Shuming had delivered a total of 4 orders, totaling 180,000 crystal coins. Due to the continuous growth of the corpse group under Zhou Shuming's command, the effect of the medicines was becoming less necessary. However, if it wants to unify the entire Hua Nation's corpse group, or even the entire Blue Star's corpse group, the demand for the potion would be different. Adding the crystal cores harvested from the Hua people, Wang Chen currently has 232,487 crystal coins, so it was time to open the blind box again. Gold bars, upgrade the shop. Gold bars, upgrade successful, 150,000 crystal coins automatically deducted. Current crystal coin balance is 82,487 crystal coins. New item unlocked, Beast Submission Potion. A good item? Wang Chen felt delighted. Usually, with such a novel and unheard of item name, the effect is usually significant. He opened the system shop. Beast Submission Potion, inject this potion into the body of a beast, and it will temporarily induce a coma. When the beast wakes up, the first creature it sees will have a certain probability of being obeyed. The weaker the beast, the higher the success rate, the lower the wildness, the higher the success rate, the beast can recover strength during the coma. Type, disposable item, non-stackable, purchase price, 10/15/20/25/30/35/40 crystal coins. Wang Chen's eyes lit up at the sight. Wasn't this similar to a Pokeball from Pokemon? Wang Chen quickly browsed through it. Different level beasts corresponded to different prices for the submission potion, but the difference wasn't significant. There was a probability of taming the beast, but the price didn't seem high, so the probability shouldn't be too high either. Moreover, if the taming failed, one would need to confront the beast before using the submission potion again, and there was no guarantee of success. This was a huge test for the tamer both physically and mentally. A slight mistake could cost them their life. However, being able to tame beasts was quite appealing, making this item quite attractive. Wait a minute. Weakening the beast could increase the success rate? Could the submission potion be used with a weakening potion? By taking the risk and injecting both into the beast, the success rate would undoubtedly increase significantly.
The downside was that if the taming failed, the beast would enter a strengthening phase once the effects of the weakening potion wore off, leading to more losses than gains. Most customers only focused on the effects of the strengthening potion, overlooking the weakening potion, which was equally if not more useful. The weakening potion not only weakened the opponent but also allowed for self-use during the weakened phase. By entering the weakened phase early and then experiencing a strength boost once the effects wore off, one could avoid the side effects of the strengthening potion and prevent late-stage fatigue in battles. This method of use was highly beneficial for ambushing enemies and predicting their movements in advance. Therefore, Wang Chen decisively purchased a considerable amount of submission potions and displayed them on the glass counter. He also updated the sign at the entrance, waiting for customers to arrive. In the city of Nanjiang, which had already entered the new year, there was no festive atmosphere as before. Although everyone was still busy, they were not busy celebrating the new year but rather busy surviving and avoiding being eliminated by the times. With nothing else to do, Wang Chen elegantly pasted couplets and banners in front of the shop, adding a touch of New Year's atmosphere to the desolate post-apocalyptic world. After all, he was the most idle person on the entire Blue Star. As noon approached, customers began to trickle into the shop. Seeing the couplets at the entrance, they realized it was already a new year and couldn't help but feel sentimental. Truly worthy of being the shop owner, still thinking about the new year. These days, they were worried about not being able to obtain crystal cores due to the lack of zombie slaughters. Fortunately, they had planted super crops in the shop, so they weren't starving, but this was not a long-term solution. Luckily, the authorities had just announced that killing beasts of different levels would reward varying amounts of crystal cores. Most of the people who came this time were here for this reason, to purchase some effective equipment. Quick, everyone, come and see what this is. At the words, the crowd couldn't help but gather around to check the notice board at the entrance. Even Wang Chen couldn't resist turning his head to see that it was Chulan and others who had been gone for a long time, and the one speaking just now was the ever-elusive Bai Che. Wang Chen nodded in approval. This child has been meticulous since childhood, kind-hearted too, saving me a lot of money looking for a substitute. After reading the announcement on the board, everyone couldn't help but get excited. Being able to tame a beast that listens to your every command is like gaining an extra meat shield, cannon fodder, or laborer. Good stuff. Knowing that the authorities are dealing with beasts, the shopkeeper is keeping up with the times. Imagine riding out with a beast, it's so cool. Those are all minor. If one could stumble upon a powerful beast like Hei Yi, wouldn't it be like reaching the sky in one step? Come on, buddy, dreaming in broad daylight. If there really is such a strong beast, wouldn't we weaken it? I think being able to tame one or two mutated cows or horses would be good enough. Being a laborer is also fine. At this moment, Wang Chen found the right moment to interject. If you rely on some tricks, it's not impossible to tame advanced beasts. At his words, everyone suddenly perked up, turning to look at Wang Chen with an attentive ear, as his advice was akin to a priceless remedy in everyone's hearts after so many crises. So, Wang Chen explained the synergistic effects of weakening potions and obedience agents, embellishing the details. Back then, my family's Blackie was captured using this method. Wang Chen tilted his head back 45 degrees, a nostalgic expression on his face. Hearing this, Chulan and the crowd couldn't help but roll her eyes. The shopkeeper had started again. The crowd asked half in belief, half in doubt. Really? More real than pearls. Seeing the shopkeeper's serious reply, the greed in everyone's hearts made them restless. Fortune favors the bold. Shopkeeper, give us 5 A-grade obedience agents. We want 4 B grades. Damn it, I heard there's a powerful beast over in Kaishan County. If we succeed, we'll fly straight from where we stand. If we fail, we'll ascend straight from where we stand. There are quite a few interested parties. We need to act fast. While the zombies are busy killing each other, going on a trip shouldn't be a problem. Listening to the whispers of the crowd, Wang Chen raised an eyebrow. Another powerful beast popping up? But it made sense coming from Kaishan County, as that area had always been a hotspot for beasts. However, Wang Chen didn't pay much attention to it. What does it have to do with him? Not long after, Qingyu, who hadn't been seen for a long time, walked into the shop to buy armor-piercing bullets and brought some good news. The subway construction project is over halfway done. It should be operational in 3 or 4 days at most. At the words, Wang Chen just smiled and nodded. He quickly prepared Qinyu's 700 armor-piercing bullets and handed them over without a word. When Qinyu swiped her card in confusion, Wang Chen cleared his throat and informed her about the new beast obedience agent. Hearing this, Qinyu was stunned. She first looked at the space scroll filled with armor-piercing bullets in her hand, then at the smiling Wang Chen. Why didn't you say so earlier? Wang Chen pretended to be regretful, patting his head. Oh, I forgot for a moment. Look at my memory. Qinyu. Forget it, this cunning merchant must have known about the official policy in advance. However, if what he said is true and one can tame beasts, then the usefulness of this thing to the authorities is self-evident. If one could tame some beasts to fight alongside against the increasingly powerful zombies, it would indeed be a rare commodity, more valuable than just killing them directly and obtaining crystal cores, enhancing human strength. Thinking of this, Shinyu let out a soft sigh, tucking the loose black hair behind her ear, a hint of joy in her eyes. It seems like there will be another meeting at the military district. Holding the spatial scroll, Shinyu didn't leave immediately but instead looked seriously at the mysterious man in front of her and asked, "Dare I ask, shopkeeper, are you also in the business of dealing with zombies?" Hearing this, Wang Chen didn't hide it and openly admitted. Shinyu's expression turned complex. The military already knows. "I know. Must it be this way?" Wang Chen shrugged, his smile unchanged. "As you know, I only recognize profit." Shinyu sighed deeply, knowing she couldn't persuade him, so she turned and left. The shopkeeper was already standing at the peak of the supernaturalists. "I really don't know why he needs so many crystal cores, but we have to admit that without his post-apocalyptic store, our situation would be even more difficult than it is now." Early the next day, just after finishing breakfast, Wang Chen leisurely descended the stairs and could see 4 figures in the courtyard through the glass door. Wang Chen raised an eyebrow, calmly opened the shop door, then turned and walked back to the massage chair behind the counter. Seeing this, Zhou Shuming entered the shop with 3 subordinates. The Phantom had visited many times and was already accustomed to the comfortable environment inside the shop. Only the dwarf and the Titan looked around curiously, especially the Titan, who could smell the aroma of cooked food from afar and couldn't help but drool. Zhou Shuming gestured, and the Phantom quickly snatched the snakeskin bag from the distracted Titan's hands, then respectfully handed it to Wang Chen. Zhou Shuming's eyes were full of gratitude as he said, "Thanks to the shopkeeper, we were able to unify the entire Jiangnan province's zombie clan so smoothly. This is a token of our respect, please accept it." Wang Chen glanced at the already high-ranking B-class Zhou Shuming, and inside the snakeskin bag were 7 B-class crystal cores and a dozen or so C-class crystal cores. Quite a generous gift. Wang Chen chuckled, "With just absorbing these crystal cores, you'll immediately reach A-class. You should know that among all the zombies in the country, those who reach A-class can be counted on 2 hands. Why bother giving them to me? Besides, we only have a business relationship. I sell you things, and you help me guard the construction of the subway." Hearing this, Zhou Shuming shook his head solemnly. "If it weren't for the shopkeeper's guidance and that potion, how could we have unified South Jiang so quickly, let alone probed the entire country's territory? And with the shopkeeper's strength, who could really control that subway?" Wang Chen glanced at him and nodded inwardly, saying lightly, "Your ideological awareness is high, but rewards outweigh merits. Taking advantage of others' weaknesses and being soft-hearted, let's forget about these crystal cores." Zhou Shuming wanted to say more but was stopped by Wang Chen's gesture. Seeing this, Zhou Shuming could only admire him. The dwarf zombie on the side took the opportunity to speak softly to Wang Chen. "With the shopkeeper's help, our zombie clan will surely be able to unify the entire Huagua. By then, our vast zombie clan will undoubtedly be your largest customer group, making the role of humans seem insignificant, right?" "Oh?" Wang Chen narrowed his eyes and stared straight at them. The implication of these words was to think that he was doing well again, intending to deal with the human problem in Jiangnan. Locked in by Wang Chen's sharp gaze like a hawk, although the dwarf zombie couldn't sweat, its legs couldn't help but tremble. If not careful, its undead life could end here, but it could only smile bitterly to itself. "If it weren't for the king's orders, I wouldn't dare say such foolish things even if given hundreds of lives." Zhou Shuming on the side also observed Wang Chen's reactions, unable to help but swallow nervously. This move was to see how Wang Chen would react to humans. If Wang Chen disagreed, it definitely wouldn't dare to attack humans without authorization. The air around seemed to have frozen. Wang Chen remained silent, and even the few zombies dared not make a sound. At this moment, gurgle. The sound of Titan swallowing saliva broke the silence. Everyone present couldn't help but turn to look at it with strange expressions. Titan seemed to feel several strange gazes, turned its head, scratched it awkwardly, and said, "You guys continue, you guys continue." Looking at Titan's ugly and rough face, as well as the drool all over the floor, Wang Chen showed a look of disdain. "I still prefer doing business with humans." Hearing this, Shadow kicked it in disgust. Zhou Shuming naturally understood the implication and sighed slightly, but also felt somewhat relieved that Wang Chen didn't resort to killing the zombies without hesitation. "Can we still purchase that strengthening potion?" Zhou Shuming asked cautiously. Most zombies have low intelligence, and those with intelligence close to humans like Zhou Shuming are really rare. This also means that they can at most buy some potions or food items, and it's normal for the shopkeeper not to want humans to perish. Of course, why not make money if you have it?
Wang Chen also nodded. At this point, Shadow plucked up the courage to ask, "What if humans attack us for no reason? Just don't let them wipe us out." Upon hearing Wang Chen's response, a few zombies secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Subsequently, they ordered 500 bottles of strengthening potion and some meat, then quickly left. A few days later, the official extermination of the alien beasts was in full swing, and retaliatory attacks from the beast groups were inevitable. Under the pressure from the military, the living space of the beast groups was drastically reduced, forcing most alien beasts to leave their original territories, resulting in a large-scale migration of alien beasts. However, this also led to an increase in the density of alien beasts, forming groups with leaders. Once scattered beast groups were consolidated, their power was not to be underestimated. Yet the stingy authorities foolishly believed that increasing the density of the beast groups would maximize the destructive power of the artillery shells. Little did they know, a cautious beast king had already ascended the throne. Over the past few days, due to the introduction of the alien beast obedience agent and the unusual movements of the zombie groups, people began to flock to Kaishan County, the gathering place of the alien beasts. However, hunters often become the hunted. The supernatural beings of various factions in the southern city once again gathered at the end of the world store, but this time the initiator was not the authorities, but the leader of the civilian forces of the entire Nanjiang city, Yi Tian. In no time, the store was crowded with supernatural beings, and it was evident that they were somewhat excited, perhaps because they were going on a long journey or because they were going to hunt or subdue alien beasts. Among them were Chulan and others, and it seemed that the conflicts between them had eased. After all, the entire Nanjiang city forces were now under the Tianhe's affiliated forces. If they didn't play their cards right, their demise was only a matter of time. There were also many new faces among the crowd, probably fresh blood supplemented recently through awakening agents. "Brother Jia, do you think we really have a chance to fight against the alien beasts? You know, half a month ago, we almost got wiped out by them. Why not? We have so many supernatural beings. As long as we use the shopkeeper's weakening potion and obedience agent well, we might even be able to raise a beast group." "Yeah, we're not fighting alone. Even if the subjugation fails, there are so many people to back us up. You guys don't know, my big brother Yi Tian is a C high-level supernatural being with 5 abilities, comparable to AB level. Definitely, if the alien beasts invade Nanjiang City now, it's definitely a one-way trip. Plus, there are a large number of troops near Kaishan County. If necessary, we can spread some military-civilian camaraderie. Policy support is comfortable. We can follow the troops later. It's a pity the subway doesn't reach Kaishan County directly. I heard that the subway was invested by the shop owner for the convenience of people from other cities to shop. Otherwise, do you think the military would spend so much effort and money? The shop owner is kind-hearted, handsome, and powerful. If I were a woman, I definitely couldn't resist. Forget being a woman, even I as a man. 6. At this moment, in front of the counter, stood several charming female supernatural beings, some flirting, some alluring, but all their gazes were fixed on the man. "Shop owner, how old are you? What kind of women do you like? Must they be your ideal type? Can I be enough?" Wang Chen stared fixedly at the LCD TV on the side, showing no intention of turning around, automatically blocking out the group of women. Seeing this, the women showed awkward expressions but dared not show any dissatisfaction, then planned to leave. However, at that moment, another beautiful woman walked into the shop, heading straight towards Wang Chen, causing the women to stop and watch the scene unfold. Unexpectedly, Wang Chen suddenly turned his head, a smile as refreshing as a spring breeze on his face, completely different from his previous indifferent demeanor. The women were puzzled. What made him so special? Just because he has a better-looking face, longer legs, and fairer skin? Even Qinyu, who hurried over, was taken aback, but she knew the shop owner was smiling because of the crystal nucleus. The subway is now operational. I believe it won't be long before forces from all over Jiangnan will start patronizing here. Subsequently, the military district's order was handed to Wang Chen, with a plea, "The military district is in urgent need. Do you have the goods in stock here, shop owner?" Wang Chen glanced over. It was just some obedience agents and weakening potions for mutant beasts. He thought it was going to be a big order. However, this also indicated the military's predicament on the mutant beast battlefield. Firepower alone couldn't completely solve the beast problem. Nevertheless, Wang Chen pretended to hesitate for a moment. "We do have the goods in stock, but they are reserved for other forces. If we change it now, add money." "Alright, we'll add an urgent fee of 400 crystals to the store, plus a spatial scroll. The total is 17,680 crystals. After discount, it's 15,912 crystals. Please pay." Xin Yu. After taking the goods, she hurriedly left.
Shortly after, when most of the supernatural beings arrived, Yi Tiankai stepped into the shop. He nodded to Wang Chen, then had the dozens of supernatural beings he brought wait outside. After purchasing some items with the others, he left in a grand manner. Watching the hundreds of supernatural beings leave, Wang Chen muttered, "Where is Hazy off to now?" In Kaishan County at that time, thousands of mutant beasts were gathering, so numerous that even the military and zombies were avoiding them, evacuating from Kaishan County. The surrounding military forces continued to shrink, steadily advancing towards Kaishan County. Yi Tian and his group drove several trucks, following the military's green corridor, heading straight to their destination. Accompanying them were soldiers from the Nanjiang base, as well as Captain Li Bing and instructor Zhao Xing. Not only them, but also the garrison troops from various cities and civilian supernatural beings were rushing there. Many civilian forces wanted to get a piece of the action in this siege. "Oldly, I heard there's a formidable beast king on the front line." Li Bing was somewhat dismissive. "It's normal to have a beast king in areas with high mutant beast density." Zhao Xing pursed his lips and said solemnly, "It is said that their strength reaches A level." As soon as these words were spoken, not only Li Bing, but even the superpowered soldiers who were chatting and laughing behind the transport vehicle fell silent. At that moment, an urgent voice came through the intercom. "Calling nearby friendly forces. Calling nearby friendly forces. Our unit is under attack by a powerful beast pack, located west of Peak Mountain. Requesting support, repeat, requesting support." The two exchanged a glance, and Zhao Xing immediately checked the navigation system. "Peak Mountain is only 4 kilometers away from us." Li Bing made a quick decision, took out the intercom, and ordered all vehicles, tanks, and artillery to turn around immediately to support the friendly forces. "Artillery unit, head to Peak Mountain at top speed to find a suitable position. Tanks and armored vehicles follow me to provide support." Seeing the situation, Yi Tian, who had been following behind, also followed closely. Before long, the convoy rushed along the mountain road to the destination. However, what puzzled them was the eerie silence surrounding Peak Mountain. It was as if the calm before a storm. When they arrived, they were stunned by the scene before them. The desolate field was now a scene of devastation. Over 100 bloody and mangled bodies lay on the ground, blood flowing like a river in the ditches, dark craters, cannon barrels bitten off, and turrets detached from their bases. Everything before them told the tale of an extremely fierce lightning battle. From the moment they received the distress call to their arrival here, it had taken less than 10 minutes. The most crucial point was that despite the chaos on the ground, there was not a single alien beast corpse in sight, indicating the overwhelming strength of the beast pack. "Oldly, this." Suddenly, a deafening howl echoed through the sky. Although it was just a simple wolf howl, it made everyone's eardrums ache. From the dense forest, over 20 huge gray wolves emerged, their eyes filled with coldness and bloodlust, staring fixedly at the convoy. Judging from the stains and blood on them, they were the ones who attacked the friendly forces. "Are they deliberately not retreating, planning to ambush us?" Zhao Xing's face was grim as his gaze kept shifting among the gray wolves. The lowest rank among them was sea level, and there were many B-level alien beasts as well. When his gaze fell on a slender gray wolf, his pupils suddenly contracted. The gray wolf also noticed Zhao Xing's gaze and locked eyes with him. With just one glance, Zhao Xing trembled in fear and quickly patted Li Bing beside him, trembling as he said, "Such a powerful aura, it's still a gray wolf, it's the Beast King." Seeing the Beast King's power level, Yi Tian, who was behind them, couldn't help but gasp in shock. A level. Its eyes shimmered with bone-chilling coldness, mixed with a hint of arrogance and disdain, as if it were looking at a lamb to be slaughtered. Emitting a dangerous and murderous aura, it sent shivers down one's spine. The last time he felt this way was when facing the shopkeeper's dog. Yi Tian quickly looked back and saw that they were completely surrounded by the gray wolves, making it seem unlikely for them to escape unscathed this time. However, Yi Tian was more composed than before. Influenced by his interactions with Wang Chen, his behavior was gradually changing. He began to adopt the shopkeeper's self-serving mindset. When a person becomes powerful enough, their strengths are often scrutinized under a microscope, eagerly studied and emulated by others. The reborn Yi Tian was no exception. "Boss, what should we do?" Yi Tian raised his hand and said sternly, "Without my command, no one is allowed to get off the vehicle." Faced with overwhelming strength, he aimed to weaken the wolf pack as much as possible, including the strength of the Beast King. In doing so, he hoped to increase their chances of survival and preserve the power of their faction. With his advanced C-level strength, he effortlessly faced B-level espers, but the gap between different levels was like a chasm, especially between BA levels, let alone facing a mutant beast. The wolf pack, seeing a pile of metal scraps, abnormally silent, dared not make any sudden moves. The long, slender wolf king was the same, but it seemed impatient, emitting low growls from its mouth. All the gray wolves were poised, ready to tear them apart at the king's command. At the critical moment, a voice finally came through the intercom. "Captain, artillery deployment complete, ready to fire at any moment." Fire! Li Bing didn't hesitate at all. Awoke! At the same time, the Wolf King let out a deafening howl. However, before the wolves could act, they sensed the rapidly approaching artillery shells. The next second, boom 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 boom, precision-guided shells poured down like rain, forming a wall of fire around the convoy, and the wolves at the center of the bombardment seemed to vanish without a trace. Perhaps devoured by the powerful artillery, they disappeared without a sound. Moments later, the deafening bombing and trembling ground gradually subsided, leaving only smoke being blown away by the cold wind and craters all around. Li Bing's eyes were fixed on the window, trying to spot a mutant beast, but not even a body or a limb was left behind. It was as if those mutant beasts had never been there. Zhao Xing furrowed his brow, incredulous. "Is the power of our artillery so great?" Li Bing shook his head, equally puzzled. Only Yi Tian in the rear knew that these shells had not had any effect at all. Just as the shells arrived, the wolf pack swiftly left the bombing area. Yes, all those gray wolves were speed-type mutants, and the Wolf King's speed was so fast that it couldn't be caught with the naked eye. Just when everyone thought they were safe, the wolf howl shattered the silence once again, and several figures emerged from all sides. But this time, the wolf pack didn't hesitate at all, charging forward. Seeing this, several tanks turned their turrets, but facing speed-type mutants, the cumbersome tanks couldn't aim. Gunner! The top hatch of the tank suddenly opened, and a soldier emerged, quickly activating the heavy machine gun on the turret, but before he could pull the trigger, a figure suddenly rushed out from the side and snatched the soldier away. Before everyone could react, several gray wolves acting as vanguards were already close, biting onto the thick barrels of the tanks. Then came a frenzy of tearing and pulling, the sturdy barrels succumbing to the wolves' teeth like thin paper. In no time, all the tanks lost their combat capabilities. It was clear that the wolves were smart, knowing what posed a threat to them. Everyone out of the vehicles. "Come towards me." Seeing the situation, Li Bing felt uneasy and shouted into the intercom, then opened the car door. But the wolf pack wouldn't give them a chance to regroup. As soon as the people were exposed in the field, the wolves began a crushing slaughter. With absolute speed, the Espers on the scene were defenseless, but the Esper soldiers still rushed out. "Boss, what do we do?" Seeing the gap in strength with the beast pack, the people in the car couldn't sit still. Seeing the imminent danger, Yi Tian furrowed his brow. He knew that with Li Bing's team of less than 100 Espers, their main reliance was on artillery, but now that the artillery was useless and the tanks were scrapped, they were like a toothless tiger, weaker than these civilian forces. The beast pack was slaughtering them as easily as cutting vegetables, unable to weaken their strength. Without support, they would be wiped out in an instant. "Get out of the vehicles." Use that method. Yi Tian drew the A-grade weapon Tang Dao and rushed out first. He increased his speed to the extreme, instantly arriving in front of a C-grade mutant beast, a gray wolf that caught the scent of human presence and swung its paw. Yi Tian remained calm, dodged the attack, then leaped onto the broad back of the wolf as it staggered due to inertia. Swiftly pulling out 3 syringes from his pocket, he injected a variety of weakening agents into the wolf's body. The effects took immediate hold, causing the gray wolf to weakly collapse, panting heavily on the ground. Seeing this, Yi Tian felt a sense of joy. It worked so quickly. He then took out a submission agent from his body but hesitated before putting it back in his pocket. Now was not the time to take risks. He instructed the people coming up behind him, "Just kill it," then quickly searched for the next target. If the effects of the drugs were only temporary, they still had a chance. The Wolf King, who had been observing from a distance, now focused on Yi Tian and the others. After weakening one gray wolf, Yi Tian moved on to another, injecting the weakening agent as before. The people following behind took advantage of the wolf's weakness and decisively chopped off its head, effortlessly dealing with a C-grade mutant beast. Sensing the unusual behavior of the Wolf King, Yi Tian glanced at the weakening agent in his hand. The Wolf King then suddenly disappeared from the spot. The next moment, it appeared directly in front of Yi Tian, swiftly raising a claw to strike. So fast! Yi Tian's pupils constricted, unable to keep up with the speed, and was sent flying by the strike. Bang! The tremendous impact sent Yi Tian flying until he crashed into a camphor tree, halting his momentum. Yi Tian's face turned pale as he felt his internal organs churn, the areas struck by the claw burning with pain. Looking down, he saw 3 alarming blood marks on his body, his expensive defensive undergarment torn apart by the claw. If not for the garment, it would have been his chest that was torn open. Seeing that the Wolf King did not pursue him, he quickly changed into a new set of defensive undergarments and then drank a bottle of speed-enhancing potion. When Yi Tian emerged from the dense forest with Tang Dao in hand, he saw the Beast King already amidst the crowd, engaging in a slaughter. Seeing Yi Tian almost unscathed, a hint of surprise flashed in the Beast King's cold eyes. It then abandoned the people behind and turned towards Yi Tian. It knew that Yi Tian was the only one among the group who posed a slight threat, albeit a small one. The Wolf King's speed was incredible, but Yi Tian, who had also consumed a speed-enhancing potion, could still keep up with its movements. As the Wolf King appeared in front of him in an instant, Yi Tian did not hesitate and swiftly struck out with his blade. As expected, Yi Tian was sent flying again, but this time not as badly. Despite being a speed-type mutant like the Grey Wolf, its basic strength was beyond what Yi Tian could contend with. However, as Yi Tian flew through the air, the Wolf King accelerated to catch up, its massive claws gleaming with a chilling light. Yi Tian quickly shot out a steel spike imbued with strength attributes, but the Wolf King effortlessly dodged it with a twist of its body, maintaining its speed. Seeing the claws approaching, Yi Tian hurriedly blocked with his sword, only to be sent flying once more. The Grey Wolf did not give Yi Tian a moment to catch his breath, swiftly closing the distance. It had not pursued earlier because it believed that one strike could kill the human before it. There was no need to waste energy, but clearly, it had underestimated Yi Tian. In close combat, Yi Tian was no match, soon covered in wounds, his defensive undergarment riddled with holes, blood seeping out continuously. The disparity in levels was still a huge gap. Without multiple abilities at his disposal, he wouldn't last 5 rounds. As the Grey Wolf let out a resounding howl that pierced the sky, Yi Tian, who was close by, suddenly felt mentally foggy, dazed for half a second. By the time he snapped out of it, a wolf paw larger than his face was already coming at him. In that half second, Yi Tian had completely lost the opportunity to dodge. Swish! However, at that moment, the wolf paw suddenly changed direction, its sharp claws only lightly grazing Yi Tian's cheek, leaving 3 faint blood marks. The Wolf King had swiftly moved away from the spot, creating distance from Yi Tian. In the next instant, a sharp white blade flew through the air at incredible speed, directly piercing the ground in front of Yi Tian, exactly where the Wolf King had been standing earlier, the blade completely buried in the soil, with only the short handle visible. The sharpness and force were evident. The cold weapon, however, exuded a futuristic technological feel. It was one of the supernatural weapons in the shop. The next moment, a man in black suddenly appeared in front of Yi Tian. "Saved by you again, Luo Shang." Hearing this, Luo Shang didn't turn back but just shrugged indifferently. "I came with the army to kill the mutant beasts." As he spoke, several Type 85 heavy machine guns spewed flames, unleashing a barrage of 12 7mm bullets straight at the wolf pack surrounding Li Bing and the others. Sensing the danger, the wolf pack immediately scattered to avoid the bullets. Despite their incredible speed, due to the close proximity of each Grey Wolf, they couldn't all disperse quickly. Several unlucky ones were hit by the bullets. 2 C-grade Grey Wolves with poor defense were mercilessly pierced by the large bullets, turning into sieves. Grey Wolves were fast but had weak defenses. If hit by large caliber bullets, even if they didn't die, they would lose a layer of skin. Seeing armored vehicles, tanks, and several transport trucks arriving, Li Bing immediately understood that reinforcements had arrived and commanded everyone to counterattack the wolf pack. Several heavy machine guns continuously sprayed the wolf pack, but with little effect. Once in open areas, the Grey Wolves' speed increased dramatically. The machine gunners couldn't keep up with the wolves' speed and could only shoot randomly. "That's enough. Stop wasting my damn bullets, all of you go down and kill these beasts." The last sentence was spoken by the captain who came to support them over the radio. Subsequently, more than 100 supernaturals descended from the transport trucks, rushing into the battlefield without stopping. However, the captain gradually realized that they were not on the same level as the Grey Wolf pack. So many supernaturals were struggling to effectively kill these Grey Wolves. Some speed-type supernaturals could barely keep up with them, but the power difference was still significant. For a moment, it was their attacking group that suffered heavy casualties. When his gaze fell on a slender Grey Wolf, his expression suddenly changed. As someone who often roamed the front lines, how could he not know that it was the new king of the pack? And creatures of this level were not something their 2 squads could handle. Request. Damn it. Requesting support. Requesting support. The Beast King is at Peak Mountain. Repeat, the Beast King is at Peak Mountain, attempting to cut off our retreat. Captain Lai Feng picked up the radio, punching back a same-level mutant beast, shouting loudly. On the other side, Luo Shang and Yi Tian also dared not slack off in the slightest. Luo Shang drew his S-level ring sword, holding it with one hand, looking at the Beast King before him, his eyes full of fighting spirit. "I've been wanting to test your strength, Beast King." Before he could finish his words, the Beast King appeared in front of Luo Shang in an instant. Bang! The claws and the ring's sword clashed violently, sparking a dazzling burst of fire. Luo Shang's feet sank slightly into the mud, intending to withstand the blow and counterattack, but the Wolf King was a step ahead, lifting him off the ground, leaving a trail of blood in the air. Watching the Wolf King, who still wanted to pursue, Luo Shang unexpectedly counterattacked, wanting to exchange blows with the Wolf King. Seeing this, a hint of disdain and mockery flashed in the Wolf King's eyes. A smile also appeared at the corner of Luo Shang's mouth. Hiss! Hiss!